Chapter 251. Liao Yuqing was stunned to see a living person explode right in front of him. And the explosion was so powerful. This girl is actually a cyborg? Aren't cyborgs said to be similar to zombies? Why didn't I see it? Dr. Zhu came out from the corner and waved the dust from the explosion in front of him. You are right. Cyborgs are indeed similar to zombies. We use the zombie virus to control people in a semi-zombie state. They retain a certain degree of rationality and can understand some commands. They don't look like zombies on the outside, but look similar to ordinary people. However, they cannot control weapons that are too complex. At present, they can only place bombs in their bodies. They can detonate explosives, but they will die when they are detonated. They are all disposable defective products. After listening to this, Liao Yuqing's eyes lit up. Can these modified people go to the battlefield? Dr. Zhu thought for a moment. Yes. Compared to ordinary humans, they have almost no sense of pain, and under the protection of some helmets, they are difficult to be killed. They look no different from ordinary people. No matter who it is difficult to stay too alert when suddenly facing such a modified person, and it will definitely cause considerable harm to the other party. What about other modified people? Dr. Zhu said again. The plan to modify people with guns is underway. Their arms will be removed and replaced with metal arms. The metal arms are actually guns. At present, the plan to modify people with pistols has made some progress, but there is no clue about rifles and machine guns. You know, every technological innovation is a difficult process, and what we do is also difficult for normal people to accept. So there is not much progress. Liao Yuqing felt a little regretful, but then he remembered something. I think this modified person has some problems walking. He is not as agile as a normal person, but a little like a zombie. Dr. Zhu shook his head. There is no way to do this for the time being. We cannot take out the internal organs of humans. Otherwise they will not be able to survive. We can only modify their pelvis and thighs, and replace them with metal containers for installing high-powered explosives. So they cannot walk normally. In fact, their legs are no longer part of their original body. This is the shortcoming of bomb cyborgs. Only when gun cyborgs are online, we can create a group of half-human, half-zombie things that are not afraid of death and are difficult to kill. Their fighting power will definitely make you look at them with new eyes. At that time, you don't have to be afraid of Tang Zheng anymore. Liao Yuqing also nodded. Okay. With these cyborgs, we can indeed deal with Tang Zheng. But how should we do it? Dr. Zhu pointed in the direction of the explosion. Of course, the cyborgs will come on stage. I have already made more than 200 cyborgs here. I remember that there are quite a few survivors in Fengcheng, and Tang Zheng seems to be willing to rescue the survivors. When he rescues a large group of survivors, and these survivors suddenly explode in his troops, will he doubt his life and stop rescuing people from now on? Hearing this, Liao Yuqing's eyes finally lit up. Okay, this is a good idea. Let's do it this way. Now Tang Zheng's main force is in Fengcheng. Let me arrange it and give Tang Zheng a big gift. Tang Zheng's actions in Hezhou and Boya were very smooth. There were not many gold and silver jewelry found in Hezhou, and only more than 2 million funds were obtained after searching Hezhou, which can only be regarded as a small gain. But the other materials here are simply too rich. Luibang people lost Hezhou within a few days of arriving here, and most of the supplies here were left behind. Tangzheng railway line played a role again, with a large number of passenger cars and trucks traveling back and forth between Zhuguang City and Hezhou, transporting countless supplies back. Tangzheng also specially built a railway to Boya. After all, there was still a county town with supplies that needed to be transported back. Tangzheng was busy for 2 whole days for this matter. During this period, he also paid attention to the situation of the zombie group and found that the zombie group had approached the edge of the grassland province, and the distance from Zhuguang City did not get closer, but was a little farther. This made Tang Zheng feel a little relieved, and he could concentrate on collecting supplies. During this period, Tang Zheng also tried to investigate the situation of Volcano City and Qinzhou military base. However, the situation of these 2 bases could no longer be detected, and it was difficult for the War Eagle to approach their airspace. The rescue operation in Hezhou was so big that it could not be concealed. Tang Zheng used the War Eagle to drive away the mutant birds near the airport, and this matter had spread. Now many people outside know that Zhuguang City has a way to tame large birds, and these birds can fly with cameras. Therefore, both Volcano City and the military base have strengthened their vigilance against flying birds, and absolutely do not allow any flying birds to appear over their cities. In this way, the War Eagle cannot enter the city to shoot, and it is impossible to obtain too detailed video data. So Tang Zheng is not very clear about the current situation in Volcano City and the military base. After laying all the railway lines between Boya and Hezhou, Tang Zheng took a helicopter to leave here. However, he did not return to Zhuguang City. The last map will take 2 days to be completed, and there is nothing for him to go back now. Besides, there were too many things to do in the second ring of Zhuguang City, and Tang Zheng also wanted to hide outside for a while. He took a helicopter and went to Fengcheng. He did not go directly to the frontline battlefield. The specific battles were all handled by officers. His troops were already very mature and basically did not need him to command anything. He went to the international base, which was separated from the manor base by a mountain. After the battle here, Liao Yuchu did not dare to come, and the people in the international base also ran away. Now this base is deserted and completely abandoned. This base is quite large and well defended. When Tang Zheng arrived here, he even saw that many weapons had not been dismantled yet, so it could be used as a survival base. Tang Zheng came here to clean up this base and use it as a bridgehead for the future southward march. He reinforced some walls and built some sentry towers, and rebuilt and expanded it on the original basis. Originally, this base could accommodate nearly 100,000 people. After Tang Zheng spent hundreds of thousands of dollars on the construction, it was no problem to accommodate 200,000 people. While Tang Zheng was repairing the base, he received a report from the front line. When they were destroying the zombies in Fengcheng, people came to several small survival bases in Fengcheng, wanting to join the Zhuguang army and become the people under General Tang Zheng. The officers on the front line did not agree, but reported the matter to Tang Zheng. After all, Tang Zheng had to make the decision on expanding the population. The officers would not rashly accept the survivors, lest there was no place to settle them, which would embarrass the general. Tang Zheng was not opposed to accepting the survivors, but he had always planned to accept them. If it weren't for the fact that the population needed to reach 5 million to upgrade to brigade commander this time, Tang Zheng would never have spent a lot of effort to transfer all the more than 3 million people in Hezhou. The risk of this matter was very high, and if it was not done well, it would even backfire. It was just that the upgrade to brigade commander was too urgent. Once he became the brigade commander, even if Tang Zheng had a firm foothold in this area, no one could easily shake his position. He would not have to fight against the surrounding forces, or even zombies, with his not-so-superior force. For this, he even exposed the existence of the War Eagle. Now there are survivors in Fengcheng, and Tang Zheng had expected this. After all, Zhuguang City has a good reputation in this area, and it is normal for survivors to come and seek refuge. But he didn't really want to accept it at this time. After all, many things have not been stabilized, and there are too many survivors and no place to settle. Although he has sorted out the international base, Tang Zheng has already made arrangements for this base in his mind. Let's go and have a look. If there are few people, try to arrange them. If there are too many people, let them return to their base temporarily and consider it in spring. Tang Zheng thought about it and felt that he was not far from the front line. He might as well go there. It would take less than 2 hours to go back and forth. Getting on the helicopter again, Tang Zheng set off from the international base and headed straight for the Fengcheng front line. After flying for dozens of minutes, the helicopter landed. The front line battlefield was in front. The soldiers had already set up positions to attract zombies from all directions, and then annihilated them here, collected supplies, and burned them together. A few hundred meters away from the position, there was a group of people standing there. About a few hundred people. Some soldiers stopped them from approaching, and these people kept begging. Seeing Tang Zheng plane landing, Tang Zheng walked down from the plane, and those people even waved desperately to greet Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng walked closer and took a look, and found that these people were only about 400 or 500. Now Tang Zheng has a population of more than 5 million, and these hundreds of people are really not worth mentioning, and they can be settled anywhere. There are many such small groups in the end times. Now they are basically nowhere to be found around Zhuguang City. But there are still many scattered survivors far away in Fengcheng. Tang Zheng didn't care too much and waved his hand to let the soldiers go. Let them rest and eat something. Then send them to the manor base by transport vehicle. Let Yong Linling receive them. And don't send them to Zhuguang City for the time being. The soldiers nodded and let these people go. These survivors thanked them profusely and began to head to the military camp under the leadership of several soldiers. With the goal of the kitchen team, some survivors passed by Tang Zheng and wanted to come over to express their gratitude to him in person. But they were stopped by the soldiers of the guard company. After all, not everyone can get close to the general. Seeing this, Tang Zheng wanted to go back. The international base had not been cleaned up yet. Just as he was about to turn around, Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly paused. It was snowing in Fengcheng, but not as heavy as in Zhuguang City. There was a little snow on the battlefield just now. The new snow fell to the ground. A thin layer. There weren't many people walking around behind the military camp, and the footprints of this group of people were clearly visible on the ground. Tang Zheng had been studying footprints these days. He was studying in Hezhou and on the way to Boya. When he arrived at the Corpse King's lair, he even found Shen Failong footprints and had a deep understanding of footprints. And there seemed to be something wrong with these people's footprints. Chapter 252. When Tang Zheng saw these footprints, the first thing he thought of was the footprints of zombies. But when he looked over, none of the people in front of him looked like zombies. What's going on? Tang Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly and began to observe the crowd carefully. After paying attention, he found some clues. Among this group of people, those who kept talking walked normally. But there were quite a few people who didn't talk all the time, just kept walking with the crowd. And their expressions looked a little dull. And all those footprints were from these silent people. No, there must be something wrong. Tang Zheng looked forward. It was lunch time for the troops. A large number of soldiers were gathering near the kitchen, and the footsteps of these people seemed to be a little urgent, and they were walking towards the crowd quickly. Those people with dull expressions were gradually dispersing, as if they were going to enter the crowd in large areas. Tang Zheng suddenly had a bad premonition, and he immediately ordered, "Sound the alarm. Assemble at the front line." Tang Zheng gave the order, and his men immediately executed it. Suddenly, the alarm of this temporary base sounded. The soldiers who were eating immediately dropped their lunch boxes and ran at the fastest speed. They put on their hats and carried their guns while running. Those who were trying to get into the soldiers suddenly stopped and were a little at a loss. In just 1 minute, almost all the people in the kitchen ran away. Cooking troops, lie down. Tang Zheng did not give them any time to react and gave the order directly. The Zhuguang army followed the order very well. After hearing the general's order, all the people in the cooking troops lay down collectively. Fire at those survivors. No one hesitated. Those who ran out immediately raised their guns and shot at the hundreds of survivors. The fierce gunfire suddenly sounded, and those survivors who had not yet reacted were immediately shot into sieves. Some of them even shouted that they were good people. But the soldiers of the light-chasing army didn't listen to them at all and executed their orders very decisively. Some people were killed quickly, but those who staggered were hardly hurt by bullets. On the contrary, they were attacked and instantly became different people. The peaceful face suddenly became ferocious, and the mouth began to howl like a zombie, rushing towards the surrounding soldiers. They are zombies. Hit them in the head. The soldiers had a lot of experience in fighting zombies. They were used to this kind of situation and did not panic at all. They immediately focused their shooting on the heads of these people. Most of these staggering people wore hats, which seemed to be bulletproof inside and could withstand several shots. However, facing the metal torrent of countless soldiers, their bulletproof helmets were easily blown away, followed by a series of headshots. Those who were hit in the head would fall to the ground and die. Those who were hit in the body would not be seriously injured. But when they were hit below the waist, terrible things happened. Boom! The first person exploded. The huge explosion sent out a huge fireball. Smoke rose into the air, and the person was blown to pieces. Hit the waist and thighs. There are bombs there. Some survivors tried to run over to the surrounding Zhuguang army, but the rain of bullets could not penetrate at all. And one after another, the survivors continued to explode. Some explosions would also detonate other people around them. Suddenly, the smoke from the chain explosions enveloped a large area where they had just eaten. Normal people would not explode. Seeing this situation, some officers of the Zhuguang army broke out in a cold sweat. These people actually have bombs hidden in their bodies. No, they are not human at all. They are something between humans and zombies, and they carry bombs in their bodies. If Tang Zheng hadn't just discovered the clues and let these people blend into the crowd of soldiers and suddenly launch an attack, it would be hard to tell how much damage the Zhuguang army would have caused. Facing the terrible explosion, the soldiers of the Zhuguang army were very calm and continued to shoot accurately. hitting each person and causing them to explode on the spot. Hundreds of survivors were completely wiped out by the light-chasing army in just a few minutes. This time is not fast. If these were ordinary people, they could probably be dealt with in more than a minute or no more than 2 minutes. But these half-zombies carrying bombs are much harder to fight than ordinary people. Fortunately, Tang Jun reminded them in time, and the light-chasing army soldiers executed the order decisively. When the alarm sounded, everyone gathered as quickly as possible, not giving them any chance at all. When the smoke here dissipated, the scene was already a mess. Where are the people in the kitchen squad? How are they? The soldiers in the kitchen squad who had fallen down got up one after another, and most of them were fine. Some were injured, but it was not a big deal. The medical team of the Zhuguang army could treat them. But there were still 6 or 7 soldiers in the kitchen squad who died in the explosion just now. Tang Jun's face was not looking good. If he hadn't dealt with it in time just now, once those people were dispersed, the disaster would only be greater, and it would not be as simple as sacrificing a few people. But the sacrifice of these soldiers also sounded a warning to Tang Jun. His enemies never intended to give up any chance to deal with him. Now recalling what happened just now, Tang Jun even felt that their initial target might even be himself. Some survivors tried to get closer, but were forced back by the soldiers. If someone got close enough to him, the explosion would definitely happen next to him. Seeing that there was no chance to assassinate him, these people planned to blend into the crowd in order to kill the soldiers under their command to the greatest extent. If it hadn't been discovered, thousands of people might have died here. Tang Jun closed his eyes slightly, and his heart was filled with anger. Who did this? You can figure it out with your toes. Fengcheng is close to Qinzhou, except for Liao Yuqing. Probably no one has the ability to arrange such a large team of survivors to carry out the assassination. In addition to proving that Liao Yuqing always wanted to deal with him, there is another key point in the occurrence of this incident. That is, someone is conducting some evil experiments. This kind of half-zombie should be mass-produced, and it undoubtedly came from Liao Yuqing. Tang Jun has always known that Liao Yuqing is very cruel, but he never knew that he actually has such scientific research capabilities. Liao Yuqing, it seems that I really underestimated you. If this kind of half-zombie can be mass-produced, it is really a terrible technology. At this time, the guards found some metal products at the explosion site, which were embedded in the human body and used to install explosives and some detonation-like things. Looking at these things, Tang Jun did not study them too much, but asked someone to notify Guiyun and immediately sent people from the research institute to study them carefully. Next, it was the cleaning of the battlefield and the disposal of some bodies. After burying his comrades, he began to treat the remaining wounded. Tang Jun also supplemented the deaths of several people. When they were almost done, Guiyun and some scientific research soldiers also arrived at the scene. After seeing the situation here and carefully checking it, Guiyun told Tang Jun, "General, these people are artificially created. I detected zombie viruses in their bodies, mixed with some other things. Those metal products were also obtained after many experiments. We temporarily call this kind of thing a modified person. And we also found that some modified people not only lost their legs, but also their arms. And they also used mechanical arms. It can be seen that someone tried to transform the mechanical arms into guns. But they have not succeeded yet." Tang Jun was stunned for a moment. Can the arms be transformed into guns? Yes, General. They only kept the brains and internal organs of the transformed people so that they can maintain life. The rest of the parts can be replaced. Theoretically, guns can be made. They can also carry an ammunition box on their backs. At that time, these transformed people can even become Gatling fighters, bazooka fighters, flamethrower fighters, etc. And they are zombie fighters that are not afraid of bullets. Once successful, it will be very difficult to deal with. Hearing this, Tang Jun was a little worried. If the previous wave of people were all gun-modified people, the casualties of his troops would definitely be huge. As long as they protect their heads and wear bulletproof vests, these people have almost no weaknesses. The crazy counterattack will definitely bring huge casualties. Tang Jun took a deep breath. Then do you think they can succeed now? Guiyun replied, according to my observation, their technology is not mature. This kind of transformation requires very high technical support. They have not succeeded yet. Those metal products have some design flaws, and they should not succeed in a short time. Tang Jun snorted. Even so, I don't think Liao Yuqing should have this technology. There may be other people behind this. Guiyun said again, this kind of transformation requires a large number of test subjects. If Liao Yichu does this, he will need a lot of living people for experiments. Tang Zheng nodded. It's not surprising. There is indeed a research institute in Liao Yicheng City within the city, but we can't detect the situation there. It seems that these modified people come from there. General, what should we do now? The commander of the 1st Battalion, Luo Fei, came to Tang Zheng and asked, when they were having dinner just now. His 1st Battalion and Yang Mu's 2nd Battalion were both there. If the attack was successful, they would suffer the most losses, and were already angry. Tang Zheng thought for a while. Where are the zombies from Huzhou? Report to the general. They have entered the Grassland province, and are still on their straight line. They are about 600 kilometers away from Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng nodded. I don't know what the zombies are doing, but it will take them at least 6 or 7 days to get here at a distance of 600 kilometers. During this time, we will work hard to wipe out the lair of Liao Yicheng. The bastard. Chapter 253. Tang Zheng wiped out a group of cyborgs, and the news immediately reached Liao Yicheng. In fact, Liao Yicheng was also closely monitoring the situation here, and someone in the distance was filming with a drone in the forest. When he learned that the cyborg troops were wiped out, Liao Yicheng immediately panicked. The plan failed. Tang Zheng must know that it was his fault, and he might attack the military base next. Liao Yicheng hurriedly ran to the Prison Research Institute again to find Dr. Zhu. When he came to the institute to see Dr. Zhu, Liao Yicheng hurriedly asked for help. Dr. Zhu. It's no good. The cyborg failed. Tang Zheng found him, and then concentrated his firepower to destroy him. I'm worried that he will attack soon. Looking at Liao Yichu's face, Dr. Zhu was quite disdainful. But he still had to solve this problem. Although Liao Yicheng was a bad person with a low IQ, he was an important chess piece for Commander Tian, and could not be abandoned unless necessary. Dr. Zhu pondered for a moment. I don't think you need to worry too much. With the current defense strength of the military camp, it will be difficult for the Zhuguang army to take it down. As long as you guard the city gate, the situation inside will not be too bad. After all, you have 80,000 troops. Liao Yicheng was not at all reassured. That's right. But I know my own business. I know the level of my 80,000 people. They can fight zombies and deal with survivors. But they are far from enough to fight the Zhuguang army. If they suffer a great loss, I'm afraid they will rebel on the spot. I really don't have much confidence in them. Aren't there still mercenaries? Mercenaries are indeed stronger. But who knows if they can be trusted? Zhuguang City is rich, and I am worried that the mercenaries will be bribed. Dr. Zhu shook his head helplessly. You worry too much. Let me give you a reassurance. But I don't know if you dare to use it. What is it? Dr. Zhu took Liao Yicheng to a secret room, in which was placed a jar about 3 meters long and 1 meter in diameter, with a valve and a detonator on it. Liao Yicheng took a look and said, It's a bomb. But it doesn't look like one. Dr. Zhu smiled and said, You're only half right. This thing is a bomb. But it's not an ordinary bomb. It's a biological bomb. What? What biological bomb? Liao Yicheng was very shocked. The name of the bomb made him feel scared. It's a biological bomb. This bomb contains a large number of bacteria, viruses, neurotoxins, and other things. Once it explodes, it will cover an area of 50 square kilometers. At that time, all people and animals in this area will be killed by the virus inside. No one can escape except zombies. 50 square kilometers. My God. This thing is too scary. How did you make it? How come I never knew about it? Does Commander Tian have this technology now? The manufacturing process is complicated. First of all, the bacteria need to be cultivated, and the virus needs to be extracted. A large number of animals, plants, and even human rotten tissues are also needed. Over such a long time, more than 10,000 people have died in the institute, except for more than 200 modified people. Where did the rest go? I'm telling you now, most of them are in this bomb. Just imagine how horrible it will be if this thing explodes. After so long, I have only made this one. Liao Yicheng couldn't help but take 2 steps back, away from this horrible thing, and then asked, Does Commander Tian have it? No. There is only this one here. This thing is too difficult to make. There are very few people in the world who master this technology. And I happen to be one of them. The more Liao Yicheng looked at Dr. Zhu, the more horrified he felt. Others said that he, Liao Yicheng, was cruel and murderous. But he knew that Dr. Zhu in front of him was the real murderer. And he was not killing people normally. He was torturing people. And even turning them into monsters. Such a person was too scary. Now even such weapons of mass destruction have been produced. Which is simply too scary. However, Liao Yuqing still said uneasily, even if there is such a thing. What should I do? Do you want to throw it at Zhuguang City? I'm afraid it won't be able to pass the checkpoint. Dr. Zhu said patiently. Who said you should throw it at Zhuguang City? You should detonate it at the military base. What? Are you okay? Isn't it a suicide to detonate it at the military base? Dr. Zhu smiled. Do you know why many countries in the past were stronger, but didn't dare to fight with other countries? It's because the other party has powerful weapons, which makes them afraid to use them. What you need to do now is to immediately announce on TV that you have weapons of mass destruction. If someone dares to attack, you will face the risk of mutual destruction. Liao Yuqing was stunned for a while. Then asked again, what if Tang Zheng still dares to attack? Dr. Zhu's face darkened. It depends on your choice. You can detonate this thing when all their siege troops arrive. Kill them in one fell swoop. And then you can hide in your underground fortifications. And you can still escape. Liao Yuqing didn't say anything for a long time. If he did that, his military base would completely turn into hell. Can this kind of fighting method of mutual destruction really work? Dr. Zhu did not say anything more to Liao Yuqing, and asked Liao Yuqing to send someone to move the biological bomb away. Liao Yuqing was also very wary of this thing. So he called his own guards and carefully carried it out. However, he was a little worried about where this thing was placed. He was worried that someone would accidentally touch it and explode this deadly thing. He was also worried that there were not enough people to guard it. And if this thing was stolen, he would have no trump card. Finally, after thinking for a long time, he asked someone to move this thing to a place he thought was the safest. After placing the bomb here, Liao Yuqing asked someone to take a group of photos of it, with a black cloth as the background, so that others could not see where this was. Some photos were taken and broadcasted during the news program. He did not believe that Tang Zheng would dare to attack with this thing. If there really came such a day, Liao Yuqing would dare to fight to the death. After all, he could hide in the underground fortifications. Tang Zheng was a little fed up with Liao Yuqing. Liao Yuqing was indeed a bit disgusting. He was not bad to him at first, but after he got a big bargain, he completely changed. He made Qingzhou so angry that many survivors escaped the danger of the end of the world, but fell into his hands and died with regret. The situation around Zhuguang City is very good now. The real enemies are only Huashan City in the north and Liao Yuqing and his family in the south. It is not that this person is always disgusting me here. Maybe he saw a huge group of zombies moving in the northern region, so he took this opportunity to attack. He thought that the defense there was extremely strong, and he did not dare to attack easily. But Tang Zheng did not fall for it. Since Tang Zheng decided to fight, the officers of the Zhuguang army immediately studied the battle plan for attacking the military camp base. But after studying for a while, everyone felt that things were a bit tricky. There was a strong city defense outside the military camp base. If the Zhuguang army wanted to attack, they had to use artillery to open the way, break the city defense, or bomb and destroy some important facilities inside them, and then start the attack. But Liao Yuqing was a very dog. Not only did he hide underground, he also dug countless underground fortifications in the city. Many of his important things were hidden underground. This kind of underground fortification similar to an air raid shelter can effectively resist artillery bombardment. Most of the facilities that are really exposed on the ground are civilian facilities, which are not worth bombing. Tang Zheng does not want too many innocent people to die in the war. Besides, even if you bomb civilian facilities, people like Liao Yuqing will definitely not have any mercy and will not surrender because of pity for the survivors. In addition, there is a moat in the military camp base, and you need to cross the moat if you want to attack the city. With 80,000 defenders and many mercenaries on the opposite wall, it is very difficult to forcefully cross the moat, and it will definitely cost a huge price in casualties. Moreover, once a large-scale force is deployed, they can also blow up the bridge, preventing the Zhuguang army from entering the city. The officers under Tang Zheng discussed for a while, and finally came to a conclusion. The best way to attack the military camp base is to launch a surprise attack. Open one of the opponent's city gates, and then suddenly enter. Otherwise it is difficult to force it down. Of course, it is not impossible to force an attack. With the current strength of the Zhuguang army, A forceful attack can also suppress the opponent. But now the threat of the zombie swarm is on the side. And a forceful attack takes a lot of time. Once the time is dragged on, if the zombie swarm arrives, it is very likely that the work will fail. Do we need to fight a blitzkrieg? Tang Zheng touched his chin, thinking about how to fight this battle in the fastest and most efficient way. The difficulty here is how to suddenly open the city gate without Liao Yuqing noticing anything. No one else could think of a good way for a while. But Tang Zheng actually had a vague battle plan in his mind. Just when Tang Zheng was still thinking about the battle plan, the communicator suddenly sent a message. General, this is a TV program broadcast from Qinzhou. Now everyone in Zhuguang City has seen it. The Combat Command Center thinks it is very important. So it sent the program over for you to review. The Combat Command Center directly transmitted the recording to the communicator's battlefield radio. And the screen here received it directly. Tang Zheng immediately came over to check and saw the program broadcast by the Qinzhou military camp base. On the screen, Liao Yuqing was talking. I have good news to report to everyone. Now our military camp base has developed a large-scale lethal weapon. This weapon is enough to ensure the safety of our base. Anyone who dares to attack will be completely wiped out by this weapon. Here, I warn the scoundrels around here. Don't think I'm easy to bully. If you want to fight to the death, then come and try it. Then, there are some pictures of bombs. People who don't understand will think this is a big bomb. But people who understand can definitely see that it is a biological weapon. Chapter 254. When Tang Zheng saw this thing, he felt more worried. First of all, he didn't know whether this thing was real or fake. If it was real, it would be really troublesome. If this kind of bomb wants to attack others, it needs to be airdropped by a relatively large aircraft. The air defense of Zhuguang City is very good. Not only does it have radars that monitor the 300-kilometer airspace all day long, but it is also equipped with a missile defense system. Not to mention that if an aircraft enters the airspace of Zhuguang City, even if a missile enters the airspace, it will be shot down in the first place. So Tang Zheng is not worried about the safety of Zhuguang City. But this bomb is always a trouble and danger in the military base. If the bomb is in someone else's hands, Tang Zheng really doesn't believe that anyone dares to use it. But it's hard to say in Liao Yuqing's hands. After all, this person has a mean and cruel character. He might really do something that will destroy both the good and the bad. At the critical moment, he would rather drag the people of the city to be buried with the Zhuguang army. This is something he can really do. He broke the news at this time, which was undoubtedly a threat to Tang Zheng, because Liao Yuqing also felt the danger. Faced with this emergency, Tang Zheng thought about it, and decided to let the troops continue to eliminate the zombies here, while he took a helicopter back to Zhuguang City. After returning to the official residence, Tang Zheng first found the scientific research soldier He Shui. He Shui has been very busy these days. After getting 3 pieces of enriched uranium from Luibeng, she first made a bomb to solve the Hezhou crisis. After that, she was like opening the door to a new world and has been researching new bombs. These days, she didn't even live in the city, but in the Guyun mountain area, because it's easier to conduct bomb experiments in the mountains. It's said that a large area of forest has been blown flat. If Tang Zheng wants to find her, he has to send a helicopter to the forest to pick up this experiment madman. He Shui returned to Tang Zheng's official residence in Zhuguang City, and immediately ran to Tang Zheng's side happily, saying like offering a treasure, General, I have made 2 more small nuclear bombs, the same as the ones in Hezhou, which will definitely help you at a critical moment. Also, I have been conducting experiments on thermobaric bombs and incendiary bombs recently, and have made considerable progress. They will soon be equipped to the troops. Tang Zheng was also very happy to hear this. He has always believed in one truth. That is, in modern wars, technology has become increasingly important in determining the outcome of war. Of course, at this stage, having more people is still very useful. But the power of technology is becoming more and more prominent. Well done. I write you a note later. You go to Qi Jingyang and ask him to transfer 500,000 scientific research funds to you, specifically for bomb research, and, as well as some of your personal needs. He Shui smiled immediately. Then I thank the general. This time my hard work is not in vain. Don't be too happy yet. Come and see if this thing is real or fake. Tang Zheng showed He Shui the picture of the bomb. After He Shui looked at it for a while, her face darkened. General, judging from the valve and the detonator, this thing is real. And I just enlarged the picture and saw the grip marks on the handle. It was done with gloves. If it is fake, the details cannot be achieved to this extent. So I judge it to be real. General, this thing should be destroyed as soon as possible. The power of biological and chemical weapons may not be as strong as our small nuclear bombs, but its long-term harm is even greater than that of nuclear bombs. If this thing explodes, the surrounding dozens of kilometers will become hell, and even a long-term blockade will be required in the future. After listening to He Shui's words, Tang Zheng also nodded. Okay. Just confirm the authenticity. I know how to deal with it. You can go back to work. Then goodbye. General. He Shui took the expense note Tang Zheng gave her, and turned to leave. After He Shui left, Tang Zheng couldn't help but fall into deep thought. Now it seems that there are two prerequisites for attacking the military camp base. The first is to destroy or steal this bomb. But first you have to find the location of this bomb. The second is to control a city gate in order to successfully take down the military camp base. But these two problems are not easy to solve. Especially the first one. Liao Yuqing deliberately used a black cloth to cover the background, just to prevent Tang Zheng from finding the location of the bomb. So this matter is not easy. Who can find this location? Tang Zheng thought for a while in the official residence, and suddenly thought of someone. He looked at the time. It was almost dinner time, and he decided to go out. Shuguang City Ring. People who can live here now don't know how fortunate they are for their original choice. At first, they chose to live in Shuguang City, and withstood the postgraduate entrance examination and insisted on staying. At first, it seemed that they just chose a settlement, but now it has become the object of everyone's envy. Recently, people in the second ring have been constantly coming to the first ring to buy supplies, and they are extremely envious of the lives of people in the first ring. It feels like a countryman moving to the city. After all, the second ring is still in the initial stage of construction, and too many things are not perfect. The quality of life is incomparable to that of the first ring. Another very important issue is housing prices. Some people in the second ring also want to come to the first ring to buy houses. After all, many of the more than 3 million survivors have quite a bit of savings. For example, those who used to do business in Jinghe and Hezhou have accumulated a large amount of new currency, and they want to live a good life in Shuguang City. So they plan to buy a house in the first ring. The market is like this. The price of things that everyone needs is high, and things are expensive because they are rare. Everyone wants a house in the first ring, but there are only so many houses in the first ring. So if you want to buy one, you have to spend more money. As a result, under the constant speculation, the price of houses in the first ring has been rising steadily. It is said that now the price of houses in the first ring has reached 5,000 light yuan per square meter, even if they are not in prime locations. And the most expensive Nanmen Street, the price per square meter in prime locations has exceeded 20,000 light yuan. Even near Dongmen Street, it has exceeded 10,000 light yuan. And the prices on both sides of Fengming River are close to 20,000, which is simply shocking. With this speculation, the original residents of the first ring have made a fortune without doing anything. Most people don't want to sell their houses, but some people want to sell them for money, and then move to the second ring road. Tang Zheng wore a thick down jacket and took an ordinary jeep to Guanghua Community. Guanghua Community is not far from the courtyard where his father lives. The price per square meter here is just 10,000 Guangyuan, which is a good location. The car entered the courtyard, and the security guard at the gate stopped the car for inspection. Ji Yuntian, who was driving, showed a pass issued by the Ministry of the Interior, and the security guard let him go. Tang Zheng came to the few small villas in the community. One of the villas was the destination of his trip. At this time, the gate of the villa was open, and two women were sorting some things in the yard. One woman was Bai Ling, and the other was Xia Lanlan. After escaping from Qinzhou, the two of them came to Shuguang City. When they were in Qinzhou, they were the leaders of a base and had quite a lot of savings. So after settling in Shuguang City, they each chose to buy a villa and live next to each other. Now the value of the villa they bought has increased several times, and they basically have no worries about food and clothing in this life. At this time, Tang Zheng came to the outside of Xia Lanlan's villa. Bai Ling was helping Xia Lanlan clean the snow in the yard. Living in a villa is a good experience, but it is also tiring. Cleaning the snow is not an easy job. But Bai Ling and Xia Lanlan are both mutants with strong physical strength, so doing this is nothing. While cleaning, They even piled the snow into a snowman in the yard. They were talking and laughing while clearing the snow. Xia Lanlan piled snow on top, while Bai Ling was making the snowman's nose. Bai Ling used a carrot as a nose. After looking at it for a while, she felt a little dissatisfied. She found a military cap somewhere and put it on the snowman. Sister Xia, look! Does this snowman look like Tang Zheng? Xia Lanlan looked at it and laughed. You know what? It does look a bit like him. But Tang Zheng's nose is not that big. There's nothing suitable. We can't just move the carrot down there. Ha ha ha. You little bitch. You made me laugh to death. Xia Lanlan burst into laughter. Xiao Linger, do you still miss Tang Zheng? Bai Ling snorted. Don't laugh at me. You missed him before, too. Xia Lanlan's face was a little gloomy. It's all in the past. My sister was ruined by Liao Yuqing. That scumbag. She already a broken flower. Not worthy of Tang Zheng at all. But Linger, you can. Bai Ling also shook her head slightly. I can't do it either. Maybe I could do it at the beginning. But what position is Tang Zheng in now? He can talk directly with Her Royal Highness the Princess. Who am I? Speaking of this, she straightened her back. I'd better lower my goal so that I won't suffer too much. After a while, I plan to go on a blind date. Anyway, I have enough money to spend in this life. I will find a stable and decent man to marry and stop thinking about it. Xia Lanlan showed a trace of relief on her face. You're right. It's worth celebrating. After the snow is swept, my sister will go to buy vegetables and cook. Let's have a good drink today. Okay. I get you drunk. And then you can call me Tang Zheng. I hold you while you sleep. And let you have a wet dream. Oh. You little bitch. It's you who obviously misses Tang Zheng. But you're still talking to me. I still want you to have a wet dream. Then let's have a wet dream together. And sleep with that guy in the dream together. Ha ha ha. I think it's okay. I wonder if General Tang's body can take it. Tang Zheng. The two women who were enjoying themselves suddenly saw someone standing outside the yard and stopped talking in a low voice. Tang Zheng didn't expect that when he came here, he would hear such a fierce conversation between these two women. He rubbed his nose awkwardly, and then said, Am I here at the wrong time? I should have come when you were dreaming, so that everyone's dream can come true. Although Bai Ling and Xia Lanlan were more fierce, they were also teased by Tang Zheng at this time and blushed. They stood there and didn't know where to put their hands and feet. Tang Zheng didn't tease too much. He laughed and changed the subject. Let's talk inside. I have something to ask Sister Xia. Chapter 255. After hearing what Tang Zheng said, Bai Ling and Xia Lanlan hurriedly invited Tang Zheng into the house. Tang Zheng entered Xia Lanlan's villa and saw that the interior decoration was very luxurious. However, Tang Zheng didn't care where Xia Lanlan's money came from. After he sat down on the leather sofa, he started to chat with the two girls about some family matters. The two girls were all leaders in the cruel end of the world. They were very generous. With Tang Zheng's deliberate relaxation, they soon returned to normal. General Tang, if you are here for a meal, I welcome you very much. But my instinct tells me that you don't come here for no reason. Just tell me what you have to say. Xia Lanlan asked openly. And Tang Zheng did not hide it, and directly showed the video materials to Xia Lanlan. Sister Xia, you have been to the military base, and even took a lot of photos and videos of Liao Yuqing crimes. So take a look at the location in this video. Where might it be in the military base? Upon hearing this, Xia Lanlan immediately checked the video carefully. She watched it for a long time, even taking screenshots, zooming in, and studying it inch by inch. There wasn't much to see in the video. The bomb was completely wrapped in black cloth, and the background couldn't be seen clearly. Only the bomb, the black cloth, and the ground could be seen. And what Xia Lanlan was looking at the moment was the ground. After watching for a while, Xia Lanlan stopped. Tang Zheng, if I'm not mistaken, this bomb is located in the Colosseum in the city of the military base. Oh, how did you figure that out? Tang Zheng didn't have much hope, but Xia Lanlan really gave him an answer, which surprised him greatly. The ground is sandy. There aren't many places with sand in the city. Even if there are, most of them are in the outer city. But obviously, Liao Yuqing couldn't put such an important thing in the outer city, so it can only be in the city. In the city, there are even fewer sandy places. The largest sandy place is the Colosseum, and the sand here is stepped on more firmly, so it must be the Colosseum. I have been to the Colosseum with Liao Yuqing several times. I am familiar with it because people or beasts often fight there. And the sand there is like this. After hearing this, Tang Zheng carefully checked it, and finally made a new discovery under Xia Lanlan's prompt. That is, there is a shallow plum blossom-shaped footprint somewhere on the ground, which obviously belongs to a mutant beast. In this way, the location of the bomb can be basically determined. That is, in the Colosseum. Tang Zheng also understood a lot of things at this moment. Liao Yuqing must be worried that someone would touch the bomb and then detonate it. So he put it in an open place and did not allow others to approach. He was still not at ease just by saying that. There had to be someone guarding around, and the guard had to keep a certain distance. In this way, the Colosseum, which was open in the middle and visible from all sides, became the best choice. After confirming this, Tang Zheng was overjoyed. In this way, he could make targeted arrangements. As long as the bomb was solved, the military camp base could be said to have taken half of it. Tang Zheng, who got the answer, said goodbye immediately, and left quickly in the eyes of Bai Ling and Xia Lanlan looking at the scumbag. After returning to the official residence, Tang Zheng called Ji Yuntian over. Did the Military Intelligence Bureau plant anyone in the military base? Yes, General. The military base is also one of our key targets. We have planted quite a few people, but most of them are in the outer city. Only one person has infiltrated Liao Yuqing troops and is currently a sentry squad leader. Oh! Where in the city is this sentry squad leader on duty? In the city wall patrol team in the city within the city. Help him to get transferred to the Colosseum. Don't be afraid of spending money. You must get it done. Understood, General. I arrange it right away and try to get it done within a week. 1 week is not enough. 5 days at most. 3 days is best. This is very important. Understood. I will make sure to complete the task. Tang Zheng glanced at him and said, the next step should be to have money to guarantee it. Go find Qi Xingyang and get 1 million new coins. You can't spend too much money on this matter. Too much money will easily arouse suspicion. Yes, I do it right away. Tang Zheng arranged work for Ji Yuntian, and then called Yishui, Guiyun and Han Yan over one after another. When Yishui was called again, she knew that Tang Zheng had important work to arrange. When Tang Zheng saw her, he immediately told her, Xiaoxue, make a bomb that looks exactly like the biological bomb. I may need it in the next few days. Okay, General. I will definitely finish it as soon as possible. I only asked for the appearance to be the same. Right? No. First of all, if this is a bomb, the power doesn't matter, as long as you make it, because what you make belongs to our system's products. I can store it in the system. Then I understand. I will make a bomb that is not too powerful. Yishui received the order and left. Next, Guiyun quickly came to the official residence. Seeing Guiyun, Tang Zheng immediately said, Director Guo, your drawing should be completed? Guiyun smiled and said, General, you are very smart. It happened to be completed today. I knew you would ask me for it, so I brought it directly. What are you waiting for? Hand it in quickly. Guiyun immediately took out a drawing and handed it to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng took the map and used it directly. There was an extra building in the system. High-tech combat laboratory, priced at 1 million gold. Seeing this thing, Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. Old Guo, what is this? How can it be priced at 1 million gold? Guiyun immediately explained, General, this thing is incredible. The previous map was originally inclined towards the direction of people livelihood. But some recent things have inspired our research institute, such as new zombie variants, such as the scientific and technological research and development of other group armies, and even Liao Yuqing modified humans and biological bombs, which have made us realize that the situation is constantly changing and everyone is making progress. In fact, this is an arms race. Whoever can lead in the competition can take the initiative. So we are now focusing on high technology. And this high-tech combat laboratory was born. Tang Zheng asked again, what can this high-tech bring me now? General, we are now at the regimental level, and we can't develop too many high-tech technologies for the time being. But this laboratory can still produce some things initially. We are not just here to eat and do nothing. When you build a high-tech combat laboratory, we can give you a surprise. When Tang Zheng heard that Guiyun was still keeping it a secret, he immediately became interested. Well, I see what surprise you can give me. If there is a surprise, I will make the decision and let Qi Jingyang allocate 1 million light yuan of research funds to you. Thank you, General. If there is money to be made, none of these subordinates will refuse. Tang Zheng came out of the official residence and found a vacant lot in the inner city, next to the research institute, and set up a high-tech combat laboratory. Fortunately, this combat laboratory is not big, and it can be set up in the inner city. 1 million gold was spent, and the combat laboratory was set up. A 7-story building that looks like a robot appeared. After the construction was completed, Tang Zheng walked in. After entering, Tang Zheng immediately felt that it was worth the money, as expected of a building worth millions of gold. The interior was like entering a spaceship or a space command center, with a sense of future technology. There were 100 scientific researchers inside, and they did not need to be counted in the sequence of the light-chasing army. There were computers, test sites, etc. everywhere. Tang Zheng looked at it for a while, and was a little dazzled. So he asked Gui Yun directly, "Tell me, what surprise did you bring to me?" "General, you can check the weapon page, equipment page, and military page to see if there are any changes." Tang Zheng checked immediately, and found something new. On the weapon page, there is one more gun. Electromagnetic gun. It can emit electromagnetic rays, which can electrocute the enemy to death. The gun can also destroy the opponent's power system, vehicle radar, vehicle control, and make all the opponent's electrical equipment ineffective. The maximum range is 100 meters, and the price is 150 gold. Opening the equipment page again, there is another piece of equipment here. Radiation-proof armor. This armor has multiple functions such as bulletproof, radiation-proof, cold-proof, and electric-proof. The armor is made of insulators, and the current cannot flow. It is equipped with a backpack-type battery that can charge the electromagnetic gun. The total weight is 50 kilograms, and it moves slowly when worn. The price is 200 gold. Tang Zheng opened the soldier page again, and a new soldier type was added. Electromagnetic infantry. Soldiers who have undergone electric shock training and are particularly strong are suitable for wearing heavy armor and using electromagnetic guns. The price is 1,000 gold. Tang Zheng's eyes lit up after seeing 2 types of equipment and a type of soldier. When he entered the military type, this type of soldier did not exist. He did not expect that Gui Yun's research institute could innovate and develop a new type of soldier. This electromagnetic infantry sounds good, especially the electromagnetic gun, which can actually destroy the power system of the enemy armored vehicles and even tanks. The lethality is very strong. Gui Yun nodded. That's right, General. Except for the slow movement speed. The electromagnetic infantry is very powerful in other aspects. In close-range encounters, they can exert their power. Moreover, when multiple electromagnetic infantry fire together, the current will even intersect and connect in series, forming a chain current, which is more powerful. The general needs to be careful when using it, so as not to accidentally hurt his own people. Looking at this kind of thing that is obviously high-tech, Tang Zheng likes it more and more, and even wants to buy a few immediately to test it. But soon he found that his troops had reached the upper limit and could not buy. Gui Yun, I can't buy it. Aren't you making me anxious? Gui Yun smiled. General, don't worry. Now that the map is completed, you just need to kill some zombies to upgrade. I believe this electromagnetic infantry will be useful soon and shine brightly. Tang Zheng also nodded and smiled. You are good at talking. Okay. Then wait a few days. These electromagnetic infantry will definitely be useful. Tang Zheng asked Gui Yun to leave, and then asked someone to call Han Yang. This time, he had a complete battle plan. Chapter 256. After completing the mapping of the high-tech laboratory, Tang Zheng has completed 5 of the 6 upgrade tasks. There is also the final number of zombies to kill, and the gap is only 1.9 million. It is expected to be completed within 5 days, and then you can upgrade to Brigade Commander. In early March, the 12th day of the first lunar month, just when many people were focusing on the zombies that had entered the grassland province, an unexpected battle suddenly broke out. A part of the Zhuguang army that was annihilating zombies in Fengcheng broke out in an encounter with a mercenary group. The famous Umbrella mercenary group and a field camp of the light-chasing army both took a fancy to a gas station in Fengcheng, and the 2 sides started fighting. The fierce battle lasted for an hour, and in the end, the Umbrella mercenary group was the first to withdraw. Although they did not defeat the light-chasing army, the light-chasing army did not pursue them. and the two sides basically fought a draw. As a mercenary group, it was the first time in the history of the Northern Territory that they could tie with the light-chasing army. As soon as this news came out, the surrounding mercenary groups cheered and thought that the Umbrella Mercenary Group had made them proud. Many people think that the Zhuguang army is not that scary, and it is mostly exaggerated. The Zhuguang army seemed to be angered by this statement. With the support of some armored forces, the field camp once again launched a hunt for the Umbrella Mercenary Group. The Umbrella Mercenary Group did not dare to stay in Fengcheng and began to move south. The Zhuguang army held on tightly, and in the end, no one knew how the Umbrella people reached an agreement with Liao Yiqing, and they actually fled into the military base. Due to the strong defense of the military camp, the Zhuguang army had no way to continue the pursuit and could only retreat to Fengcheng. This time, the Zhuguang army lost some face. From then on, everyone knew that the Umbrella Mercenary Group was very powerful and was a mortal enemy of the Zhuguang army. Southwest of the military camp, occasionally, vehicles passed by on a wide road, even though it was only passing by occasionally. In the environment of the end of the world, roads with occasional passing cars were relatively prosperous roads. I don't know since when. The connection between the military camp and the north was gradually cut off, especially when Tangzheng almost unified the northern region. The bilateral business exchanges have ceased. The military camp base also needs development and trade. The main development targets here are from the southeast and the east. In recent times, the trade between the southwest region and Qinzhou has also developed rapidly, and the development speed is very fast. Tyrant Blade Yangying is a famous adventurer on the southwest road. The strength of a first-level peak mutant, combined with his indestructible broadsword, made him famous among adventurers. But the name of Tyrant Blade was not given to him by others, but was chosen by himself. In Yangying's view, the end of the world is like a world of martial arts, and he is the enemy walking in the world. When walking in the world of martial arts, a resounding nickname is still indispensable, so he likes people to call him by his nickname Ba Dao, rather than Yangying, which is a slightly feminine name. In the military camp, Yangying is not just a mutant captain. He is also the vice president of the mutant association of this base. President Lu Jun is a good friend of Liao Yiqing, and the only second-level mutant in the base. He usually doesn't take care of things, so Yangying still has some power in the military camp. Today he had a good harvest. He found several trucks of coal from a town and prepared to send them to the military base. Who would have thought that Qinzhou, which didn't need heating much before, would actually snow in winter, causing coal to become a scarce commodity. This time he should be able to get a good price. His team had 5 heavy trucks and a team of 10 people, which was a standard adventurer team. After driving for most of the day, everyone was a little tired, so Yangying rested in an abandoned service area. There are many abandoned service areas in the end times, all of which are uninhabited areas. Many places are overgrown with weeds, but the land is still flat and can be used for resting by passing vehicles. When Yangying came here, he found that 4 trucks were parked here and some people were resting here. The strength of an adventurer team can sometimes be reflected from the vehicles. For a standard 10-man team, there are usually 5 trucks, with 2 people driving one. The strength of this 4-truck team is slightly weaker, either because they have not obtained the vehicles or because they are short of people. Yangying got off the car and walked towards the team in a familiar manner. As he approached, he saw clearly that there were 8 people in the team, including a woman, whose strength was indeed slightly weaker. The man sitting in the middle was a young man in his 20s, with bronze skin and a sharp face, who looked quite tough. The woman next to him was a very rare beauty, who was also a star before the end of the world. The remaining men also looked quite tough, and their personal strength was good. The most important point is that these people give Yangying the impression that they are all mutants. In the early stages of the apocalypse, a team led by a mutant is a very strong team. But now that the apocalypse has begun for more than half a year, a mutant can no longer support a team. A team with all mutants is the top team. The current 8-member team is full of mutants, which is rare. As the vice president of the Mutant Association, Yangying feels that he should test this team. If there is no problem, he should absorb it into the Mutant Association. He took the initiative to come to the front of the team and handed a cigarette to the young leader. "Brother, you look unfamiliar. What's your name?" The young man opposite took the cigarette. "My name is Xiao Fan, and it's my first time to the military camp." "Ha ha. Welcome. My humble name is Ba Dao Yangying, the vice president of the Mutant Association of the military camp. Xiao Fan shook hands with him. So it's Brother Yang. And Brother Yang is the vice president. That's really disrespectful. There's no disrespect. It's just a courtesy from friends in the martial arts world. Xiao brother. Just call me Ba Dao. Where are you from? Xiao Fan? I originally came from Sanjiang. I think Brother Yang and Brother Badeo also know that the population in the eastern coastal area is quite dense. And there are many zombies. It is really difficult to survive there. I thought about coming to the west to find a suitable place to settle down. I walked all the way, and now I am here. I am not very clear about the situation here. Yang Ying did not believe the other party's words easily. He had been to Sanjiang several times before the end of the world, and was quite familiar with it. He asked the other party some questions tentatively. As a result, Xiao Fan answered fluently. And it was obvious that he was indeed from Sanjiang. Since they were so far away, Yang Ying's vigilance gradually dissipated. It's really far from Sanjiang. Nearly 10,000 kilometers along the way. I wonder what your plan is here. Xiao Fan said firmly, settle down. Find a suitable place to settle down. With a better quality of life. We don't know anything else. But collecting supplies is fine. As long as the settlement is suitable. We should be able to live well. I wonder if Brother Badeo has any place to recommend. Yang Ying looked up and saw the goods on Xiao Fan's vehicle. There were some household appliances, some metal products, and 2 large carts of wool. The value of these things was much higher than the coal he collected. Yang Ying was a little envious. It seemed that the other party was really strong and could find these expensive goods. Brother Xiao, you may not know much since you are new here, but I can tell you the truth. The place with the best living conditions around here is the military base. The reason why I say the military base is good is that its defense is absolutely first class. Apart from other things, the moat formed by running water is a natural barrier that zombies cannot cross. There is also a 15-meter wall and 80,000 defenders. There is absolutely no need to worry about the safety here. When living in the end times, the first thing to ensure is safety. Xiao Fan said, but I heard that there is a Shuguang city here. And it seems that the quality of life is very high. You heard it right. But it is not easy for you to go there. Because it is difficult to get a household registration in Shuguang City. And the houses there are extremely expensive. Unless you are very rich. And the new currency must be exchanged for light yuan when it arrives there. And 10 yuan becomes 1 yuan there. It is not recommended to go there without a lot of money. Hearing this, Xiao Fan nodded slightly. So Shuguang City is indeed not suitable. I don't have enough money now. And the vehicles in the convoy are not full. It seems that I can only choose the military camp base. But what about other aspects of the military camp? How is the leader? In the end-time life, people are also important. Yang Ying hesitated for a moment and glanced at the woman next to Xiao Fan. If you take this girl with you, try to let her go out less. The leader of the military camp base is a bit lustful. Seeing the unhappy look on Xiao Fan's face, Yang Ying said again, brother, can you tell me what level of mutation you have reached? Peak level 1. Xiao Fan replied. Ha ha. Great. We are at the same level. Peak level 1 is the ceiling among mutants. Since you have this ability, you don't have to worry too much. The leaders of the military camps usually look for women with no background. If you settle in the military camp, I can recommend you to join the Mutant Association. Then you can live in the city within the city. And you don't have to be afraid of anything. No matter how ridiculous the leader is. He will not easily attack people in the city within the city. Really? Can I join the Mutant Association? Live in the city within a city? Yang Ying nodded. It's okay with my recommendation. But you have to pay a membership fee. 10,000 Singapore dollars per person. Do you all want to join? Xiao Fan nodded, of course. My girlfriend and my brothers are all mutants. And all 8 of us have joined. Just the membership fee. Yang Ying hurriedly said, the membership fee is absolutely not less. And normal referrals also charge fees. But I, Ba Dao, don't care too much about those small amounts of money. When you get to the city, you just need to go with me and show your corresponding abilities. At this time, Xiao Fan gestured to the woman beside him. And the beautiful woman took out a bundle of money from her backpack. 100,000 Singapore dollars. After handing the money to Yang Ying, Xiao Fan said, I trouble Brother Ba Dao to introduce me to this 100,000 Singapore dollars. Yang Ying laughed and took the money without hesitation, patting his chest and promising that he would take care of this matter. Chapter 257. Xiao Fan is Tang Zheng. This time, he personally led the team. Ning Yue, Han Yang, and several soldiers from the guard company. And after Han Yang's makeup, they came to the military camp base together. In order to avoid suspicion, he still took a helicopter and landed from the southwest, and then boarded the vehicle that the Military Intelligence Bureau had prepared long ago, and went to the military camp base from the southwest. Yang Ying's appearance was an accident, but it was very useful. With Yang Ying's presence, entering the military camp base was very smooth. When entering the city, Tang Zheng carefully observed the situation of the military camp. The scale of the construction of this city is not small, especially the excavation of the moat, which makes the defense here not inferior to Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng wanted to laugh when he saw this. This city was built mainly to defend himself, but now he can easily enter. It can be seen that this base is a bit chaotic. Along the way, Tang Zheng also listened to Yang Ying's explanation of the situation of the military camp. The biggest force in the military camp base is the regular army under Liao Yuqing, which is the original 5th Corps Independent 1st Division. This division has now grown to 80,000 people, with a total of 5 brigades and 2 regiments. This force is firmly in the hands of Liao Yuqing, and is naturally the biggest force. The second biggest force is the mercenary force here. There are about 40,000 mercenaries in the military camp base, and the combat effectiveness of some mercenary groups is even higher than that of Liao Yuqing 1st Division. For example, Desert Fox, Snow Wolf, and the recently rising Umbrella and other mercenary groups are all very strong. Especially Umbrella, which can fight against the light-chasing army head-on. And many people have listed them as the top mercenary groups. The third largest force is the Mutant Association. Lu Jun, the president of the Mutant Association, is a second-level mutant. This person has a good relationship with Liao Yuqing and often goes in and out of Liao Yuqing official residence. Of course, he also went to the official residence on the ground. Liao Yuqing Underground Palace has never been open to outsiders. When introducing this, Yang Ying hesitated for a moment, but still told Tang Zheng that there was another force in the city that must not be provoked. That was the personnel of the Research Institute. Anyone who came out of here, no matter who they were, had to be respected. Even Liao Yuqing was very polite to these people, let alone others. Tang Zheng wanted to ask about the Research Institute, but Yang Ying didn't say much, and changed the topic and talked about it again. There were more than 3,000 people in the Mutant Association, and most of them lived in the city within the city. The inner city and outer city of the military camp are 2 different worlds. The people inside are well-dressed and well-fed, and they are high and mighty. These people have businesses outside, and they just sit and wait for money every day. When they have nothing to do on weekdays, they will hold some cocktail parties, dances, etc., and everyone will gather together for entertainment. Just like the upper class in the past, Liao Yuqing is also quite keen on this kind of thing. With his promotion, cocktail parties in the inner city have become popular and are often held. The people outside are ragged, and the problem of eating has not been really solved. Not to mention any medical insurance and enjoyment of life. Ordinary mutants have the qualification to live in the city within the city, but only for themselves. Only those who are at the middle stage of the first level mutation or above are qualified to bring people in. Someone like Tang Zheng can even bring in 10 people. But Tang Zheng doesn't need it now. Ning Yue and the others show the strength of the first level mutants to the outside world, and they are all qualified to enter. The arrival of such a powerful team filled Yang Ying with enthusiasm, and he soon became brothers with Tang Zheng. The name of Tyrant Sword is also very useful, and he can enter the city without any obstacles. Brother, let your people send the vehicles to the market to sell the goods. You and your sister-in-law come with me. I will take you to the Mutant Association in the city to register. After the registration is completed, you can buy a house here and settle down. Although the house prices here are not low, they are still much cheaper than those in the first ring of Zhuguang City. Okay, then I trouble you, brother. Ha ha. You're welcome. Also, remember to call me Ba Dao. Tang Zheng also noticed that Yang Ying was carrying a 4-foot-long sword with a mahogany handle and a very wide blade. There were many blood stains on it that could not be wiped off. It can be seen that this sword has been through hundreds of battles. Probably knowing the temper of Tyrant Blade Yang Ying, Tang Zheng did not refuse and followed him to the city within the city. Along the way, Tang Zheng saw many survivors living in poverty. Many people's clothes were worn for who knows how long. and they were already patinated, with unkempt hair and dirty faces, and numb eyes. There was even a long queue of beggars on the roadside. When seeing a car passing by, people raised their worn-out bowls and tried to ask for some money or food. Tang Zheng saw that Yang Ying took out some change and gave it to some beggars, which made him have a better impression of Yang Ying. However, Tang Zheng did not give alms. He thought that such alms were useless. What he wanted to do was to completely change this situation. After passing the slums everywhere in the outer city, he finally arrived at the city within the city. The wall of the city within the city was also 10 meters high. There were many guards standing guard and patrolling. It was very difficult to enter normally. After passing the checkpoint of the city within the city, Yang Ying took Tang Zheng to register with the Mutant Association. During the registration process, the association required Tang Zheng to take a test, because Tang Zheng registered information was that of a peak mutant of the first level. This level is very high, even among the more than 3,000 people in the Mutant Association. Tang Zheng is the 10th peak level 1. Tang Zheng also controlled his strength a little bit, and did not fully exert his double peak strength, but only exerted the strength part. Even so, it also surprised Yang Ying and others, because although Tang Zheng is the 10th peak level 1 registered here, the strength he showed can be ranked in the top 5 of the entire Mutant Association. Such strength naturally attracted their attention. Yang Ying reported to Lu Jun and even gave Tang Zheng an honorary resident card. With this card, Tang Zheng became an honorary resident of the military base, which is rare in the city within the city. All honorary residents will receive invitations to various major events held in the city, or cocktail parties and dances, and can also bring dance partners. After receiving the honorary resident card, Yang Ying patted Tang Zheng on the shoulder. "Brother Xiao Fan, congratulations. You have just entered the city and become a member of the upper class of the military base. In the future, we brothers can meet often." Tang Zheng also smiled and said, "Thank you for your support, Brother Ba Dao. I joined the Mutant Association. Do I need to fulfill any obligations?" Of course there are some. For example, if there are zombies in a certain place that ordinary people can't handle, we mutants will need to take action. Of course, under normal circumstances, we don't need our top-level mutants. Most of the time, you just need to enjoy life here. You can also get a salary of 20,000 Singapore dollars every month. If this money is not enough, you need to find a way to make money yourself. Tang Zheng nodded. He would not stay here for a few days, and it would probably not be his turn to go on a mission. Yang Ying said again, "Today is the 13th day of the first lunar month, and the day after tomorrow is the 15th day of the first lunar month. The city lord will hold a grand ball in his official residence, and you will definitely be invited. I will take you to meet some celebrities in this city." "Okay. Then I won't be polite." "Okay. You can go and choose a house first. I will meet you for a drink when I have time." Yang Ying saw that Tang Zheng also had a walkie-talkie, and the two left their contact information and left. Tang Zheng took Ning Yue away from the Mutant Association, and after some consideration, he decided to buy a house here. Although he could not stay here for a few days, he had to act in a complete manner and not let anyone see any clues. A house that was too expensive would not work, so Tang Zheng chose a 3-bedroom apartment. A total of 1.2 million new coins were spent, which seemed a lot, but it was not expensive at all. Converted to light yuan, it was actually only 120,000, which could buy a toilet on Nanmen Street. The 3-bedroom apartment was well decorated, with everything in it, and you could basically move in with just your luggage. After settling down here, Ning Yue was like a caring little cotton-padded jacket. She first gave Tang Zheng a massage, and then went to prepare food. Taking advantage of this time, Tang Zheng opened the system. The large army has been working overtime to kill zombies these days, almost without a moment's rest. The number of kills per day is more than 400,000. After 3 consecutive days, the number of kills is only more than 600,000 away from the 30 million. It will definitely be completed within 2 days. Looking at the huge amount of money of 90 million in his hand, Tang Zheng is also looking forward to the moment of upgrading. After a while, several men who went out to sell things came back. Han Yang and Wu Di followed Tang Zheng to come. Tang Zheng gave Wu Di the location and registered them at the city gate. They could all enter the city smoothly. After several people arrived, Ning Yue's dinner was also prepared. While eating, Tang Zheng asked Wu Di to ask about the arrangement. Ji Yitian gave a good news. Under the money offensive, The spy from the Military Intelligence Bureau, who had penetrated the enemy, was finally transferred to the Coliseum and promoted from squad leader to deputy platoon leader. On the night of the 15th, he was on duty. And through the authority of deputy platoon leader, he also found 2 spies from the Military Intelligence Bureau from outside as an assistant and joined his team. In other words, on the night of the 15th, there were a total of 3 spies from the Military Intelligence Bureau who could cooperate with Tang Zheng and his team at the Coliseum. At this point, Tang Zheng was quite confident that he could make this event a success. But there were still many details that needed to be carefully considered. Since he was here, he had to do things better. For example, the research institute located in the prison in the city. This was a source of evil in the military base. Many cruel and evil things started from there. Moreover, the research institute had developed modified humans and even biological weapons. Such a threatening place must be eliminated. However, Tang Zheng instinctively felt that the power behind this research institute was definitely not simple to achieve. Tang Zheng had already chosen the day for the launch. The cocktail party held by Liao Yuqing on the night of the 15th day of the first lunar month was the best opportunity. Only a few 100,000 kills were needed to upgrade. And there were only 2 days left. Tang Zheng was now ready for everything, just waiting for the moment of upgrading. Chapter 258. The 14th day of the first lunar month. The military camp base has already started to decorate from the city in the city. After all, it is a festival. And it is the first lantern festival after the end of the world. Liao Yuqing also intends to celebrate it well. So he asked people to start decorating in advance. But at noon, the situation changed. An armored battalion and 2 field battalions of the Zhuguang army, as well as a part of the artillery unit, approached the north gate of the military camp base. According to the military system of the Zhuguang army, a field battalion has 2,500 people, plus an armored battalion and some artillery. At most more than 5,500 people. But these 5,000 people dared to come to the outside of the military camp base, ready to attack the city at any time. You know, the military camp base has 80,000 defenders and more than 40,000 mercenaries. The arrogant behavior of the Zhuguang army simply made Liao Yuqing angry to death. He was angry and afraid. He was angry that the Zhuguang army was too arrogant. More than 5,000 people came to attack the city guarded by more than 100,000 people. But he was afraid, because his independent division lacked heavy weapons. He did not dare to go out of the city to fight against the Zhuguang army's armored battalion. Ordinary infantry, at best, had some armored vehicles. With this kind of firepower, facing a group of tanks, they would be killed. Liao Yuqing could only stay in the city and vent his anger. Seeing that Liao Yuqing men did not dare to come out, the Zhuguang army became even more arrogant, constantly provoking outside the city, and even began to bombard the city wall from a distance with tanks. Liao Yuqing guarded the north gate with a brigade, which was considered to be the most powerful among his troops. But the firepower was not enough. Facing the bombardment of the Zhuguang army, they could only hide in the city. The Zhuguang army fired continuously, but encountered no counterattack. They became more arrogant and even organized people to attack the city. This time, Liao Yuqing troops had to come out to fight back. The Zhuguang army seemed to be showing off its military power. But it suddenly turned into a siege. The area under the north gate soon became a battlefield. The Zhuguang army began to charge towards the city wall under the cover of tanks. Of course, this city wall is difficult to climb. The main goal of the Zhuguang army is to attack the city gate, hoping to break it down and enter the city. There is a moat outside the military camp, and you need to cross a bridge to enter the city. So this bridge became the focus of both sides' attack and defense. Amid the rumbling artillery fire, both sides engaged in the battle. At the beginning, Liao Yuqing troops thought that the Umbrella mercenary group could fight them back and forth, and they estimated that their strength was just exaggerated. But once the battle started, the huge gap in the combat effectiveness of the two sides was reflected. The soldiers of the Zhuguang army had reached a superb level of gun skills. Those people followed the tanks and rushed forward, using the tanks as cover very reasonably, not giving the defending troops a good shooting angle. Whenever the defending troops showed their heads and prepared to shoot, they would often be accurately sniped by the enemy. There was a headshot rate of nearly 30% on the battlefield. Who could bear this? Whenever the defending soldiers gathered together, the enemy cannons or tanks would open fire. One shot would cause a large number of people to fall down, with heavy casualties. However, Their counterattack against the Zhuguang army was minimal. The enemy soldiers had too high tactical literacy, so it was difficult to hit them. And even if they did hit them, it was difficult to be fatal. But the city defense troops had to come out to fight. They couldn't just watch the Zhuguang army attack the city gate. In this way, the city defense troops fought against the Zhuguang army in the hail of bullets. The battle lasted for 2 hours. And the brigade commander couldn't help but ask Liao Yuqing for help. Division commander, it's no good. Our brigade has lost nearly 2,000 people and more than 3,000 wounded. If we continue to fight like this, it is estimated that by night, our troops will be decommissioned. Liao Yuqing was also very troubled. The unequal weapons of the two sides were one aspect, and the combat effectiveness of the city defense troops was even more worrying. In desperation, he had to withdraw this brigade and replace it with another brigade. But the result this time was not much better, and the casualty rate remained high. Of course, in this siege, there were many wounded soldiers in the Zhuguang army. But if it continued like this, Liao Yuqing could not bear it. An emergency meeting was being held in his official residence. The commanders of several brigades and some people from key departments were all present. The meeting room was filled with smoke, and everyone was smoking, looking bitter and resentful. Tell me, what should we do now? Seeing that no one spoke, Liao Yuqing took the initiative to call out names. One of the brigade commanders said, "Division commander, how dare the Zhuguang army be so bold? They knew we had biological and chemical bombs, but they dared to attack the city. Aren't they afraid that we will perish together with them?" Another brigade commander said, "Biological and chemical bombs are terrible, but the Zhuguang army has dispatched thousands of people now. Can we really perish together with them? We will lose too much." Another person from the intelligence department said, "Division commander, I don't think we need to worry too much. The Zhuguang army has only more than 5,000 people. No matter how strong their combat effectiveness is, they can't capture our city. At most, we will have more casualties. We can still afford to exchange injuries for injuries." As soon as he said this, he was immediately refuted by several brigade commanders. "It's easy for you to say it. Let your intelligence department go up and see if they can hold out for an hour? If they can hold out for an hour, even if our brigade is completely wiped out, we will fight to the death with the Zhuguang army." That's right. It's easy to talk without any pain. You can sit here and smoke and hold a meeting now. That's earned by the blood of my brothers. Don't you take the lives of us ordinary soldiers as your own? Faced with the angry rebukes of several brigade commanders, the head of the intelligence department was silent. In fact, he knew in his heart that although the battle was passive, it was definitely not as exaggerated as these brigade commanders said, to the point where they could not hold on. These people just didn't want to bear the losses and wanted other troops to be cannon fodder. To put it bluntly, they were just relying on their own strength. But this couldn't be said openly, because Liao Yuqing himself was the leader of the self-reliance. He even saw that Liao Yuqing didn't want to bear too much loss. There was another factor. That is, there were too many mercenaries in the city. Once the headquarters suffers too much loss, the mercenaries may become an unstable factor, which Liao Yuqing does not want to see. The chief officer of the intelligence department pondered for a moment and expressed an idea. "Division commander, you can try to let the mercenaries defend the city. At most, you can give them more money. It is better than losing our own brothers." Sure enough, as soon as this proposal came out, it was immediately responded by several brigade commanders. "That's right. That's what I think too. What are we doing with those mercenaries? It's nothing more than using them at this time. We can raise soldiers for 1,000 days and use them for a moment. Otherwise, why give them so much money? Let them go. I think it's okay. Some mercenaries are not inferior to our main force in combat effectiveness. At most, we can give them a little more money and let them fight against the Zhuguang army. We can reap the benefits. Yes, too many mercenaries are our unstable factors. It will be good for everyone if we consume some of them." Liao Yuqing was not very confident about letting the mercenaries guard the city. After all, the city gate is too important. But after many brigade commanders talked to each other, he was also a little shaken. But the credit of mercenaries is not that high. The head of the intelligence department immediately said, "That doesn't matter. Some mercenaries cannot be trusted, but some can still be trusted. The enemy of the enemy is the most trustworthy. For example, the Umbrella mercenaries have fought with the Zhuguang army several times. When the Northern Alliance was there, they also attacked Zhuguang City and fought again a few days ago. They must not join forces with the Zhuguang army. Hearing this, Liao Yuqing finally agreed. Ordinary mercenaries are not trustworthy. But the notorious umbrella mercenaries are no problem. They are also worried that they will be annihilated by the Zhuguang army after the city is broken. After a temporary meeting, it was unanimously decided to let the umbrella mercenaries go into battle. Liao Yuqing immediately sent people to contact the leader of the umbrella mercenaries, the foreigner Michael. Soon the news came back that Michael asked for 500 million Singapore dollars and a ton of gold as a reward. Hearing this news, everyone was relieved. I am not afraid of you dying for money. I am afraid of you not wanting money. If you don't want money, you can't fight hard. If you get money, you have to fight hard. Although the price is not low, it is still within the range of Liao Yuqing and others. Liao Yuqing didn't even bargain, and directly agreed to the request of the umbrella mercenaries. The two sides made a deal, and immediately fulfilled it. Then, under the expectation of everyone, more than 2,000 umbrella mercenaries went into battle. At 5 p.m., the Zhuguang army fought with the umbrella mercenaries again at the North Gate. The umbrella mercenary group, which replaced the city defense troops, fought extremely bravely, and their weapons were even more advanced than Liao Yuqing troops. Except for the lack of tanks, they had all kinds of other weapons. And these people's tactical literacy was indeed high enough. Relying on the city walls to fight, they were neither impatient nor impatient, and repeatedly repelled the attacks of the Zhuguang army. And their casualties were also very small. Their accurate shooting skills and reasonable use of the terrain reduced their own casualties to the minimum. In particular, their ability to avoid the landing point of the shells made Liao Yuqing amazed. They were always able to use their rich experience to predict the landing point of the opponent's next round of shelling in advance. This ability can never be practiced without hundreds of battles. After 3 consecutive attacks and defenses, the sun was setting in the west. The Zhuguang army did not gain any advantage at all, and finally had no choice but to withdraw and station 30 kilometers outside the city. The successful defense of the city wall made the military camp cheer. Liao Yuqing was even more delighted, and his whole body became energetic. He originally planned to cancel the cocktail party tomorrow on the 15th day of the first lunar month. But now it seems that there is no need to cancel it and go ahead. He wants to take the opportunity of this cocktail party to celebrate and give everyone a reassurance. As for the key defense of the North Gate, he no longer trusts his own troops. So he simply handed it over to the umbrella mercenary group. Chapter 259. Michael's umbrella mercenary group went into battle, and Tang Zheng was relieved. Now he was only a few 100,000 zombies away from completing the mission. It was because some troops were able to complete the mission that Tang Zheng dispatched 2 field battalions, an armored battalion, and some artillery to attack the military base. The order he issued was that as long as it was Liao Yuqing troops, they would be beaten to death. And as long as the umbrella went into battle, that is, the 5th battalion went into battle, then it would enter the stage of acting. Sure enough, this move worked. Liao Yuqing and his men had no choice but to choose the 5th battalion, and achieved very good results. The previous preparations worked, and now the North Gate is under the control of the 5th battalion. As long as Tang Zheng is willing, the troops can march straight into the military camp. But he was not in a hurry. Now is not the time. After all, the bomb has not been resolved. Moreover, the strength of the troops arriving now is not strong enough, and he has higher requirements for the battle of the military camp. He stayed in the military camp for more than a day, and his understanding of this place deepened. There are many people living in the city who have done all kinds of bad things. Tang Zheng wants to catch them all. There are also hundreds of thousands of troops here. If he wants to defeat them in one fell swoop, he still needs to be promoted to brigade commander to do it. Tang Zheng asked the 5th battalion to continue guarding the North Gate, and the troops outside the city will stay put for the time being. Everything will be settled after the banquet on the 15th day, the afternoon of the 15th day of the first lunar month. Tang Zheng had just finished eating the not-so-delicious meal made by Ning Yue, when Tyrant Blade Yang Ying came to visit him. Ha ha ha. Brother, you really know how to enjoy a good life, with a beautiful woman by your side every day. So leisurely. Tang Zheng laughed and said, what else can I do? There is a war going on outside now, and I can't go to collect supplies. I am worried that if the city is broken and the Zhuguang army breaks in, the house I just bought will not belong to me. Hey, you really worry too much. The regular army will do the fighting. Now the umbrella mercenaries are on the battlefield, The situation has stabilized. And our Commander Liao has held a cocktail party as usual. What else do you have to worry about? Oh, the cocktail party is still going on? It seems that everything is fine. What time is it? 5 o'clock in the evening. I'm here to give you an invitation. Liao Yuqing personally brought an invitation to Tang Zheng. The red invitation, with large gold-plated characters, said that Mr. Xiao Fan, honorary citizen of the military camp base, was invited to attend the cocktail party held by Commander Liao Yuqing at his official residence. The time and place were clearly written, and one could enter the city to attend the cocktail party with the invitation. Tang Zheng glanced at the time. It was already past 3 o'clock. He quietly checked the system again. There were only more than 40,000 zombies left to kill. Then Yang. No. Brother Ba Dao. Wait for me for a moment. I change my clothes, and we set off. Okay. You guys are busy. I wait. Ba Dao Yangying sat on the sofa in Tang Zheng house and waited. Tang Zheng followed Ning Yue into the bedroom, and Ning Yue helped him change his clothes. Grassland province. In the ice and snow, a huge group of zombies was moving northward. The little girl was in the team, her big scarlet eyes constantly looking at the sky. In the sky, densely packed birds were circling, constantly passing on the news they saw to the Corpse King. Her direction at the moment was still north, slightly west. If she continued to walk like this, she would eventually reach the Tongtian River, then cross the river and enter the endless wasteland of Dahlia in the north. But she didn't do that. Everything she did before was to confuse others. She wanted everyone to think that she was heading north, and she had not even approached Zhuguang City. But in fact, her goal was Lumba City. Lumba City was the nearest prefecture-level city to Zhuguang City, and the number of zombies was close to 30 million. Not much different from Hezhou. She paralyzed everyone, and then suddenly turned here and entered Lumba City. Once in Lumba, it would not take long for her to immediately replenish the number of zombies. Not only replenishing, but she could even control more zombies at this moment. At that time, her zombie group will reach its peak state, and then she will lead a new zombie army from Lumba City to the south and attack Zhuguang City. Lumba is only more than 300 kilometers away from Zhuguang City. She believes that at that time, even Tang Zheng and others will find it difficult to react. She will bring the disaster to Zhuguang City and to the human world. She will also overcome her fear and become stronger. In the flying snow in the wasteland, the little girl raised her little face and looked at the snow. Tang ding. Here I come. The 5 million plus zombies suddenly changed their route without warning, heading west from the north, heading straight for Lombardy. This is the coordinate point closest to Lombardy, and she can reach Lombardy within a day. Tang Zheng changed into a white dress, and Ning Yue changed into a sky blue dress. The two came out of the bedroom hand in hand, and Tang Zheng said to Yang Ying, Brother Ba Dao, let's go. Okay, let's go now. But Brother Xiao, you can't bring weapons this time. You and your sister-in-law didn't bring weapons. Of course not. I still understand this rule. Okay, that's fine. Let's go now. Several people left Tang Zheng's 3-bedroom apartment. Wu Di, Han Yang and others had already prepared the car outside. After getting in the car, everyone walked for a while and approached Liao Yuqing official residence. Someone at the gate checked and saw the invitations of several people. After confirming that there were no weapons, they were allowed to pass. The car drove for a while, and Liao Yuqing residence was in front. This residence was built like a castle, with 7 floors above the ground, and it looked very majestic. And under the castle, there is Liao Yuqing underground palace, which is his real lair. Tang Zheng sat in the car and looked into the distance. The prison and the Colosseum in the city were not far away from here, especially the Colosseum, which was even within the coverage of Tang Zheng radar, which made Tang Zheng more confident. As long as it was within the radar range, troops could be sent. The car stopped at the parking lot in front of the castle gate, and several people got off. Ning Yue took Tang Zheng's arm, looking like a little bird, and accompanied Tang Zheng to the main gate of the city. In front of the golden revolving glass door, the invitation was shown again, and Tang Zheng and his companions entered the castle. It was already past 4 o'clock, and many people had arrived. Everyone was dressed in formal attire. The men wore formal suits and bow ties, looking like gentlemen. This kind of dress originated from the aristocratic group of Hanwei, and it has become a model of dress for the upper class. The women wore long dresses, exposing their arms and shoulders. and with the blessing of jewels, they all looked like noble ladies. Although Tang Zheng was not in his original appearance. After Han Yang's makeup, he was a handsome man with a strong masculinity. With Ning Yue's beautiful face, he also attracted a lot of attention. However, Tang Zheng and Ning Yue were strangers here, and few people recognized them. So no one came to talk to them. Yang Ying did not introduce too many people to Tang Zheng. After looking around, he said to Tang Zheng, "Brother Xiao, I will introduce you to Lu Jun, the president of our mutant association. He is the only second-level mutant in our military base. He has a very good relationship with Liao Yuqing. In this kind of occasion, he temporarily acts as Liao Yuqing's bodyguard. It will be good for you to know him." Tang Zheng nodded, but secretly alerted in his heart. A level 2 mutant. If there was a conflict today, this person would definitely be a stumbling block. After a while, Lu Jun appeared. Yang Ying immediately pulled Tang Zheng and Ning Yue and walked towards Lu Jun. Lu Jun didn't look like a mutant. He was not tall and thin, with a mustache, and looked gentle. But Tang Zheng knew that when a mutant reached level 2, he looked almost like an ordinary person, and could not be distinguished from the outside. Yang Ying brought Tang Zheng and the other two over and took the initiative to say to Lu Jun, "President, this is our new member who joined the association the day before yesterday. Brother Xiao Fan, although you are young, you have reached the peak of the first level and are enough to be ranked in the top 5 in our association." Lu Jun said "Oh," and looked at him in surprise. After looking at Tang Zheng for a few times, his eyes fell on Ning Yue again. After looking back and forth at Ning Yue's curvy figure for a while, although he didn't say anything, Tang Zheng was already unhappy. As a man, Tang Zheng understood his psychology very well. He could see the evil in Lu Jun's eyes at a glance. Just now, he was still thinking about how to treat this person. Now it seems that there is no need to consider it. Tang Zheng has sentenced him to death in his heart. Lu Jun looked for a while, and his eyes fell on Tang Zheng again. "Brother Xiao is indeed a young hero. Since you have come to the military base and joined our association, you should have fun. There are still many fun things here. Some things, as long as you are willing to give up, you will get more." Tang Zheng laughed. "I may be a selfish person. I can't bear to give it up if it's mine." Lu Jun's eyes suddenly became sharp, and then narrowed slightly. "Really? It seems that you are still young. Reality will teach you a lot of things. I promise." Tang Zheng also said sternly, "I am willing to be a teacher. I have always taught others some truths, and I have never been taught by others." Lu Jun smiled sinisterly. "If you have personality, then wait and see. Let's encourage each other with this." The two of them finished talking after a few words, and soon no one paid attention to each other. Badao Yang Ying was stunned by the sight, until Lu Jun snorted at him and walked away. He was surprised to Tang Zheng. "Brother, why are you so with the president?" Tang Zheng's eyes swept over Yang Ying coldly. "Brother Badao, don't tell me that you don't understand the meaning of Lu Jun's eyes and words just now." Yang Ying's expression was a little embarrassed. Gritted his teeth. "It was my mistake. Brother, I didn't expect Lu Jun and Liao Yuqing are now the same. How about this? You take your sister-in-law away now. I will arrange someone to send you out of the military base. Otherwise Liao Yuqing will come out later. There may be some unnecessary trouble." Hearing Yang Ying say this, Tang Zheng smiled. He patted Yang Ying on the shoulder. "Brother, since you said this, I still call you Badao. Don't worry about other things. Let's drink. Okay?" Chapter 260. It was almost 5 o'clock. There were already more than 300 guests, all of whom were high-ranking celebrities in the military base. Tang Zheng did not bother to chat with others, but just pulled Yang Ying aside to drink. Yang Ying felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. After all, Tang Zheng had offended Lu Jun, and he knew Lu Jun well. He looked gentle and elegant on the outside, but in fact he was a mean person inside, and he would never let go of any grudge. Lu Jun would definitely find a chance to deal with Tang Zheng next. It was indeed inappropriate for him to be by Tang Zheng's side at this moment, but it was hard for him to refuse Tang Zheng's enthusiasm, especially since he didn't approve of Lu Jun's behavior and even hated it. So he just accompanied Tang Zheng to drink. Tang Zheng clinked glasses with Yang Ying, and then said, "Ba Dao, you did a great job. I think it's best for you to be in charge of the Mutant Association in the future." "I be in charge?" Yang Ying pointed at his nose. Somewhat unbelievable. Tang Zheng drank the wine in the glass and squinted his eyes and said, "Why? Don't you dare?" Yang Ying straightened his back immediately. What a joke. What would I not dare to do? If I had the chance, I would not back down. It's just that my current strength does not allow it. Okay. If you have this intention, you deserve the name of Ba Dao. Strength is a small problem. Are you short of a secondary crystal? I give you one later. Hearing Tang Zheng's words, Yang Ying's eyes widened. Brother, you are not fooling me. Are you? Tang Zheng smiled. Whether it is a fool or not, we will see in a while. Yang Ying stopped talking, but sitting next to Tang Zheng, he was no longer fidgeting like before. It was 5 o'clock. As the pendulum clock in the hall rang, Liao Yuqing arrived on time. Today, Liao Yuqing looked radiant and happy. Because the Zhuguang army did not launch any more attacks all day, it was obvious that they found it difficult to deal with the Umbrella mercenary group, and the military operations had been suspended. If the Zhuguang army did not come, the military base would be safe, and he would no longer have to worry about being suddenly attacked by the Zhuguang army. So today's cocktail party was held as usual, and he was very happy. Entering the hall, seeing the large number of people in the hall, Liao Yuqing took the initiative to pick up the wine glass. He came to the stage in the hall, and everyone below stopped talking and cast their eyes on him. Liao Yuqing, who was in high spirits, stood on the stage and spoke. Elites of the military camp base, before today's cocktail party begins, I will tell you a good news. The Zhuguang bandit army led by Tang Zheng, the bandit leader of Zhuguang City, fought hard for 5 hours under our city last night, and was finally repelled by my troops and some mercenaries. They fled for dozens of kilometers in a panic, and are now in the wilderness. They dare not come to attack the city all day today. Ha ha ha. After Liao Yuqing finished speaking, he couldn't help laughing. When he laughed, the people around him laughed too, and the place was suddenly filled with laughter. Today is the Lantern Festival, which is a good day. We defeated the Zhuguang bandit army on the front battlefield, which is a double happiness. Everyone knows my temper, Liao Yuqing, so I won't say any more nonsense here. The purpose of today is that everyone must drink happily, have fun, and return home with satisfaction. Cheers! As Liao Yuqing raised his glass, everyone present followed suit and drank together. Tang Zheng did not raise his glass, but looked at the system screen. On the system screen, a prompt indicating that the number of zombies killed had been completed was sent. Tang Zheng glanced at the screen roughly, and all 6 tasks were green. He was about to start upgrading immediately, but at this time, someone suddenly came over. Tang Zheng looked up and saw that it was Lu Jun. Lu Jun came in front of Tang Zheng and Yang Ying. Squinting at Yang Ying, Vice President Yang, I want to talk to this brother. I wonder if you can help me. Yang Ying glanced at Tang Zheng, then at Lu Jun, who looked unfriendly, and couldn't help but want to stand up and say something. But Tang Zheng pulled Yang Ying. Brother Ba Dao, go and do your thing. I talked to this person. Yang Ying hesitated for a moment, but still chose to leave. As soon as Yang Ying left, Lu Jun sat next to Tang Zheng. He was holding a glass of red wine at this moment, and said with a playful look, Xiao Fan, right? Do you know what I did before the end of the world? Tang Zheng glanced at him. Tell me about it. Lu Jun smiled slightly. I am a fortune teller. I can predict life and death with accuracy. Tang Zheng also smiled. Oh, have you ever seen when you will die? Lu Jun's face looked a little ugly. He came to threaten Tang Zheng, hoping to make this unruly boy yield. But he didn't expect that the other party's arrogance was beyond his bottom line. His tone became sinister. I don't know myself, but I know that your death is today. Okay. I think your death date is also today. Then let's see who of us can predict it correctly. Speaking of this, Tang Zheng stood up and patted Ning Yue's shoulder beside him. Wait for me here. I'm going to the bathroom. Ning Yue nodded. With Wu Di, Han Yang and others beside her, she was not worried about her safety at all. Besides, she was not the weak little woman she showed now. If she really started fighting, Lu Jun in front of her would not dare to say that he could beat her. Tang Zheng turned around and left, heading straight for the bathroom. Lu Jun stared at him coldly for a while, then stood up and left to contact people. This kid named Xiao Fan didn't give him face. He had to get rid of him today. Otherwise, many people would think that Lu Jun was idle and didn't care about anything every day. And many people didn't take him seriously. Today, he just wanted to use Xiao Fan to establish his authority and let everyone know that Lu Jun was the second most important person in this military base. second only to Liao Yiqing. As for the jumping up and down tyrant Blade Yongying, it was time to step on him. Under Lu Jun's arrangement, many mutants soon came to the vicinity and began to keep an eye on the bathroom to prevent the boy named Xiao Fan from running away. As for killing people at the banquet, this kind of thing was certainly shocking before the end of the world. But now, this kind of thing has happened many times and everyone has become accustomed to it. Tang Zheng entered the bathroom and found a cubicle to sit down. After locking the door, he opened the system page. When he opened it, Tang Zheng was even a little excited. Brigade Commander? Since he got the system, each upgrade took a short time. But this time it took several months for the Regiment Commander to upgrade to Brigade Commander. The significance of this upgrade is very significant. From now on, the Zhuang army will truly gain a foothold. After opening the system and seeing that all 6 tasks have been completed, Tang Zheng began to upgrade. General, your 6 upgrade tasks have been completed. Do you want to upgrade immediately? Upgrade immediately. Confirm the upgrade. The upgrade is completed. Congratulations, General, on being promoted to Brigade Commander. Please make a quota for the troops now. Tang Zheng had already calculated the quota for this time. Now his regiment has 30,000 people. But among these 30,000 people, there are only 5 real field battalions. In addition, there are 2 city guard battalions, 1 engineering battalion, 1 direct battalion, and 1 aviation battalion. These battalions are the largest in terms of number of people, with a total of nearly 25,000 people. The remaining armored battalions, cooking troops, medical troops, guard troops, train troops, scientific research institutes, combat command centers, etc., add up to only 5,000 people. If he is promoted, a regiment will not need so many people. After all, after he becomes the brigade commander, the regiment under him does not need artillery, armored troops, etc. It is a pure field regiment, and 15,000 people are enough. In Tang Zheng plan, all his 5 field battalions will be upgraded to regiments, and the size of a regiment is 15,000 people. In this way, the 5 regiments will have 75,000 people, and then other troops will also be upgraded. The direct battalion will be upgraded to a regiment, and the 2 city guard battalions will also be upgraded to regiments. The Army Aviation Battalion was upgraded to a regiment, including the paratroopers, Air Force ground crew, and all future fighter aircraft personnel. The Engineer Corps was upgraded to a regiment to lay the foundation for future development and construction. These are the main forces, and a total of 9 regiments are needed, with a total of about 135,000 people. The remaining armored battalions were upgraded to regiments, but the armored regiments did not need too many people. In fact, 2 armored regiments with 2,000 people are enough. Even if a 3rd armored regiment is formed, it will not exceed 3,000 people at most. The artillery needs to be upgraded to a regiment, and temporarily calculated as 3,000 people. The total number now is just over 140,000. In addition, the number of people in the cooking and medical units is not too large, and the total number will not exceed 3,000. The guard unit is upgraded to a battalion, with a maximum of 2,500 people. The remaining technology research and development departments, special service personnel, military intelligence personnel, etc., will not add up to 10,000 people. The total number is about 156,000. However, Tang Zheng thought that he would have a relatively large department in the future. That is, the Navy. Now Tang Zheng Navy can still be considered a navy, but it can only be considered an inland force, with only a few icebreakers and a few transport ships, and a number of nearly 1,000 people. But in the future, the Navy will definitely have more than this number, and Tang Zheng has to make plans for the future. So Tang Zheng temporarily plans to have 30,000 Navy in the future. Calculated in this way, the number of people has exceeded 180,000, close to 190,000. In addition, Tang Zheng has some small plans, such as forming some special forces, which also requires numbers. There will be some room for personnel movement afterwards, so that there won't be enough quotas. So Tang Zheng set himself the goal of 200,000 people in the whole brigade. After calculating this number, Tang Zheng thought to himself that this is not a brigade at all. It is clearly an army. It should be an army that combines the 3 services of the Navy, Army and Air Force, and fights around the clock. But the system called it a brigade, so Tang Zheng accepted it. A brigade is a brigade, At least in terms of the number of people. A 200,000-man army is not inferior to other armies of the Empire. Confirm the number. 200,000 people. Confirmed. The upper limit of the number of people in the whole brigade is 200,000. The conditions for upgrading to division commander have been unlocked. Please check it. Chapter 261. The system prompts continue. The conditions for upgrading to division commander have been unlocked. Upgrade Condition 1. The brigade is fully staffed with 200,000 people. Upgrade Condition 2. Upgrade funds of 200 million. Upgrade Condition 3. Kill 200 million zombies. Upgrade Condition 4. Complete the production of 10 types of high-tech arms. Upgrade Condition 5. The number of survivors under your command is 20 million. Upgrade Condition 6. Occupy 3 million square kilometers of land. Upgrade Condition 7. Occupy 3 million square kilometers of sea area. Upgrade Condition 8. Occupy at least 3 islands, with an area of no less than 100 square kilometers. Seeing these 8 conditions, Tang Zheng was also a little stunned. Compared with upgrading the brigade commander, upgrading the division commander is much more difficult. It is normal to have a full brigade, but the upgrade funds are as high as 200 million. And killing zombies also requires 200 million, which is a more difficult condition. However, with the expansion of the army in the future, this can also be accepted. The mapping requirement has been cancelled and replaced by 10 high-tech arms, which seem to be unlocked from the high-tech combat laboratory. 20 million survivors are also fine. After all, Tang Zheng has 5 million people under his command now, and another 15 million will be enough. 3 million square kilometers of land is quite difficult. The entire Hanwei Empire has a land area of 24 million square kilometers. This means that Tang Zheng will directly occupy 1/8 of Hanwei. The area of the northern region occupied by Tang Zheng is less than 300,000 square kilometers. And he has also occupied a large area of desert areas that no one has ever looked at to make up 500,000 square kilometers. If the scope continues to expand, there will undoubtedly be conflicts with other surrounding forces. It is impossible to occupy such a large area without going through wars. But the first 6 items combined are not as difficult to complete as the last 2. 3 million square kilometers of sea area. This makes Tang Zheng embarrassed. He is now in the northwest of Hanwei. No matter which direction he goes, he is too far away from the sea. This means that if Tang Zheng wants to upgrade to a division commander, he has to leave Zhuguang City and go to a place close to the ocean. Developing the navy and occupying the sea area is the inevitable direction for Tang Zheng in the future. As for the last one, occupying at least 3 islands with an area of more than 100 square kilometers is also difficult. There are many islands around Hanwei, but those with an area of more than 100 square kilometers are really rare. There seem to be no more than 5 islands with an area of more than 100 square kilometers in the country, and they are very far away from each other. If this thing is not done well, it will take over foreign islands to achieve it. After reading the 8 upgrade conditions, Tang Zheng couldn't help but grit his teeth. The difficulty was really not small, but no matter how difficult it was, Tang Zheng had to complete it. Anyway, it was still a long way to upgrade to a division commander, so he didn't think about it too much for now. He first opened the equipment page. There were not many new equipment this time. Only 4 items. Anti-radiation suit, price 100 gold. Individual battlefield radar, price 100 gold. Antivirus serum, large, protects the user from zombie virus for 3 months. Price 500 gold. Portable radar vision, advanced, coverage radius of 10 kilometers. Price 200,000 gold. Seeing this, Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. He thought that this upgrade of the brigade commander would refresh a lot of equipment, but he didn't expect that there would be only a few. He couldn't help but ask the system, are there no new arms unlocked? Guiyun's laboratory released electromagnetic infantry a few days ago, and also equipped with new equipment and firearms? General, the higher the rank upgrade, the more high-precision weapons will be unlocked. Your main unlocking direction in the future will be cutting-edge weapons. As for new arms, they will be gradually unlocked in the high-tech laboratory. Tang Zheng finally understood that the new weapons would be gradually unlocked in the form of high-tech arms, which would require continuous research by Guiyun and others. It seems that he will have to increase his investment in the high-tech field in the future. After looking at the equipment, he continued to look at the personnel. There are more personnel unlocked here. Navy Coast Guard, mainly coastal artillery and coastal missile soldiers, responsible for guarding the harbor, defending the naval base, blocking the waterway and other tasks. Price, 300 gold. Navy ship soldiers. Soldiers fighting on warships, including sailors, gunners, machine gunners, electronic information soldiers, etc. Priced at 300 gold. Naval aviation. Pilots on warships. Can fly naval helicopters, carrier-based aircraft, etc. Priced at 1,000 gold. Marine Corps. Naval Special Forces. Can carry out multiple tasks such as rapid landing, offshore operations, island defense, desert operations, jungle operations, etc. Price, 1,000 gold. Ground-to-air missile soldiers. Combat forces mainly based on ground-to-air missile systems. Priced at 300 gold. Air Force Anti-Aircraft Artillery. Combat forces mainly based on anti-aircraft guns, coordinated with ground-to-air missiles. Priced at 300 gold. Electronic Warfare Soldier. Advanced Electronic Information Warfare Unit, including radar counterinterference, radio counterinterference, signal source interception, eavesdropping, etc. Priced at 500 gold. Air Force Pilot. Air Force unit that flies fighter jets. Priced at 1,000 gold. Special Forces. Special Forces are advanced arms of the Army. Excellent soldiers selected from reconnaissance units, sniper units and other arms, and can adapt to a variety of combat environments. Priced at 1,000 gold. Rocket Launcher Combat Team, 4 people. Priced at 2,000 gold. There are 10 arms in total, except for the last Special Forces and Rocket Artillery Combat Group, which belong to the Army. The rest of the arms belong to the Air Force and Navy. This means that Tanzhong troops will gradually shift their focus to the Air Force and Navy in the future. In fact, Tanzhong's system has already refreshed some sailors, including sailors and frogmen. But strictly speaking, Tanzhong current Navy is only an inland force, which is different from the Navy. The Special Forces and the Marine Corps are actually somewhat similar, but there are some differences. One belongs to the Army, and the other belongs to the Navy. Tanzhong was very happy about the several branches of the Air Force. The ground-to-air missile soldiers and anti-aircraft artillery soldiers marked the further strengthening of his air defense force. However, Tanzhong had some doubts whether his branches could find opponents now. Could it be that the air forces of other forces were also gradually developing? The appearance of Air Force pilots meant that Tanzhong should have fighter planes now, which was a huge progress. After the end of the world began, the fighter plane problem became a problem for everyone. Strong acidic substances filled the air, and no one could overcome this problem. However, with the arrival of winter, everyone's research had breakthroughs, and the acid-resistant technology gradually matured. But at least until now, Tanzhong had not seen anyone's fighter planes take off. Now that he has fighter pilots, he is in a leading position in the Air Force. The Rocket Launcher Combat Group that appeared this time has filled a gap in Tanzhong troops. Tanzhong now has tanks, cannons, and a simple 107 rocket launcher, but no real rocket launcher. The appearance of the rocket launcher this time means that Tanzhong Ground Strike Force has reached a new level. After looking at the personnel, Tanzhong went to the weapon page. The weapon page was not refreshed much, and all the guns were not refreshed, because Tanzhong current guns are at the world's leading level, and even electromagnetic guns are available. All the refreshed items here are ammunition, starting from machine guns and close defense gun shells. They also include rocket shells, including naval torpedoes, Air Force missiles, surface-to-air missiles, etc. But what impressed Tanzhong most was a large number of naval gun shells. There is no doubt that these shells are all from ships, which means that Tanzhong will unlock a large number of ships next. These missiles, torpedo shells, etc. are not cheap. Fortunately, Tanzhong still has an arsenal to reduce costs. But now one arsenal is obviously not enough. After looking at the weapon page, the next thing is the vehicle. This is the highlight of this upgrade. Cheetah 35mm double-barrel self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, effective range 4,000 meters. Effective firing height 3,000 meters. Combat weight 46 tons. Radar fire control system. 400 rounds of ammunition without stars. 200 rounds of ammunition per star upgrade. Priced at 20,000 gold. Avenger short-range surface-to-air missile launcher. The missile is installed on the Hummer Jeep, equipped with an air defense radar and 8 missiles, with a maximum range of 10 kilometers. Mainly used to attack drones, helicopters and enemy missiles. Each star upgrade increases the range by 5 kilometers, adds 2 missiles, and is priced at 10,000 gold. Hongqi 9 medium-range surface-to-air missile launcher. It carries 8 surface-to-air missiles in the starless state, with a maximum range of 125 kilometers and a maximum firing height of 18,000 meters. Upgrading the star adds 2 hidden spare missiles at a time, and can continue to launch when the original vehicle's missiles are empty. The price is 70,000 gold. Tornado rocket launcher. The combat weight is 44 tons. The total length is 4.4 meters. The height is 3.1 meters. The width is 3.1 meters. The caliber is 300 millimeters. The number of gun barrels is 12. The maximum range is 90 kilometers. And the minimum range is 20 kilometers. It is equipped with 60 rockets in the starless state, and can carry out 5 rounds of shooting. Upgrading the star adds 24 rockets at a time, and the price is 50,000 gold. F-15 fighter. Length 19.5 meters. Height 5.7 meters. Wingspan 13 meters. Empty weight 13,000 kilograms. Maximum takeoff weight 30,800 kilograms. Maximum flight speed 2.5 Mach. Equipped with a Vulcan cannon. Equipped with 4 AIM-7 air-to-air missiles. AIM-9 air-to-air missiles. Equipped with 2 Thunderbolt air-to-ground missiles. Maximum bomb load 8 tons. Each star upgrade, the bomb load increases by 2 tons. The price is 150,000 gold. F-14 Panda carrier-based aircraft. Length 19.1 meters. Wingspan 19.5 meters. Height 5.3 meters. Maximum speed 2.38 Mach. Maximum ceiling 19,000 meters. Empty weight 18,191 kilograms. Maximum takeoff weight 33,700 kilograms. Bomb load 14,000 kilograms. Each star upgrade increases the bomb load by 2 tons. Equipped with 4 Sparrow air-to-air missiles and 2 air-to-ground missiles. The wingspan can be folded at a maximum angle of 75 degrees to save deck space. The price is 150,000 gold. Bear bomber. Maximum flight distance of 10,000 kilometers. Equipped with 2 23mm caliber aircraft guns. Maximum bomb load of 25 tons. Can drop cluster bombs, aerial bombs, thermobaric bombs, and nuclear bombs. Priced at 200,000 gold. Air cushion landing craft. Maximum load of 150 tons. Can carry 2 main battle tanks and 150 soldiers. Priced at 20,000 gold. 037 submarine hunter. Length 59 meters. Width 7.2 meters. Displacement 375 tons. Maximum crew 80 people. Maximum speed 30.5 knots. Equipped with dual-purpose 76.2mm naval guns. Equipped with anti-submarine rocket launchers. Priced at 200,000 gold. Battleship. Full load displacement 55,700 tons. Length 270 meters. Width 33 meters. Crew 2,200 people. Equipped with 3 triple 406mm main guns. Capable of firing armor-piercing shells and anti-personnel grenades. Equipped with 2,127mm caliber dual-purpose secondary guns. Capable of firing grenades, armor-piercing shells, flares, and anti-personnel shells. Equipped with 1540mm caliber anti-aircraft machine guns and 2020mm caliber machine guns. Equipped with 30 torpedoes. Equipped with an all-weather radar system. And can carry 3 helicopters. Price: 1.2 million gold, medium-sized shipyard required. Conventional powered light aircraft carrier, 285 meters in length, 75 meters in width, 65,000 tons of full load displacement, 28 knots maximum speed. Can carry 35 carrier-based aircraft. For helicopters, 3,300 crew members, 30 45mm caliber close and defense guns, 8,000 rounds per minute maximum, 50 torpedoes, all-weather radar system, and fire control system. Price: 3 million gold, medium-sized shipyard required. These are all the vehicles Tang Zheng has after upgrading to brigade commander. Chapter 262. Seeing these weapons, Tang Zheng felt an impulse in his heart. With these, if he can't conquer a big world and eliminate zombies and enemies, then it's really a waste to get this system. Tang Zheng can afford many things here now. After all, he still has more than 60 million in funds. Except for battleships and light aircraft carriers. Those two require intermediate shipyards, which Tang Zheng doesn't have yet. But other things, as long as he wants, he can buy them now. After calming down, Tang Zheng did not immediately purchase these high-end weapons. Now he is in the military camp base. It is not convenient to buy weapons here. When Tang Zheng left Jiwang City, he had already built 2 more military camps in advance, so he can now buy 5,000 troops. But at this moment, he has to choose the right one, not a blind one. For example, those surface-to-air missile launchers are useless now. The enemy doesn't even have planes, so buying anti-aircraft missiles is a waste. First, Tang Zheng bought the advanced radar vision. Although this radar vision cost as much as 200,000 gold, it was nothing to Tang Zheng now. Once this vision was purchased, it immediately covered the previous radar vision. The radius was 10 kilometers. That is, a circle with a diameter of 20 kilometers. Everything within this range was clearly visible. Here, Tang Zheng even saw some red spots of light in the research institute of the prison base, which were the modified people. He also saw the Colosseum. He saw a circle of people surrounding the Colosseum, but no one was inside. They were obviously protecting something inside. The first thing Tang Zheng had to do was to move the bomb here. Before coming here, He Shui had made a replica bomb for Tang Zheng, which looked exactly like the one Liao Yuqing had. This bomb is currently in Tang Zheng's system space, and can be taken out at any time or placed anywhere within the radar system range. Tang Zheng did not rush to leave the bathroom, but started to buy soldiers in it. First, Tang Zheng confirmed the situation around the Colosseum. In the radar system, the soldiers purchased by the system appeared as white light spots. And at the west gate of the Colosseum, there were 3 white light spots. These 3 white light spots were the agents deployed by the Military Intelligence Bureau. 3 people were waiting for orders there. In the distance from them, there were about 30 soldiers in the Colosseum. About a platoon of soldiers. What Tang Zheng has to do now is to prevent these people from making any noise, and to get rid of them without anyone noticing. Zhou Erdong is a captain of the Military Intelligence Bureau, and used to be Han Yang's capable subordinate. The director of the Military Intelligence Bureau is Ji Yuntian. Influenced by this official obsessed boss, everyone in the Military Intelligence Bureau is focused on climbing up. Zhou Erdong is the best among them. Since he received the order to lurk in the military camp, he has been trying his best to make merit. There are more than a dozen colleagues from the Military Intelligence Bureau who came together, but the others can only move around in the outer city. Only he successfully sneaked into Liao Yuqing troops and became a squad leader. His efforts paid off. The higher-ups saw his achievements and spent a lot of money to help him get through the door. Finally, he succeeded in becoming the deputy platoon leader here. However, being a deputy platoon leader could not satisfy Zhou Erdong's growing ambition. Being an official here is meaningless. He wants to make meritorious contributions, return to the bureau, get promoted, and even replace Han Yang. That is his current goal. As for the director, he dared not think about it, because Ji Yuntian, who was obsessed with officialdom, firmly held his position and had a lot of face in front of the general. He could not do anything about it now. The general was assigned 2 men for this operation. Although these 2 men looked stupid, they were relatively obedient. I hope this operation can go smoothly. It was already 5:30, and Zhou Erdong became more and more alert. The 3 of them were now guarding the west gate, and there were more than 20 enemies on the surrounding stands and walkways. How to deal with these people smoothly was what Zhou Erdong needed to consider. At 5:35, someone appeared outside the west gate. Zhou Erdong looked around warily. There were more than 20 people. As soon as he saw their sneaky steps, he knew they were colleagues from the Military Intelligence Bureau. Captain Erdong. Yes. It's me. You're here. Yes. What should we do next? It's very simple. Show the demeanor of a general. Go in first, and then act in unison. Zhou Erdong returned to his duty position. And soon, the people outside walked in. People in other positions of the Colosseum also looked over. Zhou Erdong said seriously, "Who is it?" "One of our own." Several people made some movements, seemingly looking at the warrant. Seeing that Zhou Erdong was not unusual, the rest of the people also performed their duties, and continued to stick to their positions. Zhou Erdong and his colleagues acted for a while. And then the colleagues filed into the Colosseum. Temporary order. Change of post. Zhou Erdong was the deputy platoon leader, the highest officer here, so he issued the order. The rest of the people immediately came to his side, and prepared to line up to go out. At this time, the people who came later, including Zhou Erdong, took action at the same time. All the people who came this time were the spies from the Military Intelligence Bureau that Tang Zheng had just purchased, and each of them was equipped with a silenced pistol. More than 20 people had clear division of labor, and no one locked on to an enemy, and they fired at the same time. After a series of slight gunshots, all the enemies were shot in the head at the same time, and fell to the ground one after another. The gunshots after being silenced did not attract the attention of anyone outside, and all the people in the Colosseum had become members of the light-chasing army. Zhou Erdong and his men acted at the same time, dragged the enemy body into the corner, and then took over the enemy position and became the sentinels here. The process went smoothly. The key point was to enter smoothly from the west gate without alerting the enemy. It was impossible to do this without an insider. After the success, a helicopter appeared out of thin air in the Colosseum and parked next to the bomb. A group of engineers got off the helicopter and carried down an identical bomb. Then, they carefully loaded the real biological and chemical bomb onto the plane, and then put the fake bomb in place. And the plane took off from the spot. Someone saw the plane leaving the military base, and the military base was not without air defense. It's just that air defense is always aimed at the outside. Who would attack a plane taking off from inside their own base? Some people didn't understand the situation, and reported it out of duty. The superior reported it to the superior, and the final superior would report the situation to Liao Yuqing, who would make the final decision. But Liao Yuqing was drinking and picking up girls at the dance party, having a great time. So who would dare to disturb his interest at this time? Even if the report was made in time, the plane would have already disappeared without a trace, and it would be impossible to get any clues. So this matter could only be left unresolved, and no one would even mention it tomorrow. A bomb located in the city within the city, with tight defense, was quietly moved away without anyone knowing. Even if someone came to check later, the garrison was still there, and the bomb was still there, without revealing any clues. Seeing the plane carrying the bomb leaving the city, Tang Zheng felt relieved. The danger of the bomb has been eliminated, and this matter is half successful. Without any worries, Tang Zheng can let go and have some fun here. Now Lu Jun and a group of mutants are waiting outside, and they plan to take action when he gets out. Although Tang Zheng feels that he and Ning Yue and others are fully capable of fighting against the other party, he will not take such a risk. With the system in hand, how can you not bully the minority with the majority? After opening his own system, Tang Zheng prepared to launch a small wave of troops. As for the types of soldiers, Tang Zheng chose 50 electromagnetic infantrymen and 50 flamethrower warriors. The electromagnetic infantrymen were all equipped with electromagnetic guns and armor, while the flamethrower warriors were equipped with radiation protection suits, gas masks and flamethrowers. After the purchase of 100 soldiers, they began to gradually appear. Tang Zheng immediately prepared to go out, but just after taking 2 steps, Tang Zheng looked at the bathroom. I have to say that Liao Yuqing knows how to enjoy himself. This bathroom is so big that it can accommodate a tank without any problem. Well, let's get a tank. Tang Zheng was in a playful mood and bought a main battle tank directly. When all the soldiers appeared, the tank would be produced. After all the purchases were completed, more than 20 electromagnetic infantrymen and flamethrower warriors had appeared. These electromagnetic infantrymen left a deep impression on Tang Zheng. They were all over 1.9 meters tall and as strong as bears. After wearing armor, they looked more than 2 meters tall. All of them holding a huge electromagnetic gun. There was a crystal-like thing on the gun, and there was a faint electric current on it. The source of the current comes from the backpacks on their backs, which contain a high-energy battery that can continuously provide power to the electromagnetic gun. These people also wanted to salute Tang Zheng, but Tang Zheng waved his hand to stop them. Pay attention to the situation outside. If the situation outside changes, go out immediately and beat them hard. Understood? The electromagnetic infantry and flamethrower warriors all nodded, ready to act at any time. More than 40 soldiers have already gone out, and Tang Zheng got up and left the bathroom. When they returned to their seats, Lu Jun and his group had already surrounded Ning Yue and the others. However, Ning Yue and the others were not afraid and looked at Lu Jun and the others calmly, as if they were not in any danger. Lu Jun grinned, looked at Ning Yue's pretty face, and said, "Little girl, be sensible. In the end times, you have to learn to grow up. You have to respect some powerful people. Otherwise there will be no judge to give you justice." Ning Yue glanced at him with disdain. In Zhuguang City, people like you will be arrested and tried. But I think it's unnecessary. There is no need for trial for heinous crimes. Just execute them directly. Lu Jun's face was angry. Don't think that I won't do anything to you just because you are pretty. I will deal with Xiao Fan just now. Let's see if you can grow your brain by then. At this time, Tang Zheng came out of the bathroom. However, Tang Zheng did not walk over here, but went straight to the stage in the hall. Chapter 263. Seeing Tang Zheng coming out, Lu Jun waved his hand, and the mutants around followed him and walked towards Tang Zheng. But unexpectedly, Tang Zheng did not walk towards this side, but went straight to the stage where Liao Yuqing had just spoken. When he reached the edge of the stage, he jumped up lightly. The eyes of the people present immediately focused on him. So Lu Jun, who was ready to take action, was a little at a loss. Tang Zheng stood on the stage and looked around. Everyone looked at him. Liao Yuqing, Lu Jun, Yang Ying, his men, and many guests. Many people didn't even know who Tang Zheng was, nor did they know what he was going to do on stage. So they stopped what they were doing and wanted to see what was going on. Even Liao Yuqing looked at Tang Zheng with a puzzled look. But he didn't stop him. After all, it was the end of the world, and there were many unconventional people, many people with personality, who would do something surprising. Today was the 15th day of the first lunar month, the day for his cocktail party, and he still wanted to see the excitement. Tang Zheng stood on the stage and clapped his hands gently. I just say a few words to take up some of your time. Most of the people here probably don't know me, so I introduce myself. My name is Xiao Fan, and I'm a new member of the Mutant Association. Someone clapped their hands gently, as a courtesy. However, this Xiao Fan is just an alias of mine. As soon as these words came out, the place suddenly became quiet. This person's speech seemed a little different, and many people smelled something strange. It seems that everyone wants to know who I am. But before I reveal my name, I have something to tell you. Tang Zheng looked around the audience and suddenly said something shocking. Most people here deserve to die. The audience was stunned. And then, there was an uproar. Boy! Who are you? You are so brave to say such things here. I think you are looking for death. Guards. Where are the guards? Catch this arrogant guy for me. Liao Yuqing's face also changed. But he was still calm and did not act rashly. Instead, he looked at Tang Zheng coldly. Who are you? Who do you represent? If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, it will be difficult for you to leave alive today. Tang Zheng sneered. It seems that you don't agree. Right? That doesn't matter. Now I will tell you why you deserve to die. Tang Zheng raised his hand and pointed in the direction of the prison and the Colosseum. What's over there? You know better than me. You don't care about the lives of people here and let the living kill each other. You watch from the stands. What's the difference between these behaviors and beasts? What is there in the prison? What does the Research Institute do? Don't you know these things? No. You know them very well. But you all turn a blind eye and let Liao Yuqing do whatever he wants. All those who oppose him are subjected to inhumane torture. Many innocent people are captured by the Research Institute and used as materials for the research and development of modified humans. No one who goes in comes out alive. And even their bodies cannot be kept intact. Even after their death, their bodies cannot rest in peace, but are made into inhuman zombies. Don't you know these problems? Most of those who were unwilling to give in were killed, and the rest were a group of indifferent, opportunistic vested interests. It was you who supported the military base, which led to the darkness here. Aren't you guilty? Tang Zheng spoke loudly, and under the blessing of the speakers. It was a bit deafening. Some people below wanted to refute, but their voices were too weak compared to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng didn't listen to their rebuttal at all, and continued, many people think that there is no law and order in the end times. So you can do whatever you want. But let me ask you, do you really think you are safe? The reason why we can be called human beings is that we have morals, conscience, and limits. Don't think that most things are done by Liao Yuqing and a few others. And it has nothing to do with you. In an avalanche, no snowflake is innocent. Some people may think that even if they are wrong, they are not guilty of death. But I am now telling you with a sentence you often say, you are wrong. And when it is time to die, no judge will come to uphold justice for you. Now, I sentence most of you here to death. If someone is wrongly killed, it's your fault for standing here and colluding with a bunch of dirty guys. Liao Yuqing finally couldn't help it at this time. He was furious. Who are you? Tang Zheng sneered at him. Liao Yuqing, You are blind. You used to be a lackey by my side. You don't even recognize Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng scolded him. Liao Yuqing couldn't help but tremble. The whole person staggered back. The fear of Tang Zheng in his heart was obvious. After Tang Zheng finished speaking, the entire hall suddenly exploded, like a drop of water falling into a frying pan. People suddenly stood up. And some tried to attack Tang Zheng. But someone was faster than them. There was a clattering sound of footsteps. And a large group of people suddenly rushed out of the bathroom. Many of them were wearing heavy metal armor. All of them were wearing masks. And they were all tall and holding strange guns in their hands. Seeing this scene, the hall was completely in chaos. Liao Yuban instinctively realized that something was wrong. He shouted, "Shoot! Guards! Come in!" There were many guards guarding the castle courtyard. Rushing in. Some even planned to attack Tang Zheng. But the people coming out of the bathroom were faster. They rushed out and immediately opened fire on those who were about to attack. Z-Law. Z. Those strange guns fired. Huge silver arcs jumped and rushed in the air. And the lights on the ceiling were disturbed by the electricity and exploded instantly. Crack. Crack. The broken glass fell to the ground. And the room suddenly went dark. The silver arcs were like thunderbolts from the gods, instantly covering the whole place and illuminating the room. But this kind of illumination was too terrifying. The arcs swirled and struck down everywhere. And those who tried to attack Tang Zheng were hit by the current at the first moment. The sudden screams came out and stopped abruptly. And the people who were hit twitched all over and fell to the ground stiffly. The current hit the wall. And the wall burst into white light. The electric current hit the glass products. And they shattered on the spot. The electric current hit the wood products. And gunpowder smoke suddenly came out. The electric current running around formed a chain reaction. And instantly knocked down a large number of people in the center of the hall. People ran and shouted, trying to rush out. But in the intersection of darkness and electric light, no one could run out. As soon as the electromagnetic infantry opened fire, Tang Zheng disappeared on the stage. He would not be stupid enough to stay here as a target. In the chaotic room, there was no trace of Tang Zheng. Some people tried to fight back against the electromagnetic infantry. But Liao Yuqing was forbidden to carry weapons. So no one had any effective means of fighting back. Only the mutants, under the instructions of Lu Jun, rushed towards the electromagnetic infantry, trying to attack them. But at this time, the flamethrower warriors also opened fire. 50 flamethrower warriors opened fire at the same time. And 50 long dragons of flames immediately enveloped the castle hall. The dense flames covered most of the space. And several mutants who rushed over were directly enveloped by the flames, and immediately became burning firemen. The flames of several thousand degrees don't care if you are a mutant or not. As long as you are flesh and blood, you will die. They screamed, like human torches, running a few steps and rolling on the ground. Rolling a few times and then motionless. And all these things happened in less than a minute. The hall that was just full of singing and dancing has become a hell on earth. The electric current is crazily hitting. And the flames are raging desperately. If this continues, almost everyone in the hall will die. Some people kept screaming. And some people were calling the guards to enter the room. At this time, the guards finally arrived at the gate of the castle. The chaos in the room made it difficult for them to find their targets. So they could only try to fire in the direction of the current and flames. When they tried to shoot in the face of the flames and smoke, as well as the currents running around, something even more outrageous happened. A wall of the hall suddenly collapsed. A huge tank actually rushed out of the wall. The huge metal turret rotated with a rattle. And the group of soldiers gathered at the castle gate opened fire. Boom! A violent explosion sounded right at the gate. The revolving glass door was blown to pieces. The walls were blown to pieces. And a large group of soldiers were shattered by a cannon. These guards only had some ordinary guns in their hands, all of which were light weapons. How could they possibly fight against tanks? Besides, who would have thought that a tank would rush out from the direction of the bathroom? This kind of thing is too damn outrageous. There is no such a big squatting position in the bathroom. Right? The tank fired one shot, followed by a second shot. Boom! A window collapsed. And many people screamed and fell to the ground amid the glass fragments. Then, the tank's anti-aircraft machine gun joined the battle. Clang, 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 clang. This killing weapon on the battlefield appeared in such an inappropriate place, and no one could resist it head-on. The tank rolled forward in the hall, destroying everything that blocked it. The soldiers who rushed in were hit by artillery and machine guns, and ran out in a hurry. What about protecting the teacher? What about protecting the celebrities? At this moment, their own lives are not as important. The deadly sound of death, together with the electric current and flames, and the screams of people, formed a symphony of death. The hall was completely destroyed, and the hall of this castle had begun to burn. The walls collapsed, and it seemed that the castle was a little shaky. The living people rushed out desperately, but only a few of them could rush out. Just as Tang Zhen said before, most of the people here are guilty and deserve to die. And now, these electric currents and flames, and the tanks that suddenly rushed out of the bathroom, are like God's punishment. The final judgment brought to them. Chapter 264. The riot in the castle has made the entire military base boil. Although the guards outside could not defeat the tanks and electromagnetic infantry inside for a while, more and more people came. A shrill alarm sounded above the castle, and a large number of troops rushed here. There were also some armored vehicles and a small number of light tanks, as well as many anti-tank infantry, armed with rocket launchers. If this continues, then the 100 soldiers and a tank inside the room will definitely not be able to resist. But unexpectedly, at this time, the Zhuguang army outside launched another siege battle. At some point, the Zhuguang army's 4 field battalions, 2 armored battalions, and 1 artillery battalion were all pulled to the front line of the battlefield. Under the cover of the artillery, the Zhuguang army's 4 field battalions launched a wild charge, and avoided the north gate, focusing on the east and west gates. Liao Yuqing's large army no longer dared to come to support the castle, but rushed to the east and west gates. After all, the light-chasing army in the castle was only a small force. If the light-chasing army outside was allowed to enter the city, it would be a disaster. In the chaos in the castle, Liao Yuqing fled to his underground palace in a panic. There were many guards around him, covering him. The guards drew their guns and shot at the electromagnetic infantry behind them. But the armor of the electromagnetic infantry was bulletproof, and the rifles could not penetrate it at all. Every time their electromagnetic guns fired, it was like a silver snake coming out of a hole, cutting through the darkness. And at least one soldier would scream and twitch and fall to the ground and die. In the battle, invisible bullets are not scary, because you will be killed without knowing what happened. But this kind of visible killing can destroy people will. Liao Yuqing guards covered the embarrassed Liao Yuqing escape, and they were also scared to death. Soon some of them became deserters. Some people escaped. Some were killed. And in the end only Lu Jun followed Liao Yuqing to protect him. Lu Jun is an agile second-level mutant, and his speed is as fast as lightning. An electromagnetic infantryman was about to aim at Liao Yuqing and fire, but Lu Jun suddenly stepped in front of him. He covered the distance of more than 20 meters in less than 2 seconds, and punched out with a heavy punch, which made a dent in the armor of the electromagnetic infantryman, and the huge body of the electromagnetic infantryman was also blown away. A flamethrower warrior took this opportunity to pull the trigger, and a long dragon of flame sprayed out. Lu Jun rolled in the air and avoided the shooting of the flame gun, but his hair was also burnt at this moment. He fell from the air and kicked the flamethrower warrior away with a flying kick. Under Lu Jun's cover, Liao Yuqing finally seized the opportunity and ran straight to the entrance of the underground palace. Lu Jun followed Liao Yuqing and also planned to enter the underground palace. Suddenly, a huge explosion sounded in front of him. The tank fired. A piece of shrapnel drilled into Lu Jun's leg, causing his body to stagger. ZZ! In this pause, 2 arcs of electricity hit him directly. Lu Jun's body was weak, and his hands and feet twitched involuntarily. But as a second-level mutant, he had a strong willpower and physical fitness, so he did not fall down. Huh? A fire dragon swept past and completely engulfed Lu Jun. The electric current stiffened his body, making him unable to even pat the flames on his body. Just like that, a level 2 mutant was strangled by the soldiers of the light-chasing army and died on the spot. However, Lu Jun's death was not without value. Under his cover, Liao Yuqing seized the opportunity and escaped into the underground palace in the chaos. After entering the underground palace, Liao Yuqing kept dispatching troops to encircle and suppress Tang Zheng. Although the light-chasing army's attack outside the city has begun, Liao Yuqing has an army of 80,000 people after all. He doesn't believe that Tang Zheng can resist a few thousand people. With Liao Yuqing's escape and Lu Jun's death, there were no more people in the castle hall. But Tang Zheng did not leave. He relied on Liao Yuqing Castle to fight a defensive battle with the defenders, who came later. Liao Yuqing saw that Tang Zheng not only did not run away, but even settled in his castle. And he was furious. He entered the underground palace at this time, and it was safe, so he began to let his subordinates surround this place. Until now, Liao Yuqing has not figured out how Tang Zheng hid a tank in his bathroom. However, this matter will not affect the final outcome. His side has an absolute advantage in numbers. No matter how much it costs today, Tang Zheng must stay here. Tang Zheng knew that Liao Yuqing had entered the underground palace, but he ignored him. Although the underground palace was strong, he would be trapped inside when the situation outside was hopeless. He would now use this castle as a base to compete with Liao Yuqing troops. Opening the system page, Tang Zheng started the second wave of violent troops. Heavy machine guns and Gatling gun battle groups began to appear indoors. Snipers appeared in formation. After the troops appeared, they immediately looked for suitable defensive locations and began to deploy defenses. The number of people in the hall increased. At the beginning, there were only 100 people. In just a dozen minutes, there were more than 500 people. If this battle continued, Tang Zheng could even recruit troops here and completely occupy the military camp base. But it was obvious that Liao Yuqing would not give Tang Zheng that much time. Soon, 5,000 or 6,000 people gathered outside and began to attack from all directions of the castle. Fierce fighting broke out again. Liao Yuqing troops, who were thought to have only 100 or so people inside, suffered another severe blow. Tang Zheng had gathered troops from nowhere, occupying every window of the castle, and also set up heavy machine guns and Gatling guns, which stunned Liao Yuqing troops. Crazy rain of bullets poured down, and no matter which direction they attacked from, they were hit by dense bullets, and the ground was covered with corpses. After 2 consecutive attacks, more than 1,000 people fell under the machine guns. Liao Yuqing in the underground palace almost collapsed. He felt that his brain was not enough. Where were these people hiding before? Although his castle was big, it was not possible to hide hundreds of people without knowing it. But at this moment, he had no other way. He might not be able to eliminate Tang Zheng by relying on these people alone. He immediately contacted the outside world to understand the situation on the battlefield. Now the large forces of the Zhuguang army were launching attacks at the east gate and the west gate, while the north gate was quiet. It was obvious that they did not want to fight the umbrella mercenary group head-on. In fact, Liao Yuqing also arranged a brigade of reserve troops at the north gate, with a total of 15,000 people. Now it seems that there is no need for this brigade to stay there for the time being, so let them come back to wipe out Tang Zheng and his group. With Tang Zheng as a nail in the city, defensive operations are also dangerous. After all, this brigade is a regular army, with more than 10,000 people participating in the attack. He doesn't believe that Tang Zheng can still resist. Under Liao Yuqing transfer order, this brigade quickly returned to the castle. The large army arrived, and 20,000 troops had gathered at the castle. Several officers met and urgently formulated tactics for attacking the castle. In fact, the best way is to use artillery to attack, blow up the castle, and bury Tang Zheng and his group here completely. But there is an underground palace under the castle. Once the castle collapses, the underground palace will also be buried. Liao Yuqing is still in the underground palace. He will not allow the castle to collapse. So he resolutely rejected the proposal of artillery bombardment, because he might be in danger. Liao Yuqing knew that there were some ambitious people under his command. Maybe these guys hoped that he would be buried in the underground palace and could not get out. If that was the case, Liao Yuqing would rather detonate the biological bomb in the Colosseum and take all these people, including Tang Zheng, away. After all, he still had the remote control of the biological bomb in his hand. If artillery bombing could not be used, then the only option was to attack by force. 20,000 troops gathered in the castle yard, ready to launch an attack at any time. Countless people were watching the windows of the castle. If the Zhuguang army's heavy machine guns wanted to fire from the windows, they would be hit like a storm. So in this situation, Tang Zheng couldn't act rashly. After all, the gap in strength between the enemy and us was too big. 20,000 people surrounded a castle. No matter how you look at it, Tang Zheng seemed unable to escape. And Liao Yuqing also mobilized his armored vehicles and light tanks. Even if the Zhuguang army broke through the gate of the military camp base at this moment, they would not be able to rescue Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, you are so brave. You dared to come to my old nest to cause trouble. This time you will definitely not be able to leave. Inside the underground palace, Liao Yuqing gritted his teeth and said, in his opinion, although his side was in a mess this time, the situation had stabilized, and Tang Zheng could not escape now. The north gate of the military camp. Seeing a brigade of the reserve team withdrawing from behind, Michael immediately ordered to quietly open the city gate. At this time, there was no soldier of the Zhuguang army outside the city gate, so the reserve team was so relieved to withdraw. After Michael asked his men to open the gate, he lay on the top of the city wall and watched. In the dark night, the searchlight on the city gate shone down. In the center of the city gate, a railroad appeared silently. The railroad appeared out of thin air, which was the general's operation. Directly use money to buy, and everything in the system can appear within the field of vision of Tangzheng radar. This railroad is the same. Laid silently, like a snake crawling in the dark. No one can find it at all. The railroad passed through the north gate and extended all the way to the castle. In the darkness outside the north gate, an armored train appeared. The sound of the armored train moving forward was very loud. But now the east and west gates were both under fire, and no one could hear the sound from the north gate. In this way, the armored train loaded with soldiers rumbled into the city. Bang, 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 bang. Only the residents near the north gate heard the roar of the train moving forward in the darkness. But everyone who heard it didn't dare to believe their ears, and just thought they had heard it wrong. Chapter 265. The train of the Zhuguang army entered the city and started firing missiles while it was in motion. All 16 missiles were fired without a single shot left. The target was the castle compound where Liao Yuqing lived. As the missiles streaked through the night sky, Liao Yuqing people were in trouble. 20,000 people gathered in and around the compound, and were blown up by 16 missiles. With the explosions rising, the people here suffered heavy losses. At least hundreds of people fell down with each missile. One of the squares that was gathering to attack was hit by a missile, and the number of casualties was close to 500. This blow directly stunned the troops, who were about to launch the attack. But they didn't know where the enemy came from, and they were immediately in chaos. This is the consequence of low technological level. Facing high-tech weapons, there is almost no ability to fight back. Fortunately, the Zhuguang army only had one armored train and only these 16 missiles. If there were a few more trains, the 20,000 people would have collapsed directly. More than 3,000 casualties caused the plan to attack the castle to be shelved. Before these people could figure out what was going on, the armored train drove in. When the huge train rumbled into the castle courtyard, everyone was stunned. Even though the train had already entered, many people still felt it was extremely absurd. When did the railway reach Liao Yuqing Castle? But no matter what they thought, the soldiers on the armored train would not show any mercy. Once the train entered the courtyard, they began to spray fire recklessly. The heavy machine guns and cannons on the train now have a place to use their skills. In an open environment like the compound with few shelters, no matter how many people there are, they cannot fight against the heavily armored train. Not to mention guns. Even the main guns of light tanks cannot penetrate the armor of the train. The battle between the two sides is completely on a different level. The roaring machine guns have become the king of hell who harvests lives. The torrents of metal are like the size of the swaying god of death, mowing down large groups of enemies like grass. In this compound, a circular railway was laid at some point, and the armored train was running in circles here. The armored vehicles and light tanks that Liao Yuqing regarded as treasures were also bombarded by the artillery on the armored train. After a few rounds of bombardment between the light tanks and the armored train, they were turned into scrap metal. There were only more than 1,000 soldiers of the Zhuguang army on this train, but facing 20,000 enemies, they relied on their powerful firepower and the armored advantage of the armored train that was difficult to shake, and beat the 20,000 enemies to pieces. The battle lasted only more than 20 minutes, and Liao Yuqing 20,000 men left at least 8,000 bodies, and there were no living people in the courtyard. Liao Yuqing troops had no loyalty and discipline. Seeing that they could not win, many people chose to flee and ran out of the courtyard quickly. As for Liao Yuqing, who was trapped in the underground palace, no one cared. While the armored train was raging in the castle courtyard, the battle outside the military camp base also changed. The Zhuguang Army's direct battalion and the paratroopers of the Army Aviation Battalion followed the armored train into the city from the north gate. After entering the city, they immediately attacked the defenders of the east gate. When they entered the city, Michael's 5th Battalion also quickly joined the battlefield and attacked the defenders of the west gate. Liao Yuqing troops who were already trembling under the fierce bombardment of the artillery and armored forces of the Zhuguang army, were immediately attacked from both sides and suffered a heavy blow. These people were originally on the city wall or in the hidden bunkers under the city wall. All their firepower arrangements were aimed at the Zhuguang army attacking the city from outside. And no one had ever thought that the fatal blow would come from the rear. At the east gate, when the soldiers of the direct battalion drove the jeep and rushed towards the city wall, the defenders even thought that reinforcements had arrived. The Gatling guns of the direct battalion suddenly opened fire when the enemy was unprepared. This move was too fierce, and countless enemy soldiers collapsed directly under the shooting of the Gatling guns. The stream of light brought by the bullets hit people and broke them. It hit the vehicles and blew them up. It hit the city wall, and brick and stone debris flew all over the sky. The clang 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 gunshots were like the death knell, constantly harvesting large numbers of soldiers. Liao Yuqing troops put up a resistance and organized a charge. However, the paratroopers of the Army Aviation Battalion also arrived at the battlefield and easily disintegrated the charge with their accurate marksmanship. After repelling the enemy charge, the paratroopers began a counterattack under the cover of the Gatling machine guns of the direct battalion. With powerful firepower suppression, the paratroopers rushed to the wall of the east gate without paying much price. A close combat started on the wall. The equipment configuration of both sides and the combat effectiveness of individual soldiers were clearly reflected at this moment. When seeing their comrades falling one after another, Liao Yuqing troops collapsed again. The soldiers did not dare to face the deadly bullets, and many of them threw down their guns and became deserters. The people in front followed and ran, and the people behind were also impacted, which soon caused a chain reaction. More than 2,000 bodies were thrown on the wall, and the rest of the people rushed to leave the wall, completely ignoring the orders and shouts of their superiors, just to escape. The words that they swore to be loyal to the division commander Liao Yuqing on weekdays were now bullshit. Although they had some advantages in numbers, they were easily defeated. The paratroopers took this opportunity to occupy the winch outside the east gate. A group of soldiers turned the winch and opened the huge city gate. When the city gate was opened, the large army of the Zhuguang army attacking the city rushed in immediately. When an armored battalion rumbled into the city, there was no suspense in this battle. The fall of the east gate spread to the west gate like a plague. The west gate was attacked by Michael's 5 battalions, and the situation was not much different from that of the east gate. However, the troops guarding the west gate were obviously a little more tenacious. Under the leadership of the brigade commander, the reserve troops barely withstood the charge of the 5 battalions. But they only barely withstood it. The brigade commander kept asking for help from his superiors and colleagues. However, the news that Liao Yuqing was trapped in the underground palace and the east gate fell came one after another, and this unit also lost the will to resist. The Zhuguang army had already entered the city, and it was meaningless to continue guarding the city gate. Seeing that the situation was hopeless, the brigade commander simply ignored everything and led his troops straight to the south gate, intending to escape from the south gate. The west gate, which they had fought hard for, was easily given to the Zhuguang army. When he led his troops to the south gate, a brigade guarding the south gate had already slipped away. Seeing this situation, the brigade commander cursed inwardly, but he could not care about anything else and led his troops to rush out of the south gate and flee in a panic. With the escape of the 2 brigades defending the city, the 4 gates of the military camp base were already wide open. Following the 2 city defense brigades, there were also several large mercenary groups that fled. These mercenary groups have always had a bad reputation. Now that they saw the Zhuguang army entering the city, they did not dare to stay here and fled with them. There were too many fleeing troops, more than 50,000 in total, and Tang Jing did not stop them. It was not easy to eliminate so many people at once. When they reached the wilderness, the Apaches of the Zhuguang army would teach them a lesson. Several armies of the Zhuguang army continued to enter the city. There were still some enemy remnants in the city, trying to rely on buildings to fight street battles. The Zhuguang army did not show them courtesy. With rich experience in street battles, they began to annihilate the remnants of the enemy on the spot. This kind of street fighting is not easy to fight, even if the individual capabilities and collective coordination of the Zhuguang army are stronger than those of Liao Yuqing troops. It is not so easy to deal with the enemy who is running away and hiding. But here in the outer city, the survivors of the military camp base have become good helpers of the Zhuguang army. They have long hated Liao Yuqing and his gang, but now they have completely turned to the Zhuguang army, where the remaining enemies are hiding. The survivors will soon inform the Zhuguang army, and they will even take the initiative to lead the Zhuguang army to pull out and eliminate the hidden enemies one by one. Trapped in the vast ocean of the people war, the remnants of Liao Yuqing had their own faults. They were constantly found and annihilated under such circumstances. Tang Jing also issued orders to these people. The military base was unstable now, and there was no time to deal with so many prisoners. Those who could be eliminated should be eliminated as much as possible. So many people didn't even have the chance to surrender. The soldiers of the Zhuguang army found that they were clearing the way with grenades, and didn't give them a chance to shout. Then there was a burst of gunfire. The battle was fierce and one-sided. It was estimated that the annihilation war would be almost over in one night at most. Liao Yuqing stayed in the underground palace, listening to the messages sent back by some communicators outside. His hands and feet were already cold. It's over. It's all over. I had already contacted Commander Tian, and I had a brighter future. But now it's all gone. Tang Jing, you ruined everything for me. And those survivors. I gave you a place to stay in the end times. And now you are actually helping the Zhuguang army. You all deserve to die. And those troops, they abandoned me after a little loss. What's the point of keeping you? Since I'm not well anymore, why should I let you get well? There's food and water in this underground palace. I can stay here for 10 or 20 years. I'm going to detonate the biological bomb now. You bastards and Tang Jing, all go to hell. The frenzied Liao Yuqing didn't care about anything anymore, and resolutely pressed the button to detonate the biological bomb. It really exploded. He Shui had installed the original bomb detonator on the new fake, so Liao Yuqing detonation was successful. After pressing the button, he watched the bomb through the surveillance camera at the outdoor coliseum. The bomb did explode, but the explosion was not what he imagined. Bang, bang, bang. 5 fireworks-like things rose into the air from the bomb, flying nearly 100 meters high. Then this thing that looked like fireworks, and was actually fireworks, exploded in the air. Hula, hula. It was very beautiful. After the explosion, the fireworks formed 5 big characters in the air. Happy Lantern Festival. Liao Yuqing stared at these words through the surveillance camera, dumbfounded. His throat kept surging, making a hoarse sound, as if he was trying to suppress something. But he couldn't suppress it after all, and suddenly opened his mouth. Wow! A mouthful of blood spurted out, spraying all over the wall. The scene was so tragic and shocking. Chapter 266. As Liao Yuqing bomb exploded and 5 fireworks were fired, the battle at the military camp base basically came to an end. Liao Yuqing vomited blood and fainted. No one in the military camp base could contact him. There was no command at all. The remnants who relied on the buildings to resist stubbornly surrendered, and those who escaped from the military camp base also surrendered neatly under the double attack of the Apache and drones of the light-chasing army. You can't expect a group of soldiers who can escape to have any fighting spirit. If they had fighting spirit, they would not have escaped when they had the advantage in numbers. There was only one place that took Tang Jing some time to complete, and it was a bit regrettable. That was the research institute in the prison. Tang Jing had noticed this place early on, and after the battle started, he sent troops to attack here. But the people here were also very cunning, and sent some modified people to fight. These modified people were very difficult to kill, and the terrain of the research institute was narrow, and heavy equipment such as tanks could not enter, which caused the battle to drag on for a long time. When the Zhuguang army finally eliminated all the modified humans and entered the research institute, they found that the big fish had escaped. The people in the research institute were all small figures, and the doctor who was in charge of the research institute actually ran away through the tunnel. When the research institute was first built, a tunnel leading to the outside of the city was left here. This tunnel was very secretive, and no one knew about it except Liao Yuqing and the doctor. As soon as the battle started, the doctor had a bad feeling and entered the tunnel and ran 10 kilometers outside the city. Outside the city, there was a helicopter waiting to pick him up, which showed that this person was definitely an important person. It was a pity that one person slipped through the net, but it did not affect the overall situation. After a night of fierce fighting, when dawn came, more than 70,000 prisoners had gathered outside the military camp. Nearly 50,000 of them were the remnants of Liao Yuqing, and more than 20,000 were some mercenary groups. The transport convoys and trains of the Zhuguang army had also arrived one after another, ready to transport these prisoners back to the prison. It is impossible to put so many people in the prison. Some of them, who are extremely evil will be executed on the spot. Some people need to be imprisoned, and the rest will be sent to various places for labor reform. In the castle courtyard, Tang Zheng stood in front of the castle and looked at the entrance to the underground palace here. After finding the entrance to the underground palace, how to open it is a problem. There are several plans at present, including water filling, releasing poisonous smoke, and finally blasting. However, all the plans have disadvantages. When Liao Yuqing built the underground palace, he made preparations for water filling and poisonous smoke. There are special devices inside to block smoke and water. Tang Zheng couldn't buy soldiers to go underground directly. The soldiers of the system could only appear on the plain. And Tang Zheng had another idea, which was to capture Liao Yuqing alive. If the means were too radical, Liao Yuqing would be killed directly in the underground palace. Just when he was a little embarrassed about what method to use, a shocking news came. The communicator rushed to report urgently. General, according to the report from the reconnaissance troops at the University City base, the corpse group of the Grassland province had entered Lumba City last night, and the corpse group has now completely integrated into the urban area of Lumba City. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and then suddenly realized something he had overlooked before. That is why the zombies wanted to go deep into the empty grassland. It turned out that the target of the zombies was never the north, but always himself. They suddenly turned at the coordinate point closest to Lumba, catching everyone off guard. When the zombie king led the team to Lumba, they could replenish the zombies that were lost in Hezhou and turn them into a complete zombie group of tens of millions, or even more powerful. There is no doubt that after replenishing the zombies, the zombie king will lead the zombie army and rush over from Lumba. Lumba is only 300 kilometers away from Zhuguang City, and it has to pass through the University City base on the way. Zhuguang City is in danger. University City is even more dangerous. Tang Zheng took a deep breath. Notify everyone in the University City base and several surrounding bases to move. Target: International Base. Notify Zhuguang City to strengthen vigilance. And notify the reconnaissance troops to conduct 24-hour non-simple reconnaissance. We are here, preparing to return to Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng issued a series of orders, and then looked at Liao Yuqing underground palace. Frowning, he called He Shui over. He Shui was pulled over from Zhuguang City last night in case she was needed. Now it seems that he has done the right thing. Tang Zheng called her over and pointed to the underground palace and said, "This is an extremely solid underground offensive. Are you sure you can open it?" After looking at the underground palace, He Shui asked, "General, do you want to consider whether the people inside live or die? Don't think about it. Just open the underground palace as soon as possible. That's no problem. I can use fixed-point blasting to blow up the defense of this underground palace. But this castle can't be saved. It doesn't matter. Then I leave it to you. Everything must be done quickly. The faster the better." He Shui nodded in agreement and immediately began to arrange the fixed-point blasting. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Tang Zheng found Yang Ying. Yang Ying was also smart. He had been hiding since the battle began, and he appeared again when the battle ended. Seeing Yang Ying, Tang Zheng waved him over. Yang Ying was a man of more than 1.9 meters, originally taller than Tang Zheng, but now he was standing in front of Tang Zheng. He was actually shorter. "Brother Ba Dao, I'm glad to see you again," Tang Zheng spoke, and Yang Ying waved his hand hurriedly. "Chief Tang, please don't call me that. I am nothing but a Ba Dao in front of you." "Oh, then what should I call you?" "Dao Ba." "Dao Ba? This name is not bad. It has the same meaning as Ba Dao." No. It's not the Ba One of Ba Wang. It's the handle of the knife. The small handle." Hearing this, Tang Zheng laughed. "Brother, you are a second man. I promised to give you a second-level crystal before. Since you are still alive after a night of chaos, I will give it to you." As he said, Tang Zheng handed a second-level power crystal to Yang Ying. Yang Ying's eyes were red when he got the crystal. "Chief Tang." Tang Zheng waved his hand. "No need to say more. You can still stand on my side in that situation. This is what you deserve. But now Lu Jun is dead. You should take control of the Mutant Association." Yang Ying was also a smart man. He immediately patted his chest and assured, "Don't worry. Chief Tang, Lu Jun is dead. If I still can't control the Mutant Association, I will just find a piece of tofu and die. I will control the association, and will definitely cooperate with Brother Tang's light-chasing army in every way, so that this military camp base is completely under your control." Tang Zheng nodded. It was good that Yang Ying made such a statement. He had just arrived and really needed the cooperation of someone familiar with the situation. Tang Zheng called Ji Yutian over. This is my director of the Military Intelligence Bureau. If you have anything in the future, communicate with him more. Ji Yutian met Yang Ying. And soon Yang Ying promised Ji Yutian that he would be an informant of the Military Intelligence Bureau in the future. And he would also let many brothers become informants to help the Military Intelligence Bureau carry out its work. Ji Yutian was also very happy with the Mutant Association as an informant. From now on, whether it was Fengcheng or Qinzhou, many situations were under his control. While they were chatting, He Shui had already arranged the fixed-point blasting. Tang Zheng immediately asked her to start. And as He Shui activated the bomb, a violent explosion broke out on the ground of the underground palace. The explosion was very precise. After several explosions, the concrete layer of the underground palace was blown apart. The explosion caused the collapse of the castle and the underground palace, and a cloud of dust rose. The underground palace became a ruin. Tang Zheng scanned the radar and found that the light spot representing Liao Yuqing, who was still alive before, had completely disappeared. There is no doubt that Liao Yuqing is dead. Tang Zheng ordered a company from the engineering battalion to come over and clean up the ruins here, because in this underground palace, there are gold, silver and jewelry that Liao Yuqing has collected for a long time, all of which are hidden in the underground palace. This sum of money must be obtained. After finishing the things here, Tang Zheng was not in a hurry to leave. The military camp base was already in hand, and he needed to station troops here. The location of the city within the city was just right. After clearing all the people here to the outer city, Tang Zheng first built 20 military camps here. There was no place in the inner city of Zhuguang City, so it was just right to use this place to build military camps. A military camp of 200,000 yuan. 20 camps is 4 million, which can accommodate 50,000 soldiers. Then Tang Zheng left the 5th Battalion here and began to increase the number of soldiers for the 5th Battalion. One company costs 130,000 gold, and Tang Zheng bought 20 companies at once. 5 companies make up a battalion, and 4 battalions were temporarily added, making the 5th Battalion a regiment-level unit to garrison the military base. From then on, the 5th Battalion became the 5th Regiment. Cooking troops, medical troops, and a considerable number of air defense troops were added, and 2 missile defense systems were deployed. Then some artillery was added, and the cannons were directly placed on the city wall, which also increased the defense force. A total of about 9,000 troops were deployed, which was temporarily enough to stabilize the defense of the military base. The 60 million gold in Tang Zheng's hand has now dropped to 52 million. But this is not the end. Tang Zheng asked the engineering troops to demolish the Colosseum and the prison. He planned to build an airport here to facilitate transportation between Qinzhou and Zhuguang City. However, the airport cannot be built for the time being, and the demolition work will take some time. After finishing these, it was afternoon again. Tang Zheng, who had just finished his work, received news again. Report to the general. There is an abnormal movement of the Rumba zombie group. A huge zombie tide is forming in the city, including a large number of mutant flying birds. It is impossible to get close to detect, but according to visual observation, the scale of this zombie group has exceeded the scale in Isho. Time is tight. Tang Zheng can't stay here any longer. At this time, the large army has returned. He said goodbye to Michael, Yang Ying and others, and then immediately took a plane back to Zhuguang City. Chapter 267. Lombard City. The shrill north wind swept through the streets of the city. In the north wind, there was a faint sound echoing. That was the call of the Zombie King. The Zombie King could make a sound that was extremely inconsistent with their body size, and the sound was long-lasting. The sound rang in the wind and echoed in the streets and alleys of the city. Although the sound was getting smaller and smaller, the zombies could still feel it clearly, and every zombie that felt the sound would suddenly move. They had been covered by ice and snow for a long time, like statues standing there. But now they all came alive when they heard the sound, shaking off the snow on their bodies. The zombies began to move forward in big strides. Now the zombies in the apocalypse have evolved to a considerable extent. The height of male zombies has generally increased a lot. Almost all of them are over 1.8 meters. And those over 2 meters are everywhere, which are already armored zombies. The body shape of female zombies has become much more agile, and they move very quickly. The weak women before the apocalypse are no longer seen. After becoming agile zombies, they even have scales on their bodies, forming a natural protection. In the sky, a large group of mutant birds flapped their wings and flew by. The mutant animals that used to be mortal enemies of the zombies have now become the same camp. On the ground, a large number of mutant rats rushed out of the manhole covers of the sewers, appearing like a blowout, and followed the group of zombies and headed towards the direction of the Zombie King. About an hour later, this block became empty, and there were no more zombies or mutant animals. They all gathered at a central square, which was already a sea of zombies. The boundless sea of zombies was still moving slowly. After all the zombies in this block were included, the zombies would continue to move to the next block. The zombies, numbering more than 10 million, were in good order at this moment and moved very quickly. They seemed to be troops from hell, with hideous faces but strict rules. After reaching the next block, the Zombie King's call sounded again. The little girl let out a sharp whistle, the sound piercing the sky. Hundreds of thousands of zombies were summoned by this cry and continued to join this sea of corpses. The licker jumped down from the building, and the gorilla zombies also appeared in the zombie swarm. In the core of this zombie swarm, the number of second-level zombies has exceeded 1,000. The little girl knew how to artificially cultivate zombies. Some zombies with low combat effectiveness or disabled zombies were taken by her to feed the high-level zombies. Under this constant catalysis, there are more and more high-level zombies in her zombie group. Among them, there are already 500 to 600 variants of gorilla zombies. The number of lickers has exceeded 800, mixed in the team, but it is difficult to be found. Even the little girl made a major breakthrough. During the siege of Huzhou, she found that high-level zombies such as gorilla zombies and lickers are easy to be attacked by concentrated fire. Moreover, the attack range of ordinary zombies' claws is too short in close combat, which are all disadvantages of zombies. So this time, she made a major breakthrough, which was to let the zombies pick up weapons. This attempt was a little difficult at the beginning, because she found that zombies did not know how to use weapons, especially ordinary zombies. Even if they were given weapons, they would throw them away without knowing it. Even for mutant zombies, it was not easy to use weapons. After mutation, their wisdom did not evolve. They were still confused and didn't know where to put the weapons. Only zombies close to the second-level mutation can hold a weapon under the command of the little girl. But they don't know much about how to use it. Basically, they just smash the weapon down and swing it out. But this is enough for the little girl. On the way from Huzhou to Lumba, she has been equipping the zombies with weapons. First of all, the protection of high-level zombies. When the zombies are close to the second level, the surface of the body will secrete oily substances. She lets the zombies stick some hard things on these oily substances to form a second line of protection for the body. For example, car doors, iron sheets, iron plates, and even tires can be put on the head to form armor. Once the armor is put on the body, it cannot be taken off. And she asked those high-level zombies to pick up weapons as much as possible. The iron armor can grow to 3 meters high, and the gorilla zombie can grow to 5 meters high. They are all extremely powerful, and ordinary weapons are no longer suitable for them. So those telephone poles, street lamp poles, iron placards, or simply tree trunks, all became weapons for the zombies. After beating the Rumba, all the second-level zombies, as well as a large number of powerful first-level mutant zombies, were equipped with weapons by the little girl. Those gorilla zombies holding electric poles and tree trunks looked like ancient monsters. And the power of their weapons was amazing. Zombies don't know how to get tired, so these heavy weapons are not a burden for them, and they can carry them all the time. There is another kind of zombie that the little girl has also protected. That is, the big-bellied water-spraying zombie. There are now more than 500,000 zombies. The little girl asked them to put on thick clothes or even blankets, and then roll in the mud and sand, trying to cover their stomachs. After repeated attempts, a protective layer will be formed. This protective layer is absolutely indestructible with a pistol, and a rifle cannot penetrate it from a long distance. This kind of defense is basically enough. More importantly, the little girl's control has greatly increased. When she was in Huzhou, she could only command 10 million zombies, but now it has reached 20 million. Now her team has 13 million zombies, 3 million mutant birds, and more than 4 million mutant beasts. The mutant birds and mutant mice have proven their effectiveness in the battles in Huzhou. The harassment in the air and the attack underground can make human troops defenseless. This time when she came to Lumba, the little girl unexpectedly controlled about 3 million mutant mice. The real main force, that is, the number of armed zombies, has also reached a huge number of 1 million. This is the trump card of the little girl. When the number of zombies reached 20 million, the little girl finally reached her limit. A whistle accompanied by the north wind came out, and the 20 million zombie army surged out of Lombardy like a tide and began to move south to Zhuguang City. The helicopter landed in the inner city, on the helipad on the top floor of Tang Zheng official residence. After getting off the plane, Tang Zheng went straight back to the room. Now the large army is still on the way back, and there are only 2 city guards guarding the entire Zhuguang City. There are also engineering troops, who are currently helping to transfer the survivors, including the University City base. 5 of the 12 alliance bases are located north of Zhuguang City. These 5 bases will be relocated this time. After Tang Zheng came back, he first asked about the relocation. After receiving Tang Zheng notice, the people in the 5 bases began to relocate. It is expected that the relocation will be completed within 3 days and enter the international base. Tang Zheng also received news at this moment that some of the zombies have left Lumba City, and their goal is to go south. It is estimated that they will reach Zhuguang City in 3 days. Just when Tang Zheng was about to start the violent army, the director of the TV station, Li Xuqiang, learned that Tang Zheng had returned and came to report the situation. Tang Zheng asked him to come in. After Li Xuqiang came in, he said, "General, after the Hezhou zombies left, we connected the TV cable to Hezhou and built a signal tower there. After the lines were interconnected, we can now receive TV signals from the central, northern, eastern, northeastern and southeastern regions of the empire, including signals from far Beijing. We have achieved signal interconnection with about half of the empire and can watch many TV programs." "Oh, that's a good thing." Tang Zheng said a few words of encouragement. Unexpectedly, Li Xuqiang continued this time. The abnormal movement of the zombies in Lumba City has also been monitored by other forces. At present, many forces have expressed their concern about this matter, including Her Royal Highness the Princess. "You should watch TV." Tang Zheng heard this and did not immediately mobilize troops, but turned on the TV. The first one he received was still Zhuguang TV, which was broadcasting the news that asked the people to evacuate. The second TV station to broadcast was Yuanjing TV. The royal institutions of Yuanjing are currently located in Yuanjing Palace, about 500 kilometers away from Yuanjing City. The TV station broadcast the situation in Zhuguang City. In the TV program, Li Wuyo even appeared on the screen. She told Tang Zheng through the TV that if he was not sure, he should not hold on. He could consider letting the people move immediately and live in Yuanjing. She would try her best to ensure the living needs and material supply of these people. Lu Yibong, who has served as the deputy commander of the Royal Guard, also said that as long as Tang Zheng needed it, he would do his best to help with the transfer and ensure safety. It can be seen that Li Wuyo is still very concerned about the situation in Zhuguang City. She also expressed on TV that she was pleased that Tang Zheng killed Liao Yuqing, a rebel in the military base, and said that Tang Zheng was a pillar of the empire. However, she had experienced the defense of Hezhou and knew the horror of the zombie swarm. At that time, the 28 people of the 5th Army Group failed to defend Hezhou. Now there are only 30,000 people in the Zhuguang Army. It is impossible to defend it. But she did not give orders to Tang Zheng directly, but used this way of inquiry to express her respect for Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng watched for a while. Of course, he could not accept Li Wuyo's kindness this time, so he did not respond for the time being. But then he changed the channel and found 2 new TV stations, which were not so friendly. In the central and southern regions of Hanwei, Tian Mingfei, the commander of the 8th Army of the Empire that controlled the Haojiang waterway, said that the Zhuguang Army's attack on the military camp base was a barbaric act of aggression. He asked Tang Zheng to withdraw from the military camp base immediately and give the people there a clear sky. There is another TV station, which is located in Sanjiang City in the eastern coastal area. Sanjiang City is where Tang Zheng escaped from. From Sanjiang to Zhuguang City, there is a distance of tens of thousands of kilometers. And now they can communicate. Sanjiang City has also established a large survival base. Currently, a large area along the eastern coast is the sphere of influence of this base. The leader here is Qin Hongchong, the commander of the 7th Army of the Empire. This person was originally a marquis of Sanjiang City. At the beginning, Sanjiang City was ruled by a great duke. Later, the end of the world broke out, and the great duke died. He took over and integrated Sanjiang City, and is currently also a duke of the empire. In the news, the deputy commander of the 7th Army, the former imperial baron and current imperial marquis Song Yinghao, directly attacked Tang Zheng on TV. Song Yinghao's speech was even simpler. Tang Zheng is a sinner of the empire. He escaped from Sanjiang City and committed many evil deeds in Sanjiang. If the zombies attack Zhuguang City this time, it is because of his sins. Even if he can survive, my 7th Army will definitely be irreconcilable with him. Chapter 268. Seeing this man named Song Yinghao, Tang Jing still felt a little puzzled, because he didn't know this person at all. But then another person appeared, which made Tang Zheng fall into memories. The person who appeared was called Zhao Buxiong, who was once an imperial lord and is now a viscount. He is currently a division commander of the 7th Army. Zhao Buxiong accused on TV that Tang Zheng had killed his father in Sanjiang, and then fled from Sanjiang for fear of crime. Later, it was confirmed that Tang Zheng killed a friend of Song Yinghao on his way back to Qinzhou. His name was Sun Ming, an imperial baron. You know, when those things happened, it was just when the end of the world broke out. At that time, Tang Jing dared to be so bold and reckless, which shows his cruelty and ambition. Song Yinghao and Zhao Buxiong also called on the imperial princess, Li Wuyo, not to be deceived by Tang Jing's sweet words. Such a person deserves death and must be punished. After hearing Zhao Buxiong introduce himself, Tang Jing recalled what happened back then. When he left Sanjiang, he did kill some people in the restaurant across from the community, but he killed the chef and his apprentice. As for Zhao Buxiong's father, Tang Jing did not kill him. He should have been killed by the survivors in the restaurant. How did this matter also frame him? As time passed, it was difficult to find out the whole story of this matter. But now it seems that he and the 7th Army had already formed a feud before they met. But why did Tian Mingfei of the 8th Army come here? The 8th Army is stationed in the south-central part of Hanwei, beside the Haojiang River. Tang Zheng had no other contact with them except passing by there when he returned to his hometown in western Sichuan. Combined with what Tian Mingfei said about the military camp, Tang Zheng had to wonder whether the 8th Army had any collusion with the deceased Liao Yiqing and others. Moreover, he also heard some other meanings in the news of these two parties. Obviously, Li Wuyo was supporting him and had already expressed his attitude, but they still said so. This was clearly singing against Li Wuyo. The fact that both armies did this is very telling. Li Wuyo rule is indeed problematic, and it's a big problem. Now, except for the royal guards that she directly controls, the attitudes of the other armies are very intriguing. Of course, Tang Zheng knew this a long time ago. But today the attitudes of the 7th and 8th armies have already shown that some of the imperial troops have already become estranged from the royal family and completely disobey Li Wuyo orders. This matter is very serious, and it may cause a serious incident one day. But Tang Zheng couldn't care less now. He first called Li Wuyo back to say that there was nothing to worry about, and then began to concentrate on preparing for the war. The news that the zombies had left Lumba finally spread. Without looking at the specific number, just the millions of mutant birds circling in the sky, we knew that this zombie group had bad intentions. When the zombies attacked Hezhou, the number of mutant birds was more than 1 million. And the 5th Army was in a mess. And the number of mutant birds this time was more than twice that of the last time. Which means that this zombie group must be more than 10 million. The entire Zhuguang City was shaken. And the entire empire was shaken. The zombies have become so powerful. Is there any hope for humans to survive? How should Tang Zheng resist? Will the Zhuguang army also have a victorious escape? For a moment, the eyes of the royal family, the eyes of the surrounding major armies, the eyes of the Dahlia volcano city, and the eyes of countless survivors in the surrounding area, all gathered on Zhuguang City. Many people even sent out reconnaissance teams to investigate the specific situation of this zombie group, especially what the Corpse King looks like, which is something people are eager to know. There are also many military commentators and strategic analysts on TV, who begin to analyze whether Zhuguang City can hold out this time. Zhuguang City has begun to evacuate people in the northern region, but almost no one is optimistic about Zhuguang City. The 280,000 fifth group held out for 6 days in front of the tens of millions of corpses. Can the 30,000 Zhuguang army hold out for 1 day? No one was so arrogant. Even those who had been optimistic about Zhuguang City in the past were silent now. Zhuguang City was even more chaotic. Those who came out of Huzhou couldn't even find the tune to cry now. After experiencing the zombie swarm attacking the city, they knew the horror of the zombie swarm. These people felt that they were too unlucky. They just escaped once by luck. And now they have to face it for the second time. They were able to escape to Zhuguang City the first time. But where can they escape to now? Some people thought that Tangjing had captured the military camp base. And maybe they could go there. After all, it was 1,500 kilometers away from Zhuguang City, which was definitely safer than here. But they found that they couldn't escape at all. The 2 city guards of Zhuguang City tightly blocked the city walls, and did not allow anyone to leave the city. Facing the black muzzles of the defenders, no one dared to act recklessly, and could only stay in the city helplessly. Some people were still organizing demonstrations and marches, hoping that the Zhuguang army would let them leave. But this time Tangjing did not show any mercy, and directly sent troops and people from the Public Security Bureau to disperse the crowd. If anyone dared to disobey orders, the law enforcers of Zhuguang City would let them see what it meant to be merciless. Under the strong suppression of the defenders, the city of Zhuguang finally did not get into chaos. But Tangjing also knew that this was not a long-term solution. Facing the threat of death, no one could remain calm all the time. And the outside world would continue to encourage these people to make trouble. In order to resolve the current internal and external troubles, the first thing to do is to show strength and let these people know how powerful the current Zhuguang army is. In the inner city with light snow, at the airport, the first step of Tangjing's violent army was to come to the airport. What represents military power the most nowadays? It is not a large number of soldiers, nor armored vehicles and tanks, but airplanes. Because everyone knows that fighter jets are very difficult to manufacture nowadays. And no one has even seen fighter jets on TV. Those who can produce helicopters are very powerful. Tangjing came to the airport, where many airplanes were parked. 20 A-124 large transport planes, 20 helicopter transport planes, and 20 Apache attack helicopters. There are even a few bird helicopters and 2 drones. But these cannot represent the real Air Force. The real Air Force is fighters and bombers. After Tangjing upgraded to brigade commander, he unlocked 3 aircraft. Among them, the F-14 is a carrier-based aircraft, which is not suitable for use here. But the F-15 fighter and the Bear bomber are absolutely suitable for the current situation. Tangjing arrived here and turned on the system. F-15 fighter, length 19.5 meters, height 5.7 meters, wingspan 13 meters, empty weight 13,000 kilograms, maximum takeoff weight 30,800 kilograms, maximum flight speed 2.5 Mach. Equipped with a Vulcan cannon. Equipped with 4 AIM-7 air-to-air missiles. AIM-9 air-to-air missiles. Equipped with 2 Thunderbolt air-to-ground missiles. Maximum ammunition capacity 8 tons. Each upgrade once. The ammunition capacity increases by 2 tons. The price is 150,000 gold. Bear bomber, maximum flight distance of 10,000 kilometers. Equipped with 2 23mm caliber aircraft cannons. Maximum bomb load of 25 tons. Can drop cluster bombs, aerial bombs, thermobaric bombs, and nuclear bombs. Priced at 200,000 gold. Tangjing immediately started buying 20 F-15 fighters, 10 Bear bombers. 5 million gold was spent at once. And 30 planes appeared on the airport one after another. Then, there were 30 Air Force pilots. 1,000 each. A total of 30,000 gold. Then, there were 60 ordinary Air Force crew members. Because the Bear bomber could carry 7 people. In the light snow in the afternoon, the planes and pilots all appeared. The silver F-15 fighter and the relatively large bomber, parked there quietly, had infinite and soul-stirring power. The mounted missiles and the cold machine guns all represented powerful strength. 30 pilots and 60 crew members were all in place. Seeing Tangjing coming, they all stood at attention and saluted. Wow! The uniform white gloves were raised in unison. And the feeling was beyond description. Tangjing swept the pilots present with a majestic gaze. Soldiers, now I give you a task. Not only the Northern Territory, but the entire empire. And even foreign forces are looking down on us now. Whether they support us or not. No one thinks we can win this war against zombies. Why do they look at us like this? There is only one reason. Power. They think we don't have enough power to win the war. And now is the time for us to show our power. We want to let everyone see whether we have strong power. So this time, we will not only show our military power, but also show our actual combat capabilities. Now I order you all to board the plane immediately. The target is the small hill 20 kilometers outside Zhuguang City. You must treat it as an enemy position, and use your strongest power to flatten it for me to show my military power. Do you have the confidence? With Tang Zheng's last shout, all the soldiers roared in response. Yes. Board. Action. At Tang Zheng's command, the soldiers boarded the planes. These planes all had spare ammunition, and were flying with live ammunition. The pilots boarded the planes, and some snowflakes on the shells had been cleaned up by the ground crew. The first and second F-15s took off at the same time. The planes made a huge roar, and soared into the sky. On the runway, the third and fourth planes followed. Then came the fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth. Behind the fighters, the bombers followed, and with Tang Zheng order, the TV station's people filmed the planes taking off in the outer city. When the eagles of the light-chasing army took off, and the huge engine roared. These images were transmitted through radio waves, and the whole world was quiet. Chapter 269. The plane made a loud humming sound, departing from the inner-city airport of Zhuguang City, and flying over the outer city. The people in the city, who looked up at the sky, basically maintained the same posture. That is, they opened their mouths wide, did not blink, and twisted their necks in the direction of the plane. Even before the end of the world, they had only seen this kind of scene on TV. 20 fighters roared past, and there were 10 bombers behind them. Behind the bombers were drones, which were filmed by the TV station. Some ordinary people can't tell the difference between fighters and bombers. But the shock from the bottom of their hearts comes from the soul, and can't be erased at all. Along with the shock, there is also a sense of pride rising from the bones. It turns out that their Zhuguang City and their Zhuguang army are so powerful. The fighters quickly flew out of the city. And then, there was an even more shocking bombing. Although they couldn't see the scene of the bombing on the spot, those who watched on TV saw it first. The fighter jets opened the way with missiles, followed by machine guns. The innocent hill was hit with flames and riddled with holes. The bombing of the bomber behind was even more terrifying. Tang Zheng bomber had spare bombs, but the number was not particularly large. But the bombing of this hill was shocking enough, accompanied by a large explosion. The hill was blown down a bit. The smoke rising into the sky could be vaguely seen in the city, and the huge explosion sounded, which further demonstrated the extraordinary power of this explosion. When the planes returned after completing the bombing mission, the whole city was in an uproar. Everyone cheered and clapped their hands vigorously, refusing to stop even when their hands turned red. With such a powerful air force, what else do they have to worry about? The people on the second ring road who were originally in a state of panic calmed down immediately, and no one mentioned leaving Zhuguang City and heading to the military base. On the TV, Xiao Dili reported the latest news with great emotion. Today, the Zhuguang army conducted its first fighter test flight. During the operation, our army fully demonstrated our military might and appearance. 30 fighters simulated attacking virtual targets, working in perfect harmony throughout the process, and easily destroying the targets. Our army's air combat capabilities were fully demonstrated in this operation. This operation proved to the outside world that we have enough power to defend our homeland. And any external forces, including zombies, are not enough to shake Zhuguang City. Please see the report sent back from the scene below. As the pictures were broadcast again and again, the outside world was silent this time. Whether before or after the end of the world, the arms race has always existed. Not all things have to be solved through war. But the premise is that you have enough power. If you don't have enough ability to protect yourself, then don't speak. And speaking will be regarded as farting. The action of the Zhuguang army to show its muscles this time obviously shocked many people. Except for Yuanjing TV station expressing congratulations to Zhuguang army on TV. No one else said anything. A public opinion storm and internal crisis were resolved by such a temporary military exercise. Tang Zheng was also very satisfied with the effect of this action. Without any worries, it was time to really increase the number of troops. Before increasing the number of troops, Tang Zheng first built 3 more arsenals. There was only 1 arsenal at the beginning, but it was obviously not enough now, especially after this increase in troops. A large amount of ammunition reserves were needed, so Tang Zheng built 3 at once. These 3 arsenals made the inner city a little bit overcrowded. Fortunately, the arsenal did not occupy a large area. Tang Zheng even compressed a little space in his yard to complete the arsenal. After the arsenal was built, the production line there was fully operational, using the materials that Tang Zheng had accumulated for a long time to start producing ammunition quickly. Even if the raw materials were deducted, ammunition still required a lot of money. After all, the ammunition to be produced was huge. Tang Zheng calculated that at least 15 million ammunition reserves were needed, or even 20 million, to win this battle. After the construction of the arsenal, Tang Zheng continued to recruit soldiers. This time, Tang Zheng chose to recruit soldiers on a larger scale, starting with a large number of mobilized soldiers. Like the 5th Regiment, Tang Zheng first added 4 battalions to each of the other 4 field regiments. Each of his field battalions had 8 combat companies. And this time Tang Zheng also followed this scale. According to the previous military system of 8 companies, each battalion was supplemented with 8 companies. A battalion has 8 companies, plus a guard platoon, as well as necessary cooking and medical troops. Each battalion has about 2,500 people, and the cost of each battalion is about 1.1 million. 16 battalions, a total cost of 17.6 million. The 52 million funds immediately became 34 million. But this wave of sudden troops alone increased the number of 40,000. The number of people in each of the 4 field regiments has reached 12,500. This is of course not the end. The next step is to upgrade the City Guard Battalion to the City Guard Regiment. The City Guard Battalion currently has 2 battalions, upgraded to a regiment, and then add 3 more battalions. The cost of the City Guard Battalion is much higher than that of the Field Battalion, because there are many advanced arms in this battalion, such as snipers, heavy machine gun teams, flamethrower warriors, etc. 3 battalions were added, and now there are 4 battalions and 1 company of City Guard troops in Zhuguang City. The rest of the City Guard troops are scattered in other bases and various checkpoints. The 3 City Guard battalions cost about 5 million yuan, and Tang Zheng funds were left with more than 29 million yuan. But at this time, the total number of Zhuguang troops was close to 80,000. With the remaining money, Tang Zheng did not continue to replenish ordinary soldiers, such as the paratroopers of the Direct Battalion, the Engineering Battalion, and the Aviation Battalion, but used it to buy vehicles. First, Tang Zheng replenished anti-aircraft guns. After seeing the overwhelming mutant birds of the Rumba zombie group, Tang Zheng realized the importance of air defense. Without air superiority, his own planes could not take off, and the war would be too difficult to fight. Moreover, the mutant birds could directly threaten the soldiers on the city wall, so this problem must be solved first. First, Tang Zheng bought a self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Cheetah 35mm double-barrel self-propelled anti-aircraft gun, effective range 4,000 meters. Effective firing height 3,000 meters. Combat weight 46 tons. Radar fire control system. 400 rounds of ammunition without stars. 200 rounds of ammunition per star upgrade. Priced at 20,000 gold. This self-propelled anti-aircraft gun has 400 rounds of training ammunition every day, and 200 rounds of ammunition per star upgrade. If it is upgraded to 3 stars, 1,000 rounds of free ammunition can be used every day. Tang Zheng bought 100 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns at one time as a regular air defense force. I believe that with these weapons, the pressure of air defense will be reduced a lot. 100 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, equipped with 200 artillerymen, and the existing anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft missile systems in the city, formed a complete air defense firepower network. Moreover, this kind of self-propelled anti-aircraft gun is not only for shooting at the sky. Anti-aircraft guns are basically dual-purpose, and they have strong lethality against the ground. This 35mm caliber artillery is more powerful than Gatling, and it is perfect for fighting high-level zombies. The self-propelled anti-aircraft gun actually looks like a small tank, and it is also tracked, and can easily drive onto the city wall for defensive operations. There are 2 barrels on the turret, which can fire at the same time. This thing has a very fast firing rate, and 1,000 shells will not be used for a long time. So Tang Zheng now has to ask the arsenal to stockpile a large amount of ammunition, a considerable part of which is the shells of this self-propelled anti-aircraft gun. Among the weapons this time, there are also 2 types of surface-to-air missile launchers, but Tang Zheng did not buy them. This kind of anti-aircraft weapon is not needed to deal with mutant birds. It would be a waste of anti-aircraft guns to kill mosquitoes. However, there is one weapon that Tang Zheng is going to mass produce. Tornado rocket launcher, combat weight 44 tons. Total length 4.4 meters. Height 3.1 meters. Width 3.1 meters. Caliber 300 millimeters. Number of barrels 12. Maximum range 90 kilometers. Minimum range 20 kilometers. Equipped with 60 rockets in the starless state. Can carry out 5 rounds of shooting. Star upgrade increases 24 rockets at a time. Price 50,000 gold. This rocket launcher with a maximum range of 90 kilometers will be the main force in the early stages of the war. The maximum range is 90 kilometers. And the minimum range is 20 kilometers. On the way to Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng was ready to use this weapon to deal with the zombies. There were also 100 units. And another 5 million yuan was spent. Then there were artillery, 300 rocket launchers, and 200 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns. A total of 150,000 gold. The anti-aircraft guns just now also cost 2 million. And Tang Zheng funds dropped again, becoming 22 million. Of course, these artillery were still not enough. And Tang Zheng continued to replenish ordinary artillery and 107 rocket launchers. The original artillery team had 100 guns of each type. And this time, 100 guns were added to each type. There were also 100 mortars. And Tang Zheng also added 100 guns. Finally, the self-propelled artillery that made meritorious contributions during the battle with the Alliance, originally 50, was also added to 100. These guns were used in conjunction with the artillery. And another 4.7 million was spent. At this time, the artillery unit was almost replenished. 100 tornado rocket launchers, 100 self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, 100 self-propelled artillery, 200 howitzers, 200 107 rocket launchers, and 100 mortars. There are 700 guns in total. And the number of artillerymen is as high as more than 3,000. These 700 guns were divided into 2 artillery regiments by Tang Zheng. The 1st Regiment and the 2nd Regiment, each with 350 guns. After purchasing the artillery unit, the total number of Zhuguang Army has reached 82,000. At present, the military camps of Zhuguang Army can accommodate a total of 85,000 people, of which 20 are at the military camp base. Tang Zheng looked at the money in his hand, which was not much. Only 17 million. He also had to leave 15 million in ammunition reserves. So there were only 2 million left. Just when Tang Zheng was thinking about how to use the 2 million, Guiyun gave Tang Zheng a suggestion. The 2 million will continue to be used to buy war eagles and military dogs. As for the use, it is very simple. That is, to catch mice. Tang Zheng thought about it, and felt that what Guiyun said made sense. The situation of the city wall of Hezhou being dug down by mice is still vivid in his mind. This situation must not happen in Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng now has a lot of war eagles. When the transport plane was transported, he bought 10,000 at a time. This time, let's get more military dogs. Tang Zheng directly bought 10,000 military dogs at a price of 200 each. The mice in the end times are too big and too many. Ordinary cats can't handle them. And dogs can't catch mice. Chapter 270. Tang Zheng wave of troops was over. And then, there was a long process of sending troops. After all, it takes time for the system to buy soldiers. Not seconds. It will take about 2.5 days to complete. By then, the size of Tang Zheng's Zhuguang army will have doubled or more. During this process, one infantry column after another appeared from the inner city. At present, Tang Zheng has a total of 14 military camps in the inner city, which can accommodate 35,000 people under normal circumstances. There is no need to be so particular at this moment. These soldiers will squeeze 2 people into one bed first, and then consider the issue of separation after the battle is over. As more and more soldiers came, Tang Zheng felt a little more at ease. This time, the zombies came in full force. He did not dare to say that he could guarantee victory with the current troops. He could only say that Zhuguang City would not be in danger for the time being. However, the real result still needs to be tested by war. The approximate number of zombies has been determined. Together with the mutant beasts, there are 20 million in total. If it was 20 million at the beginning of the apocalypse, Tang Zheng could easily win. But it is hard to say now. After all, zombies are also evolving. Tang Zheng also had another idea in his mind. That is, he wanted to see what the zombie king looked like this time. However, it was not easy to photograph the zombie king. Those mutant birds were too much of a hindrance. And normal helicopter photography was completely impossible. Tang Zheng could only use some small civilian drones to fly to the zombie group. And while conducting reconnaissance, he also hoped to find the location of the Zombie King. However, this method is not very safe. These drones will not cause the mutant birds to actively attack. However, there is a saying that there are all kinds of birds in the forest. Some birds do not follow the routine. They may have their feathers knocked off by the drone. Or they may be dissatisfied with the drone's buzzing. So they will suddenly attack the drone. The drone will crash when it loses balance when attacked. In this situation where the sky is full of mutant birds, they can't take pictures of much. Fortunately, this kind of drone can be mass-produced. If you can take pictures a little bit, it's fine. If you take more pictures, there is always hope to find the Corpse King. Tang Zheng was not the only one who had this idea. The Volcano City in Daliao, the Shazhou City in Mobei, and the 1st Legion in the northeast all sent out a lot of drones to film the zombies and look for the Zombie King. The zombies also marched towards Zhuguang City under the filming of countless drones. On the first night, the zombies arrived at the University City base, which was 230 kilometers away from Zhuguang City. But at this time, the University City base was deserted, and the last wave of people evacuated 3 hours before the arrival of the zombies. The zombies passed through the University City base, but did not find any living people. Nor did they stop here, and continued to move south. In the early morning of the next day, the zombies passed through 2 bases again, but did not find any living people. The Zombie King seemed to have realized that he could not find anyone here. So he did not stop at other bases, and started to head straight for Zhuguang City. Many forces continued to film in this way. Finally, at noon of the next day, when the zombies were 130 kilometers away from Zhuguang City, someone filmed the Zombie King. It was a drone belonging to the 1st Legion. The drone was attacked by a mutant bird and fell to the ground. But the camera was still usable when it landed. The camera captured a little girl walking up to the drone, lowering her head and looking at the camera. It was a pretty little girl with snow-white skin, wearing a white windbreaker, a white woolen hat, a white scarf, and twin ponytails on both sides, looking like a snow doll. If it weren't for the pair of scarlet eyes, this little girl would be the dream child of those daughter slaves. The little girl seemed to feel familiar with the camera and fiddled with it a few times. But of course the camera couldn't give any response. The little girl quickly lost interest and continued to walk forward. Next, a zombie Big Feet stepped over and completely crushed the drone. The picture was only 5 seconds long, but it was shocking enough. So this is what the Corpse King looks like. When this picture was broadcast, the world was shocked. All TV stations reprinted this picture, and this little girl was also given a name, called Little Corpse Sister. Some people also found that there seemed to be words on the little girl's scarf, but due to the angle at that time, it was not clear what was embroidered on it. Only 2 words can be seen clearly, and there is a 3rd word vaguely on the right. The first 2 words are favorite. For the 3rd word, it can only be confirmed that it is a Guang character radical, but the details cannot be seen clearly. Even if people took screenshots of this picture, they would only see a blurry image and could not distinguish it accurately. It was probably one of the characters Tang, Shi, Kong, Lian, and Miao. This incident also triggered a wave of discussion. Some people even said that if it was AI Tang, it would be interesting. He suspected that the next character was Zheng. At that time, it was not a zombie siege, but a little girl looking for her father. Of course, this kind of thing was just a little diversion before the war, and no one believed it was true. People's attention is still on the fact that Zhuguang City is about to be besieged by zombies. Tang Zheng Zhuguang City even produced fighters and bombers. But can it resist 20 million zombies? Obviously this is not enough. How long Zhuguang City can last is what everyone is most concerned about. According to the current speed of the zombies, they can reach Zhuguang City in at most 30 hours. When Tang Zheng saw this little zombie girl, his shock was greater than everyone else's. Others may not recognize this scarf, but he knows it very well. This is clearly the scarf that his sister and her girlfriends knitted for him, and he later lost it in Manji Town. But why did this scarf appear on the neck of the little corpse girl? This is something he thinks is very magical and coincidental. Someone's joke is right. The last 2 words are Tang Zheng. Fortunately, they were not exposed. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain. Others might really think that this is a child looking for his father. It took Tang Zheng a long time to digest this amazing coincidence. Just when he was about to focus on the upcoming battle, he received a call. One thing worth mentioning is that when the TV signals began to connect with each other, the phone was also resuming calls. However, the mobile phone cannot be used at present. The current phone is like the old-fashioned one, which requires sliding your fingers and dialing in circles. But this is also a huge progress. The day of full restoration of communication is not far away. This call was from Li Wuyo. You know, when the zombies appeared, Li Wuyo only expressed his concern on TV, but did not call Tang Zheng in person. Tang Zheng felt relieved when the princess called to express her condolences. Li Wuyo's voice came from the phone, and she talked to Tang Zheng about the zombie siege. Tang Zheng also gave Li Wuyo a reassurance, saying that although the zombies were coming fiercely, the entire Zhuguang city was ready for battle, and the 4 million soldiers and civilians in the city were united and would definitely survive this crisis. On the phone, Tang Zheng also showed some concern for the empire. Several army groups were becoming less and less obedient, and they were also secretly increasing their strength. It was obvious that they had already shown signs of rebellion, which was very worthy of vigilance. Tang Zheng even thought that these army groups might rebel sooner or later, and Li Wuyo should have made preparations early. Fortunately, Tang Zheng had reminded him before that Li Wuyo Royal Guards had recruited some new soldiers after being supplemented by the 5th Army Group, and now had a size of 500,000 people. As the central area of Hanwei, Yuanjing Palace now has more than 11 million survivors, which is definitely the largest force in Hanwei. So for the time being, Li Wuyo's position is still stable. Even if those group armies really rebel, it is impossible to drive her out of power immediately. The conversation between the two was pleasant. Li Wuyo was temporarily relieved after hearing Tang Zheng's assurance. Just before hanging up the phone, Li Wuyo suddenly asked a question. Tang Zheng, the scarf of that little corpse girl seems to be the same as the one you gave me. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, then slapped his forehead. He could recognize the scarf. So Li Wuyo could recognize it naturally, because the two scarves were made by the same person. They were exactly the same. Tang Zheng originally felt that he had no obligation to explain, but Li Wuyo spoke so softly and casually, and he felt that he still needed to explain. Well, this matter is a long story. I had a scarf at the time. Tang Zheng briefly told Li Wuyo the whole story, and told her that this little girl could not be his daughter. On the other end of the phone, Li Wuyo laughed softly after hearing Tang Zheng's words. Okay. There's no need to explain in detail. I'm just asking casually. After all, she's just a little girl. If you really give a scarf, you must also give one to the child's mother. As long as no adult girl wears this scarf, I will believe you. Tang Zheng laughed. That's definitely not the case. Okay then. I will always pay attention to your situation. If there is any danger, you must remember to take a plane to Yuanjing immediately. As long as the person is still there, there is still hope. After Tang Zheng agreed, he hung up the phone. At this time, more than half of the soldiers Tang Zheng had purchased had already been sent out. The zombies had now walked more than half of the way from the university town to Zhuguang City, and were only 100 kilometers away from Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng stood up and left the official residence. He was going to the second ring wall of Zhuguang City, because the zombies were about to enter the range of the Zhuguang army's rocket launchers. The war was about to begin. Chapter 271. It is now the 18th day of the first lunar month. If it were this time in previous years, the temperature would have started to rise. But this year is different. It is still deep winter. The shrill north wind blew from the wilderness, mixed with snowflakes like knives. Tang Zheng came out of the official residence and went to the second ring road accompanied by the guard company. After leaving the inner city and walking on the road of the first ring road, the situation here is better and no different from the past. But when you reach the second ring road, the situation is still different. There are no tall buildings here, only shacks everywhere, and some better mobile colored steel houses. People can only rely on fire to keep warm, and living conditions are still very poor. The only thing that makes Tang Zheng feel relieved is that the Ministry of the Interior has done a good job distributing bedding, clothes, and some basic food in a timely manner so that people can eat as much as possible. From people's eyes, Tang Zheng saw worry and hope. Everyone is worried about this zombie siege, and they also hope that this matter will pass. And when spring comes, everyone can build their new homes. The motorcade passed through the streets of the second ring road, and even aroused applause from the people. Tang Zheng, the benefactor who saved the lives of all the people in the second ring road, had a very high prestige in Zhuguang City. It can be said that in Zhuguang City, you can criticize anything and anyone. But you must not criticize Tang Zheng. The Public Security Bureau may not arrest you. Because before arresting you, you will be beaten to death by the angry crowd. Tang Zheng also waved to the passers-by in the car and signaled the car to speed up. After all, the second ring road is very large, with an area of 40 square kilometers. If we signal to others along the way, we might not reach the city wall before dark. The convoy accelerated and drove towards the city wall. On this road, looking at the countless people here, Tang Zheng felt inexplicably uneasy, always feeling that he had overlooked some details. But he couldn't remember them for a while. Time was running out, and he didn't have time to think too much. So he drove on. Tang Zheng came to the second ring road city wall. This was only his second time here. The first time was when the city wall was built. The second ring of the city wall is the same as the first ring of the city wall, but it is relatively longer and the defense pressure is greater. The area 100 meters near the city wall has been listed as a military restricted area, and ordinary people are prohibited from approaching. Under the city wall, a large pot was propped up, and that was the cooking team cooking. Each company is their cooking team, which spreads over more than 10 kilometers, and the busy figures of the cooking team are everywhere. I opened a pot casually, and inside was meat and venison stewed with potatoes, which was nutritious and delicious. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. At this time, the soldiers' food must be guaranteed. A little further out, countless military tents were erected. They were built by the medical team, and they were fully stocked with medicinal materials and surgical instruments. Military doctors in white coats came in and out, busy preparing everything. Tang Zheng passed the checkpoint and climbed onto the city wall. On the city wall, the city guards had already been on full alert. Currently, there are 13,000 city guards guarding Zhuguang City, including many snipers and heavy machine gun teams in the sentry towers and bunkers, and a large number of guards on the city wall. There is no need for patrols now. Soldiers are on standby on the city wall. The north wind blows, and the white air from their breath makes the soldiers' eyebrows and eyelashes all covered with frost. Fortunately, they all wore thick winter clothes to resist the cold wind on the city wall. Tang Zheng also saw that many officers of the Zhuguang army were checking supplies in rows. Many engineers were carrying ammunition boxes back and forth, and carrying boxes of bullets, grenades, and other things to the city wall. Standing on the city wall, you can also see many engineers outside the city busy. They are laying mines. Now the defense zone outside the city is much larger, and the mines need to be laid a lot. After all, they have previous defensive combat experience, and everyone's work is proceeding in an orderly manner. Tang Zheng took a look at his system. The 15 million funds have now become 13 million, and 2 million funds have been consumed on the assembly line of the engineering factory. The battle has not started yet, and the tense atmosphere of the war has spread over the city. Seeing Tang Zheng coming, all the soldiers stood at attention and saluted. Tang Zheng indicated that everyone did not need to salute, and just do their own things. However, several major officers of the Zhuguang army are also at the level of regiment commanders, and they are still accompanying Tang Zheng. The commanders of the 2 artillery regiments seem to have known something, and they were licking their chests in front of Tang Zheng, implicitly proving to Tang Zheng that they can go to battle at any time. The 2 artillery regiments are the 1st Artillery Regiment and the 2nd Artillery Regiment. Now in the army, they are called the 1st Artillery and the 2nd Artillery. The commander of the 1st Artillery is named Wang Jinglong, and the commander of the 2nd Artillery is named Lu Wenfeng. Tang Zheng looked back at them. Are you all ready? Get ready, General. When the zombies enter the 90-kilometer range, our artillery units will start bombing. First, the tornado rocket launcher will attack. This is the absolute main force. Then the howitzer will be in range. Then the 107 rocket launcher will be in range. And finally the mortar will be in range. Our 2 regiments will take turns to make these dozens of kilometers a road of death for the zombies. Tang Zheng nodded slightly. That's right. This time we have enough funds. We must kill as many as possible in the early stage to reduce the pressure in the later stage. Yes, General. Rest assured. Zombies are still zombies after all. And the zombie king is just a little girl. We still have rich combat experience, so there will be no problem. Don't be careless. Have you forgotten how Hezhou was lost? The 280,000 troops of the 5th Army couldn't hold on. We have less than 80,000 people in Zhuguang City now. Carelessness will lead to serious consequences. We understand? General. Go down and prepare. The zombies are coming soon. The two artillery commanders left and began to arrange artillery positions and attack missions. At this time, it was less than half an hour before the vanguard of the zombies entered the range of the rocket launcher. Tang Jun looked to the north. On the radar screen, dense red dots of light entered the radar range like a bursting river, spreading for hundreds of kilometers. Come on. Little zombie girl wearing the same scarf as me. Let me see what you can do. About half an hour later, the vanguard of the zombies had entered the 90-kilometer range of the Tornado rocket launcher. But Tang Jun requested that the rocket launcher should be launched only when the zombies entered 75 kilometers. That was actually the best attack distance for the rocket launcher. The zombies could not retreat, and could only move forward under the fire. On the artillery position, 50 Tornado rocket launchers were already arranged in formation, and ready to launch at any time. Reporters from Zhuguang TV also began to enter various positions to broadcast the battle live at any time. During this period, according to the statistics of the TV station, the ratings have reached the highest level since the end of the world. In various places, whether they supported Tang Jun or not, they were all watching the start of this battle. After a suffocating wait, the zombies finally entered the predetermined range. The battle started suddenly, and the Tornado rocket launcher of the light-chasing army also appeared in front of the world for the first time. Following the camera of the TV station, a large group of the light-chasing army rocket launchers had already arranged their formations in an area of the second ring and started firing. 50 rocket launchers, 10 in a combat group, locked an area, and the second 10 guns locked the next coordinate area. At the artillery position, the commander dropped the flag in his hand and shouted, "Fire!" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Rockets were carried by the burning tail flames and flew into the air. 4 men. This is one of the most beautiful scenery in the world. Countless rockets with streamers and soul-stirring whistling sounds. That feeling is refreshing from the heart. The distance of dozens of kilometers is very close for rockets. And the drone at the far end is also above the zombies. And it took the first shot of the scene. Boom, boom, boom. The landing point of the rocket launcher was almost perfect, and all of them exploded at the predetermined coordinates. The area within a few kilometers was immediately covered by the intensive bombardment of the rocket launcher. Balls of fire exploded, and balls of black smoke rose into the sky. The wind, snow and smoke mixed together, and explosions and fire coexisted. In the north wind, this area turned into hell. No matter whether it was ordinary zombies or mutant zombies, they could not resist this high-tech weapon developed by humans. Countless zombies turned into debris in the smoke. Of course, this kind of scene cannot be captured by drones. But Tang Jun can clearly see through the radar perspective that a large group of zombies are disappearing in this area. The patches of red light spots became sparse under this bombing. If it were humans, there might be no survival in this situation. But for these zombies with tenacious vitality, there are still some who can survive. The light-chasing army did not care about the scattered zombies that were still alive. Their second round of volleys was still locked on the places where the zombies were densely packed. The commander lowered the flag again. Fire! Another rocket flew through the air. It was already night, and the dark sky was cut open by the rockets, flying into the distance, blooming the most gorgeous flowers. The second round of rocket bombardment still achieved brilliant results. A large group of zombies were eliminated. After 2 consecutive rounds of rocket bombardment, more than 10,000 zombies died. Just when everyone was excited and felt that if the battle continued like this, the zombies would suffer heavy losses when they arrived at Zhuguang City. Something changed in the zombie group. In the zombie swarm, a large number of mutant birds began to speed up and flew rapidly towards the direction of Zhuguang City. On the ground, a large group of mutant rats also began to run wildly towards Zhuguang City. The zombies behind also began to speed up. The zombies that used to be slow and leisurely began to run in their hearts. The agile zombies ran wildly, and the armored zombies also made great strides forward. Originally, according to the normal speed of the zombie swarm, it would probably take tomorrow morning to reach Zhuguang City. But judging from the current speed, it could arrive at midnight at the latest. If Tang Jun hadn't had radar monitoring, if there hadn't been drone tracking and filming, it would have been very likely that the zombies would have caught them off guard. If they hadn't been well prepared in the middle of the night, it would have been possible for the city to fall overnight. Seeing the zombies running, the dense formation had already been pulled apart. which would have greatly reduced the power of the artillery. Faced with this emergency, Tang Jing still calmly gave orders. Don't stop the rocket launcher attack. Keep bombing me. The wall defenders are ready. The mutant birds will arrive in half an hour. The mutant rats will arrive within 3 hours. And the zombies will arrive within 5 hours. Prepare the night vision goggles and flares. And be ready for a night battle. Chapter 272. After Tang Jing issued a series of orders, he had to admire the little zombie girl's comprehension and decisiveness. She was able to find the fastest way to deal with rocket launchers in such a short time. She has a strong learning ability. The accelerated running of zombies can not only greatly shorten the time of being bombarded by artillery fire, but also minimize the number of casualties caused by artillery fire. In this way, the pressure on the Zhuguang army will be much greater. Tang Jing did not skimp on funds at all, and let the artillery fire as much as possible before the zombies arrived at Zhuguang City. As long as the cannons could still sound, they would keep firing. The 2 artillery regiments also strictly implemented Tang Jing instructions, and opened up the artillery fire almost to the maximum. This intensive bombardment allowed the artillery to upgrade its star very quickly. In fact, when the artillery is in the state of no star, its firepower is the strongest during the process of upgrading to 3 stars. Because once the star is upgraded, the spare ammunition will be replenished, and the firepower will be restored to the maximum extent. This process does not even require the use of too many additional shells from the arsenal. The current rocket launcher is in this state. After the reserve ammunition is used up, it can often be upgraded to a strengthened 1 star by adding another shell. Then the shells were fully replenished, and the bombing began again. Although the bombing effect was not as good as the previous 2 salvos, its powerful lethality could not be underestimated, and it could still cause huge casualties to the zombies. The little zombie girl obviously knew that this kind of attack was inevitable, so she ordered the zombies to move forward as quickly as possible and try to reach the city of Zhuguang as soon as possible. The fastest of them, of course, were the flying birds. The general flying speed of birds ranged from tens of kilometers to hundreds of kilometers per hour. Some faster ones could reach more than 100 kilometers, and some even more than 200 kilometers or even more than 300 kilometers. But that was extremely rare. But after the end of the world, this situation has changed a bit. The flying speed of mutant birds is generally over 100 kilometers, and there are many birds flying 300 kilometers per hour. So the flying birds coming out of the zombie group can reach Zhuguang City in half an hour. When the flying birds quickly approached Zhuguang City, the shrill air defense alarm in the city sounded. When the alarm sounded, Tang Jing suddenly got a sense of alertness. He knew where the uneasy feeling came from when he passed the second ring. He had made sufficient air defense preparations, and the city wall was basically stable. But he overlooked one point. That is, these flying birds did not necessarily have to attack the city wall. Now the second ring was full of people, and the houses of these people were very simple. If those flying birds flew over the city wall and wantonly attacked the residents in the second ring, Zhuguang City would be in big trouble. Those shacks, color steel houses, etc., should be difficult to resist the desperate attacks of flying birds. Tang Jing still clearly remembered that when he rescued these people and came to Zhuguang City, he once told them that he must protect their lives and safety and let them live in peace. These people wanted to leave Zhuguang City, and Tang Jing did not let them go, because he was confident that he could ensure the safety of the people in the city. But if he could not do this, it would be a stain that he could not erase. Although it was normal to sacrifice people in the war, it would be very disadvantageous for him to recruit survivors in the future. And the recruitment of survivors was an important part of the upgrade and was indispensable. Hearing the shrill air defense alarm echoing over the city, Tang Jing realized that he was in big trouble. According to the radar map, the first wave of mutant birds that attacked Zhuguang City was at least 500,000. No matter how hard the city wall defenders tried to intercept them, they could only intercept a small part of them. Most of the flying birds were destined to enter Zhuguang City, and now the flying birds only had 20 minutes to reach Zhuguang City. Tang Jing gave the order without hesitation. All field troops immediately disperse within the second ring and prepare to fight against the mutant bird flock. All air defense forces also prepare to fight. Order everyone to hide at home and never go out. Special agents and the Public Security Bureau are under curfew on the streets. Remember to carry weapons and protect yourself. Tang Jing also opened the system and started using the reserve funds to manufacture flamethrower warriors. In the face of the attack of mutant birds, Flamethrower warriors are the most effective. Now he only has 3,000 quotas, and he can make as many as he can in 20 minutes. Tang Zheng himself did not expect that the little corpse girl's means were so vicious that she forced him to use the ammunition reserve funds before the battle officially started. It is conceivable that this battle is definitely not easy to fight, because he does not have enough money. The arsenal was still working overtime to produce ammunition without stopping for a moment. When Tang Zheng opened the system, he found that his 13 million gold had dropped to more than 12 million. But at this moment, he could not care about so much. He had to resist the first wave of mutant bird attacks at all costs. The war eagles on Guyun Mountain had also flown down one after another. Facing the sudden attack of the mutant birds, the war eagles had to go into battle. Even the military dog team created by Tang Zheng had to fight against the mutant birds in the first wave before the mutant rats arrived. Tang Zheng was in the central city of the second ring road at the moment. He began to buy flamethrower warriors in the midst of the snow and the sound of air raid sirens. One by one, flamethrower warriors appeared and immediately ran to every corner of the second ring road, ready to meet the enemy. Residents in the second ring road also realized that the situation was not good. Everyone hid in their homes and closed the doors and windows. The vehicles of the special service and the public security department outside were already on the street, constantly shouting at them to block the doors and windows tightly. People tried every possible way, using wooden sticks to prop up the doors and iron sheets to block the windows. If these things were not available, they used quilts and basins. Everything that could be used was used. The 4 field regiments of the light chasing army, a total of 50,000 people, were also scattered in the streets and alleys of the second ring road, their gun muzzles pointed at the sky, ready to fight at any time. 10 minutes later, there was a commotion on the city wall. Bang, bang, bang. Flares were launched into the sky, lighting up the city wall area. Because in the dark night, the mutant birds have arrived. The situation in the second ring road was the same, and the soldiers kept firing flares to illuminate the night sky. The preparations were hasty. After all, time was a bit tight, and many people had not yet been in place. But the mutant birds had already arrived. With a burst of strange cries, various mutant birds, illuminated by flares, looked like a dark cloud, pressing towards Zhuguang City. The anti-aircraft artillery unit opened fire first. The soldiers in the self-propelled anti-aircraft guns poured countless shells into the sky. At the same time, the defenders on the city wall also started the first wave of defensive operations. More than 10,000 city guards were almost all firing. Clang, 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 clang. Da-da-da-da. 2-2-2-2. Various guns sounded at the same time, and the light-chasing army was at full speed, pouring out firepower crazily. In the sky, mutant birds of all sizes filled the sky. 500,000 mutant birds. The scale is unimaginable. The sparrows of the past were comparable to ordinary crows, and the crows of the past were already bigger than eagles. The eagles of the past were comparable to golden eagles, and some larger owls, peregrine falcons, sea eagles, etc., are now like small airplanes, and they are extremely fast. Facing the first wave of shooting by the light-chasing army, a large number of mutant birds were shot down. With strange cries, feathers flying, blood falling, mutant birds were constantly shot down and fell. Many mutant birds were not hit in the vital parts at once. Most of them fell down with their wings shot. These fierce mutant birds would also flutter towards the crowd and try to tear a piece of flesh from the soldiers. The soldiers had to disperse their firepower and shoot these tenacious creatures one by one. The situation was just as Tang Zheng imagined. These mutant birds did not entangle with the soldiers on the wall. They were like dark clouds blown by the wind, flapping their wings and rushing into the city. After the city wall, it is the second ring of Zhuguang City, which is the most populous place in the city. The people here have not yet moved into the buildings, and there are no reinforced concrete buildings as cover. The glass factory with colored steel houses and the grass and mud roofs of the huts have all become their targets for breakthrough. The mutant birds folded their wings, like sharp arrows falling from the sky, and rushed towards the residents' homes quickly. If they succeed, Zhuguang City will suffer a great disaster. Tang Zheng's temporary decision played a life-saving role. The troops of the 4 regiments started shooting at the sky at the same time. Countless bullets turned into golden streams, forming a dense crossfire network in the sky. At this time, the war eagles of the light-chasing army could not get close. Otherwise, they would be shot into sieves. Just like the other side of the city wall, Countless mutant birds were shot down when they died. But they were not fatal. They rolled to the ground, still not forgetting to follow the orders of the Corpse King, and frantically wanted to attack the residential area. The soldiers began to shoot both in the sky and on the ground. But at this moment, it was the war eagles and military dogs deployed by Tang Zheng that were more efficient. A mutant bird landed on the roof of a resident's house, and with its dive force, it hit the shack and made a hole. Before the mutant bird could get down from the hole and slaughter the residents, a military dog jumped onto the roof. It opened its mouth and bit the mutant bird's neck. The mutant bird flapped its wings in pain and tried to attack the military dog. Its huge wings flapped, and the military dog could not stand steadily. And the mutant bird rolled down from the roof. Dust was everywhere. Snow and fog were everywhere. And the bird and the dog began to bite each other on the snow. Tangjing military dogs all wore military dog bulletproof vests, anti-wolf collars, and military dog goggles. Under this full set of protection, it is difficult for the mutant bird to kill the military dog with one blow, and the military dog can bite it to its heart's content. Despite this, it is difficult for a military dog to take down a large mutant bird, as its blade-like claws and hard beak are both deadly weapons. In this case, support will arrive soon, or a second military dog will come and cooperate with each other to take down the mutant bird, or the soldiers came up and started to shoot at the mutant birds. The same is true for war eagles. Their sharp eyes can clearly see the situation in the night, and the orders they received are also rescue. Wherever there is danger, they will support. For a while, in the city, mutant birds and war eagles, or mutant birds and military dogs fighting each other can be seen everywhere. The flamethrower warriors in the city also made great contributions at this time. Compared with ordinary soldiers shooting, their flamethrowers are obviously more effective. Fire dragons rise into the sky, often covering a group of mutant birds. Bird feathers burn, mutant birds scream, and roll to the ground. Some residents are unlucky, and the burning mutant birds fall on the shacks and even start to burn. But at this time, the residents can only rely on themselves to save themselves. For a while, the city was on fire. Anti-aircraft guns, flamethrowers, rifles, light machine guns, forming countless firepower networks. Looking at Zhuguang City in the dark night, it has become an erupting volcano at this moment. The battle has just started, and it has entered a white-hot state. The growth of the little corpse girl is visible to the naked eye, and she immediately taught Tang Zheng a lesson. In this way, she told Tang Zheng and people all over the world how powerful the current corpse group has become. Chapter 273. During the mutant bird raid, Tang Zheng himself was threatened by the mutant birds, because he needed to stand in the center of the second ring, so that he could send troops to every corner for support as quickly as possible. A considerable number of mutant birds began to attack Tang Zheng. Fortunately, the soldiers of the guard company had been protecting Tang Zheng, and the war eagle Kunping also brought hundreds of 5-star war eagles to guard in the sky. Du Songming and other 5-star dogs also protected Tang Zheng to deal with the mutant birds attacking from all directions. Tang Zheng took a large part of the attack here, and also relieved the pressure on the surrounding area. A considerable number of soldiers in the guard company around him were also injured. And in this environment, the flamethrower warriors appeared one after another around Tang Zheng, gradually turning the tide of the battle. Flamethrower warriors are indeed the natural enemies of mutant birds. In this case, a flamethrower warrior is at least equivalent to more than 50 mobilized soldiers. No mutant bird can survive where the long dragon of flames sprays, no matter how big or small. Fierce or not, they will be reduced to ashes under the flame gun. The arduous battle lasted for an hour, under the coordinated attack of the city wall defenders, ground troops, war eagles and military dogs. The group of mutant birds left more than 300,000 corpses, and finally more than 100,000 mutant birds retreated and flew away. When the last mutant bird disappeared, Tang Zheng finally breathed a sigh of relief. His back was wet with sweat, which showed the pressure brought by the mutant birds. This time, it was a bit of a mistake. I didn't expect the little corpse sister to be so decisive. She directly gave up attacking the city wall, and instead pounced on the residential area. In this 40 square kilometers of land, the soldiers of the light-chasing army were really exhausted. If Tang Zheng had not anticipated this result half an hour in advance, this time the trouble would be huge. The mutant birds retreated, and the mutant rats had not yet arrived. Taking advantage of the break, Tang Zheng checked the situation in the system. In such a short period of time, The funds fell by more than 1 million, of which more than 1,000 flamethrower warriors were produced, and the rest of the money was consumed by ammunition. However, Tang Jung also found that this wave of mutant bird raids also caused the deaths of more than 300 recruits. More than 200 military dogs were killed, and dozens of war eagles also died in the attack. Many soldiers died to protect civilians, block the guns in times of crisis, and fight against mutant birds. Under the protection of the soldiers, the civilian losses in the second ring were very small. Afterwards, only dozens of casualties were counted, which was a blessing in disguise. When the mutant birds retreated, the civilians in the city began to cheer. They were very grateful to the Zhuguang army for their selfless protection. Those who had just arrived in Zhuguang City also began to feel a sense of belonging to the city at this moment. Even many people who were protected began to call for donations to support the troops in fighting against zombies. Under the deliberate guidance of the Zhuguang army, many people began to take out some of their gold and silver jewelry to support the development of the troops. Tangjun funds, which had been declining due to the continuous battles and ammunition reserves, finally rebounded. This made Tang Zheng sigh that this was a case of sowing beans and reaping beans, sowing melons and reaping melons. He risked his life to protect this group of people, and in the end, he got their support. The funds dropped to tens of millions, and after this wave, they rose again to 14 million. And this recovery is still slowly continuing. Tang Zheng estimated that the funds in the hands of the people are about 10 million to 20 million. And Tang Zheng did not let the people give out their jewelry for nothing. He asked the Ministry of the Interior to allocate 500 million guangyuan to give back to those who donated jewelry. This move once again aroused the enthusiasm of the people. After all, everyone is not rich, and some people are still reluctant to give things for nothing. But it is different to be able to give money. Many people once again took out jewelry, which not only supported the construction of the troops, but also exchanged for living expenses, killing two birds with one stone. Many residents of the Second Ring Road braved the cold night wind and went to the bank to exchange jewelry for funds. The jewelry in the hands of the people was almost the last money that could be found in Zhuguang City. The extra money would have a positive effect on the war. The speed of donations from the people was relatively fast except for the first wave. The subsequent process would take time. After all, it was already night. 2 hours later, Tang Zheng's attention returned to the battlefield again. During this period, the artillery bombardment of the light-chasing army has not stopped, and the bombardment of the zombies has continued. Every moment, zombies are constantly killed by the bombardment. Under the deliberate control of the light-chasing army, a considerable distance has been opened between the zombies and the mutant rats charging in front. Tang Zheng was tricked by the little corpse girl, and he felt a little suffocated. He has decided to launch a counterattack. The target of the counterattack. He locked on this group of mutant rats. Like the flock of birds, the number of rats dispersed in this wave is also 500,000. Tang Zheng wanted to eliminate this wave of rats and give a return to the little corpse girl. But how to annihilate them was a big problem. The effect of bombardment was not very big. After all, there were as many as 500,000 rats, and the area was relatively large. The killing range of artillery fire was relatively limited. Moreover, the main target of artillery fire was now concentrated on the corpse group in the distance. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng decided to send out bombers. When the number of mutant bird flocks was large, the takeoff and landing of aircraft was risky, so they would not be dispatched under normal circumstances. But it is different now. The mutant birds have just retreated, and the remaining hundreds of thousands of mutant birds have returned to the zombies. This is a blank period. Tang Zheng ordered the bombers to take off from the airport. 5 bombers carried out the first wave of bombing missions. Under the escort of the War Eagle, the bombers took off smoothly and soon arrived at a place more than 10 kilometers outside the Second Ring Road. In the dark night, the cold wind howled, and the temperature in the wilderness could freeze people. But for the mutated mice, these temperatures are nothing. They ran across the field, their scarlet eyes like ghostly lights, looking very scary. The bomber pilot flew the plane at low altitude, and through the dim light of the flares, all he could see was a black carpet rolling across the snowy field. 5 bombers flew over in a V-shaped formation, and then the pilot opened the ammunition bay door. A large number of bombs fell from the sky and were thrown onto the ground. A series of explosions occurred behind the plane's flight path. Amid the rumbling explosion, a large number of rats were blown all over the sky. 5 bombers dropped half of the spare bombs in the cabin for the day, instantly creating a linear vacuum zone. The planes buzzed over the explosion, then climbed and circled, preparing for the second round of bombing. On the wall of Zhuguang City, Tang Zheng looked at the effect of this round of bombing and frowned slightly. In one round of bombing, about 20,000 mutant rats were killed, and the effect can be said to be good. But this effect still cannot satisfy Tang Zheng. The first round was when the rats were most dense, killing 20,000 people. But the second round would not be so efficient. Moreover, the rats have already approached 10 kilometers outside the city. If the rats move forward, they will enter the minefield of Zhuguang City. These 500,000 rats will definitely detonate the minefield if they pass through the minefield. The current mines are all anti-personnel, and a few kilograms of weight can detonate them. And the average weight of these rats has exceeded 10 kilograms. If the mutant rats were to detonate the minefield, it would be a loss for Tang Zheng. But this problem was not easy to solve, because the conventional bombs dropped by the plane were of this power. Sure enough, the second round of bombing only killed a few thousand rats. After the first round of bombing, the rats also learned to be smart, and they would even burrow underground to avoid it, which was also effective. He needed a more powerful bomb. He still remembered that a few days ago, He Shui said that the bomb research was almost done, and Tang Zheng immediately called to inquire. On the other end of the phone, He Shui gave Tang Zheng a message. General, the development of incendiary bombs is still in progress. I made 2 small nuclear bombs with the enriched uranium obtained from the 5th Army. In addition, I also developed thermobaric bombs. But this type of bomb requires aluminum, boron, silicon, titanium, magnesium, zirconium, and other materials. Currently, our raw materials are scarce, and we cannot rely on resource recycling stations to reduce costs. So I did not inform you. If you think it can be used, you can unlock it in the army. But the price of this thing is relatively expensive. Hearing this news, Tang Zheng was immediately excited. Thermobaric bombs are new weapons developed based on fuel-air explosive bombs. Louis Bon of Hezhou had a few of them at the beginning, hiding them like treasures, and later used them to deal with zombies. The explosion of this weapon can produce a high temperature of up to 1,000 degrees, and the coverage area is huge. It is strong in killing hidden targets, and has a huge effect on underground targets. The shock wave of the explosion lasts for a long time, and is powerful, which will cause the targets within the explosion range to suffocate due to lack of oxygen. If all these raw materials are available, the price of this weapon is not too high. But in the absence of raw materials, the price is a bit expensive. Tang Zheng immediately opened the list, and quickly found this weapon in the equipment column. COB 5 o'clock PM thermobaric bomb. The bomb is 2.5 meters long, 0.37 meters in diameter, weighs 910 kilograms, and the explosive weight is 250 kilograms. The power is 7 times that of ordinary TNT. It can detonate all oxygen within a radius of 600 meters within 7 seconds. And the shock wave will also cause huge damage. The price is 5,000 gold. You can reduce the cost through the recycling station, with a maximum reduction of 90%. It seems that the heavy bomb made by He Shui belongs to the thermobaric bomb. But the cost is really painful. But there is no way. Tang Zheng does not have many rare minerals now, and he can only bear the high price, buying 10 at a time. That is 50,000 gold. 5 bombers that have not yet taken off, loaded with new thermobaric bombs, took off. The first batch of 5 bombers returned, and the second batch of planes arrived above the mutant rats. Release. As the command center issued an order, the bombers dropped bombs. The most gorgeous night view was opened more than 10 kilometers south of Zhuguang City. Each bomb brought up a huge fireball that burst into the sky, rushing around and instantly covering a large number of mutant rats below. Many rats have already drilled underground, but thermobaric bombs can kill targets 4 or 5 meters underground. So this kind of drilling is futile. The explosion instantly drained the surrounding oxygen and almost turned the ground upside down. No matter how deep the mice hid, they were instantly smashed into a pulp by the shock wave. They were crushed, burned, or suffocated. No one survived wherever the explosion hit. On Tang Zheng radar screen, at least hundreds of thousands of mutant mice in that area were cleared out in an instant. Seeing this, Tang Zheng secretly admired that it was indeed reasonable to be expensive. Chapter 274. The bomber turned back in the air and dropped bombs for the second time. The effect of the second round was slightly worse than the first. After all, the rats were not so dense. But it was not much different. If the first round could kill 150,000 rats, the second round would also kill more than 100,000. 2 rounds of thermobaric bombing instantly reduced the number of mutant rats by more than half. In addition to the previous conventional bombing, the rats here have lost about 300,000. The madly advancing rats were scared. Or rather, the little corpse girl behind them could not accept such a loss. The rats that were still advancing stopped and began to gradually retreat. And Tang Zheng did not let the planes continue to bomb. After all, it was unsafe above the sky. Nowadays, mutant birds can easily fly to an altitude of 10,000 meters. Without ensuring safety, it is best not to send fighters out easily. Of course, fighters can be sent out as long as they are careful, thanks to their super high flying speed. But the attack surface of fighters is relatively small. Tang Zheng believes that it is not the time to send out fighters yet. The appearance of the thermobaric bomb helped Tang Zheng a lot. The opponent's mutant rats failed to detonate the minefield after all. If the minefield did not detonate, then Zhuguang City would still have a barrier, and the psychological sense of security would be different. At this moment, Tang Zheng was also very impressed by the power of high technology. The mutant birds and mutant rats killed during this period alone, in terms of actual combat effectiveness, can almost be compared to the million corpses led by Chen Feilong. However, in just 2 hours, the Zhuguang army caused huge casualties. If there was such combat power when the city was built, Chen Feilong corpses would be almost wiped out in an instant. Without the attack methods of mutant birds and mutant rats, the zombies did not make any more troubles. All the zombies still maintained their running speed and scattered formation, advancing under the artillery fire of the Zhuguang army. The Zhuguang army's cannons fired for most of the night, and until dawn, they were still bombarding the approaching zombies. This round of bombing was not stopped until the cannons were about to be scrapped. At this time, the vanguard of the zombies finally approached 10 kilometers outside Zhuguang City at a huge cost. The zombies all over the mountains occupied all the positions in the field of vision, and maintained a relatively scattered formation, surrounding all the places you can see. However, the zombies were not in a hurry to attack. They were bombarded by the Zhuguang army all night, and they also needed to take a breath and adjust. The Zhuguang army was the same. After resolving the zombies' 2 attacks, they also needed to rest. On the first night, the offensive and defensive battles did not really start, but Tang Zheng had achieved good results. According to combat statistics, the continuous bombardment of the Zhuguang army caused the death of at least 1.5 million zombies. Adding the loss of mutant birds and mutant rats, the zombies lost at least 2 million when they marched to the city of Zhuguang. The battle has not really started yet, and the elimination of 2 million is already a brilliant victory for the Zhuguang army. The combat situation of the Zhuguang army last night once again shocked the world. If fighters and bombers are strategic deterrents that show the advanced technology of the Zhuguang army, then the air defense operation against the mutant birds last night can be regarded as a model of military quality. Everyone can clearly see from the TV broadcast that at the beginning, facing the mutant birds' attack, the Zhuguang army was not prepared. That is a misconception of thinking. Most people would not expect that the mutant birds would launch a surprise attack and would not entangle with the defenders, but directly attack the residents. The Zhuguang army was hastily engaged in the battle, and under normal circumstances, it would have suffered heavy losses. But in that unfavorable situation, the Zhuguang army resisted. It was a surprise attack by 500,000 mutant birds. The Zhuguang army not only resisted, but also killed a large number of mutant birds, protecting the lives and property of residents. This not only reflects the tactical qualities of the Zhuguang army, but also reflects their attention to the people. Once the TV program was broadcast, the people of many bases in Hanwei praised the Zhuguang army's approach. Only such troops can make the people feel at ease and have a sense of belonging. In comparison, the approach of the troops in their base was much inferior. In addition to the air defense operations, there were also scenes of thermobaric bombs washing the ground and bombing the mutant rats, which also brought great shock to people. There were many of these thermobaric bombs in the past, but now they are treasures. And the stock of each company is very small, because it takes a lot of rare minerals to make this kind of thing. And now everyone is poor and has almost no mineral reserves. So this kind of bomb is naturally produced in small quantities. The Zhuguang army's 10 thermobaric bombs defeated the gathering mutant rats, which also shows the wealth of the Zhuguang army. A place with advanced technology, developed economy, high military literacy, and united people was presented to people in this way. Tangjung, a name that was previously known only to people in the Northern Territory, gradually spread throughout the country in this way, and was known to people in other survival bases in the country. Knowing what Tangjung did, many survivors would have a good impression of him, which is an advantage. However, through his comparison, many leaders began to hate him, which is also a disadvantage. Which one is better between the two will be left to time to witness. However, for the current siege, no one is optimistic about the light-chasing army. The reason is simple. The zombies are too large, and the city of Zhuguang City is not small. The cost of defending the city must be very high. Even if Tangjung Inner City has a production line, no one believes that any production line can support such a large-scale war. After all, the 280,000 people of the 5th Army were exhausted in the end. No matter how great Tangjung potential is, it is impossible to surpass the 5th Army. But the development of the next thing is beyond people expectations. Although the zombie group has lost 2 million people, the overall number is still 18 million. It is not easy to adjust such a large number of zombies. Since midnight yesterday, the zombies have been adjusting. The adjustment lasted for more than 10 hours. Large numbers of zombies arrived at the battlefield and began to set up a siege around Zhuguang City. The tactics of the little zombie girl are simple, but also very practical. That is to make a big siege first and completely cut off the retreat of the people in Zhuguang City. Zhuguang City is not like Hezhou. It is surrounded by water on both sides. It is difficult to attack after breaking the ice, and it is not easy to encircle it because the enemy can escape by water. Zhuguang City is not an option. It is surrounded by mountains on both sides, and there is only one Fengming River leading to the outside world. It is not a big river, so it is not realistic to break the ice and leave. Therefore, the encirclement of the zombies is very large, with a thickness of more than 50 kilometers, which surrounds Zhuguang City tightly. The adjustment was not completed until 8 o'clock in the evening of the next day. During this process, the artillery fire in Zhuguang City has been ringing, and various cannons have been firing continuously, causing casualties to the zombies. Faced with this situation, the little zombie girl simply ignored it. She asked the zombies to keep a certain distance, not giving the artillery fire a chance to cause large-scale casualties. You can fire at the rest if you want. There are plenty of zombies, so they don't care at all. It was not until noon the next day that the artillery fire in Zhuguang City gradually quieted down. At this time, some people analyzed that the ammunition of the Zhuguang army might not be much. This idea is normal. No one's cannon can keep firing, and no one can afford the consumption. The zombies had no intention of attacking during the whole day. It was not until 8 o'clock in the evening, when the night fell, that the zombies finally moved. Perhaps the little zombie girl had no intention of attacking during the day. Only at night was the zombies' home court. With the advantage of home court, the zombies' first wave of attack was overwhelming. Countless ordinary zombies and some mutant rats quickly rushed towards the light-chasing city from all directions like a tide. This tactic is the mind-clearing tactic. Faced with this situation, Tangjung was somewhat helpless. The number of zombies was too large, and this moment would come sooner or later. 500,000 mines were laid outside the city, and they were rumbled into nothingness under the trampling of these cannon fodder. Of course, the mines also killed a large number of zombies, but the little zombie girl's goal was also achieved. As the mine array of the Zhuguang army was trampled, the tragic attack and defense of the city wall began. This scene was similar to the previous siege of Zhuguang City and Hezhou City. In the early stage, the troops practiced shooting and tried to eliminate zombies as much as possible. But as the zombies kept approaching, the defenders' situation became difficult, especially when the corpses piled up on the city wall. Casualties began to appear. When the battle started, no one expected that this battle would never stop. On the first night, the soldiers of the Zhuguang army fought back tenaciously, with high morale and sufficient ammunition, and caused great damage to the zombies. On the second day, the zombies gradually approached the 500-meter range of the city wall, but never crossed this red line. People thought they might take a break the next night, but the zombies did not stop at all, not even for a moment, and continued to attack the next night. That night, the light-chasing army managed to hold on, but the zombies also advanced to a distance of 100 meters from the city wall. On the third day, the zombies still did not stop for a moment, and attacked the city wall wave after wave like a tide. The light-chasing army began to use flamethrower warriors to continuously spray flames to prevent the zombies from approaching. But this trend is irreversible, and the zombies still pushed to the foot of Zhuguang City when night fell on that day. On the night of the third day, the pile of corpses slowly piled up. All night long, the pile of corpses was burned and piled up and burned again, and it became more and more compacted under repeated trampling. In the end, the pile of corpses that was piled up for 6 meters was almost difficult to burn. There were a total of 20 piles of corpses around the walls of Zhuguang City, and there were attack points everywhere. What's more important is that the Zhuguang army began to show signs of being unable to hold on. After all, zombies are tireless, while the soldiers of the Zhuguang army are still flesh and blood. They have not rested for 3 days and 3 nights. And people also found that the main force of the zombies had not been used in the 3 days and 3 nights of fierce fighting. Neither mutant birds nor advanced zombies had been used in the battle. The Zhuguang army's arduous bloody battle was always being consumed by the opponent's cannon fodder. Despite this, the corpses of zombies still piled up under the Zhuguang City, although the light-chasing army had killed more than 5 million zombies in the past few days. And the total number of zombies killed and injured, including the previous ones, exceeded 7 million. But the balance of victory had begun to tilt towards the zombies. In this way, the light-chasing army's siege lasted for more than 70 hours. And it was the 4th day. Chapter 275. Zhuguang City is over. In Yuanjing Palace, Liu Bang looked at Li Wuyo, whose eyes were red from staying up late, and couldn't help but persuade him. Your Highness, you should take a rest first. I watch the TV. If there is any situation, I have someone wake you up. Unexpectedly, Li Wuyo shook his head slightly, and said with a pale face, the situation in Zhuguang City is so dangerous now. How can you ask me to sleep? I'm really worried. Liu Bang opened his mouth, but didn't know how to persuade him. In his opinion, Zhuguang City was already powerless to recover. Today was the 4th day of the siege, and actually it was already the 5th day. Liu Bang had people count the numbers, and he also calculated them carefully. He had personally experienced the siege, and knew the loss ratio. In the previous 4 days, the Zhuguang army had fired at least hundreds of millions of rounds of bullets, and more than 200,000 shells and missiles. In this era of scarce productivity, no army could withstand such consumption. Even if Tangjin still has some reservations, it will definitely not be too much. Moreover, the zombies did not use their full strength at all. All the preparations for the siege were done by cannon fodder zombies. This kind of thing is very helpless. Facing these cannon fodders, you have to fight them. You can't just watch them rush to the bottom of the city wall and watch them pile up the bodies. Such continuous killing has led to the current situation. That is, the ammunition is about to run out. Now that 20 piles of bodies have been piled up, the zombies' general attack is about to start. It can be seen from the TV that when the zombies came out, high-level zombies had already joined the battle, and they were constantly putting pressure on Zhuguang City. At that time, Liu Bang couldn't think of any other means that Tang Zheng could use to save the situation. So the failure was already a foregone conclusion. But he didn't know how to persuade Li Wuyo. In Li Wuyo's heart, Tang Zheng and Zhuguang City seemed to have a very important position. At this time, Li Wuyo looked up. Liu Bang, do you think that if we rescued them with all our strength from the beginning, would we be able to help Tang Zheng and the others? Liu Bang shook his head. It's impossible. Your Highness, we are too far away from Zhuguang City, and the roads are difficult to travel. Moreover, the rescue team has no place to stay. No matter how many people we go, there will not be enough zombies to kill. We will only cause trouble if we go. Then are we going to watch Tang Zheng Zhuguang City fall? Liu Bang smiled bitterly. Your Highness, this is a fact that no one can change. If you are really worried, you can try to contact Tang Zheng and let him take a small number of people to escape. This is still possible. But the city is no longer savable. Li Wuyo did not speak again. Nor did she make a phone call. She knew that no one could persuade Tang Zheng at this time, just as no one could persuade her to leave in Hezhou. But she still had to watch here, hoping to see a miracle happen. Sanjiang City. As one of the top 10 cities in Hanwei, Sanjiang base is very large. The population of the entire base exceeds 8 million, which is twice as much as the current Zhuguang City. After all, the population base here is there. And after the end of the world, according to the proportion of survival, it is much more than the wilderness of the North Territory. Chen Hanchang is the leader of the Sanjiang base, and the Grand Duke of the Empire. Qin Hongcha has no feelings for Tang Zheng. After all, he doesn't know Tang Zheng at all. His understanding of Tang Zheng comes from the stories of two subordinates. One is Song Yinghao, and the other is Zhao Buxiong. These two people are also talented. When the end of the world came, they did not give up on themselves, but kept saving themselves and expanding their scale. When Qin Hongcha joined them, these two people had already formed a large team and helped Qin Hongcha defeat another competitor, allowing him to finally sit on the throne of the leader of Sanjiang and the commander of the 7th Army. So Qin Hongcha returned the favor by giving them high positions and generous salaries. Song Yinghao is now an imperial marquis and deputy commander of the 7th Army. Zhao Buxiong is also the commander of the 1st Division and an imperial earl. These two people have been watching the siege of Zhuguang City these days, and Qin Hongcha has also watched it. After watching for 3 days, several people reached a consensus. That is, Zhuguang City is completely finished, and there is absolutely no hope. Tang Zheng, who made Zhao Buxiong hate him to the core, probably has no chance to take revenge with their own hands. In the morning, when several people were having dinner, Qin Hongcha asked someone to pour a glass of red wine for Zhao Buxiong. Buxiong, a real man should not be fussy about trivial matters. Tang Zheng is dead, and although you can't avenge your father's murder yourself, watching the enemy lose everything and die tragically can be regarded as indirect revenge. We should still look forward. Song Yinghao also said, yes, Buxiong, this is just a small matter. Don't forget that we still have many big things to do. Zhao Buxiong also sorted out his mood and said to his two superiors, I understand. The two commanders don't have to worry about me. I can tell the difference. The most important thing for us now is to take over the military port of Highway City and restore the shipbuilding industry. I know this matter well. In 10 days at most, the military port will be in our hands. Qin Hongcha nodded with satisfaction. That's good. Your 1st Division has worked hard to take over the military port this time. I will not forget your contribution. Song Yinghao also said, Commander, after taking over the military port, our shipbuilding industry can start immediately. We have integrated a considerable number of talents and started working at full capacity. In less than 2 months, we can build a batch of usable ships. Qin Hongcha asked, what kind of ships can be built now? Well, it's hard to build high-end ships, but it shouldn't be a problem to build some landing craft, Coast Guard ships, and some small and medium-sized gunboats. Yes, we can do everything step by step. I believe that the development of the shipbuilding industry will advance by leaps and bounds. After all, we have a foundation before. The most important thing now is to launch ships and strive to gain control of the sea as soon as possible. Understand? The only ones who can compete with us for control of the sea in the eastern waters are the survivor base in the northern peninsula and several countries in the greater East Ocean. As long as we develop, they can't compete with us. Qin Hongcha was also very satisfied after hearing Song Yinghao's report. With the control of the sea, the 7th Army will become the first army to enter the ocean. At that time, he will no longer be afraid of the imperial family with the control of the sea, and that will be the starting point of his rise. As for Tang Zheng, he is already a dead man in their eyes. In addition to Li Wuyo and Qin Hongcha, Ferdinand in the volcano city of Daliu is also a pity. His troops suffered a fatal blow from Tang Zheng, which made him slow down for a long time, and he has not yet recovered to his original size. In order to deal with Tang Zheng, he had to rely on external forces and even contacted many countries. To the west of Daliu is a prosperous continent. The countries there are not too large, but the industrial and economic bases are very developed, and the combat effectiveness is very strong. For this reason, Ferdinand contacted people from 7 or 8 countries and prepared to deal with Tang Zheng together. Of course, those countries cannot be regarded as countries, but only as some large survivor bases, or some city-states. So far, no country has been able to complete the restoration of the country. However, the people from those city-states have not come yet, and now it seems that they don't need to come anymore. Moreover, Ferdinand has also come up with 2 new technologies and new arms, which are currently under development. One is about the training of war bears, and the other is about the development of unmanned radiation vehicles. These 2 new weapons were originally intended to deal with Tang Zheng, but now it seems that they are useless. Tang Zheng, this time you died at the hands of zombies, which is a bargain for you. Even if you don't die, you will still flee in embarrassment. After you leave, I will accept your territory without hesitation. These are all what you owe me. Ferdinand was tired of watching TV and was ready to go out for a walk. Recently, he had taken a fancy to a woman who had recently come to Volcano City as a survivor. This woman was from Daliao. Very beautiful. And a hot pepper. No matter how Ferdinand flirted with her, the woman would not take the bait. When Ferdinand wanted to use force, the woman threatened to die. Ferdinand didn't want the woman to die, but he couldn't flirt with her for a while. Recently, he was obsessed with her and felt that he was going to love this woman to death. Human nature is mean. The less one can get, the more he will be agitated, until he becomes obsessed and thinks that is true love. General, have a drink of water. Ning Yue handed the kettle to Tang Zheng, who took it and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Tang Zheng knew the situation of Zhuguang City better than anyone else. The Zhuguang army has not yet failed to hold on, and the soldiers are not as tired as the outside world imagines. System soldiers can stay healthy by resting for 4 hours a day, and the actual consumption of ammunition is not that large. After all, the system would replenish a lot of training bullets every day, which saved Tang Zheng a lot of money. But despite this, Tang Zheng also felt that it was very difficult. He still had 9 million in funds, which sounded like a lot. But that was because the survivors in Zhuguang City had exchanged their jewelry for light yuan in the past few days, which allowed him to support his funds. In fact, Tang Zheng had spent more than 15 million in the fierce battles in the past few days. The 9 million in hand can only support 3 days at most. So the biggest problem facing the Zhuguang army now is not the personnel problem, not the psychological problem, but the financial problem. But there is no money to be squeezed in Zhuguang City. What Tang Zheng is thinking about now is whether he can resolve this battle within 3 days. During these 3 days, the little corpse sister used her cannon fodder tactics to play a great role in consuming his side. But the corpse group has also shrunk a lot. At present, according to the analysis on the radar screen, the number of corpses besieging the city is about 12 million, not more than 13 million. However, among the remaining zombies, high-level zombies accounted for a large part, and the little zombie sister had not yet used the main force. Of course, Tang Zheng also had some tricks that he had not used yet. Who would be more successful would be decided today. Standing on the top of the city wall, Tang Zheng looked at the flag on the city wall. Today the north wind was particularly strong, and the flags fluttered and were blown to the south. It seemed that today was a good day. Chapter 276. On the morning of the 4th day, the first wave of zombie attacks showed something different. In fact, the zombies these days are no longer divided into waves. Before the first batch is completely eliminated, the next batch will immediately follow. The interval between the 2 batches is very short, only a few kilometers apart. Not giving the light-chasing army any chance to breathe is the strategy of the little corpse girl. She has maximized the advantage of having enough zombies. Most of the first batch of zombies fell under the guns of the light-chasing army, and the height of the pile of corpses has exceeded 8 meters. The next batch of zombies has entered the range of 3 kilometers from the city wall. This time is just right, because the zombies under the city wall have not been eliminated yet, and they can't deal with the next wave with all their strength. They can only watch this group of zombies gradually approach. At this time, the tornado rocket launcher has basically lost its use, because the minimum range of this rocket launcher is also 20 kilometers. The zombie group has also found the law of fighting, and they are surging over. And this wave of zombies is different. The number of zombies in this wave is about 300,000, except for a few rows of cannon fodder in front to block bullets. The rest are all high-level zombies. Among the zombies, there are also a large number of mutant beasts, and mutant rats are also densely mixed in the zombies. Following them forward, there are already a large number of mutant birds circling in the sky, waiting for the zombies to attack the city, and they will immediately go up to support. What's even more outrageous is that among this wave of zombies, there are not only those big-bellied zombies, but also many zombies with weapons. Street lamps, tree trunks, iron gates, everything that can be used as a weapon, were all in the hands of the zombies. It is conceivable that those high-level zombies that are difficult to kill will cause great damage to the defenders with protective gear and weapons. This is the ace troops of the zombie group. Behind this group of zombies, another 300,000 zombies began to gather. They were waiting for the end of this wave of zombies to continue to follow. This is the strategy of the little zombie girl, rushing forward wave after wave, never stopping. Looking at this scene, Tang Zheng was silent. He had made a lot of preparations. But now everything was still unknown, and had to wait for the test of actual combat. Amid the howling of the north wind, the cannon fodder under the city wall was once again wiped out, and the main force of zombies immediately achieved seamless connection. When the mutant zombies rushed up in groups, they immediately brought huge pressure to the city defense troops. The guns were no longer so sharp, and almost every zombie was difficult to kill with one shot. The zombies quickly climbed onto the pile of corpses, and the pile of corpses was growing at a speed that was almost visible to the naked eye. At this time, Tang Zheng ordered all the Gatling troops of the direct battalion to go up to the city wall. All the anti-aircraft guns of the anti-aircraft artillery unit also went up to the city wall. Only this kind of large-caliber firepower can cause a fatal blow to those high-level zombies. With these firepower suppression, the zombies' offensive was finally effectively suppressed. But then, the mutant birds rushed up in overwhelming numbers. These guys are a big trouble for the Zhuguang army to defend the city. They swooped down from all angles in the air, and the impact brought by their huge bodies was enough to knock a soldier off the city wall. The light-chasing army had to disperse its forces to deal with the mutant birds. There were also several rows of soldiers standing on the city wall. The flamethrowers kept spraying flames to disperse the flock of birds. When the crisis came, the anti-aircraft guns had to turn their guns to support the soldiers on the city wall. In this way, the suppression of the zombies became less, and the pile of corpses was rapidly increasing. 9 meters, 10 meters, 12 meters. The TV kept broadcasting these situations, and the people watching TV began to worry. At this distance, the guerrilla zombies below were able to swing their weapons to the height of the city wall. If there had not been a protruding boulder when the city wall was designed, it would be dangerous now. Some lickers also took this opportunity to climb the city wall. They kept climbing up from various places on the city wall and rushed up to attack the defenders. Although they were constantly killed, they also constantly brought casualties to the light-chasing army. The situation of the 20 piles of corpses was the same. For a time, the walls of the light-chasing city were shaky, and the defense lines seemed to be crumbling. At this moment, Tang Zheng was not on the city wall, but within the second ring. Within the second ring, a large number of high platforms were built at some point. These platforms are now full of burning materials. Dry firewood, plastic bags, animal feces, and zombies' poisonous blood, etc., are piled up on these platforms. Tang Zheng stood on the platform and looked at Guiyun beside him and said, "Are you sure these things are useful?" "General, don't worry. This has been tested many times. It is ineffective against zombies, but it is quite effective against mutant beasts. Today is a north windy day. This kind of thing will produce thick smoke with a strong pungent smell when it is ignited, which is just right for those mutant birds in the sky. These mutant birds will definitely retreat, and then we will have air supremacy here." Tang Zheng nodded. "Okay. Then it's up to you. Whether we can turn the tables depends on this time. It's worth it for you, the director of the research institute, to go and find the manure yourself." Hee. "I don't need to find it myself. Aren't there engineers?" Guiyun handed Tang Zheng a gas mask. Both of them put on the masks, and then a large group of engineers started to light fires on various platforms. Hundreds of platforms burned at the same time, emitting thick green and yellow smoke. Whether it was plastic bags or feces, burning would release some toxic gases. Hundreds of platforms burned together, and a large cloud of smoke was immediately formed. When the north wind blew, the smoke left the city and drifted directly into the sky. The defenders on the city wall also put on gas masks at this time. However, the mutant birds in the sky did not have such treatment. When they were smoked by the fierce smoke, all the mutant birds made strange cackling sounds and no longer cared about attacking the Zhuguang army. They flapped their wings and fled far away from the Zhuguang city area. At this moment, even the zombie king couldn't control these mutant birds and could only watch them flee. Tang Zheng, who was far away on the high platform, saw the scene and became excited. Success? Those mutant birds really retreated. Right now, bombers, send out your ammunition and the 10 thermobaric bombs I equipped for each plane. Also, there is a small nuclear bomb. Drop it in the place where the zombies are most concentrated. All the remaining planes, as long as they can fire, take to the sky and use up all your ammunition. You are not allowed to come back until you have used up all your ammunition. With air superiority, Tang Zheng's frustration from being suppressed by zombies these days was swept away, and the planes could finally be dispatched. Over at the Zhuguang City Airport, a large number of planes roared, and one after another began to take to the sky. Fighters, bombers, helicopters, and even those that were captured before and have not been sold yet, all flew into the sky. Fill up the ammunition and kill as many as you can. These planes flew over the zombies and started the most crazy strafing in history. All machine guns, aircraft cannons, rocket nests, and missiles were all cleared. Crazy firepower poured down to the ground, destroying a large number of zombies. Even the transport helicopters took off with a large number of gasoline bombs. Anyway, there was no threat. Just throw the gasoline bombs down and cause them to burn. No matter how many zombies there were or how powerful they were. Without the protection of the mutant birds, they were still powerless against the Air Force. The most powerful of these is still the bomber. This weapon, which was specially designed for ground bombing, can fly through the air without fear of the mutant birds, dropping thermobaric bombs on the zombies. You know, the zombies gathered at this moment are all high-level zombies. So the killing effect is too obvious. A thermobaric bomb will turn a large area of high-level zombies into ashes. And the number is over 1,000 each time. 10 bombers circled back and forth. Tang Jing spent a lot of money on this bombing. Each plane has 10 thermobaric bombs. If they can't pull them all at once, they will come back to reload. 100 thermobaric bombs cost 500,000 gold. And all the money was thrown. But all the bombs could not compare with the small nuclear bomb. The explosion site of the small nuclear bomb was located in the middle of the two zombie groups attacking the city. Zombies anywhere were not as dense as this area. The two zombie groups of 600,000 high-level zombies and hundreds of thousands of mutant rats gathered in an area outside the south gate, only 2 or 3 kilometers apart. This distance was just under the cover of the nuclear bomb. After a precisely calculated distance, the nuclear bomb was thrown. A huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky outside the city. And the explosion, it caused enveloped millions of corpses at once. The shock wave of the explosion spread wantonly, and did not stop until it reached the edge of the city wall. The raging flames were like waves hitting reefs. And a 100-meter-high wall of fire was raised on the city wall. The scene was like a natural disaster. The soldiers wore gas masks, and had already taken shelter when the explosion came. The shock waves had almost no power when they reached the city wall. But the burning flame still burned the dozen or so piles of corpses near the city wall. Under the fierce north wind, the smoke and flames that had lost their power were swept away again, and did not cause any substantial damage to the city. Compared with the nuclear explosion near the city wall, the explosions in other areas were also very powerful. The incendiary bombs brought by the transport plane also began to wreak havoc with the help of the north wind, engulfing a large group of zombies in the flames. The bombers repeatedly carried thermobaric bombs and threw them at the zombies again and again. This time the combat lasted for a whole morning. The light-chasing army's bombing lasted for a whole morning. At noon, the north wind weakened. The power of the smoke gradually disappeared, and the mutant birds and the zombies began to return, and the light-chasing army withdrew. In this wave of battle, Tang Jing spent more than 3 million funds, and the loss of funds was not small. But the results were also very huge. This wave of bombing at all costs wiped out more than 3 million zombies, and basically all of them were elite. After this wave of bombing, the 20 million zombies on the opposite side finally dropped below 10 million. And now there are only 9 million. Chapter 277. Tang Jing counterattack was a heavy blow to the zombies. The zombie tide that had been going on since the siege finally stopped at this moment. The zombies attacking the city had been wiped out by the nuclear explosion, and the dozen or so piles of corpses at the south gate were also burned by the high-temperature flames brought by the nuclear explosion. The zombies' early efforts were in vain. If the little zombie girl was alive, she would probably be so angry that she would vomit blood at this moment. She had to readjust and start over. This time, the operation also stunned the people in front of the TV. No one expected that Tang Jing could use thick smoke to disperse the mutant birds, thereby gaining air superiority near the city wall and launching a massive counterattack. This also gave everyone a reminder that high technology is good. But sometimes, even if the local methods are used well, they may not be ineffective. And the power displayed by Tang Jing was also shocking. Those fighters and bombers, as well as more than 70 helicopters of various types, are the foundation of the light-chasing army. If it were an ordinary base, you would not have the power to counterattack. Although this counterattack was aided by the north wind, there was some luck involved. But no one dared to say that the Zhuguang army would not be able to hold on. The success of the counterattack made Tang Zheng feel relieved. The more than 3 million zombies killed this time were not just cannon fodder, but real elite troops. Most of them were mutant zombies, including quite a few level 2 zombies. However, the explosion destroyed almost everything, so he could not use this opportunity to collect crystals. The pile of corpses outside the south gate was cleared, which was a pleasant surprise. This meant that if the zombies wanted to pile up such a pile of corpses again, they would have to pay a considerable price to do so. Of course, 9 million zombies were still a huge number, and it was not so easy to deal with them. Tang Zheng did not take it lightly. After the zombies stopped moving, Tang Zheng immediately asked the soldiers to take the time to rest and eat, and to recuperate, because after the zombies adjusted, they would still launch an attack. The rare tranquility lasted for about 5 hours, and the little zombie girl did not give up. After adjusting, the zombies launched another attack on Zhuguang City. At this time, it was past noon, and the ammunition of the Zhuguang army was all refreshed, and a new round of zombie annihilation war began immediately. Among the current 9 million zombies, there are about 1 million cannon fodder zombies, about 2 million mutant birds, and more than 1 million mutant rats. The remaining high-level zombies are still close to 5 million. After the previous failure, the zombies' offensive has not weakened at all. In front are high-level soldiers mixed with cannon fodder, and mutant rats interspersed among them. With the cooperation of mutant birds, they launched an all-round attack. This time, without the help of Beifeng, the Zhuguang army began a difficult defensive battle again. The cannons in the city were roaring all the time, and the missiles on the armored trains were also fired. Even the armored troops rushed out of the city and dealt a wave of blows to the zombies. This time, even the fighter planes occasionally took off under the cover of the war eagles, fired their aircraft cannon bullets and missiles, and then hurried back. All the people hid, hiding themselves in their homes as much as possible. No one walked on the streets, not giving the mutant birds a chance to attack. All the means that could be used were used. This time, it was the beginning of a real tug-of-war. And in this situation, the little corpse sister gave Tang Zheng another vengeance. When the battle reached night, a large group of mutant rats suddenly broke through the underground of the city wall and dug 5 large holes leading to the city. The crazy rat tide gushed out of the big hole and counterattacked the city wall, trying to attack the defenders of the city wall from front and back. If Tang Zheng had not deployed 10,000 military dogs and 10,000 war eagles in advance, the city might have been lost in this wave. Those rats came out like a fountain, and they were inexhaustible to kill. Military dogs and war eagles rushed up to block the hole desperately. Many military dogs and war eagles were upgraded at this time, and they became stronger and almost killed a rat in one bite. However, there was a huge gap in the number of both sides, and casualties still occurred violently. War eagles were better. After all, they could take off. But military dogs were relatively miserable. Often more than a dozen rats rushed up and gnawed the military dogs frantically. And a strong military dog could be reduced to a skeleton in 1 minute. Even some war eagles didn't have time to take off, and were jumped on by a group of rats, and would be eaten clean in a short time. But their casualties were not in vain. They successfully slowed down the speed of the rats entering the city, giving the flamethrower warriors time to start. The huge flame gun started, and a series of fire dragons blocked the hole. The special forces in the city prepared a large number of fire trucks. The trucks were filled with boiling water instead of ordinary water. The continuous pouring of water scalded the rats that rushed in. And then the engineers quickly stepped forward and poured cement mortar to completely block these rat holes. It is not easy for rats to dig holes here. The foundation of Zhuguang City's walls is also 15 meters deep. They must dig 15 meters deep to get around. If this wave fails, it will be difficult for the next wave to come. It is worth mentioning that the engineers only blocked 4 holes. The last hole was by the foaming river, and the giant octopus Tang Tang crawled out of the river. This was Tang Zheng's intention to break up the ice on the river surface and give Tang Tang a chance to perform. A large number of rats wanted to gnaw Tang Tang and crawl all over him. But Tang Tang dived back into the river, and a large number of rats could only float on the river. The river water full of ice debris made it difficult for the mice to move. But Tang Tang opened her mouth wide and could suck in hundreds of mice in one gulp. After repeated attempts, Tang Tang swallowed thousands of mice with one octopus, and her belly was full. After the other holes were blocked, the mice here would die if they fought alone. So they finally retreated? In this wave of crisis, Tang Jing suffered heavy losses, with more than 2,000 military dogs and more than 300 war eagles killed. But he finally resolved the crisis. About 400,000 mutant rats were eliminated, which was a brilliant victory. This was the most dangerous one in the past 2 days. After that, the city wall defense battle lasted for 2 days. When the battle reached the 7th day, the number of zombies outside had dropped to 6 million. Among them, there were more than 3.5 million high-level zombies, only more than 200,000 cannon fodder zombies, 700,000 mutant rats, and the remaining more than 1 million were mutant birds. And the pile of corpses outside the city wall finally piled up to a height of 8 or 9 meters, under the unremitting efforts of the zombies. At this time, many people thought that the Zhuguang army could hold out until the final victory. 20 million zombies have held out. And now there are only 6 million. Less than 1/3 of the maximum. Can't they hold out to the end? Most people think so, including Tang Jing enemies. But only Tang Jing doesn't think so. The reason is very simple. He only has 800,000 funds left. More than 60 million after upgrading to brigade commander. Plus more than 20 million in funds exchanged for jewelry from survivors. A total of 90 million funds. Finally emptied. It is now the 7th day of the battle. It is now 9 o'clock in the morning. The 800,000 yuan of funds can only support until noon at most. After noon, there will be another wave of ammunition refresh. But after the refreshed ammunition is used up, there will be no money to buy ammunition. Others think he can win. But Tang Jing doesn't know how he won. In order to support the war, the gasoline reserves in the city were taken out, and a large number of incendiary bombs were made, which also caused a sharp drop in the reserves of gasoline and diesel. This kind of deal is not cost-effective. But Tang Jing has no other good solution unless there is another round of capital injection. The zombies on the other side do not have this concern, and still maintain a strong offensive, attacking tirelessly. 6 million is still a huge number, and it is not so easy to solve. Tang Jing still has one last trump card in his hand, which is the last small nuclear bomb. He Shui made 3 in total. One was used in Hezhou. One was used in the previous bombing. And the last one is left. If this small nuclear bomb is used well, it can at least take away more than 500,000 corpses. And it is not impossible to take away 1 million. But what happens next? Tang Jing stood on the city wall and supervised the battle in person. Without a telescope, he saw the black masses of mutant birds in the sky and the rats rolling like carpets on the ground. Ning Yue stood beside Tang Jing, protecting Tang Jing's safety at all times. She saw the rats on the ground and frowned slightly. I hate rats. Seeing these rats reminds me of the time in Rumba when those rats rushed out of the sewer like a fountain, forcing us to retreat and give up entering the bank. Hearing Ning Yue's words, Tang Jing was slightly stunned. Rats in Lombardy City. Banks? Thinking about it, Tang Jing's eyes suddenly lit up. That's right. The zombies came from Lombardy City. And the little zombie sister brought millions of rats from there. There is a bank in Lombardy City. The reason why we failed to enter the bank was not because of the zombies, but because there were rats everywhere. The rats were brought to Zhuguang City. So are there no rats in Lombardy? Or very few? That means we can enter the bank. Ha ha ha. Xiao Wei, you are really a lucky general. Tang Jing was so excited that he picked up his guard captain and turned around. This is the first time the general hugged me. Ning Yue was so excited that she kissed Tang Jing on the face. Tang Jing was stunned for a moment, then laughed. He was taken advantage of. But it is a blessing to suffer a loss. He is a generous person, and will not be fussy about such trivial matters. Looking at the fierce battle outside the city, Tang Jing could no longer stay. War Eagle Unit. Anti-aircraft unit. Prepare to cover me to take off. Guard company. Follow me on the plane to Lombard City. I'm going to empty that bank. Chapter 278. Tang Jing gave the order, and the troops immediately took action. At the airport, the air defense troops were stationed to protect the airspace above the airport. The War Eagle troops also returned to hover over the airport. Under normal circumstances, 10,000 War Eagles are enough to deal with 50,000 mutant birds. Tang Jing drove to the airport quickly with the guard company and some paratroopers from the aviation battalion. The propellers of the Apache attack helicopter and a transport helicopter have begun to turn, ready to take off at any time. Tang Jing and his men quickly boarded the transport helicopter, and then the plane took off. When the plane took off, it was indeed attacked by some mutant birds. but under the double attack of the airport's anti-aircraft firepower and the War Eagles, many of these mutant birds were killed, and there was not much harassment from the plane. Tangjing helicopter also quickly took off, and the Apache's aircraft guns kept firing, killing a group of mutant red-crowned cranes that were chasing them. After the plane flew over the Guyun mountain area and crossed several peaks, the mutant birds lost the trace of the plane and stopped chasing. After leaving Zhuguang City, the plane flew towards Lumba. It took about 50 minutes to reach the destination of 300 kilometers. When the helicopter flew over Lumba, Tangjung felt something different. When he arrived at Lumba, the radar showed that the whole city was blood red. But now it is different. In an area in the center of the city, the blood red color seems to have been dug out, and there is some space in the middle. And this area is exactly the area of the Royal Bank of Lumba City. Tangjung repeatedly adjusted the radar, even scanning underground, but still did not find too many red spots. Seeing this, Tangjung excitedly clapped his fist. It is true. The little corpse sister took away the rat's ear, and now there are only a few scattered zombies wandering around this area. We can take down the bank. After confirming with the radar, Tangjung finally felt relieved and began to let the helicopter descend. Not only the mutant rats were taken away by Rumba, but the mutant birds were almost completely gone. The plane descended very smoothly and landed in the parking lot in front of the Royal Bank. The roar of the plane attracted some zombies. There were no zombies here at first because there were too many mutant rats. The zombies were eaten by rats, so the streets were relatively empty. Now some zombies are wandering over. Many of them are half covered under the snow, standing like sculptures. From the degree of cover, it can be seen that they are new arrivals. The hum of the plane woke them up from the ice and snow, and they rushed towards Tangjing troops with their fangs and claws. The soldiers of the guard company fired decisively, killing these zombies one by one. Tangjing didn't even look at the zombies, and went straight to the bank door. The bank's rolling door was down, and the snow in front of the door was more than 1 meter thick. The engineers quickly stepped forward and shoveled the snow away. Guiyun was just about to use the skills of the scientific research soldiers to open the rolling door, but he didn't expect that Ji Yuntian, the scout, came up and poked it with a piece of wire, and easily opened the lock of the rolling door. The scientific research soldiers were masters of lock-picking, and the scouts had also undergone some basic training. Ji Yuntian didn't give Guiyun a chance to get started. A few engineers lifted the door, and the shutter door opened. There was a smell of corruption inside, and there were several zombies trapped inside. These zombies were still staggering, and they had not evolved at all. They looked like a group of antiques. Several soldiers from the guard company went up and easily solved them with bayonets, and threw them directly into the snow in the distance. After entering the bank hall, several military intelligence agents who followed them turned on their flashlights to illuminate the situation inside. Tangjung locked the location of the vault as soon as he came in. The vault is located inside the business room in the hall. Going further inside from the business room is the door of the vault. To enter the business room, you need to open a door lock, which is the door lock of the security door. Facing this door lock, Ji Yuntian is somewhat helpless. Scouts can open ordinary locks, but opening this level of anti-theft door is not what he is good at. Seeing Ji Yuntian's embarrassment, Guiyun coughed and walked over with a square step, with his hands behind his back. He looked very proud and awesome. In such a situation, it is necessary for me, a former scientific research soldier, to take action. Before Guiyun finished boasting, he saw Tangjung standing in front of the door. He took out a huge door-breaking hammer and smashed the outer door of the business office with 2 bangs. This kind of security door is double opening. When entering the business office, open one door, then close it. Lock yourself in the middle of the 2 doors, and then open the inner one. This can effectively prevent people from following you into the business office. Even if someone followed him into the first door, they couldn't get into the business office unless the second door was opened. When there was electricity before, there were surveillance cameras and alarms, but now they are all broken. Without the added bonus of surveillance cameras and alarms, this door is actually not as strong as many household anti-theft doors. Tangjung's sledgehammer was easy to use. He hammered open the outer door with 2 hammers and smashed the inner door with 1 hammer. Tangjung turned around and looked at Guiyun, who was stunned behind him. What are you hesitating about? You all come in. Guiyun swallowed his saliva and followed Tangjung into the business room. There were also several salesperson zombies in the business room, but they had no power to fight back against Tangjung. Tang Zheng, who was a level 1 peak double mutant, kicked the zombies into the corner with a few flying kicks. And the soldiers went over to bayonet and killed several zombies. The group came to the front door of the vault, facing the huge iron door that was more than 2 meters high and more than 2 meters wide. Guiyun didn't dare to pretend this time, and wanted to wait and see the general's performance. Unexpectedly, Tang Zheng looked at him like a fool. What are you waiting for? Do you think this door can be opened with a hammer? Oh, I do it. Guiyun finally got the chance to open the door. But he didn't feel any pleasure. After all, among all the door locks, the door of the bank vault is the most difficult to open. Guiyun opened the toolbox, took out the decoder, connected the battery, listened to the sound and dialed the number. And with the help of the decoder, it took several minutes to open the vault door, compared to Ji Yuntian's wire poking the door, and the general's sledgehammer opening the door. His was inferior, and attracted a lot of contemptuous looks. With a click, the round handle in front of the door turned, and the iron door opened. Tang Zheng took the lead and entered the bank's vault. There was a sensor light inside the vault, and it did not need to be powered on. The sensor light lit up when entering. The space inside the bank's vault was not small, and there were cabinets on both sides, and each layer was filled with money. However, it was not the current Guanyuan or the new currency, but the Hanwei currency of the Hanwei Empire. Walking along, there are tens of billions of dollars here, but now it is useless. Not even for wiping asses. After passing the money area, Tang Zheng finally saw the goal of his trip. The gold reserves of the entire Lombard city are basically all here. Maybe when the branches below have exchanged tasks, they will come here to collect some gold. But they are all sporadic. Not much at all. Pieces of pure gold bars are piled up there like bricks, forming the shape of a small city wall. Under the illumination of the induction lamp, the golden light was dazzling and intoxicating. At the beginning, Tang Zheng got the gold in the vault of Hezhou Bank from Luibong. There were only 40 million there. I don't know how much there is in Lombard. Tang Zheng looked at this charming scenery for a while, swallowed his saliva, and then started to exchange. Under his operation, pieces of gold began to disappear and turned into system funds. After about 10 minutes of busy work, the entire bank's vault was swept away by Tang Zheng. Congratulations, General, for winning 62 million gold. Hearing this number, Tang Zheng was also excited. Lombardy's capital reserves are actually more than Hezhou's. A full 22 million more. This is also related to the different local customs and practices in each place. Lombardy is located in the grassland province, and many people in the grassland like to collect and wear gold. So the gold reserves here are also more. This amount of gold can be said to be life-saving money. Tang Zheng nearly exhausted funds suddenly soared, with more than 60 million yuan in funds. If Tang Zheng wanted, it would be easy to use him to blast tens of thousands of soldiers, including many planes, tanks and cannons. However, Tang Zheng would not do that. This money should be enough to easily survive the crisis of this siege war, and there should be a lot of surplus. He would leave some reserve funds for more needed places. After obtaining the funds, Tang Zheng did not stay here and left the bank with his men. He boarded the plane again, and the plane took off, leaving Lombard City and heading straight for Zhuguang City. When he returned to Zhuguang City, it was just noon. Tang Zheng's original 800,000 funds were also used up during this period. The soldiers who were almost out of ammunition and food regained their vitality when the ammunition was refreshed at noon. The fierce firing suppressed the zombies that were about to rush up again. After Tang Zheng returned to the city, he immediately ordered the arsenal to start working at full speed again and replenish ammunition. Among them, the bullets of anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft machine guns are now the focus of replenishment. With money in hand, Tang Zheng bought another 1,000 flamethrower warriors. Because Tang Zheng discovered that the mutant birds were the main attack during this period, he wanted to take advantage of this period to eliminate the mutant birds as soon as possible. As long as he could gain air superiority as soon as possible, this battle could basically be declared over, and he could even save that small nuclear bomb. Under Tang Zheng's order, the focus of the troops' annihilation began to shift to the mutant birds, and the snipers tried their best to snipe the fat zombies in the zombie team to delay the zombies' advance. When all the flamethrower warriors appeared, when the attack and defense were fierce in the afternoon, the flamethrower warriors suddenly joined in and gave the mutant birds a heavy blow. Thousands of fire dragons rose into the sky, burning a large number of mutant birds to ashes. greatly reducing the pressure on the city defense. Under the repeated and focused attacks of the Zhuguang army, the number of mutant birds finally began to decline rapidly. From 1 million to 700,000. From 700,000 to 400,000. As night approached, there were only more than 200,000 mutant birds hovering over Zhuguang City. Although the number of zombies annihilated in the 7th day of fighting was not too large, the entire zombie group plus mutant birds and beasts still had a number of 5 million. But Tang Zheng knew that the balance of victory finally began to tilt towards his side. Chapter 279. The 9th day of the Battle of Zhuguang City. Before the war, no one could have imagined that the Zhuguang army would be so resilient. It was impossible to count how much ammunition had been fired during this period. People only knew that the Zhuguang army's guns and cannons seemed to have unlimited ammunition. They continued to fire day after day, causing huge casualties to the zombies. And on this day, the Zhuguang army came up with a new trick. The Tornado rocket launcher vehicle was pulled to Guyun Mountain by a tank. The vehicle left the city from the north gate and moved forward along the rugged mountain road. After walking for about 10 kilometers, it opened fire on the zombies again in a valley. Originally, this kind of rocket launcher could only bombard distant targets due to its range, and it was difficult to use it in the city. But I didn't expect that there was such a thing. Tang Jing dared to let the vehicle leave the city when the zombies were besieging the city. This bold operation gave the Zhuguang army a huge advantage. The zombies that had gathered and were ready to attack the city suffered a devastating blow, and a large number of zombies turned into ashes under the coverage of artillery fire. The ammunition of the rocket launcher seemed to be unlimited. It roared all morning and afternoon. It became even more fierce. As powerful as the rocket launcher, there were also flamethrower warriors and anti-aircraft guns. The mutant birds in the sky had become sparse under the continuous and focused attack of the light-chasing army. Although the light-chasing army also paid a heavy price for this. The pile of corpses outside the city piled up to 13 meters high, causing many casualties in the city defense troops under the attack of zombies. But Tang Zheng believed that it was all worth it. When the number of mutant birds dropped to more than 100,000, the mutant birds stopped attacking the city. Apparently, the little corpse girl also realized that the number of mutant birds was insufficient. But unexpectedly, a large number of war eagles flew out of Zhuguang City. Although there were some losses in the early battles, Tang Zheng had money and immediately replenished the number of war eagles to 10,000. The war eagles were now a fresh force, flying out of the city and fighting with the mutant birds that wanted to withdraw. The two sides exchanged injuries, and after a round of fierce air battles, more than 30,000 mutant birds were left behind. The number of mutant birds on the zombie side also dropped below 100,000 for the first time. This number of mutant birds obviously could no longer pose a major threat to the city. The fighter planes of the light-chasing army seemed to be liberated and could finally take off. The second air strike was launched against the zombies. The thermobaric bombs of the light-chasing army began to wreak havoc again, one after another, constantly killing and consuming the zombies attacking the city. The number of zombies began to decrease sharply under this circumstance. Although the pressure of defending the city is still great, the current situation is no longer the same as the initial one. The troops defending the city saw hope, and their morale became more and more excited. In addition, there is now sufficient reserve ammunition. Although the zombies are still desperately rushing forward, they are always pushed back by the powerful firepower of the Zhuguang army. Those guerrilla zombies that used to be invincible have also met their nemesis. The armed guerrilla zombies are not afraid of rifles, sniper rifles, or even heavy machine guns and Gatling guns. But when the 35mm caliber anti-aircraft guns are leveled, they are not something that the guerrilla zombies can resist. An orangutan holding a huge tree stepped onto the pile of corpses, and was continuously shot with bullets, sparks flying everywhere. But it was still fearless. With a height of 4.5 meters, it could raise its arms and use the tree to hit the city wall. Several defenders were swept to the ground by it, and even if they didn't die, they were all injured with broken bones. Bang bang sniper rifles hit their heads, leaving only shallow bullet marks, unable to penetrate. But the self-propelled anti-aircraft guns on the city wall became its nemesis. The anti-aircraft gun was flattened, and a series of shells were fired fiercely. Boom, boom, boom. The bullets hit the head of the gorilla zombie, and it was instantly bloody. The gorilla zombie head kept shaking and shaking. The huge impact of the shells made it dizzy. Even the bulletproof car door covered its skin. It couldn't resist. It only lasted for 2 seconds, and the head was directly smashed. Bang! The huge head exploded, and the huge body rolled down the pile of corpses like a golden mountain and a jade pillar. The wings of the war eagle in the air flapped and flew over, grabbing the second-level crystal in its claws, and flew back to Tang Zheng, fighting and harvesting at the same time. Tang Zheng patted the war eagle's head encouragingly, and was also surprised. As long as the city wall can be defended, the victory of this battle will definitely belong to him. Under the continuous bombing of the Air Force, the number of zombies has dropped again, and now there are only about 4 million. Although this number is still large, his own financial reserves are sufficient to wipe out all these zombies. The current efforts are not without rewards. The jewelry collection after the war will also have a large amount of funds, and the harvest of countless zombie crystals can also be exchanged for funds in the market. At this rate, the battle may end in 2 days, or at most 3 days. Outside Zhuguang City, a hidden location 20 kilometers away, the little corpse girl looked at Zhuguang City with her scarlet eyes, and the trembling in her heart gradually grew. She couldn't understand why this person named Tang Ding was so powerful. She had tried very hard to command the battle, but that person always defeated her again and again. Even the gorilla zombies couldn't beat them. It seemed that Zhuguang City would be difficult to take down. But the little zombie girl did not give up. She still had one last trick. That was catalysis. She distributed more than a dozen level 2 zombies on the edge of evolution to various hidden locations on the battlefield. Among them were 8 gorillas and 8 lickers. These zombies had devoured countless corpses of their own kind in the past few days, and were already on the edge of evolution. As long as they absorbed some more nutrients, they would become powerful level 3 zombies. Although she didn't know how strong the level 3 zombies were, her instinct told her that anti-aircraft guns couldn't hit level 3 zombies. Under her silent control, catalysis was carried out at more than a dozen locations at the same time. There were still 4 million zombies outside the city, although it was only 1/5 of the peak. It seemed that there was no difference between 20 million and 4 million. They were all boundless and covered the mountains and plains. In this case, it was difficult for the light-chasing army to find those catalysis locations. The zombies in front continued to attack under artillery fire, and the covert operations behind were carried out quietly. Near the little zombie girl, there was also a gorilla zombie and a licker carrying out catalysis. Some level 2 zombies around lined up and came forward to let them devour them. The gorilla devoured the gorilla, and the licker devoured the licker. The height of the gorilla zombie reached more than 4.9 meters, and the length of the licker also reached more than 4.9 meters. Once it exceeded 5 meters, they would be out of the category of level 2 zombies. The licker was the first to complete the evolution. After devouring more than 20 level 2 lickers, this licker finally evolved to level 3. Hiss! The licker stretched out a tongue more than 2 meters long, swallowed and spit several times, and the outer skin began to shed. After twisting bloodily for a while, the licker shed its skin, replaced by a blue scale armor. Its body also expanded after shedding its skin, reaching a length of 7 meters. Its 4 limbs were on the ground, looking like the claws of a large lizard. Its mouth was full of sharp fangs, and its long, fiery red tongue was more than 3 meters long. Hiss! The tongue spit out and actually shattered a rock in front of it. The little zombie knew that this was a level 3 agile zombie, something that looked like a lizard. Normally, zombies over 5 meters tall are level 3 zombies, but this licker reached 7 meters because it had just eaten too much. Jump! The little zombie girl gave the lizard zombie an order in her mind. The lizard zombie jumped on the spot and jumped more than 10 meters high. The little zombie girl's eyes widened. If this kind of zombie went to attack the city, it would almost jump onto the wall directly. Run! The lizard zombie spread its legs and ran forward at a high speed. It jumped more than 100 meters in the blink of an eye. This speed is definitely faster than some sports cars. Little Corp's sister doesn't know how much faster it is, but it is almost impossible to be locked by guns at this speed. And the blue scales also prove that the defense of this thing is very strong. The 3rd level agile zombie has a defense that is no less than that of the 2nd level gorilla zombie. Little Corp's sister wanted to let this lizard zombie immediately participate in the siege, but she still held back. If they went one by one, they would be easily defeated by the light-chasing army. She had to wait for the other 3rd level zombies to evolve, and then give the light-chasing army a severe blow. After a while, the gorilla zombies around her also evolved. A zombie that was more than 7 meters tall and looked like a Tyrannosaurus appeared. This zombie looked like a Tyrannosaurus, But it was different from a Tyrannosaurus. Its head and tail were like those of a Tyrannosaurus. But its forelimbs were also very developed. And still somewhat like the arms of a gorilla. But much thicker. The surface of the body was covered with thick metal-like scales, which almost covered every part. The huge foot stepped down, and the stones on the ground were crushed. First, it shows the hardness of its body. And secondly, it shows its weight. To be able to cause such an effect, this Tyrannosaurus zombie must weigh at least more than 30 tons. The little corpse girl looked at the Tyrannosaurus zombie and the lizard zombie with satisfaction. And she was still waiting. Don't look at her young age. But as a zombie king, she has a lot of patience. Although the Zhuguang army is now fighting on the battlefield and killing countless zombies, the situation will be reversed in a while. At most half an hour. The 16 second level zombies here will all evolve into third level zombies. Looking at these third level zombies, the little corpse girl has enough confidence that Zhuguang City will be broken by then. Chapter 280. General. The radar team has found something strange. Just as Tang Zheng was watching the battle, the signalman came over and pointed out several coordinates to Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng looked at the coordinates and felt that something was wrong. War Eagle. Investigate immediately. There were not many mutant birds in the sky now, so the War Eagle could go out for investigation. Soon, the War Eagle brought back the images it had detected. When Tang Zheng saw the images for the first time, he almost jumped up. He had seen this zombie in the picture before. When Shen Feilong attacked the city, he used the collective power to catalyze a zombie that looked like a Tyrannosaurus Rex, which was exactly the same as the one in the picture. Obviously, the little corpse girl also played the same trick as Shen Feilong and started to catalyze the third level zombies. But the little corpse girl's hand was bigger. She catalyzed a lot at one time. In another picture, it was not this Tyrannosaurus Rex zombie, but a lizard-like zombie. Seeing this, Tang Zheng knew that he had to take action immediately. These level 3 zombies were undoubtedly very difficult to fight. Tang Zheng immediately ordered the rocket launchers to disperse and lock onto these targets and fired rockets. The rocket launchers in the mountains behind received the order, locked on to the targets, and immediately opened fire. The rocket launchers with long tails whizzed out, and immediately rained bullets on all the target locations. For vehicles locked on to one target, and the artillery plowed the ground. Boom, boom, boom. All the target points were covered by the rain of bullets. The flames from the rockets set all the zombies in the area on fire. When the smoke finally cleared, Tang Zheng knew he had failed before the War Eagle's perspective feedback, because the red dots representing level 3 zombies still existed. Sure enough, the next War Eagle's perspective feedback showed that the soil on the ground was shaking, and those level 3 zombies crawled out of the soil. In such a short time since the rockets, these guys actually crawled into the soil. Although it was only a very deep layer, it provided them with great protection. Now that they had emerged from the ground, all the zombies had not suffered any other injuries, except for some burnt backs. After these zombies realized that they were being attacked, they all started to roar, left their homes, and rushed towards the light-chasing city. The speed of the lizard zombies was very fast, and their normal speed was the same as that of a sports car. The speed of the Tyrannosaurus Rex was not slow either, with huge steps. Each step was more than 5 meters, and its speed was also faster than that of an ordinary car. At this time, the zombies outside also began to stir, and launched a fierce charge towards Zhuguang City. The third-level zombies mixed in the zombies, and began to run with the cover of the zombies. This scene was actually magnificent, and the zombies' roars made people's eardrums itch. The sound waves were like substance, and they could even distort the trajectory of the falling snow in the sky. There was no doubt that the zombies were covering the third-level zombies. If the Zhuguang army could not stop the third-level zombies, or the city wall was caught in a melee, this wave would be a general attack. Seeing this, Tang Zheng knew that his first attack was a bit hasty. He shouldn't have used rockets, but missiles directly. There are only 2 safe ways to destroy this kind of thing. One is to use the ground-to-ground missiles of the armored train. As long as it is at the core of the explosion, it should be able to be destroyed. Another is to use thermobaric bombs, which are more powerful. As long as the landing point is not too far away, it should also be able to be destroyed. Of course, it can also be destroyed using small nuclear bombs. But the problem is that there are as many as 16 here. The range is too large, and small nuclear bombs cannot destroy them all. Tang Zheng looked at these level 3 zombies mixed in the corpse group and knew that this attack had reached the moment to decide the fate of Zhuguang City. If all 16 level 3 zombies were allowed to rush up, the city defense would collapse instantly. Conventional weapons were obviously useless against these big guys. We can't disperse our firepower. We must take advantage of now and concentrate our forces to annihilate some of them. Otherwise, once they get close to the city wall, it will be over. Tang Jing immediately gave the order, and the missiles of the armored train were launched. This kind of zombie is too fast, and one missile may not be able to kill it, and 2 missiles are not guaranteed. Tang Jing let the train's 4 missiles focus on one zombie. The target is the lizard zombie. Because this kind of zombie is faster, they can't be allowed to approach the city wall quickly. The missile on the armored train was launched. At this time, the advancement of high technology played a decisive role. The laser guidance of the missile has the effect of locking the target and correcting the trajectory. Although the lizard zombie is very fast, it was still hit by the missile. It didn't hit directly, but it was within the explosion range. When the first missile landed next to the lizard zombie, the powerful explosion shock wave directly knocked the lizard zombie over. Boom! The second missile landed next to the lizard, and the flames engulfed it. The third level zombie with strong vitality was still trying to struggle. The third and fourth missiles exploded within 5 meters of it. The third missile almost killed it, and the fourth missile killed it completely. The situation in the other places was similar. The 16 ground-to-ground missiles of the armored train destroyed 4 lizard zombies. At the same time, the bombers of the light-chasing army also took off. The war eagles escorted at this time, fighting with the remaining mutant birds in the sky, providing space for the bombers to take off. Under the cover of the mutant birds, the bombers took off and came to the outside of the second ring to start dropping bombs. 10 bombers dropped 10 thermobaric bombs. Some level 3 zombies tried to use the same trick again and hide underground to resist the attack of thermobaric bombs. But the most powerful thing about thermobaric bombs is that they can destroy underground targets and fortifications. 8 of the 10 thermobaric bombs landed accurately, directly killing the level 3 zombies underground. 8 more zombies were killed. Although the third level zombies were powerful, the Zhuguang army had been upgraded to a brigade. Tang Jing had unlocked powerful lethal weapons. His strength was no longer what it used to be. He was not without means to deal with such high-level zombies. But the killing only stopped there. By the time the train was reloaded with missiles, or the plane was ready to drop thermobaric bombs again, it was too late. 2 of the remaining zombies had already rushed to the city of Zhuguang. There were 2 more zombies, who were not hit directly by the thermobaric bombs. They were still alive, but they were already seriously injured. Tang Jing hurriedly asked the fighter plane to finish off the zombies, making sure that the 2 level 3 zombies would not survive. The fighter plane also followed out of the city, and successfully dealt with the 2 level 3 zombies. But the last 2 zombies that were intact still climbed onto the wall of Zhuguang City. A lizard zombie and a Tyrannosaurus zombie. The body of the lizard zombie turned into a residual image, and it jumped onto the 20-meter-high wall in almost one leap, and rushed up with its claws on the top of the wall. The Tyrannosaurus zombie was similar, running with big strides, stepping on the pile of corpses to run up, and suddenly jumped up. They climbed up the city wall, and were immediately attacked by the defenders. But no matter what bullets were fired, they were almost ineffective. The speed of the lizard zombies had reached an incredible level. They ran all the way along the city wall, swinging their huge tails wherever they passed. All the defenders were swept off the city wall. The Tyrannosaurus zombies were even more ferocious. They completely ignored the shooting of the light-chasing army. They waved their huge palms and slapped the jeeps, self-propelled anti-aircraft guns, etc. on the top of the city like toys. The soldiers on the sentry tower shot at it, and it jumped up, and its huge fist smashed directly on the sentry tower, which could collapse the sentry tower. The city wall was in chaos, and the military dogs and war eagles rushed up to try to stop the 2 big guys from wreaking havoc. But it was no use at all. Neither the military dogs nor the minions of the war eagles could break their defenses. Instead, they could tear the military dogs and war eagles apart with a casual blow. More importantly, their sweep turned the city wall into a vacuum zone. The zombies behind immediately rushed forward, and the pile of corpses quickly increased. Some agile zombies began to jump up along the pile of corpses and directly jumped onto the top of the city. Some powerful gorilla zombies could not find a place to climb the city wall for the time being, so they directly threw some fat zombies onto the city wall. These fat zombies even began to spray strong acid corrosive poisonous water from above to the ground, and in turn attacked the people below. The cooking team and medical team below were all affected and began to suffer casualties. Some gorilla zombies used too much force and threw the fat zombie over the wall and into the city. The fat zombie fell to the ground and exploded. Such an explosion was very terrifying. Almost everyone affected was killed. Some tall armored zombies began to imitate the gorilla zombies and threw some agile zombies or ordinary zombies up. The pile of corpses kept being thrown up, and the height had reached 16 meters, and it was still rising. Whoa! Some zombies began to jump up and grab the wall to climb up. More and more zombies climbed up the wall, and the crisis appeared. It is impossible to launch thermobaric bombs and missiles at this time. If they are launched at this time, it is hard to say whether they can kill people, but it will definitely cause huge casualties to their own side. It may even destroy the city wall, making the situation completely irreversible. At this moment, all the people watching TV could not help but stand up. Whether he is Tang Zheng enemy or friend, they all watched all this without blinking. No one thought that the little corpse girl had such a trick. 16 level 3 zombies were catalyzed at one time. If it were any other base, it would have fallen long ago. The Zhuguang army used all its means, including missiles and thermobaric bombs, to kill 14 of them. But despite this, a huge crisis still emerged. The source of this danger was 2 level 3 zombies climbing the city wall. If these two things could not be dealt with, Zhuguang City's 9 days of efforts would be in vain. The current situation is already in danger of getting out of control. If it is not handled properly, it will completely collapse. Chapter 281. Tang Zheng knew that the most critical moment had come. As long as he could survive the attacks of 2 level 3 zombies, this siege would basically be settled. Although there were still 2 to 3 million zombies left, it was impossible for them to break through Zhuguang City. And if the 2 level 3 zombies that had already climbed the city wall could not be defeated in a short period of time, the chain reaction they brought would surely cause Zhuguang City to fall quickly. The 2 level 3 zombies were now located a little east of the main gate of the south gate and near 2 points above the southwest gate. The first thing Tang Zheng had to deal with was the lizard zombie that ran to the east of the south main gate. If calculated by combat power, the lizard zombie might be slightly inferior to the Tyrannosaurus zombie. After all, the Tyrannosaurus zombie was extremely powerful, and its armor protection reached a terrifying level. But in terms of the current damage, the lizard zombie was even better than the Tyrannosaurus, because this guy was so fast that he rushed all the way on the city wall, causing hundreds of casualties to the defenders. But Tang Zheng was not without a way to deal with it. The best way to deal with this lizard is to let Tang Tang take action. These days, zombies have surrounded the city, and martial law has been imposed. Ordinary people cannot see the fighting. Tang Tang will occasionally rush out of Fengming River to swallow some high-level zombies or mutant beasts as snacks when there are no drones filming. After swallowing for several days in a row, Tang Tang is getting bigger and bigger. Each of the 8 tentacles is more than 20 meters long, when stretched out and lying on the ground. The total length is even more than 50 meters. Tang Zheng didn't know how Tang Tang had evolved, but judging from its size, it was no problem for it to fight against the 3rd level zombies. It was just that the lizard zombie was a little far from Tang Tang. The distance from the south gate to the water gate was 3 or 4 kilometers, and Tang Zheng didn't want Tang Tang to rush all the way. After all, Tong Tong's existence had always been a secret, and Tang Zheng had never thought of exposing it to people's sight. So the best way now was to lead the lizard to the water gate. At the critical moment, Tang Zheng gave this task to the War Eagle troops, because apart from the War Eagles, no other troops can match the speed of the lizards. Calling the 5-star War Eagle Kunping to his side, Tang Zheng gave it some orders. The 5-star War Eagle was already extremely intelligent, and quickly understood Tang Zheng's meaning, flapping its wings and flying out. The War Eagle's method was also simple. That is, to throw the meat down to attract the attention of the lizards. The War Eagle faithfully carried out Tang Zheng's orders, and the 5-star War Eagle's flying speed was extremely fast, exceeding 400 kilometers per hour, close to 500 kilometers per hour. But the result was not satisfactory. The meat was thrown down, but the lizard zombies ignored it and continued to attack the defenders on the city wall. In desperation, Tang Zheng sent out the guard company to open fire, trying to attract the lizard zombies to the bottom of the city wall. The guard company used Gatling machine guns, but still failed to attract the zombies. The zombies just rushed back and forth on the city wall, and refused to leave the city wall. Seeing this, Tang Zheng felt that his thinking was wrong. No. This zombie does not have its own thinking. It is following the orders of the Zombie King. Little Corpse Sister's order should be to clear the defenders on the city wall, and pave the way for the follow-up zombie army. As long as the large army can climb the city wall, it is worth killing this level 3 zombie. This is Little Corpse Sister's strategic goal. Whether you want the zombies to leave the city wall does not depend on it, but on Little Corpse Sister. Tang Zheng's mind was turning quickly, and he thought of a possible method. When he saw the scarf on Little Corpse Sister's neck, Tang Zheng had an idea that Little Corpse Sister might know him. Maybe I am also one of the targets of this action of the Little Corpse Girl, or even the main target. If I can change the Little Corpse Girl's mind, then maybe I have to go out and act as bait. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng immediately decided to act. The speed of the lizard zombie is too fast. Others who go to attract it either cannot make it leave, or are caught up and killed. But Tang Zheng's speed can fight with the lizard zombie. As a double-top evolution of the first level peak, Tang Zheng's actual speed is comparable to that of a second-level mutant. If the operation is good, maybe the lizard can be taken away from this area. Ignoring Ningyue and the others' dissuasion, Tang Zheng first quickly came to the foaming river, talked with Tang Tang who was waiting here, and then climbed the city wall and headed straight for the lizard zombies that were rampant in the west, running all the way. When he was only about 200 meters away from the lizard zombies, Tang Zheng opened fire with the Desert Eagle in his hand. Bang 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 emptied the magazine, and only one shot hit. The power of the Desert Eagle is still not small. Although it cannot cause substantial damage to the lizard, it is enough to attract its attention. The lizard zombie that was chasing the defenders turned around and saw Tang Zheng with its scarlet eyes. Not only did it see it, but the little zombie girl hiding in the dark also saw it. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to change the little zombie girl's order. But Tang Zheng was different. She came to Zhuguang City. Chasing the crowd was one thing, and the other most important thing was to kill Tang Zheng and eliminate the fear in her heart. But Tang Zheng was also very good at hiding. He knew his importance to the team and would not show up easily. The little zombie girl never found Tang Zheng. Now Tang Zheng appeared and faced the lizard zombie alone. This opportunity was rare and must not be missed. The little zombie girl hiding in the distance immediately gave the lizard zombie an order. Kill that man. Kill Tang Zheng. The lizard zombie immediately abandoned the soldiers who were chasing the city guards, spread out its 4 claws, and rushed straight to Tang Zheng. The body had already left an afterimage, just like a flash of light, rushing over. Seeing the lizard zombie rushing towards him, Tang Zheng was overjoyed and turned around and ran away. His speed soared to the limit. His strong physical fitness allowed him to run 100 meters in almost 3 seconds. Despite this, his speed was still inferior to that of the lizard zombies, and the distance between the two sides was rapidly shortened. Under the city wall, the soldiers of the guard company, who were forced to give the task by Tang Zheng, opened fire under the city wall. They attacked the lizard zombies. It was difficult for the bullets to hit them, but they could still harass them. The defenders on the city wall and the defenders on the sentry tower were covering the general at this moment. The lizard zombie was occasionally hit by bullets, which would affect its speed, making it unable to catch up with Tang Zheng for a while. In this way, Tang Zheng, under the cover of the soldiers, rushed along the road on the city wall at full speed and ran more than 2 kilometers without any danger. Not far ahead, it was already the water gate of foaming river. The lizard zombie had chased Tang Zheng to about 30 meters behind him. This distance can be reached with almost one leap. The tongue in the lizard zombie mouth kept moving in and out, and it was more than 3 meters long. It ran a few steps quickly under the rain of bullets and pounced on Tang Zheng, just like a wild animal pouncing on its prey. This time, it should be able to catch Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng also used all his strength at this time. When the lizard zombie pounced out, he also jumped directly off the wall. This jump was more than 20 meters away, and the distance between the man and the zombie in the air was getting closer. Tang Zheng seemed to be able to feel the breathing of the zombie behind his head, and seemed to be able to feel that the flaming red tongue would pierce him in the next second. But that didn't happen. Just when the lizard zombie was about to pounce on Tang Zheng, the water of foaming river overflowed, and a black shadow shot out. Tong Tong's tentacles, which were more than 20 meters long, flew out in the air. The 4 long tentacles caught the lizard zombie that was still gliding in the air and trying to pounce on Tang Zheng. The huge suction cup bound the zombie hands and feet, and the huge body exerted force to pull the lizard zombie down from the air. Plop! Boom! The first one was Tang Zheng falling into the foaming river, and the second one was Tang Tang pulling the lizard zombie into the water. In an instant, the water on the banks of foaming river was tumbling, and the lizard zombie roared continuously. It tried to twist its limbs to get rid of Tauntaun's restraints, but Tang Tang was much larger than it, and undoubtedly had greater strength, so its limbs could not break free. The lizard opened its mouth and tried to bite Tang Tang, but Tang Tang had 8 legs, 4 of which bound the lizard's hands and feet, and another stretched out and wrapped the lizard's mouth tightly, making it unable to open its mouth at all. Then, Tauntaun's body began to sink into the water and entered the bottom of the foaming river. A series of bubbles emerged from the bottom of the water. The battle between the two giant beasts made the bottom of the water extremely turbid. No one knew what happened under the water, but as time went by, the water surface gradually became quiet. If the lizard won, it would definitely come out from the bottom of the water and continue to chase Tang Zheng, because that was the order of the Zombie King. But it did not come out, and the result was obvious. After Tang Zheng used himself as bait to trap and kill the lizard zombie, he immediately jumped out of the icy river, boarded the plane hovering above his head, and headed straight for the west gate. After killing the lizard, the east side stabilized. But at this moment, the southwest gate had some signs of decay. Without the help of Tang Tang, Tang Zheng had to find another way. On the plane, Tang Zheng quickly bought some city walls and gates. After landing, he arranged the city walls and gates into a square inside the city, asked several soldiers to stand on the winch of the city gate, and opened a gap in the city gate. Then the soldiers left, and Tang Zheng took the initiative to stand in the middle of this artificial square city wall. With the city gate behind him, he raised his middle finger to the Tyrannosaurus zombie on the city wall and roared, "Come here!" When Tang Zheng came over, the Tyrannosaurus also received the order to kill Tang Zheng. Seeing Tang Zheng at this moment, he immediately jumped down from the city wall. Just as the Tyrannosaurus jumped down, Tang Zheng suddenly lowered his head, rolled on the ground, and rolled out of the city gate. Tang Zheng rolled out, and the Tyrannosaurus fell in. The 7-meter-tall Tyrannosaurus could not jump out of the 20-meter-high wall without a pile of corpses as a base. After several attempts, the Tyrannosaurus finally rushed to the city gate in a rage, and with his huge body and strange strength, he pushed the city gate up, because the city gate itself did not fall to the ground. It was really lifted up slowly by the Tyrannosaurus, but the speed was extremely slow. In this way, the body of the Tyrannosaurus was completely exposed. Chasing light cannon, prepared to fire. On the turret in the inner city, the cannon of the chasing light city had already turned its muzzle and pointed it at the city gate. The 1,250-kilogram shell was already loaded. Chapter 282. History always repeats itself in a strikingly similar way. When Chen Failong led the zombies to attack the city, Tang Zheng killed the third-level zombies with the cannon of Zhuguang City and put an end to the siege. That cannon was the turning point of the battle. The situation today is the same. The Tyrannosaurus zombie used its amazing strength to forcibly lift up a city gate, but the huge weight of the city gate made it almost impossible to move. When it lifted the city gate to the height of its shoulders, its body was completely exposed. The cannon of Zhuguang City was waiting for this opportunity, firing from the inner city. The edge of the second ring was just within the range. As Tang Zheng gave the order, the cannon opened fire. Boom! The recoil of the cannon made the turret slide back 100 meters, and it hit the tire pad behind it directly before it stopped. And this shell accurately hit the chest of the Tyrannosaurus zombie. The huge body of more than 7 meters tall was more conspicuous than a tank, and it was unreasonable not to hit it. Explosion! The extremely strong defense of the third-level zombies could not withstand the frontal bombardment of the main gun of the Iowa-class battleship. This cannon can easily destroy bunkers dozens of kilometers away, and the third-level zombies can't withstand it. The huge body was instantly blown into pieces, and the head that looked like a small house was directly blown into the sky. When the head fell, an engineer immediately came up and took the head away to cut it. There was a precious third-level crystal inside, which must not be wasted. After bombing the Tyrannosaurus, the battle was not over. There were still a large number of zombies rampaging on the southwest wall, and the light-chasing army immediately organized a counterattack. The Gatling troops of the direct battalion became the main force at this moment. The Gatling machine gun roared wildly, mowing down the large group of zombies from the wall like mowing grass. The armored troops were also under the city, using their strong defense and vehicle-mounted machine guns to eliminate the zombies entering the city. The helicopters of the Army Aviation Battalion were also dispatched to attack from the sky. The reorganized city guards and field regiments also began to retake the city walls step by step. The flamethrower warriors opened fire again, burning the pile of corpses down again, without the troublemaker of the third-level zombies. The powerful counterattack ability of the light-chasing army was demonstrated. The excellent quality and tactical qualities of the soldiers, as well as the correct orders frequently issued by the command center, the radar reconnaissance, and the perspective of the War Eagle formed an effective information network and combat network. In this situation, if it were other troops, they might be finished even if they had twice as many soldiers. When faced with heavy casualties, human troops are prone to collapse. But the light-chasing army will never collapse. Everyone has been walking on the right path of battle, not doing unnecessary things, and the efficiency is very high. The city wall was recovered inch by inch, and the zombies were eliminated one by one. Every time some places were recovered, the medical team quickly followed up to treat the wounded and ensure that the injured soldiers could be rescued. After more than an hour of bloody battle, all the city walls were recovered. Outside the city wall, the corpses of zombies piled up like mountains, and blood flowed like rivers. As the number of mutant birds decreased, fighter planes continued to circle and bomb outside to cut off the zombies' support, which was also the key to recovering the city wall. As time gradually turned into night, the sky darkened, and this wave of zombies offensive was completely extinguished. Although there were still more than 2 million zombies outside, Tang Zheng knew that they had completely lost their chance. With the continuous landing of thermobaric bombs, these zombies could only hold out until the morning of the day after tomorrow. And then, they would be completely wiped out. It was too late today, and the distant flares in the wild could not be taken care of. Otherwise Tang Zheng would have wanted to find out where the little zombie girl was hiding. Tang Zheng even had an idea that if he could control the little zombie girl, it would be too easy for him to retake the city in the future. For a zombie king who can control 20 million zombies, it is not a problem to control 10 million or 5 million at a time. Even if he controls 5 million zombies at a time, he can almost recapture a county at a time, in 10 days or half a month. It is also easy to recapture a prefecture-level city, with her under control. As long as it takes some time, the restoration of the country can be done. After tonight, when the night is over and the dawn comes, Tang Zheng will do this. The little zombie girl was far away on the battlefield, looking at Zhuguang City from afar, with some moisture in her eyes. So scary. Tang Deng is so scary. He is not even afraid of level 3 zombies. 2 level 3 zombies were killed by him one after another. Little Corp's sister knew that she could not win. What she was thinking about at this moment was no longer to conquer Zhuguang City, but to leave here as soon as possible. Stay away from this human, and never come back. But she didn't dare to run during the day because it would be easy to be discovered. So she waited here patiently, letting her men continue to attack. And she was waiting for the arrival of night. As the night fell and the sky became darker, the little corpse girl knew that her chance had come. After midnight and before dawn, when it was pitch dark, she found a white swan, a huge bird. It was her favorite among all the mutant birds because it could easily carry her in the sky. And it was very fast, and could not be caught up by other birds. The little corpse girl tied the scarf around her delicate neck and climbed onto the bird's back. The white swan flapped its wings, took off, and soon entered the clouds of the night. Under the cover of a group of mutant birds, it quickly flew southeast. The little corpse girl was on the back of the white swan, holding its neck tightly, feeling the biting cold wind in the sky, and continued to fly eastward, looking at the Zhuguang City, which was still like a volcano in the dark night, constantly spraying bullets. The little corpse girl wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. She knew that when she left a certain distance, she would be cut off from the zombies. Without a unified command, the zombies will be leaderless and unable to organize any offensive. They will only lie on the ground and devour the flesh and blood of their companions, and will never be able to break the light-chasing city. And if she leaves, she may never come back. If she doesn't want to come back, then don't come back. The farther away from this human, the safer it is. The little zombie girl knows that as long as she is not compared with this human, she is still a powerful zombie king. A zombie king who can control 20 million zombies can live safely wherever he goes. The white swan flew for a while, and the little zombie girl suddenly relaxed. Except for the white swan under her, which was still under her control. All the other zombies had lost contact with her. It was over. Goodbye, Mangy Town. Goodbye, Tang Ding. Bad Silver. The 10th day of the siege of Zhuguang City. 4 o'clock in the morning. The zombies attacking outside the city suddenly seemed to have lost their souls, and turned into zombies again. Except for some zombies that were closer to the city wall, and were attracted by the flesh and blood on the wall. They were still waving their claws and trying to attack. And the zombies farther away all stopped. The gunshots nearby no longer attracted them. So they stopped and began to devour the flesh and blood everywhere around them. The sudden appearance of this situation greatly reduced the pressure on the defenders, and also let Tang Zheng know that the siege was over. Not only was the siege over, but the little corpse girl must have escaped. The corpse king was intelligent, and would not easily approach the city wall. So the little corpse girl could not have been killed, but could only have escaped. Tang Zheng had no way to deal with this matter. In such a dark environment, there was a group of mutant birds flying around, and he could not find where the little corpse girl had gone for a while. Even if they found her, it would be too late to chase her. The little zombie girl was definitely leaving very quickly. Once she was out of the radar range, she would never be found again. So Tang Zheng simply gave up this futile move. Being able to successfully end the siege was already a satisfactory result. As the sky became brighter and the sky in the east turned pale, the battle began to present a different scene. The soldiers began to practice shooting. Large-scale bombing was prohibited. The 2 million zombies outside the city had to be kept intact so that it would be easier to collect supplies. Tang Zheng was very lucky that this battle took place in winter. It was freezing outside, and almost all the dead zombies had become zombies. A lot of supplies could still be collected, and there was no need to worry about the plague caused by rotting. The light-chasing army first annihilated the mutant birds in the sky, and then the planes were dispatched and began to strafing without any pressure. The helicopters circled in the sky, easily killing the zombies on the ground. Even the remaining guerrilla zombies could not resist the frontal bombardment of the aircraft cannon. Therefore, there were no casualties in the following battles. The armored forces, direct battalions, and field troops also began to leave the city one after another to annihilate the zombies outside the city. The engineering troops followed behind, collecting supplies and destroying the corpses. This was a siege of 20 million zombies. There were simply too many corpses outside, which forced Tang Zheng to add another battalion of engineers to carry out this extremely difficult battlefield cleaning work. Originally, Tang Zheng troops were almost full, but this time, 2,500 engineers were added. But the current number of people was still not full, which showed that the losses in this battle were not small. The system statistics of losses came out soon. This siege lasted for 10 days, and the Zhuguang army had a total of 5,200 casualties, and more than 26,000 injured. A considerable number of casualties occurred on the 9th day, when the third-level zombies entered the city. The losses of military dogs and war eagles were not small, with a total of more than 3,000 killed and more than 8,000 injured. Only the big guy Tang Tang was not injured, and he was getting bigger and fatter. After swallowing the third-level zombie, he sank into the pool and never came out again. He was digesting, but its size has exceeded the 60-meter mark, and the pool is almost full. It is the first time that the Zhuguang army has paid such a price since its establishment. But the great results of the battle also shocked the whole country and the world. 20 million zombies surrounded the city, and were completely annihilated by a force of less than 100,000 people. This result made everyone who watched the battle feel unbelievable afterwards. There is no doubt that after this battle, Tang Zheng's dominant position in the northern region can no longer be shaken by anyone. Chapter 283. The 11th day of the siege of Zhuguang City. This day can no longer be considered a siege, but a war of annihilation. After all, there are still many zombies outside the city that need to be annihilated. The Zhuguang army has been constantly eliminating and cleaning them up since yesterday. It was not until the afternoon of the 11th day that the last armored man fell down with the cooperation of various arms of the Zhuguang army. This siege was truly over. After that, there will be a long cleanup period, which is estimated to last at least a week to complete, collecting funds and burning corpses. The soldiers of the light-chasing army still have something to do, but Tang Zheng doesn't need to be busy anymore. His main work is basically finished. There are still about 48 million funds obtained from Lombard City. After cleaning up the zombies outside the city, He estimates that he can get more than 10 million funds. And it won't be a problem to have more than 60 million funds by then. Tang Zheng, who was free, didn't even have time to watch the news or see the reactions of all parties, but chose to go back to the official residence to sleep. In the past 10 days, he had slept even less than ordinary soldiers, and could only sleep 3 hours a day on average. Even if his physical fitness was good, he was extremely tired after 10 days. He fell asleep and slept for 40 hours. He woke up hungry, got up and ate a meal, and then slept for more than 10 hours before he recovered. When he woke up again, 3 days had passed since he first slept. Back at the dining table, Tang Zheng ate slowly this time, while listening to the report from the communicator. General, after the siege ended, Louis Bong spoke on TV news and sent you a congratulatory message on behalf of Her Royal Highness the Princess. In the message, the princess praised you and the Zhuguang army for fighting bravely and defeating 20 million zombies. In order to commend and encourage your great achievements, she has sent 2,000 tons of fuel, 100,000 bags of rice, and 10 tons of gold to reward the soldiers and civilians who worked hard. The supplies have already left Yuanjing and are expected to arrive in Zhuguang City within 10 days. Oh, there are still 10 tons of gold. Your Highness Princess has really spent a lot of money this time. Tang Zheng was in a good mood when he heard about 10 tons of gold. This is 10 million yuan of funds. In this way, his reserve funds have increased again. Call your Highness Princess back and tell her that I thank you for your righteous act on behalf of the soldiers and civilians of Zhuguang City. Okay, General. Are there any other movements in other places? There is basically no movement in the country. The surrounding several group armies have remained silent on this matter. No one has expressed any opinions. Tang Zheng snorted. They are all powerful people. They know that it is not good for them to go against me at this moment. So they don't speak. In fact, not speaking is an attitude in itself. If they are willing to make friends with me, they should have congratulated me long ago. General, it seems that there is some movement in Daliu recently. What is the movement? It seems that Daliu is holding a 5-nation summit and invited people from the Baohenia Empire, Hansen Empire, Jialan Kingdom, and Shidang Kingdom to Daliu. It seems that they are discussing alliance matters. The summit has been held and it is said that a joint military exercise will be held before the spring. When Tang Zheng heard these names, he immediately took out the map to check. These 4 countries are all located in the western part of Hanwei. Although they are not as large as Hanwei and Daliu, they are not small either, and their military strength is good. Although their territories do not border Tang Zheng northern region, 2 of them border Mobei. If you start from their countries, as long as you pass through the desert area of Mobei, you can quickly reach Shazhou City in Mobei. And Shazhou City is only 1,000 kilometers away from the border checkpoint set up by Tang Zheng to enclose the land. Tang Zheng asked with some doubt, can Ferdinand invite them on behalf of Daliu? General, during this period, it seems that the royal side of Daliu has given Ferdinand a princely title and made him responsible for the central and southern war zone of Daliu. Now there are several survivor bases under Ferdinand's management. His strength has been greatly improved compared with the past, at least in terms of personnel. His foundation is already very strong. The population under his jurisdiction is not much less than ours. Oh, it seems that a lot of things happened during the few days I slept. Are there any other things? No. Probably these are the things. The other army groups are very quiet. Their news has been broadcasting some trivial things during this period. It seems that nothing big has happened. Tang Zheng nodded, and he was a little alert. It is impossible for nothing to happen. It is unusual for everyone to be nothing. As for what the other army groups are brewing, Tang Zheng can't control it now. And he doesn't want to control it. Since the siege ended, his mind has been flying to the coastal areas. He can't stay in the northern region for too long for several reasons. One is that it is not close to the sea and cannot develop the navy. Another is that the population is not enough for him to upgrade to a division commander. So if he wants to continue to upgrade, it is inevitable to migrate to the coastal areas. But before that, he still has to do something. The first is to stabilize the situation and make his jurisdiction regular. There is another worry. That is the Daliu volcano city. After all, the volcano city is very close to his territory. This problem is best solved before leaving. There was another thing that made Tang Zheng a little worried. That was the disappearance of the little corpse girl. The little corpse girl ran away without a trace, and no one knew where she went. Tang Zheng had an instinctive intuition that the little corpse girl would not be able to come back in a short time after this setback. But this was also a hidden worry after all. But for this matter, what he could do now was to improve his strength as soon as possible, so that even if the little corpse girl came back after a while, he would not be afraid. Go call Gui Yun and see if he has any research results in the past few days. For the army to progress, the improvement of technology is necessary. I hope Gui Yun can give me a surprise. Far southeast of Zhuguang City. This place is 5,000 kilometers away from Zhuguang City, located in a province southeast of Hanwei. The white swan that the little corpse sister is sitting on can no longer fly. The little corpse sister looks at the ground, and there is a huge city below. She doesn't know where this is, but from the wind blowing around and the temperature, it feels that this is definitely not the northern territory, because compared to the severe cold in the north, it is obviously warmer here. Many of her current thoughts still come from before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, she was a 5-year-old girl, and her mind was not very mature. After the end of the world, except for the side of a corpse king, she was still a 5-year-old girl in other aspects. But she is a relatively smart child, and knows some basic knowledge. For example, the south is warmer, and the north is colder. So now she knows that she has come to the south. She also knew that the population in the south was larger, which would allow her to quickly restore her power as a zombie king and gain more subordinates. From the back of the white swan, she could see how big the city was, and there should be many zombies. So she made a decision to settle here and make it her home. Although she felt that this was not her home, she no longer had a real home or family after becoming a zombie king. The warm impression of her mother was just a symbol in her heart. So wherever she settled, that was her home. Driving the white swan, it landed in this city. After landing, it was indeed warmer than the North Territory, feeling like the end of winter, but not yet spring. The little corpse girl landed on the central street of the city. With the special ability of the corpse king, she could feel that this city was full of zombies. Many. This is a city that has not been recaptured by humans. Or in other words, this is a city without humans. The little corpse girl was very confident at this moment. She was away from the human named Tang Ding, and her confidence returned. As long as she summoned her men, no one could threaten her. So, she immediately called out to the corpse king. With a sharp cry, the sound waves echoed in the city, and all the zombies within a few kilometers nearby would be attracted by her. But she failed. The little corpse girl was stunned. She had never failed before. Even when she summoned Shen Feilong, the corpse king was instantly conquered by her, because their powers were very different. But this time she failed, which was unbelievable. She summoned again, somewhat unconvinced, but still failed. The zombies here were not under her control at all, and there was an invisible force that blocked her summoning. That was another zombie king. Being able to resist her summoning proved that the power of the other zombie king was also very strong. The little zombie girl was a little unconvinced, because she clearly knew that her power was also strong among the zombie kings. But she didn't expect to meet an opponent. Her temper flared up a bit, and she summoned for the third time. This time, as soon as she summoned, she collided with another force. The little corpse girl felt a little dizzy. That force seemed to be stronger than her. The little corpse girl was immediately horrified. She really didn't expect that there was a corpse king stronger than her. She immediately thought of the scene where Chen Feilong was controlled by her, and she didn't want to be controlled by this corpse king. The little corpse girl immediately drove the white swan that was still under her control, wanting to fly away. But something even more unexpected happened. The white swan was no longer under her control. The docile white swan in front of her was now fierce, flapping its huge wings and causing a gust of wind. The little zombie girl was scared. Although she was the zombie king, her fighting power was pitifully weak without controlling the zombies. The white swan in front of her was a mutant bird. If it wanted to kill her, it would take only a few minutes. Her hands and feet were cold, and she was completely unable to resist. She had no idea what to do. But the white swan looked down at her for a while, and did not kill her. Instead, it stretched out its long neck and moved closer to her. Its huge beak reached out and bit her neck. The scarf with the words, "There is love in the world. I love Tang Zheng the most," was taken away by the white swan. Carrying the scarf, the white swan flapped its wings and flew away, obviously giving it to its new owner. Chapter 284. Gui Yun came to Tang Zheng with a bunch of things in his arms. "General, You're up. Well, I've been sleeping for almost 3 days. It's time to get up. How are you? Are there any scientific research results these days? If I remember correctly, you haven't produced anything since I upgraded to brigade commander. Guiyun chuckled. Before, I was too busy during the siege and didn't have time to give you. But now it's good. Many things have been conquered during this period. And now I bring them all to the general. Oh, there's more than one. That's really good. Come and see it. Guiyun arranged the things and took out the first thing. This is a map. Tang Jing took a look and saw that this thing looked like a tall pillar, thicker than a normal electric pole, with a huge round ball on the top and a circle of steel rings in the middle. There was some electric current flowing from the steel ring to the round ball. Tang Jing looked at the scale again and found that this thing was 50 meters high. What is this? A giant electric pole? Or a new type of charging station? Neither of them. General, this is a breakthrough in our electromagnetic technology. In this siege, our new high-tech soldiers, electromagnetic infantry, played a limited role, mainly because the battery life was insufficient and the electromagnetic gun had a short combat time. This is the drawback of our new soldiers' research and development, and it is also the direction we need to overcome in the future. Therefore, all of us in our research institute have learned from our mistakes and worked day and night. Tang Jing heard him start to brag and immediately waved his hand. Stop! Don't tell me this. Your stuff is good, and research funding is indispensable. Let's talk about the results first. As he spoke, Tang Jing took out a check and placed it in front of Guiyun. You said it simply and concisely. You fill in this number yourself. If you keep talking too much, I will fill in the last number. Guiyun's tone really became serious. General, this is called an electromagnetic coil. It has a very complex circulating electromagnetic field inside. It can emit electromagnetic rays with a maximum length of 10 kilometers. Within this distance, anything with electricity will be destroyed by it. Even the most advanced fighter jets in the world. Even alien spaceships. As long as they use electricity, they will not be able to be destroyed. It also has the ability to identify friend or foe, and can distinguish between military and civilian targets, and can also distinguish between our Zhuguang army and targets outside the Zhuguang army. 5,000 meters is the shooting distance. But it is best not to open fire easily, because the electromagnetic rays are too strong and will cause damage to the electromagnetic field. But it also has an inner circle static field, which is within a range of 250 meters. All people and vehicles entering this range, except for our target of the light-chasing army, will be indiscriminately attacked by electricity. This attack is not fatal, but it can paralyze the body and greatly reduce the movement. And within this range, our soldiers are not affected, and the electromagnetic infantry can fire unlimitedly within this range. The electromagnetic coil and the battery of the electromagnetic infantry will form a cycle, allowing the electromagnetic infantry to achieve unlimited shooting. And the range will also be increased to 200 meters. After hearing Guiyun's introduction, Tang Jing was also very surprised. The electromagnetic infantry did perform mediocrely in the siege, mainly because the battery could not fight for too long, and the range of the electromagnetic gun was only 50 meters. So Tang Jing once thought that this type of soldier was a bit useless, only for close combat, and not durable. But the electromagnetic coil developed by Guiyun now is a bit amazing. First of all, within 10 kilometers, as long as there is an electric target, it can ignore the defense of the killing, which is very scary. Even if we have high-tech fighters in the future, we will definitely be hit if we are not careful. Secondly, this static field is also very scary. If it is used to defend the city, within 250 meters, the mobility will decrease once you enter this range. If you have this during the siege, it will not be difficult to annihilate the third-level zombies. As for ordinary zombies, they will return to a staggering state again. And the last one is also very strong. That is, within this 250 meters, the electromagnetic infantry will have unlimited endurance, and the terrible electromagnetic gun will continue to fire. The static field combined with the electromagnetic gun will definitely produce a very terrifying performance. Guiyun added, as long as we arrange the defense well and the electromagnetic coil is not destroyed, then within this combat range, we are almost invincible, and the enemy cannot be our opponent. Tang Jing nodded, yes. Then I will equip it. He used the electromagnetic coil's mapping, and this thing entered the building list. with a price of 100,000 gold each. Then, Guiyun handed Tang Zheng the second chapter of mapping. Tang Zheng took one. Another pillar-like thing. This one is a black pillar with many strange things on it, such as several pointed heads. And the height is 100 meters. What is this? General. Remember when you were the head of the regiment? You asked me how to prevent the people in the outer city from seeing the inner city even if they live in high-rise buildings? That's this thing. This is called a fog generator. In fact, we use artificial rainfall technology to generate fog, but control it so that it doesn't rain. Then we use it in the center of the inner city, and use energy field technology to generate a semi-arc-shaped, dome-like area to confine the fog in this area, forming a 10-meter thick fog layer. The line of sight cannot penetrate the fog, and the situation in the inner city cannot be seen. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment. That is to say, the sky above the inner city will be covered by fog all year round. Guiyun shrugged. It's like this now. Anyway, there is no sunny day in this end of the world. So it doesn't matter if there is one more layer of fog. Not only can people not see through it, but radar can't scan it either. Well, that's good. In this way, the outer city can build high-rise buildings that will to solve the problem of overcrowding in our city. Tang Zheng used this map again. This one is more expensive. 200,000 gold each. What Guiyun took out afterwards was not mapping, but the research and development of new soldiers. General, we have unlocked the research and development of some hero units. Because many combat soldiers need to kill a lot of zombies to reach 5 stars in order to upgrade hero units. These soldiers cannot be upgraded for the time being, but several soldiers can be upgraded, such as scientific research soldiers, spies, etc. Upgrading scientific research soldiers can better carry out scientific research work, and requires a 3rd-level crystal. Upgrading a spy can give it better reconnaissance capabilities and additional copying capabilities. Tang Zheng waved his hand. What is copying capability? Copying capability is the spy-owned super memory combined with some of our technological means. As long as he enters a special place, such as a laboratory, he can quickly use radio technology to transmit the scientific research results and core technologies here to our combat command center without using power. We call it copying technology. At this point, Guiyun took out another small bottle. General, remember by who? Right. She was involved in a kind of mental hallucination potion at that time. This potion has also been improved by us and can make people hallucinate. For example, if someone wants to sleep with a woman and he takes this potion before sleeping with the woman, then he will have a dream and wake up thinking that he really slept with this woman. Tang Zheng looked at the small bottle. Why do I feel that this thing is a bit useless? It's a bit useless, but sometimes it can be very useful. General, don't worry about it. I have my own arrangements. Now I suggest that you upgrade a spy first. Tang Zheng now has only 2 level 3 zombie crystals. In this zombie siege, he only got the crystal from the last level 3 zombie killed by the giant cannon. I was a little confused about which one to upgrade to a hero. Hearing Guiyun say this, he also asked in confusion, why? I think it's also good to upgrade you. It can provide us with new technologies faster and more. General, I can certainly upgrade, but we need a spy now. When I came here, I asked Director G of the Military Intelligence Bureau. He has a spy currently lurking in Volcano City. Hearing Guiyun's words, Tang Zheng agreed with Guiyun's idea. He handed a level 3 crystal to Guiyun, and then he upgraded the spy. But he had to get progress as soon as possible on the Daliu side. Guiyun took out the last type of soldiers. According to him, this type of soldiers was made by He Shui. After He Shui completed the targeted blasting, she had a new idea and developed a blasting engineer. The main skill of a blasting engineer is to use targeted blasting to demolish a skyscraper in 30 seconds. This technology can also be used on the battlefield, such as taking down the enemy fortress, which would be very useful. Tang Zheng also added this unit to the purchase sequence, and the price was 2,000 gold, which was considered a very expensive unit. With these new technologies, Tang Zheng immediately took action. He first built 2 electromagnetic coils at the 2 corners of the city wall of Zhuguang City. After the electromagnetic coils were built, he arranged some electromagnetic infantry to be stationed here, so that the key defense area of Zhuguang City was further strengthened. Then he bought a fog generator in the inner city. After this thing was built, the sky above the inner city gradually became foggy. At the beginning, the residents of the outer city thought that the whole city was going to be shrouded by weapons. But soon they found that the fog was only spreading over the inner city, which was very strange. In response, Zhuguang TV broadcast a program claiming that the inner city was conducting an artificial rainfall experiment. And in order not to affect the lives of people in the outer city, the rainfall range was controlled. This artificial rainfall range experiment will be a long process, and the public should not be surprised by it. People in the outer city were amazed. They had seen artificial rainfall before, but it was the first time they had seen it in a controlled range. This shows that the scientific research level of Zhuguang City has reached a considerable height. In addition to these two types of buildings, Tang Zheng did not immediately purchase demolition engineers. Now that the battle with the zombies has ended, there is no place for demolition engineers to use their skills for the time being. In the next period of time, Tang Zheng's focus is to complete the cleanup of zombies as soon as possible, and then stabilize the situation and consolidate the existing base. In addition, the places of Hezhou, Boya, and Jinghe in the east should also be included in his rule. Clean up the zombies in the countryside and some counties, and obtain as much funds and materials as possible. After a series of battles, the Zhuguang army needs to rest for a while, in order to lay the foundation for the troops to move eastward and go to the coastal areas. However, there is a unit that Tang Zheng thinks should be established. That is the Special Forces. Chapter 285. Tang Zheng's Special Forces have two branches. One is the Marine Corps, and the other is the Special Forces. There is not much difference between these two branches in essence, but the training subjects of the Marine Corps are more operations such as beach landing and coastal defense exercises. The Special Forces are more likely to practice some anti-terrorism, anti-hijacking, rescue and other tasks. But these two branches are very powerful, with better military literacy and individual combat effectiveness than ordinary soldiers, even better than scouts. After opening the system, each soldier costs 1,000 gold. Tang Zheng thought about it, and spent 1 million funds to buy 500 soldiers of each type. The first soldier of the Marine Corps, named Su Xian, was appointed as the captain by Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng had his own plan for this Marine Corps. When he went to the southeast region, this Marine Corps would definitely follow him. So Tang Zheng thought about it, and named this unit the Dragon Scale Special Forces. The reverse scale of the dragon, which cannot be touched, also comes from the ocean, which is more appropriate. The first Special Forces soldier, named Qin Weiyang, was appointed as the captain by Tang Zheng. As for this Special Forces, Tang Zheng named it the Tiger Wing Special Forces. It is more appropriate to add wings to a tiger, and it can also form a competitive relationship with Long Lin. Tang Zheng also has plans for this unit. His guard company soldiers have been following him for a long time. Many 5-star veterans should be transferred to the grassroots to become officers. His future guard company will use soldiers from the Marine Corps and Special Forces. But it's not possible now. Both the Marine Corps and the Special Forces are still recruits without stars, which does not meet Tang Zheng requirements. So Tang Zheng gave the two captains a task, which is to set off immediately and leave Zhuguang City. But there is no specific destination. The task is very simple, which is to clean up the zombies around and ensure the safety of life. Whoever reaches 5 stars first can join his guard company. Being able to become Tang Zheng guard is a great honor for the soldiers. Everyone's spirits are lifted, and they all want to be the first to complete the task and become a member of the general's guard. Su Xian and Qin Weiyang looked at each other, their eyes flashing with fighting spirit, and they both wanted to overpower the other. Tang Zheng also equipped the troops with various weapons and vehicles, including sniper rifles, Gatling machine guns, AK-47 rifles, and silent pistols. The vehicles also included Hummer jeeps, Polaris all-terrain vehicles, and even each unit was equipped with grenades, explosive packs, and some rocket launchers and mortars. The soldiers of the Special Forces are proficient in the operation of various weapons, and they can use these weapons with ease. Tang Zheng even equipped them with radios and individual battlefield radars, antivirus serum and first aid kits, and gave them the right to purchase ammunition. The only thing was that they did not have a cooking unit. Survival in the wild is a necessary skill for Special Forces soldiers. Tang Zheng let the two units play freely. The two Special Forces, Dragon Scale and Tiger Wing, left Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng did not assign them a specific location. He let them decide for themselves. He only looked at the results. After purchasing the Special Forces, the next thing is a series of things related to people's livelihood. For example, the resettlement of the population of each base, and the payment of wages. The railway transportation of each base began to be interconnected, and banks began to bloom in each base city. There are also power supply and drinking water supply in various places. Tang Zheng then took a plane and flew everywhere every day. Where is suitable for building a wind power plant? Where is suitable for building hydropower generation? Where a stronger wall is needed? Where a checkpoint is missing? Etc. He needs to go there to build it personally. After more than 10 days of busy days, Tang Zheng set out again and headed for Jinghe County. Jinghe is located more than 1,000 kilometers east of Zhuguang City. The city defense facilities are very good, but they were abandoned by Lu Yibang and his men. In fact, it is more suitable as a base city than Hezhou. The engineers need to open up the highway and railway from Jinghe to Zhuguang City. Tang Zheng also flew to Jinghe in person and built an airport, a power plant, and 10 military camps. As the easternmost part of his territory, he wants to take this place and start garrisoning troops. Winter has passed for the most part, and the temperature has gradually warmed up after the first month of the lunar year. But the real spring is estimated to be at least March. When Tang Zheng arrived at Jinghe, he started to build some basic facilities here, and also took over the TV station of Jinghe. When he arrived here, he even found that there were about 10,000 survivors in this county. These people came here to settle down after Lu Yibang abandoned Jinghe, because the city wall here can resist zombies. But life is still very difficult. When Tang Zheng arrived, the survivors of Jinghe warmly welcomed him, and many of them voluntarily proposed to be included in the Zhuguang army and accept its management. Tang Zheng certainly would not refuse such a good thing, and naturally accepted these survivors. At the same time, he also asked the TV station to announce in the territory that the survivors in Zhuguang City, Manor Base, Military Camp Base, etc., if they were willing, could take the train to Jinghe for free to settle down. This place is now almost an empty city. At the beginning, Lu Yibang accommodated more than 3 million people here. The area of this base is not smaller than Zhuguang City, and it is also a livable place. The TV program is still very effective. Some people who are not living well in those crowded bases choose to leave there and settle in Jinghe. Among them, many people come to the Manor Base and Military Camp Base. But no matter how crowded Zhuguang City is, few people are willing to come to Jinghe. The spontaneous migration of the people also began one after another, and Tang Zheng territory gradually began to expand under the continuous enclosure. This lasted for nearly a month. By the end of February, the territory under Tang Zheng command had exceeded 1 million square kilometers. Of course, there were more than 300,000 square kilometers of desert. The harvest and results during this period were remarkable. The development of each base of the Zhuguang army was thriving, and the people lives gradually settled down. There were also more than 200,000 people settled in Jinghe, the easternmost part, and it gradually became prosperous. In the surrounding areas, the purchasing power of Guangyuan has remained stable, and even in many places, its recognition has exceeded that of the new currency. Even the population under Tang Zheng has increased to more than 7 million. In Zhuguang City, there are also a large number of newlyweds and pregnant women. It seems that a large number of newborns will be born in the fall of this year. With the arrival of new life, it means that the future of mankind will continue, which is where hope lies. With the efforts of countless adventurer teams and mercenaries, the amount of funds in Tang Zheng hands has remained stable. After receiving the reward-like assistance from Li Wuyo, Tang Zheng funds have remained at around 70 million. Even if he occasionally builds something, there will always be sporadic capital injections, so that the amount of funds in his hands has not declined. Although the army has not been expanded much during this period, the situation in other aspects is very good, and the Daliao that Tang Zheng was worried about before has now calmed down. It is said that Ferdinand, the lord of Volcano City, has recently pursued a favorite beauty. He indulges in tenderness every day and only knows how to enjoy himself, relying on the natural danger of Tontian River. He is not worried about the threat from Tang Zheng, and is not so concerned about other things. The military alliance he had previously formed with the Bohemia Empire and other countries was temporarily shelved due to disagreements, long distances, and other reasons. The only thing that concerned him was the development progress of the two new arms. One was the training of the war bears, and the other was the development of the unmanned radiation vehicle. These two things were still under Ferdinand's control, and no one else was allowed to interfere. March 1st. It had been a month since the siege of the Little Corp's sister. Tang Zheng had lived a relatively leisurely and comfortable life in this month. The day before yesterday, his troops captured another county town, which made Tangjung funds exceed 70 million, reaching 74 million, which made him very happy. Although it is still a long way to be promoted to division commander, it is good to have progress. And the funds are his confidence and guarantee. In the official residence, brewing a pot of tea and turning on the TV to watch the program made him feel like he was in the end of the world. He was watching an old TV series with great interest. But suddenly the program was paused and a news broadcast came in. The news came from the 8th Army. Chen Hongchang, commander of the 7th Army, rarely appeared on TV programs. On TV, Chen Hongchang was dressed in military uniform and looked serious. My fellow Hanwha people, I am Chen Hongchang. Today, I am very solemnly and regretfully telling you something. In recent days, several things have happened that make me regretful. Some time ago, our 7th Army took over the military port and shipyard of Highway City. We are currently developing ships. While this matter was still in progress, the Imperial Royal Guards learned about it and asked us to hand over the ship design drawings and core technology. As everyone knows, the Royal Guards have been in Yuanjing for a long time. After the end of the world began, they have done the least to combat zombies and have not done anything to benefit the country and the people. In the name of protecting the royal righteousness, they lie on the people and suck their blood. Various taxes have never stopped, but there is almost no support. This matter alone is fine. I have discussed with my colleagues in the 7th Army and plan to hand over the core technology of ships to the royal family when the technology is mature. But the matter is not over yet. The royal family is unfair. Some time ago, they actually provided Zhuguang City with a lot of supplies, including fuel, rice, gold, and everything else. Here, I really want to ask Princess Li Wuyo. Why? Just because Tangjung saved you once. You are grateful. So you start to treat us differently? Let me ask you again. Has Tangjung Zhuguang City ever been included in the rule of the empire? If so, what position does Tangjung hold now? What level of noble is he in the empire? If not, how did he get all this? I once said that Tangjung was a traitor to the empire before the end of the world, killing nobles and committing many evil deeds. Why do you keep shielding such a wanted criminal? And you turn a blind eye to the hard work of our 7th Army soldiers in defending the eastern coastal areas? We can no longer endure this. After discussion among the soldiers of our 7th Army, we have made an important decision. The old calendar has been abolished. Last year was the end of the world. This year is the first year of the new era. It is now March 1st. Our 7th Army and the 13 survival bases under the 7th Army, with a total of 43 million survivors, a total of 3.5 million square kilometers of land, and 2 million kilometers of sea, will collectively secede from the Hanwha Empire and establish a new country, named Dian. I am a humble person, but I was elected as the first emperor of Dian. I declare that the 7th Army will be expanded and reorganized into 3 armies, each with 120,000 people, and the Dian Navy will be established. The 4 eastern coastal provinces, starting from the northern peninsula, Ningbai Province, Highway City, Donghua Province, Zhonghai City, Bulk Province, Xianzhong Province, etc., are all under the jurisdiction of Dian. Tangjung and his Zhuguang Army are illegal armed forces. In the area controlled by me, Guangyuan is prohibited from circulating. No one, no force, shall enter these areas without the approval of Dian. Otherwise it will be regarded as a declaration of war on Dian. Chapter 286. After Chen Hongchang announced his independence from Hanwha, the whole of Hanwha was shaken. Even Tangjung felt that this was too shocking. Even though he had some guesses about this based on the various behaviors of these groups of armies in the past, he still felt very shocked at this moment. Chen Hongchang is independent. There is no doubt that he has made breakthrough progress in science and technology, and the military has also been greatly improved. He said that the Navy is under construction, and it may have been almost completed. And without the Air Force, he would never dare to say such a thing, because Tangjung knew that the Royal Guards also had fighter jets. It seems that during this period of time, not only he was developing, but others were also developing. As for Chen Hongchang's declaration that he and the Zhuguang Army were illegal armed forces, Tangjung didn't think it was surprising. It takes a reason to establish a country. Otherwise it will not be supported by the people in the jurisdiction. And his appearance just gave Chen Hongchang a reason. At least on the surface. This reason was still plausible. After all, he was not a noble of the empire. Nor was he included in the empire's rule. This reason was presentable. Of course, even if there was no such reason, they would find other reasons. And he just happened to be there. And Tang Zheng had a hunch that Chen Hongchang was the first to jump out. But he would not be the last. And someone might follow soon. Tang Zheng had just thought about this for less than 20 minutes. And sure enough, a second person jumped out. This person was Tian Mingfei, the commander of the 8th Army. Tian Mingfei, like Chen Hongchang, also appeared in military uniform, as if they had discussed it beforehand. Mr. Chen Hongchang's speech was like a morning bell and evening drum, awakening me. Many of the things he said were what I wanted to say. But I have to add one more thing. Tang Zheng illegally occupied the military base and killed the leader Liao Yuqing, which is immoral and a naked act of aggression. I now declare that the 8th Army will secede from the Han Empire and establish an independent country named Jieling. And I will serve as the first emperor of Jieling. From now on, Jiangzhou Province, Dahu Province, Shuo Province, Anjing Province, and Western Sichuan Province are all territories of the Jieling Empire. The Qinzhou area and Fengcheng area in Western Sichuan illegally occupied by Tang Zheng are all Jieling territory. The Zhuang bandit army must withdraw unconditionally. Otherwise it will be regarded as a declaration of war on Jieling. The 8th Army Group will be reorganized to form 3 groups. 2 independent mountain divisions, and a Haojiang Navy division. We have the ability and confidence to defend our territory. I would like to advise Princess Li Wuyo that your willful behavior has ruined you and the Han Empire. The glory of the empire for hundreds of years has been ruined in your hands. Tang Zheng is a villain. I hope you can see his true face in time and keep a trace of dignity and honor for Hanwei in the future. Otherwise you will be infamous forever. If Chen Hongchang declared independence, it would only be a regional act. But Tian Mingfei independence would instantly cause Hanwei to fall apart. Chen Hongchang controlled the Hanjiang waterway, and the provinces within his sphere of influence were all located in the central region of Hanwei. His declaration of independence was equivalent to directly forcing Li Wuyo and Yuan Jing into a dead end. And it is obvious that the domino effect has already appeared. And the statements of Chen Hongchang and Tian Mingfei are definitely not the end. Sure enough, the First Army in the northeast also began to express its position and announce the establishment of a country. The commander of the First Army in the northeast, the former Duke of the Empire, Li Haoqing, announced the establishment of the Yunhua Empire, and he was the first emperor. The First Army also began to reorganize and form 3 new armies. Their territories include Heishui Province, Baishan Province, Yunjing Province, the eastern part of Grassland Province, and the eastern part of Lianghe Province. Following the statement of the First Army, the 9th Army in the Mobei region also made a similar statement. The commander of this army, Lu Qin, also said on TV that he would establish the Great Wilderness Empire, and he would be the emperor. However, his statement was even more intriguing. He not only announced that Mobei Province, Xihai Province, Huangshan Province, Qibei Province and other places would be included in his rule, but he would also form a strategic alliance with Daliu Empire, Zijing Empire and other countries. Lu Qin also asked Tang Zheng to withdraw from Mobei Province as soon as possible, because it was his territory, and not a grain of sand belonged to Tang Zheng. By the time he got here, 4 armies had already declared independence. Next, 3 more armies in the southwest, south, and southeast regions declared independence. So far, among the 10 major armies of Hanwei, except for the 5th Army, which was disbanded and merged into the Royal Guards because of the battle in Hezhou. Only 2 of the remaining 9 armies did not declare independence. And these 2 armies were the 3rd Army guarding the Pearl Islands in the Great East Ocean, and the 10th Army on the Blue Sea in the south. These 2 armies are located on islands. Although there is a main island, there are many archipelagos around them. They are now fully restoring their naval construction. The islands have not yet achieved full navigation, and they do not have the strength and conditions to be independent. So they have not made any statement for the time being. In this case, once they restore their naval power, it is estimated that they will not be far from independence. The huge Hanwei Empire fell apart in an instant at this time. The only things left behind were the Yuanjing area where Li Wuyo was, and the millions of square kilometers of land around it. No one had yet declared that they belonged to them. After all, Li Wuyo was still the orthodox royal family. Their independence was already radical enough. If they were to invade the royal family's original sphere of influence at this time, it would be a big step, and the risk would be great. Another one was the northern territory where Tangjung was. But many places were also declared to belong to others. For example, Sichuan West was declared his by Tian Ningfei, and Tangjung was asked to withdraw from Qinzhou and Fengcheng. For example, Mobei was declared his by Lu Qin, and Tangjung was asked to withdraw from the desert. If Tangjung withdrew according to their orders, there would be no hope of upgrading forever. Tangjung sat for a long time and digested all the information he had obtained today. He felt that he should call Li Wuyo. After all, her current situation was also very bad. And judging from the excuses these people made, she was also implicated by him. I called Li Wuyo, and the call was answered quickly. There was a girl shallow breathing on the other side. But she didn't speak. After a while, Tangjung spoke first. Have you given up? Li Wuyo reply came back, as expected. I won't give up. It's best if you can think so. But don't worry too much. It seems that they are aggressive now. But in fact everyone has their own internal and external troubles. These people are not satisfied with being warlords and have established their own countries. But they can't be of the same mind. And now no one dares to touch you. The key is to consolidate your ruling area first. Yes, I know. Believe me, they won't be able to jump around for too long. There are many uncontrollable factors in this world. Everyone is on guard against each other, and checks and balances each other. There is also the variable of zombies. The future is still unknown. At least we should join forces. Everyone should consider it. Yes, Li Wuyo answered softly, and finally asked another question. Have you considered establishing a country? Tangjung laughed. What's the point of establishing such a small country? I haven't forgotten our original agreement. We made a pinky promise. Li Wuyo was silent for a moment. Then he hummed heavily as an answer. After the call was hung up, Tangjung stood up. He asked the guards to prepare the car, and he set off for the TV station. When he arrived at the TV station, the station director Li Xuqiang was already waiting at the door. Tangjung didn't say much, and went directly to the studio. When he arrived at the news live broadcast room, Tangjung started the news broadcast in the live broadcast room. He adjusted his clothes and started the live broadcast. As soon as the news about Zhuguang City appeared, the ratings soared instantly. Many people saw Tangjung appearing in the news and thought that Tangjung was going to announce the establishment of an empire and proclaim himself emperor. Just like those warlords. After all, Tangjung also had a good foundation, occupied the borders of several provinces, and was not weak in strength. However, the content of Tangjung live broadcast was different from everyone else's. Today is the darkest day of the empire. Many empire rebels found various excuses to declare themselves emperors. If you continue to flaunt your benevolence and morality, this is the greatest betrayal in itself. I declare that from now on, the light-chasing army and the royal guards of Princess Li Wuyo will form an alliance to jointly fight against all imperial rebellions. All your declarations of independence are illegal and invalid. From now on, I will enter a state of war with the 7th, 8th, and 9th armies. If you dare to enter the area under my control, the light-chasing army will ruthlessly annihilate you. After saying this, Tangjung left the live broadcast room and returned to his official residence. After he returned to the official residence, Li Wuyo also broadcast the TV news, announcing that all independent army groups were rebels against the empire, and she would punish them at the appropriate time. She also represented the royal guards and formed a strategic alliance with Tangjung chasing light army to face the increasingly complex situation of the empire together. Li Wuyo's declaration also represented her attitude. To the surprise of many people, this little girl with a weak appearance had a strong heart. She was not frightened or collapsed by the rebellious behavior of others, but chose to face it bravely. The royal guard now has 500,000 people, plus the light-chasing army, which has only about 100,000 people, but advanced technology and extremely strong combat power. No one dares to touch this alliance easily, just as Tangjung thought. Although each group army is independent, they have their own ulterior motives, and it is impossible to pull together. No one can predict the direction of the empire's situation. At least at this stage, the possibility of a war breaking out is very small. Back to the official residence, Tangjung found Guiyun again. After meeting, Tangjung said straight to the point. How is the progress of the drawing of the medium-sized shipyard? 2 days. Give me 2 more days. and the map will be completed. Okay. You stay and prepare for the meeting. As he said that, Tang Zheng called the communicator and asked him to notify all officers above the battalion level of the Zhuguang army to come to the official residence for a meeting. The content of the meeting is the plan for the next action and the direction of the Zhuguang army. As long as this specific goal is determined, Tang Zheng will lead the Zhuguang army to leave the northern territory where he has fought for more than half a year to open up a new world. Chapter 287. The meeting of officers above the battalion level of the Zhuguang army was held at Tang Zheng official residence. Compared with the previous situation where there were not many people, there were much more people this time. In addition to the 5 regiments stationed at the military camp base, the other 4 field regiments were all here. There was also a city guard regiment, 2 armored battalions, and 2 artillery battalions, an aviation battalion, a direct battalion, a special service, a military intelligence bureau, 2 special operations teams, and an inland navy. In addition, there was a guard company that had always been by Tang Zheng's side, as well as a scientific research institute, a combat command center, and a large number of internal affairs departments. There were dozens of battalion-level officers here, many of whom Tang Zheng could no longer remember their names. After everyone was seated, Tang Zheng personally presided over the meeting. Everyone is here. You all know the current situation without me having to explain it. The Han Empire has almost become history, although the Royal Army is still there. In fact, the Royal Army currently occupies less than 1/10 of the land area of Han, and has declined to the lowest point in history. And we are not immune, and have become an excuse for those people to be independent. Here, I want to say that those people have chosen the wrong excuse and target. They can use me, Tang Zheng, as an excuse today, so don't blame me for using this reason to fight back against them in the future. The problem facing us now is that the region we are in has restricted our development. At least here, we will never be able to build a navy. At most, we can build some inland naval forces. So we must go out and head towards the coast. The purpose of holding this meeting today is where we are going. Shall we? Open the map. Ning Yue opened the electronic map. This time it was a map of the entire territory of Hanwei. The map was divided into many blocks, marked with different colors. Each color represents a country that has declared independence. There are now 7 independent countries. In addition, there is a part of Liueo control area, a part of Tangzheng control area, the Pearl Islands in the Great East Ocean, and the White Sand Islands in the Southern Blue Sea. Tangzheng stood up and pointed at the map and said, "The only place we can go at present is near the ocean. And according to the division of forces, there are about 5 such places. The first place is the territory of the Dian Empire established by Chen Hanchang, which covers all coastal waters in the east of Hanwei, including the Inner Bay and the entire western part of the Storm Sea. The second place is the Southeast region, which was originally the base of the 3rd Legion, including the entire Coral Sea and the Pearl Strait. The third place is the Southern region, which was originally the base of the 4th Legion, including the entire northern part of the Blue Sea, the White Sand Strait, and the Shark Bay. The 4th place is to cross the Pearl Strait and go to the Pearl Islands, where there is the vast sea area of the Great East Ocean. The 5th place is to cross the Baisha Strait and go to the Baisha Islands, where there are blue seas in the central and southern waters. These are the maritime boundaries of Hanyu before. If we don't go here, we may have to go east along the Tongtian River, walk thousands of miles, and enter the sea area that originally belonged to Daliao. But that distance is too far and uninhabited. It does not meet our future strategic requirements, so we will not consider it. These are basically the 5 sea areas. You can think about it." After that, Tangzheng sat down and started drinking tea. The people below began to discuss and analyze the pros and cons of these 5 places. After some discussion, Director G of the Military Intelligence Bureau finally spoke. "General, I think there are 2 places that can be abandoned. That is, the Pearl Islands and the White Sand Islands. These 2 places are far away, and they are also separated by the strait. It should be difficult for our existing inland navy to cross the strait. So I think these 2 places can be abandoned." Tangzheng nodded after hearing this. "That's right. We really don't have the ability to cross the strait now. You continue to analyze." At this time, the head of the city guard, Chu Xian, said, "General, before making a choice, I think there is another problem that needs to be solved. That is, the places we entered have been divided into spheres of influence by several newly established countries. How can we gain a foothold there in the early days? Do we start to build troops and establish bases in the past, and then fight against them? If so, it may be difficult in the early days. Tang Jun also praised it. That's right. We can't fight the enemy on the coast in the early days. We need a foothold, and a foothold to build our naval forces. Otherwise, the enemy already has a navy. If the base we established is bombarded by the enemy artillery, it will be difficult to gain a foothold. At least the shipyard will not be able to be saved. So it is very important to find the right foothold. After Tang Jun said this, everyone's goal narrowed down a little bit, and they began to look for a place to stand. But this place is not easy to find. The forces along the coast all attach great importance to marine rights and naval power, and patrol the sea. It is difficult to stand anywhere without being discovered. For example, in Dian, Chen Hongchang has built many survival bases scattered along the seashore. And those are Chen Hongchang's eyes. While everyone was discussing, Tang Jun said another thing. He played a short film that was shot in Hezhou. After the ice on the river in Hezhou was broken, someone caught some fish. One of them looked like a snake, which attracted people's attention. What kind of fish is this? Why does it have whiskers? It doesn't look like a snake. Why does this monster look so familiar? After everyone talked for a while, Tang Jun finally spoke. This is a loach. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. There was such a big loach? There is Fengming River in their Zhuguang city. And there are fish in the river. Usually, fish are not seen growing so big. Tang Jun explained to everyone. The fish in our Zhuguang city cannot grow big because Tang Tang is in the river. All the bigger fish are eaten by him. His existence limits the growth of fish in Fengming River. And we did not see big fish when we went out this winter because the river surface was frozen and the big fish could not come out of the water. But in fact, aquatic fish are getting bigger and bigger now. This situation cannot be only here. It exists all over the world. It is conceivable that the fish in the ocean must have grown bigger. Some people may ask, since the fish in the ocean are bigger, why are there no news reports? Don't forget that after the end of the world, almost all ships were scrapped and no one could go out to sea. And those larger fish generally don't enter the shallow waters of the seashore. So this kind of report is not seen. I'm telling you now that there are big fish in the water. Not to make you worry, but to make you careful. We have found a base and a foothold. And we must also pay attention to the different defense situation there and on the shore. Maybe in the future, the enemies we will face will not only be humans, zombies and mutant beasts, but also a large number of marine monsters. This was Tang Jun's speculation. But he was almost certain that the sea monster must exist. This is also one of the problems that the Navy needs to face in the future. Especially for small boats. There is really a big risk. At this time, Guiyun proposed a hypothesis. General, since the ocean is very dangerous, I think we can find a place where the river and the sea meet, such as the estuary of a river. Some large rivers can also pass warships. If there are islands, it will be more convenient to gain a foothold. Hearing Guiyun's words, Tang Jun's eyes lit up. At this moment, he followed the gazes of the crowd and started searching together. After a while, Tang Jun's eyes fell on an island. This island is called Dikui Island, located at the mouth of the Haojiang River, near Zhonghai City. Zhonghai is the economic center of Hanwei, and the shipping industry is extremely developed. Not only sea transportation, but also Haojiang shipping. And here at the mouth of the Haojiang River, Dikui Island stands here like a pearl, dividing the Haojiang River into two, and flowing through both sides of the island. The entire island covers an area of about 2,600 square kilometers, making it the fourth largest island in Hanwei. Tang Jun did not forget that there was a requirement for him to be promoted to division commander, which was to occupy at least 3 islands, with an area of more than 100 square kilometers. There are only 5 such islands in the entire Hanwei, and 2 of them are located on the Blue Sea. The strategic significance of Dikui Island is extremely important, and it is surrounded by water on all sides. If it can be taken, it will really be a natural foothold. I just don't know if this island is currently occupied by Chen Hongchang's 7th Army. Tang Jun thought about it, and immediately asked Li Shuqiang from the TV station to replay the news of Chen Hongchang's declaration of independence. Soon the TV screen was replayed. The 4 eastern coastal provinces, starting from the northern peninsula, Ningbai Province, Highway City, Dongwei Province, Zhonghai City, Bulk Province, Qianjiang Province, etc., are all under the jurisdiction of Dian. When Chen Hanchog said this, Tang Jing paused the TV screen. He didn't mention Dikui Island? Everyone shook their heads. And they really didn't say it. Tang Jing pondered for a while. Dikui Island is such a feng shui treasure land. It is unlikely that Chen Hanchong forgot it. Moreover, the geographical location of this island is so good that it is impossible for no one to go there. So what is the reason that Chen Hanchong did not mention this place? After thinking for a while, Tang Jing called Li Wuyo. He himself lived in the northern region and did not know much about the outside world. But Li Wuyo, as someone who had ruled the empire for more than half a year, knew more than anyone else. After the call was connected, Li Wuyo greeted Tang Jing and sounded in good spirits. After a few pleasantries, Tang Jing went straight to the point. Your Highness, do you know the situation of Dikui Island? Li Wuyo's tone was a little lower. I know. The situation there is very complicated. How complicated is it? Tang Jing asked. Dikui Island is located in the area of Zhonghai City. It used to be a tourist destination in Zhonghai, attracting countless foreigners. Many countries set up consulates there, and many foreign-funded enterprises also settled there. Therefore, it is almost the place with the most foreigners in Hanwei, even more than the locals. After the end of the world, it also became a paradise for foreigners. Foreigners from the entire Zhonghai and some nearby provinces all ran there. In fact, it has been completely occupied by foreigners. Now, the entire Dikui Island has been established by many foreign forces, and it is actually no longer under the control of the empire. I want to take back Dikui Island, but I am powerless, especially in the later period. Many foreigners have established connections with our country, and it is really difficult to deal with it. When Chen Hanchong announced his territory, he deliberately omitted Dikui Island. In fact, it was also to avoid suspicion, and it was not under his control. After hearing Li Wuyo's last words, Tang Jing finally felt relieved. Chapter 288. After finishing the call with Li Wuyo, Tang Jing faced the audience. After listening to the call, everyone present knew that the general had already set a goal. That is Dikui Island, a strategic location located on the eastern coast of Hanwei, guarding the estuary of Haojiang River. As long as this island can be successfully taken, the Zhuguang army will have a foothold on the eastern coast. In addition, Dikui Island is surrounded by water, which is easy to defend and difficult to attack. Not only can the navy be vigorously developed here, but it can even be used as a support to compete with Chen Hanchong and others. After determining the target, Tang Jing began to arrange the departure. However, this time, Tang Jing planned to keep a low profile. He did not want people to know that he had left Zhuguang City. This time, the march to the coastal area had to be done quietly in the early stage. So he decided to let Han Yang find someone to make him look like himself and stay in Zhuguang City. He didn't need to do anything every day, just show his face on TV occasionally. And he himself was going to leave quietly with some people. However, before the trip, Tang Jing also had a lot of things to deal with, explain, and arrange. After all, he was not without enemies in the Northern Territory. Ferdinand was his enemy. And now there was Lu Chen in Mobei. Although Lu Chen was probably just bluffing at the moment, necessary defense measures were indispensable. There were two main defense locations. One was at the border of Mobei, where Tang Jing needed to deploy a troop. There was another location, Beifengdu. There is only one river between Huishan City and Beifeng Ferry, but there has never been a garrison there, which is not acceptable. Although Tang Jing has made arrangements in Huishan City, it is not enough. If he wants to closely monitor Daliao, he must set up a garrison at Beifeng Ferry. It is not easy for anyone to cause trouble when they are separated by a river. Tang Jing's original Zhuguang army had nearly 100,000 soldiers. He had previously built 10 military camps at Jinghe River. Currently, the maximum number of soldiers in the Zhuguang army can reach 125,000. He established a military camp in Beifengdu in Mobei, and then purchased a 5,000-man army, which belonged to the 2nd City Guard Regiment, and 2 reinforced battalions. One battalion was stationed in Mobei, and the other in Beifengdu. As the garrison troops on the border, Tang Jing also wanted to lay railway lines to these 2 border areas, so that troops could be transported to support them immediately if a war broke out. In addition to the soldiers, Tang Jing also built a small fortress in each of these 2 places. Use a wall to encircle it. Build gates, sentry towers, radars, etc. for defense. Each place has an air defense missile system. And the troops are also equipped with a lot of anti-aircraft guns and anti-aircraft infantry. These two troops are not expected to attack, but mainly for defense. Under Tangjung's constant busyness, Mubei Fortress and Beifengdu Fortress were built one after another, and a total of 2.2 million gold was spent. After spending more than 2 million, his funds were still more than 70 million. As a result, the number of Zhuguang army has officially exceeded 100,000, reaching 102,000. Tangjung did not fill up the barracks, because he planned to build the remaining barracks on the coast. After all, going to the coast for development also requires some barracks, and soldiers cannot be left without a place to live. It will take about 3 days to deal with these things. After 3 days, Tangjung will set off. First quietly arrive at Jinghe, and then leave from there. Bolt Province, Fengzhou City. This place is located in the east of Hanwei, not on the coast. Although it is not on the coast, it is not far from the coastal areas. About 1,700 kilometers to the east coast. The little corpse girl has been here for many days, since her scarf was taken away by the white swan that day. She has no way to leave the city. The white swan can take her to fly everywhere, but in this city, she can't control any zombies. She is alone, and it is almost unrealistic to want to walk out of this city with her short legs. And that terrifying existence did not let her leave. After a few days, the white swan came back and took her to a place. It was an abandoned street, but there was no messy abandoned traffic here, and it was cleaned up. Before the end of the world, this was definitely the prime location of the city. There was a restaurant at the intersection of the prime location. The white swan did not go through the main entrance, but landed directly on the roof of the restaurant. On the rooftop, the little corpse girl saw the terrifying existence. Originally, the little zombie girl was trembling when she felt close to this terrifying existence. But when she saw this existence, she couldn't help but speak. She has the ability to speak, but her pronunciation is still unclear. This has nothing to do with age, but with the ability of the zombie king. When she just became the zombie king, she could only say some simple words such as ah, and kill. Later, when she led 20 million zombies, she could say some more difficult words, such as Tang Ding and Bad Silver. She usually doesn't talk because she has no one to communicate with. Now seeing this terrifying existence, she couldn't help but speak again. Sister Piao Piao. On the rooftop, a girl wearing a white windbreaker, light blue jeans, and shawl hair sat there. A white scarf was tied around her slender swan neck. She was fiddling with a scarf in her hands. Her eyebrows were lowered, and she was as beautiful as a painting. The little corpse girl felt that she had never seen such a beautiful sister before, and she was attracted to her immediately because she loved beauty. When the little corpse girl spoke, the girl's eyelashes flickered, her eyes opened, and her blood-red eyes looked over, and a unique and sharp aura that belonged to the corpse king came to her face. But the little corpse girl was not afraid. She was a little girl who liked beautiful things, and in her opinion, the red eyes of the corpse king were normal, and there was nothing to be afraid of. The beautiful woman looked at the little corpse girl, stretched out her delicate hand, and called her, "Come here." Her pronunciation was very clear, and from this point alone, it can be seen that her strength is definitely above the little corpse girl. The little corpse girl pinched her white coat, instinctively afraid that she was not clean enough and would upset the pretty sister in front of her. And then she walked over carefully. She walked in front of the big beauty, who looked at the little corpse girl with her red eyes for a while before saying, "You are very cute. Sister is beautiful." The little corpse girl started to flatter, without any instruction. The big beauty pulled her to sit down beside her, and then picked up the scarf in her hand. "Where did you get this scarf?" The little corpse girl was stunned for a moment. "The wind is blowing. It's Tang Ding's." The beautiful woman frowned and thought, "I don't seem to recognize Tang Ding. She has forgotten too many things. But she has some impression of this scarf, because she also has one around her neck. But compared with the little corpse girl's, there are fewer words on it. She has forgotten the words she knew, and now she is almost illiterate. But when she saw the scarf for the first time, she instinctively felt that this thing was very important. So she took it immediately. But she couldn't remember what the scarf had to do with her. So she asked the little girl to come over, hoping that she could give her an answer. But the little girl spoke unclearly, and gave a name called Tang Ding, which made her feel a little strange and confused. After thinking for a while, she tied the scarf, with a few words missing around the little corpse girl's neck. Are you willing to stay with me in the future? The little corpse girl nodded vigorously. She liked this beautiful big sister. It was so happy to be able to stay by her side. Besides, she is the corpse king. And it is a rare thing to find another corpse king. Seeing the little corpse girl nod, the beautiful lady smiled. And she smiled beautifully. Then she took the little corpse girl's hand, pointed to the huge city and streets below and said, I don't know why, but I just like sitting here and watching the changes here day by day. Spring is here. The flowers and plants are reviving. And seeing those plants grow slowly makes me happy. The little corpse girl nodded. I am happy too. She didn't know what was so good about these things. But since her sister liked them, she liked them too. However, the elder sister's eyes showed confusion at this moment. But I think I may have to leave here. Sister, where are you going? I don't know what I'm going to do here. I don't remember anything. I'm with these zombies every day. I can't remember anything about my past. So I want to go to the human place to have a look. Hearing that the elder sister was going to the human place, the little zombie girl waved her hands in fear. Humans are scary. Tang Dang is scary. Sister won't go. The beautiful woman smiled and said, I know that humans and zombies are natural enemies and are incompatible. If I go like this, I will definitely be killed by them unless I bring countless zombies with me. But I don't want to bring zombies with me. I have other ways to make them not recognize me. As she said this, the beautiful woman turned her head and looked at the little zombie girl. There are two differences between us and humans. One is the unique killing desire of the zombie king. But the situation of each zombie king is different. When your strength reaches my level, and you don't like killing by nature, you can actually hold back. When you hold back your killing desire, you won't be discovered by some sensitive humans. The little corpse girl nodded frequently. She didn't like killing. If Chen Falong hadn't been killed, she would have been able to hold back. The second difference is our appearance. Now my appearance is nothing more than my eyes being different from humans. As long as I'm like this. The little corpse girl looked at the changes on the face of the beautiful sister. Her mouth opened wide. It turned out that the corpse king, who was more powerful than her, could do this. Chapter 289. Morning of March 4th. Tang Zhen came out of his father's courtyard. He had breakfast here and told his father and others that he was leaving. Although his father was a little reluctant, he didn't say anything. After all, his son had grown up and had become a man who stood tall and proud. He didn't need to worry about many things. Tang Zhen said goodbye to his father, sister, Su Jingqiu, Xiao Dili and others, and left. Back at the official residence, Guiyun was already waiting here. Seeing Tang Zheng coming back, Guiyun handed Tang Zheng a blueprint. Medium-sized shipyard, price, 1 million gold. Seeing this blueprint, Tang Zheng was overjoyed. Guiyun finally got this done before he left. Using the blueprint, a medium-sized shipyard appeared in the building. Tang Zheng looked at the vehicle page again and found that the battleship and light aircraft carrier had been unlocked. These two types of ships are what Tang Zheng has been looking forward to for a long time. This is his capital for roaming the ocean in the future. However, it cannot be built now. The small river Fengming River cannot carry such large ships. It can only be used in coastal areas and on unfrozen waters. But Tang Zheng discovered that there was another thing in the vehicle. M3 self-propelled pontoon bridge vehicle, 4 crew members, can quickly build a floating bridge on the water surface. The floating bridge is 15 meters long, 10 meters wide, and has a maximum load of 70 tons. Price, 30,000 gold. Tang Zheng was stunned when he saw this. He was sure that there was no such vehicle before. Guiyun, what's the matter with this pontoon bridge vehicle? General, this is the latest vehicle developed by the Research Institute, and it is also unlocked by the medium-sized shipyard. This vehicle can quickly build a floating bridge and allow our army's main battle tanks to pass through. This is also to cope with the complex river environment in the future, so that the troops can quickly cross the river. After listening, Tang Zheng nodded. It was always good to have one more type of soldier, but he didn't need it for the time being, so he didn't buy it. After getting the medium-sized shipyard, all his affairs were settled and he could leave. Han Yang had already found a substitute for Tang Zheng, an ordinary soldier of the Zhuguang army, who looked 80% similar to Tang Zheng after putting on makeup. After wearing the military uniform, ordinary people couldn't tell at all. In order not to let people see the clues, Ning Yue also chose to stay in Zhuguang this time and continued to be her guard captain. Tang Zheng did not even bring the soldiers from the previous guard company with him this time. He did not even bring those who had appeared on TV before. Almost all the people who followed him this time were new faces. In addition to the correspondents Wu Di and Han Yang, Ji Yuntian also wanted to follow. So Tang Zheng asked Han Yang to put on some makeup for him and then followed him. In addition, Tang Zheng brought a guard squad. The 8 people in the guard squad were 4 from the Dragon Scale Special Forces and 4 from the Tiger Wing Special Forces. These 8 people are all 5-star Special Forces, and their personal strength is strong enough to rival the second-level mutants. Among them, Su Xian, the captain of the Dragon Scale Special Forces, has been the first to upgrade to 5 stars. This time, he temporarily served as Tang Zheng guard squad leader and set off with him. Tang Zheng brought his communicators Wu Di, Han Yang, Ji Yuntian, and 8 soldiers from the guard squad to the Zhuguang City airport. From here, Tang Zheng boarded an A-124 large transport plane. Under the escort of the War Eagle, the transport plane took off from Zhuguang City. In the early morning light, the plane took off, and the target location was Jinghe Airport. After flying in the air for more than an hour, a distance of more than 1,000 kilometers passed in a flash. The plane landed at Jinghe Airport, and the garrison here was already waiting here. The plane parked, the cabin door opened, and after Tang Zheng got off the plane, there was already a car waiting here. The group got on the car and set off from the airport, heading straight to the dock in the southern area of Jinghe County. Jinghe is in the east of Hezhou, and there are 2 rivers passing through the urban area of Hezhou, one of which is Jinhe. After passing Hezhou, it does not pass through Jinghe County, but the other Xiangshui River flows through Jinghe County. This time, Tang Zheng is going to depart from the Xiangshui River and take a boat to the east coast. Now is the end of the world. There are countless dangers in the wild, and zombies are rampant everywhere, especially after the 5th Army left. There are almost no regular troops stationed in the entire Hezhou area and several provinces in the east, and there is no one to eliminate the zombies. As far as Tang Zheng knows, the other newly established countries have not yet created any large-scale safe zones. So if you go out in the wild, the road is more dangerous. There is no such concern on the waterway. Although there are also mutated fish in the inland river, they have not caused any impact on the large ships, so they can still move forward with confidence. It is already March, and the latitude of Jinghe County is further south than Zhuguang City, and the ice on the river has melted. Although there are some floating ice, it does not affect the passage of ships. Tang Zheng and his party arrived at the shore of Xiangshui, where a ship had already docked. It was not a transport ship of the Zhuguang army, but an ordinary civilian cargo ship. After the end of the world, it is difficult for military ships to be launched. But since the corrosive air has disappeared, this kind of civilian cargo ship can still be used. Because the technical requirements of these ships are very low, they can be easily manufactured. Some old hulls can still be used after refurbishment, as long as you replace the power equipment and power equipment inside. This time Tang Zheng went to the eastern region, and he needed an identity. Of course, he could not appear in his original identity. Han Yang completed Tang Zheng makeup and disguise on the plane, and now Tang Zheng has changed back to Xiao Fan's appearance. His identity is an arms dealer from Lianghe province. The boat is loaded with a lot of guns and ammunition to prove his identity. The group boarded the boat. There were also some sailors from the Zhuguang army dressed as boatmen and sailors, responsible for driving the boat. There were more than 40 people in total. Starting from here, Tang Zheng had to sail more than 1,000 kilometers southeast along the Xiangshui River, and then enter the north-south Grand Canal from the south of Yuanjing. After driving more than 2,000 kilometers on the canal, he entered the Bailong River. After driving 600 kilometers from Bailong River, you could enter the southern part of Sanjiang, and then arrive at Haojiang River. After that, there is only a section of waterway less than 100 kilometers to reach Dikui Island. Of course, you can also enter the Storm Sea from the mouth of Bailong River and go around from the Storm Sea to Dikui Island. But that is a bit long and risky. This process is relatively difficult and is estimated to take about 10 days. When Tang Zheng left, he also explained to the troops. In addition to the remaining troops in Zhuguang City, 2 field regiments, an armor battalion, and an artillery battalion all began to enter Jinghe County, because it is closer to the east coast from here. Once Tang Zheng needs it, these troops can be dispatched at any time to support there. After saying goodbye to the garrison, Tang Zheng and his party boarded the ship and started. This freighter is not small, with a length of more than 100 meters. Fortunately, there are no heavy weapons on board. such as tanks. Otherwise it would be a bit difficult to sail on the Xiangshui River. The surface of the freighter is rusty, which is more in line with the norm of the end of the world. However, the power system of the freighter has obviously been modified, and the speed of driving is very fast. In addition, the ship is now traveling from west to east, with the wind and water, and it feels no slower than the road. Tang Jing came to his room, where soldiers had prepared meals and were waiting for him. On this ship, there were also cooks from the Zhuguang army responsible for cooking. Otherwise the general would not be able to eat well after a long journey of thousands of miles. However, after tasting the food, Tang Jing found that he had no appetite. After the end of the world, Su Jingqiu, the chef, was very qualified. He cooked for Tang Jing every day, which made Tang Jing's appetite become more picky. The big pot rice that used to be very delicious was now a little difficult to swallow. But he was not a hypocritical person. So he ate some and then turned on the TV on the ship. The facilities on this ship were quite complete, and you could watch TV. Tang Jing even knew that there were several machine guns and machine guns installed in this ship for defensive operations. For the outdoor adventure team, machine guns were almost invincible, as long as they didn't run into regular troops. The safety of this ship would be no problem. Tang Jing actually had some understanding of the destination of this trip. Dikui Island, Sanjiang City, which he had left before, was actually more than 200 kilometers north of Dikui Island. The south of Dikui Island was Zhonghai City, and the north was the jurisdiction of Sanjiang City. Before the end of the world, Tang Jing had traveled to Dikui Island and had a deep impression of it. There were indeed many foreigners there, many foreign-funded enterprises on the island, and dozens of consulates from all over the world. But he didn't expect that after the outbreak of the end of the world, the land belonging to Han Yu was completely occupied by foreigners. This time, when Tang Jing got there, he would definitely have a conflict with those foreigners. But Tang Jing didn't care. After getting the system, he was destined to be on the opposite side of many forces in the world. An armed conflict was inevitable. While thinking about what to do when he arrived at Dikui Island, he watched the TV series on TV. As the ship swayed slightly, Tang Jing fell asleep. After sleeping all night, when he woke up the next day, the ship had already left the Jinghe area and arrived at the edge of the two rivers. After eating breakfast, which still left him with no appetite, Tang Jing was a bit bored and dazed on the boat. Sailing on the water is very boring. The scenery on the shore is nothing special after seeing it too much. Especially in the end of the world. There are hundreds of miles of uninhabited areas everywhere. The shore is overgrown with weeds, and people are rarely seen. Seeing too much makes people feel more and more sleepy. In the Xiangshui River area, the boat sailed for more than 3 days, and finally entered the North-South Canal in the south of Yuanjing from a relatively narrow waterway. The canal is 200 meters wide, and runs through the waterway from Yuanjing to Qianzhou. The transportation is very convenient. Tang Jing finally felt more energetic when he got here, because he saw that the grass and trees on the shore were gradually turning green. After staying in Zhuguang City for a long time, he was used to seeing the ice and snow, the mountains and snowy wilderness. Now he felt very comfortable to see the rare green. Spring is here. Although it has not yet reached the North Territory, it has already appeared in the south. The further south you go on the canal, the more green you see. After driving for a few days, Tang Jing even saw wild flowers blooming on the shore. Standing at the bow, Tang Jing looked at the shore. Suddenly, he saw a huge boundary marker on the road parallel to the shore. Welcome to Bolt Province. Seeing this, Tang Jing suddenly felt like he was revisiting an old place. We have arrived in the northern part of Bolt Province, and in another 1,000 kilometers we'll be almost back to Sanjiang. Thinking of the scene when I left here, it is still vivid in my mind. Now that I am back here again, Tang Jing feels as if he has been away for a lifetime, and can't help but sigh that things are impermanent. Chapter 290. The ship had just entered the Bolt Province, and its speed suddenly slowed down. The communicator came over to report, "General, there is a border water checkpoint of Dian ahead." Tang Jing nodded. His current identity was fine, but it was the first time he encountered an inspection after sailing in the apocalypse for so long, and it was quite novel. When he came to the deck, he saw a half-new water police boat on the water in front of him. Approaching the freighter, "We are the water security guards of Dian border." The ship stopped for inspection. The freighter slowly stopped, and the officers and soldiers on board were on alert. As long as Tang Jing gave the order, they would launch an attack and sink the inspection ship. Tang Jing certainly would not choose to take action at this time. He came here to keep a low profile. And his initial goal was to settle down smoothly, signaling everyone to be patient. Tang Jing stopped the ship, then lowered the sampan and let the other party board the ship. A dozen water security guards came to Tang Jing's ship, and one of the leaders said arrogantly, "Who is the captain?" Tang Jing walked over. "I'm the captain." "Show me your ID. Where is this ship from? Where is it going? What's on the ship and what's it for? You need to register it." Tang Jing handed over his ID and said, "We came from Lianhua province and are going to Dikui Island. The things on the ship are weapons." "Weapons? Ammunition?" "That's right. Hanwha originally allowed private ownership of weapons. After the end of the world, arms became a legal transaction. For a long time, no one cared about it. Later, Tangjung Zhuguang city system was improved, and some management of arms was implemented. But it was limited to the city. In the wild, there was no management of arms. So Tangjung chose to come as an arms dealer as a disguise. The leader's eyes widened immediately. Arms are now contraband in Dian. We need to confiscate them all. Open the cabin, and let me see how many arms there are. Tangjung hurriedly said, "This officer. Why are arms now contraband? And I'm selling to Dikui Island. Just passing by the river here. There shouldn't be any problem. Right? What nonsense. I said no means no. Now it's different from before. Dian has established a country. Don't use Hanwha Pass to make things right. Open the cabin quickly." Tangjung's eyes moved, and he directly signaled the communicator in the distance to bring a box. Opening the box, Tangjung took out some new coins from it. He was sincere and took out 500,000 new coins and handed them to the other party. "Sir, we are all trying to make a living in this world. Please give me some convenience." The leader took the new currency, but didn't say anything. "What are you doing? Are you trying to bribe me? There are dozens of brothers here who follow me for meals. I won't fall for your tricks." Although he said this, he didn't let go of his hand, and his eyes kept looking into the box in Tangjung's hand. Tangjung's box contained 1 million new currency, which was used for emergencies. At this moment, seeing this greedy water sheriff, he took out the remaining 500,000 new currency. "Brothers, please have some tea." The man took it again, and even gave it to others because he couldn't hold it. He said, "No, no, this kind of thing is too risky. If I let you go, I might lose my head. This money can't be earned." Tangjung's face turned cold. He took out 20 Guang Yuan with a face value of 1,000 from his pocket and stuffed them into the other party's hand. At the same time, he put one hand on the Desert Eagle on his waist. "Sir, we are new here and we really don't know the rules of your Dian. But my brothers also need to eat. If things are done to the point where there is no profit, we might have to take risks. We don't want to do that. Harmony brings wealth. Don't you think?" As he spoke, Tangjung aura as a top mutant was released, and the atmosphere on the ship suddenly became tense. The greedy sheriff on the opposite side certainly felt it, and he was a little afraid. These arms dealers are all making money with their lives. In the wild, it can be said that they kill people like flies, and the black-eating black fire thing often happens to them. Although he is greedy, he dare not go too far. He accepted the 20 Guang Yuan with a smile. "Don't be nervous. Brother, don't be nervous. It's right to make money with harmony. Oh, this Guang Yuan is a good thing. It's a pity that it is now banned from circulation. But there are still many people who recognize it on the black market. I accept this kindness." After receiving the money, his tone finally relaxed. "Brother, you are sensible. Your boat can go through. But I still advise you not to go directly to Dikui Island, because there is a checkpoint there, and arms are indeed contraband here. You can't get through there. The head of the checkpoint there is a weirdo. He is still ruthless these days, and doesn't charge any money. It's too difficult to get him to make concessions. I am indeed taking risks with you." Hearing this, Tangjung also retracted his momentum. "Oh, then what should we do to be safe?" "There are ways to do this. The first is to find someone you know in Dian who can help you get an exemption certificate, so that your ship can enter and exit freely. However, with the station master of that inspection station here, I don't think you can get it. But there is a second way. You are going to Dikui Island, so find a buyer there and ask them to pick you up. As long as there are foreigners there who come forward and use diplomatic channels, things will be easy. The station master can't control foreigners, But the price of your goods will probably be discounted at that time. Tang Jing smiled and nodded. Oh, that's easy. I still have some connections there. Hearing Tang Jing's assurance, the sheriff was relieved, smiled and said goodbye to Tang Jing, and took people off the boat without even opening the cabin for inspection. Tang Jing watched their boat leave, and his own boat started and left this section of waters. It's really a place where geese pass by and pluck feathers. If it weren't for the geographical advantage, such a place would soon be finished. Beside Tang Jing, Ji Yuntian came over. General, I think such a person is suitable to be my informant. Tang Jing also nodded. In the future, you should also pay attention to developing your informants here. There are forces from dozens of countries entrenched on Dikui Island. The situation is complicated. If we want to gain a foothold, we need to master a lot of intelligence. I understand. Otherwise, why would I follow the general? This is the opportunity for our Military Intelligence Bureau to go out of the Northern Territory and become famous in the world. Tang Jing's boat continued to drift on the water for 2 days, and finally approached Sanjiang City. Sanjiang City has not been recovered yet. Tang Jing's boat was sailing on the Bailong River, and he could still see the scene when he left, especially when passing by a section of the Riverside Park. He even saw the road where he and several mobilized soldiers drove motorcycles and rushed over. And that Riverside Park, he encountered agile zombies for the first time here, and the situation at that time was extremely dangerous. And more than half a year has passed. And now looking back, there are still zombies wandering in that Riverside Park. When Tang Jing and his team passed by, there were still zombies roaring by the water. And some big-bellied zombies tried to spray water arrows here. But the distance was too far, and they still couldn't reach them. Chen Hanchang and his people are too inefficient. This place is located on the edge of Sanjiang City, and they haven't even started to recover it. If this continues, it will probably remain like this in another year or two. If Tang Jing gets off the ship here, with his current strength, he can buy a group of soldiers and even return to the rental house where he lived. But that is meaningless. It's not his home, so there is no need to revisit the old place. The freighter sailed for most of the day and passed through the urban area of Sanjiang. After passing the urban area, the waterway suddenly widened. This is the waterway where Bailong River enters Hao River. As the largest river in Hanwei, Haojiang River has a very wide waterway, and warships can pass through it without any problems. When he arrived here, many large red spots appeared on Tang Jing's radar screen, which were mutant fish underwater. Because the ship was large, the mutant fish underwater could not do anything to his ship, and he came here safely. But after entering Haojiang River, Tang Jing found that the red spots had become much larger, and even standing on the ship, he could occasionally see some huge black shadows cruising underwater. But this is still in the river, and the ship is big enough, so it is safe for the time being. And when we got to this waterway, some other ships gradually appeared. Looking at the direction of the ships, many of them were traveling to Dikui Island. Although the number of ships is far less than before the end of the world, it is much more prosperous than the wilderness of Zhuguang City. It is less than 100 kilometers away from Dikui Island. Looking left and right from the ship, the north is the suburban part of Sanjiang City, and the south is the huge Shanghai City. Both sides are big cities, so there are too many zombies. When the boat was sailing on the water, what could be heard was not the constant cry of monkeys on both sides, but the constant roar of zombies on both sides. When he got here, Tang Jing was also a little worried. Many of the munitions on this ship were seized by him. Those that were not sold in the North Territory could be sold here. The seized materials could not be stored in the system space, but could only be placed on the ship. But as the inspector said before, munitions were prohibited here and could not pass the checkpoint. Tang Jing didn't have any acquaintances on Dikui Island, so it wasn't feasible to look for those foreigners for the time being. So Tang Jing decided to dock the boat at the shore first and go to the distant checkpoint to see the situation. If there was really no other way, he could only take a stupid approach. Buy a vehicle on the shore, unload the ammunition and load it onto the vehicle, go by land, and then go over empty, and then load the boat after passing the checkpoint. But this method was quite risky. After all, the number of people here had increased, so it was best not to use it if possible. Tang Jing tried his luck and temporarily docked the boat, then disembarked. A jeep drove down from the boat, and he and several guards got on the car and headed straight for the checkpoint ahead. The checkpoint from Dian to Dikui Island has formed a small market town, where many boatmen will go ashore to rest and eat something. Tang Zheng originally wanted to see if there were people who could apply for a certificate of exemption from inspection. But after a round of walking, he didn't find anything. This checkpoint is indeed strictly managed. And those scalpers and people who apply for certificates are not visible. Tang Zheng was a little disappointed. So he planned to return to the boat and do some private work at night. But just as he was leaving, he saw a sheriff appear. The sheriff brought a team of people, as if they were going to check the boat. Seeing the sheriff's face, Tang Zheng was stunned. This turned out to be an acquaintance. Chapter 291. Tang Zheng didn't know many people in Sanjiang. Most of the people he knew before had passed away in the apocalypse. Besides, the apocalypse was a huge natural disaster. Only the people you met after the disaster were meaningful, because these people survived the disaster. And the person Tang Zheng saw now was the one he met after the apocalypse. This person once left a deep impression on him. During his time in Sanjiang, he witnessed the darkness of human nature after the apocalypse. But this person was a shining point in the darkness. That was a man he saw in Yida City who saved many people. This man was called Ming Zhiliang, and he was the leader of a survival base in Yida City at that time. Tang Zheng has never forgotten the warmth of that base. And when Tang Zheng left, he also left them some guns and bullets. Now the sheriff, who seemed to be the highest commander of this checkpoint, came out with a crowd of people. This man was Ming Zhiliang. Seeing him, Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. No wonder the sheriff said that the station master here was impartial and selfless. Ming Zhiliang was indeed such a person. And Tang Zheng was relieved. He stopped the car in the distance and shouted to the other side, Ming Zhiliang. Ming Zhiliang, who was about to check, suddenly heard the shout. His body suddenly alerted. Then slowly turned around and looked at Tang Zheng with an incredible look. When he saw Tang Zheng's face, his expression was a little confused. Tang Zheng was wearing makeup at this moment, so it was normal that Ming Zhiliang could not recognize him. But Tang Zheng still waved, "Old friend, don't you want to chat?" Ming Zhiliang was more and more confused. But he still waved, signaling the people around him to stop. And he came to Tang Zheng alone. "Who are you?" Tang Zheng smiled. "Can I trust you now?" While Tang Zheng was talking, Ji Yutian and Su Xian were ready. If this person found the general and dared to expose him, they would kill him immediately. At worst, they would give up the previous plan and break into the island by force. This was the worst result. However, Ming Zhiliang's eyes lit up at this moment. After careful observation, he found the shadow of the past on Tang Zheng's face now. "You can trust me." Ming Zhiliang nodded heavily. "Then I need a free pass to Dikui Island. Can you give it to me?" Ming Zhiliang said nothing and directly called a subordinate over. He took a free pass from him, signed and stamped it, and then handed it to Tang Zheng. "Can I ask your last name?" Tang Zheng smiled. "My last name is Tang. I left here and passed through Yida City." Ming Zhiliang's eyes showed excitement, and he handed the exemption certificate to Tang Zheng. "Can you leave your contact information?" Tang Zheng asked the correspondent to give Ming Zhiliang his phone number, and they left their contact information with each other. Ming Zhiliang also knew Tang Zheng's identity. After all, this person is still an enemy of Dian, and often appears on TV news. He couldn't be unaware of it. But he would not expose Tang Zheng. He always remembered the friendship and help in the past. Without the guns given by Tang Zheng, they would not be able to leave Yida City at all, let alone today. So he didn't say anything, just shook hands with Tang Zheng. "Sir, I am in charge of this checkpoint now. If you have any questions, just come to me. I will do my best. To be honest, I don't like the current Dian or Chen Hongshang." He lowered his voice and said the last two sentences very carefully. Tang Zheng nodded, and everything was said without words. Ming Zhiliang didn't exchange too many pleasantries with Tang Zheng, as that would attract attention. After giving Tang Zheng the exemption certificate, he stood up and left. Tang Zheng did not expect things to go so smoothly. He could not help but sigh at this moment. It was really unpredictable. Who could have thought that a good deed would bring rewards today? There are still many good people in this world. White-eyed wolves like Liao Yuqing are still a minority after all. With the pass, Tang Zheng returned to the ship. After that, the freighter started and headed straight for Dikui Island. When he came to the channel of the checkpoint again, he met the inspector. Tang Zheng showed the exemption certificate, and the ship was released directly. After passing this checkpoint, the waterway ahead is wider, and Dikui Island is already in sight. After Haojiang bypasses both sides of Dikui Island, it will enter the sea. Standing at the bow, Tang Zheng can already smell a hint of salty sea breeze. In the sky, huge seagulls occasionally fly by. These seagulls are also mutant birds. But the seagulls nearby are often fed by people and generally do not actively attack people. Unless you look very weak and are alone. These seagulls will sometimes reveal their hideous faces as mutant birds. But there is no way. This is part of the end of the world. Completely different from before the end of the world. Before the end of the world, there were also incidents of fierce birds attacking people. But now it is just more serious. In the end of the world, you can only adapt to these and learn to protect yourself. The ship gradually approached Dikui Island, where there are dozens of docks. There are even broadcasts and huge fluorescent billboards on the shore to tell passing ships some precautions. Every dock here belongs to a country. The foreigners who occupied Dikui Island have regarded this place as their territory. Li Wuyo's opposition was ineffective at the beginning, and no one could restrain them. Now that Hanwei has fallen apart, this matter has become a fact. Ships can choose any dock to dock, but they have to pay tariffs. This short waterway is like going abroad. After paying the tax, you will be protected by this country. They will ensure that your goods enter the market smoothly, but they will not care about what happens afterwards. Your tariff can only play such a role. Tang Zheng chose the largest dock to dock. This dock belongs to the Magnolia Empire. The Magnolia Empire is also a leading power in the world, which can be seen here at the dock. Someone at the dock guided the boat to a suitable location. And then some people from Baiyuling came to collect the fees. The leader was a blonde woman, about 30 years old, with a good figure. This time, the woman checked Tang Zheng's cabin, shocked by the densely packed arms inside. The Baiyulan woman's attitude towards Tang Zheng became better. Sir, you are really a capable person. But we need to count the supplies. Tang Zheng waved his hand. You can make a rough estimate based on your experience. I am also in a hurry. Okay. Then I estimate that the goods here will need to pay a tax of about 50 million Singapore dollars. 50 million Singapore dollars, for Tang Zheng, is only 5 million light yuan. And Tang Zheng found that the price estimated by the tax officer was actually similar. Tang Zheng did not bargain at all and directly paid the tax of 50 million Singapore dollars, which surprised the tax officer. You are such a generous person. You don't have to worry about the next thing. We will send someone to help you unload the goods and deliver them to the largest trade market on Dikui Island. If you need a warehouse, I can make the decision now and get you a suitable warehouse at a 50% discount. You should know that warehouses in the trade market are very popular now, and many people want to have one of their own there. Okay. I leave it to you. Ma'am. I pay the full amount. Okay. Nice to meet you. Sir. My name is Elena. We can leave our contact information. Tang Zheng and Elena left their contact information. Elena continued, then you can go to Dikui Island first. If you want to live here for a long time, I suggest you buy a house here. After all, although the houses here are expensive, it is still easy to buy with your financial strength. Tang Zheng nodded. He really needed a house. Elena in front of him looked quite smart and should be a suitable guide. Miss Elena, I don't know much about this place. I wonder if you can take me around the island and help me find a suitable house. I'm a little busy here. I wonder how big a house you need. Tang Zheng pointed to his boat. I have a lot of guys here. I may need a bigger house. The bigger the better. Don't worry. If you help me find a suitable one, I will give you a commission. Hearing this, Elena was tempted. Okay. We can set off now. Leave some sailors behind to load and unload the goods, and follow the people of Baiyulan to the trade market. Tang Zheng followed Elena out of Baiyulan border dock and entered the interior of Dikui Island. This island covers an area of more than 2,000 square kilometers, just like a small continent. People from dozens of countries are entrenched here. Walking on the street, people of all races and skin colors can be seen. This feeling is like being in a foreign country. Although almost no one can launch warships now, ordinary shipping has actually recovered a lot. After all, a cargo ship with no technical requirements, even if it has a modeled appearance, can go out to sea by replacing the equipment, which is very easy for each country. So at the port of Dikui Island, there are even foreign ships coming every day to deliver some supplies to their people. As long as you avoid the deep sea and go along the shallow sea. Sea transportation is not impossible, but the voyage will generally double, and the transportation cost will be greatly increased. Several Hummers on Tang Zheng's ship drove down, taking Elena, his own guard squad, Ji Yuntian, Han Yang, Wu Di and others, and drove slowly on the streets of Dikui Island. As he talked with Elena, Tang Zheng gradually learned more about this island. All the forces here originated from their consulates, and these consulates have basically established contact with their own countries. No matter who is in power in their own country, they all attach great importance to the consulate in Hanwei, in order to ensure their right to speak on this land. The mainland countries have given great support to the consulates here. They sent ships, transported a lot of advanced weapons, and even sent troops. There are also a large number of foreign survivors here. When the apocalypse broke out, too many foreigners ran here, so the population on Dikui Island is now very dense. Although it is such a large island, there is not much open space. The population of the entire island even exceeds 20 million. The large population has led to a special trade here. That is, the slave trade. Elena introduced that here. As long as you have money, you can buy any type of slaves. Many slaves were actually very talented people before the end of the world. They were proficient in many things, such as cooking, painting, musical instruments, dance, songs, and even opera. It's just that many things that were sought after by people before the end of the world have no place to use after the end of the world. Many people can't even eat. And finally they can only become slaves to survive. For example, in Juguang City, there are places with stages for them to show off, which are too few in the end times. Even many foreigners will take the initiative to capture some homeless people, make them slaves, and sell them in the market. Elena even asked Tang Zheng if he needed to buy a slave after buying a house here, as there are many beautiful girls here. But Tang Zheng has no interest in this. Now he just wants to find a house first. Chapter 292. Elena asked Tang Zheng about his specific requirements for the house. Tang Zheng said the first condition was that it had to be close to the sea. On Dikui Island, the only place close to the sea was the east coast. Tang Zheng's current landing place was on the west coast. They had to drive across the island. After walking along the road from west to east for about an hour, they gradually approached the eastern coast. From a distance, the sky was still gloomy, but the gloom had weakened a lot compared to the early days of the apocalypse. And even occasionally the blue sky would appear. Under the sky, the sea no longer looked blue, but black. The sea breeze blew over, and the waves were raging. There was no beauty of the sea view room in the past. Tang Zheng and his friends came to the coastal area and began to look for the house they liked. Elena was indeed very familiar with this place. She even looked up the location of the houses for sale here. She walked and looked, and her focus was on the seaside villas. But in the process of searching, Tang Zheng found that the coastal area here was basically occupied. There are beach villas, but they are all located in developed communities. Many communities are still before the end of the world, and they are the kind of sea view communities, with villas connected one after another, which does not meet Tang Zheng's requirements at all. When he chooses a house, the first requirement is that it is big. The bigger the better, because he may have to send troops here. The second choice is concealment. There cannot be too many neighbors around. Otherwise they will be discovered if there is any movement, and they will not be able to play their own advantages. With these two requirements, it is very difficult to achieve. Although many of the houses that Elena found were very beautiful, they still did not satisfy Tang Zheng. After searching for a whole morning at the beach, he still did not find a suitable one, and he could not help but feel a little discouraged. At noon, he had a casual meal outside, and he had to continue searching in the afternoon. It was not until 2 o'clock in the afternoon that Tang Zheng and his party arrived at the northeast corner of Dikui Island. A villa was listed for sale. The owner was a Nanzhou native, and it was said that he was the ambassador of their country here. Elena took Tang Zheng into the villa yard on the pretext of looking at the house. This is a corner of Dikui Island protruding to the northeast, deeper into the sea than other places. This is the estuary of Haojiang River. Standing here, looking east, you can see the vast sea, and looking north, you can see the wide Haojiang River, and you can also see some of the situation on the other side. Moreover, there are many reefs on both sides of this corner, which have been washed by the sea for thousands of years, and are extremely smooth. Those reefs are still very high, and the reefs on both sides are distributed along the beach, forming a natural angle. There is a silvery white beach at this corner. When Tang Zheng came here, he felt that the sea breeze here was particularly strong, and the waves came over one after another. constantly washing the beach. Not far from the beach, there is a villa, which, together with the yard and the beach, covers an area of more than 10,000 square meters. This is almost the largest villa yard that can be found on Doomsday Island. Moreover, the neighbors of this villa are located farther back than him, because this corner is deeper into the ocean. So the neighbors are naturally located farther back. Tang Zheng fell in love with this place immediately. Just when he was about to negotiate the price with the owner, Elena spoke. Mr. Xiao, there is something wrong with this house. Tang Zheng still used the pseudonym Xiao Fan, so Elena called him Mr. Xiao. Tang Zheng was puzzled. What's the problem? Elena said seriously, I think you have already known about the house we are looking at today. Villas by the sea are not easy to sell. Tang Zheng nodded. It was true. The price of villas by the sea was not too high. At least a little lower than he imagined. Elena continued, that's because there are some aquatic animals in the ocean that grow very large. Even though we are at the beach, there are often some marine creatures that come ashore, such as crabs as big as pots, and turtles that are bigger than tables. These things may attack people. So the safety of the beach villa is not very high. Tang Zheng nodded. He had known this for a long time, and guessed that this should be the reason why the villa was not too expensive. This location is deep in the ocean, with strong winds and waves, and the reef is a natural wind outlet. There will definitely be more marine life coming ashore during high tide. So the safety here is the lowest. I think the reason why the Nanzhou man is selling this house is because someone there may have died at the hands of marine life. He is afraid, so he is selling this place. You must think carefully before buying it. Tang Zheng thought about it, and felt that what Elena said was indeed reasonable. If there are many marine creatures hidden under the water, it is indeed disadvantageous for the residents. He looked at the concealment here and the large area of the beach. Whether the soldiers land here or send troops on the spot, this place is more suitable. But if someone appears here and attracts marine creatures, the problem will be a bit troublesome. How to solve the safety problem here is very important. He closed his eyes slightly and began to think of a solution. Underwater. Marine creatures ensure underwater safety. Isn't this Tang Tang? Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly lit up. Tang Tang had been living in the pond in Zhuguang City, and it was already very uncomfortable. The pond was almost unable to accommodate it. When going out this time, the river was still frozen, so it was not convenient for Tang Tang to travel, and the place to stay was not decided. So Tang Zheng did not bring it with him. If Tang Tang could come here, with the ability of this big guy, it should be no problem to ensure the safety of this area of water. I believe that no matter how big the general marine creatures are, they will stay away from the 60-meter-long octopus. Thinking of this, Tang Zheng immediately made a decision. This is it, he said to Elena. Miss Elena, don't worry. I like the wind and waves here. Let's go and negotiate the price with the owner. Seeing that Tang Zheng insisted on buying it, Elena shrugged to show that she had tried her best. The next step was to negotiate the price. The owner was eager to sell the house and offered a price of 30 million Singapore dollars. Tang Zheng bargained down to 15 million. Although this house was good, the houses in the end times were not that valuable at all. It was just that there were many people here on Doomsday Island. If it were other places, there would be houses everywhere, and there would not even be people, let alone selling them. After Tang Zheng finished bargaining, the homeowner shook hands with Tang Zheng directly, indicating that the deal was done. This made Tang Zheng feel that he had given too much. If he had known earlier, he could have gotten it with 10 million. Fortunately, Tang Zheng was not short of money. 15 million was only 1.5 million light yuan, and he quickly completed the transaction with this person. The transaction procedures were very simple. Everything was kept simple in the end times. It was quickly completed, and Tang Zheng became the owner of the villa. After the transaction was completed and some commissions were given, Elena chose to leave. Tang Zheng led his men into the villa. The yard was large, but the house was not particularly large. It was a 3-story villa with an underground floor. The owner left after the transaction was completed and didn't want anything in the house. So the furniture here was complete, with everything, and it even looked a bit messy. Tang Zheng would not take the initiative to clean it up. He sat down on the sofa on the first floor of the villa and started to contact Zhuguang City. He asked Gui Yun to think of a way to transport Tang Tang to him first. Otherwise, if this guy relies on swimming by himself, it will probably take 1 or 2 months to get here. After thinking for a while, Gui Yun gave Tang Zheng a solution. That is to use the A-124 large transport plane. and the research institute will be responsible for making a huge water bag, placing it inside the cabin, and then filling it with water, so that Tang Tang can temporarily stay in the cabin. Although Tong Tong's body is huge, the octopus is a mollusk and can curl up and enter the cabin of a large transport plane. Then the transport plane took off from Zhuguang City and flew directly to the island where Tang Zheng was. There might not be a suitable airport to land here, but it didn't matter. Just throw Tang Tang into the sea. People might die in the seawater if they fell from a high altitude. But Tang Tang, a mollusk, would be fine. Then the plane would not stop and return directly to Zhuguang City. Hearing this plan, Tang Zheng agreed almost immediately. He immediately asked Wei Yun to do it. And at the same time, he also issued an order for the large force of the Zhuguang army stationed in Jinghe County to start from Jinghe County and head to Dikui Island. Now that he has a foothold, what he needs to do now is to grasp the situation on Dikui Island as soon as possible. And then when the large army arrives, launch an offensive here to wipe out all the foreign forces on Dikui Island. Tang Zheng can directly recruit troops here. But according to the current situation he has, the foreigners on Dikui Island are not weak. They also have armored vehicles, tanks, and even airplanes, in order to extend their tentacles to Hanyua's territory. Those foreign forces spared no effort to build the people on Dikui Island with relatively powerful weapons and equipment. It takes a process for Tang Zheng to recruit troops locally. If he is discovered during this process, he will definitely be attacked by foreign forces, which may lead to failure. Therefore, there must be cooperation from a large force. As long as Tang Zheng can find a way to get a large force to land on the island, it will be considered a sure thing. Tang Zheng's order was passed down, and the Zhuguang army began to act. The research institute began to dismantle the interior of a transport plane, and then made a super large water bag, so that Tang Tang could board the plane, and it could arrive as early as tonight. The 1st and 2nd Field Regiments, the 1st Armored Battalion, the 1st Artillery Battalion, the Direct Battalion, and part of the Aviation Battalion, all started from the Jing River, started at night, and headed east. It will take a long time for the large force to set out from the Jing River to the east coast. The tanks and other things need to be transported by heavy trucks, and they must be careful not to be discovered on the road. It should take at least 10 days to get here. This means that Tang Zheng must hide his identity and stay on this island for more than 10 days. After finishing these things, Tang Zheng felt his stomach growling. Thinking of the cook's big pot rice skills, Tang Zheng really couldn't stand it. I heard from Elena before that there is slave trade in the market on Dikui Island. Maybe I should go to the market and at least get someone who cooks well. Chapter 293. Because Tang Tang will not arrive until midnight, Tang Zheng has nothing to do now. So he simply goes to the trading market on Dikui Island. The sailors who came with him have now settled down at the trading market, and a large number of arms have been loaded into the warehouse. Some arms have even begun to be sold in the market. Dikui Island is a chaotic island, with forces from dozens of countries scattered all over the place. Even some big countries, such as the empires of Baiyulan, Dahlia, and Zijing, do not have any great advantages here. After all, this is not their homeland. And at this stage, the level of weapons everyone has is not much different. So it is very chaotic here, with fighting and killing going on every day. Arms trade, crystal trade, poison trade, flesh trade, gambling, slavery, and even organ trafficking. Basically, all the evil things you can think of happen here. There is a story behind the gradual establishment of this place. At the beginning, Dikui Island was still dominated by the Hanwha people. But the foreign forces did not like the local Hanwha people. And after the end of the world, the Hanwha people country could not help them. So the foreigners united and defeated the local Hanwha people together. After this battle, the status of the Hanwha people fell to the bottom on Dikui Island, and foreigners began to rule here. That time was the first time that foreigners united. And then they fought on their own. After a period of time, they found that it was too chaotic here. So after consultation, the countries established a joint law enforcement bureau here, which was their second union. Each country sent some people to establish such a department. However, the strength of this department is not very strong. They are mainly responsible for the core areas of the island, such as the safety of various trading markets, the safety of various entertainment venues, etc. As for the embassy buildings, residential areas, docks, etc., they are not within their scope of responsibility. But their safety is also relative. No one cares about fighting. As long as no one is killed, they will not go out. As for other places, they don't care at all. Whether you can be safe depends on whether your firepower is strong enough. And arms are always in short supply. Everyone's firepower determines your status on this island. Tang Jung led people and drove out of the villa to a trade market on the island. His arms stall is right here, and he wants to come and have a look too. Driving to the market, it's like a microcosm of the world, with people from all over the world everywhere. Elena of Magnolia is quite capable, and found a stall with a good location for Tang Jung, which is now open for business. Tang Jung came to the front of the stall and saw a large number of guns on the stall. After Tang Jung entered the end of the world, he defeated many enemies and seized countless arms. He had almost all the guns from all over the world, with a wide variety of models. There were also grenades, bullets, and even rocket launchers. When Tang Jung arrived, the stall was already crowded with people. Wow! There are so many AK-47s. Did you rob the armory? Desert Eagle? My favorite. I want to buy it. How much is this gun? If I buy two, can you give me an extra box of bullets? No way. You also have Barrett? I don't know if I can afford it. Hey. This? I want this rocket launcher. I take it tonight and blow up those old men's smoking dens. Brother, I want 10 of these grenades. But I don't have much cash. Can you exchange them for this first-level crystal? You have to know that 3 of us died in order to kill that armored beast. The main currency for transactions here is the new currency. It is said that light yuan can also be exchanged. But Yuguang City is very far away from here, and light yuan is not a mainstream currency. Tang Jung's stall price is not too high or too low. After all, the market has its own rules. If you are unconventional, you will not end up well. But despite this, Tang Jung's stall still attracted many hostile looks from his peers. The reason was simple. Tang Jung had too many and too complete goods. After a while, a group of people came over. They were all wearing clothes unique to the Rainforest Kingdom, and had some strange tattoos on their faces. The leader was bald, with a tattoo of a soaring snake on his head, covering his entire head and face, and his eyes were cold, like a poisonous snake walking out of the rainforest. When these people came over, many people who were buying weapons retreated. Obviously, they were a little afraid of him. Some people were still whispering quietly, "Go! Go! Black Mamba is coming. These Hanwha people are going to be in trouble." Some people who didn't know asked, "Who is Black Mamba?" The local snakes in this market of the Rainforest Kingdom are doing a lot of arms business here. If you don't pay them protection fees, you can't do it. It seems that these Hanwha guys are going to bleed a lot today. Hearing this, the people around retreated again. There are many such gang forces on Dikui Island, and many of the gangs are actually supported by the embassies of their countries, doing things that are not worthy of being on the stage. These people are very vicious, and no one dares to offend them. The bald man walked to the front of the stall and looked around with his eyes slanted. "Whose stall is this?" Tang Jung walked over. "Mine." "What's wrong?" The bald man looked Tang Jung up and down. "Han Yu Lao dared to make money on Dikui Island. Didn't you ask when you came here? Who is doing the arms trading on the island? In fact, there are some leading figures in all walks of life on the island. After such a long time in the end of the world, it has been divided into many forces. There are some unwritten rules about who is in charge of a certain industry, and who is in charge of a certain trade market." But Tang Jung did not try to understand this rule. There were dozens of trade markets on Dikui Island, large and small, and he could not understand them all. Facing the bald man's question, Tang Jung said expressionlessly, "I don't know what you said. But before you, it was all done by us Hanwha people." The bald man was choked by Tang Jung's words, and immediately became furious. The arms in this trade market are mainly made by the Rainforest Kingdom. To do arms business in this market, you usually have to pay tribute to them. Besides, all of them are foreigners, and the Hanwha people are in a weak position here. He is used to being rampant here, so how can he let Tang Jung disobey him? The bald man was about to get angry on the spot and kick Tang Jung and his stall. The people around him seemed to be very experienced. When the two people broke down in the talks, they immediately retreated and hid away. This group of Hanwha people who don't know how to live or die dared to speak nonsense on Dikui Island. They deserved to be taught a lesson by the Black Mamba. But no one expected that he was fast. And Tang Jung was even faster. When he raised his foot, Tang Jung had already drawn his gun. Bang! The Desert Eagle fired a shot, hitting the bald man's ankle. This powerful pistol smashed the bald man's foot with one shot. The bald man screamed and fell to the ground on the spot. He never dreamed that this Hanwha man was so tough and pulled out a gun without saying a word. This was completely inconsistent with the image of many Hanwha people he knew before. Kill him! While screaming, the bald man also asked his men to shoot. At this moment, he didn't care about the ban on killing in the trade market, nor did he care about being punished by the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. He wanted to vent his anger first. The two quick-moving subordinates just pulled out their guns, and their hands were shot. Bang! Ji Yuntian and Su Xian pulled out their guns and fired at the same time, breaking the hands of the two men. The others wanted to resist, but everyone in Tangjing booth raised their guns. Clang! The bolt was pulled, and the safety was released, facing a large black muzzle. These people all stopped. This group of arms dealers is a bit fierce. It is rare to see such Hanwha people on Dikui Island. They don't care about the underground rules here. Don't they know that the status of Hanwha people on Dikui Island is completely the bottom? How come they have no sense of being the lower class? Are they not afraid of retaliation? Do they still want to do business here in the future? But facing the muzzle of a gun, they really dare not act rashly. Just looking at the neatness of their movements and the speed of drawing their guns. These Hanwha people are not easy to mess with. The bald tattooed man stared at Tangjung. What's your name? It doesn't matter if I tell you. Xiao Fan. Okay. I remember you. I settled the score with you. Let's see. Hearing this, Tangjung suddenly sneered and drew his gun again without warning. Bang! With a gunshot, the bald man's other leg was also broken. Since you want to settle accounts with me, then settle more. I don't mind if I owe you too much. The bald man screamed and almost fainted. If it weren't for the mutant's strong physical fitness supporting him, he might have been finished. This Hanwha man didn't play by the rules. He was shot with a cruel word that left the field. A good man never suffers a loss in front of him. He saw that this arms dealer named Xiao Fan was very fierce, and his subordinates were a group of experienced thugs. He was really no match for him in a head-on confrontation. But it didn't matter. Even tigers take naps. This Xiao Fan must have a place to live on the island. He would find out soon. When it was midnight, he would sneak over and throw a grenade to kill these people. The bald tattooed man endured the severe pain and bleeding, let his subordinates carry him away, and hurried back to get treatment. He didn't dare to say a word of nonsense anymore. After the group of people left, the people who came to buy things around Tangjung's stall returned. They seemed to be afraid that if they didn't buy today, they would not be able to buy tomorrow. The sales of arms were extremely hot. Tangjung certainly knew that this matter was not over. But he didn't care. He would have a falling out with these people sooner or later. Since he came to Dikui Island, he was destined to be an enemy of these foreigners on the island. The best plan was for him to come here quietly, hide for 10 days or half a month before taking action. But that didn't fit Tangjung's character. So as soon as he arrived here, Tangjung showed his fangs. Whoever dared to make trouble, Tangjung would bite him to death. Chapter 294. After a sudden disturbance, Tangjung remembered the purpose of coming to the trading market. Slave trading is popular here, and he wants to buy a few people to do some chores. This time, he was accompanied by a pure lineup of men. Without a single woman, these people can fight 10 people at a time. But they can't do housework at all. After explaining to the people at the stall, Tangjung got up and left. Walking in the trading market, he came to the slave trading area after a while. Men and women, young and old, domestic and foreign. Everything is available. In this market alone, there are thousands of slaves. A small number of them volunteered to become slaves because they couldn't survive. And most of them were captured by some foreign adventurer teams. Because here, population also represents money. When Tangjung and his friends walked on the street, many people kept greeting them. Boss, are you looking for a woman? There are white-collar workers from listed companies here. They look very stylish in uniforms. They can be taken away for 100,000 yuan. Sir, come and have a look. These are the good stuff from the Western continent. These little hot peppers with blonde hair and blue eyes are guaranteed to be something you have never tasted before. Are you looking for a butler? Boss? He is from a noble family in Daliu. Once he wears a small tuxedo, you will enjoy royal treatment. Are you looking for a chef? Here is the former chef of Zhonghai Hotel. He specializes in more than 1,000 dishes. His monthly salary used to be 200,000 yuan. Now you only need to pay 200,000 yuan, and you can take it away. Tang Jing took a look at the chef, and saw that he was a middle-aged fat man. He shook his head and gave up. There are so many people here. He still wants to find someone who looks nice. And he also found that there are basically few good people among those who chat up on the roadside. Good people don't need to be chatted up. People are scrambling to buy them. After walking for a while, a large group of people gathered in front. It was very lively. Tang Jing squeezed over with people, and found that this was actually an auction. On a high platform, there was a woman standing, waiting for people below to choose. The slave trader in front was introducing to people. Now it's the second auction. A manager from a multinational company, proficient in accounting, computers, flower arrangement, and a good coffee maker. The starting price is 20,000, and the bid increases by 10,000 each time. The one above is a mixed-race woman, a mixture of yellow and white, about 27 or 28 years old, and looks pretty. After the slave trader introduced himself, someone bid below, but there were not many bidders. After several rounds of competition, one person bought it for 70,000. The next person to come on stage was a woman who looked more elegant, saying that she was an artist. However, the market is not very good. It is not the time for people to talk about art these days. Most people still focus on practicality. In the end, the woman was sold at a price of only 30,000. The slave trader seemed to feel that he had lost some money. The next two people who came out also shouted hard. But the response was average. Tang Jing wanted to leave. But the next woman who came out immediately attracted his attention. The woman was not very old. At most 20 years old. And her white windbreaker was a little dirty. It seemed that she had fallen when she was caught. The windbreaker tightly wrapped her exquisite curves. And her shawl hair was a little messy. A pair of beautiful peach blossom eyes, with a stubborn and unyielding look. Pale as paper. And pearly teeth biting her red lips slightly. Standing there like a weak white lotus. Her facial features are very beautiful. The kind of stunningly beautiful. And there is a teardrop-shaped mole at the corner of her eye. Bright red. Which adds a lot of seductive charm to her. Pure and lustful. When this woman, or girl, appeared, many people present gasped. Superb. There are many beautiful women. Especially in front of the camera. And they are all great beauties after putting on makeup. But the girl in front of me is completely without makeup. And the shocking impact brought by her stunning beauty makes people unable to take their eyes away. Even if she has no talent. She is not comparable to other women when she is taken home to warm the bed. Besides, that kind of unyielding and strong temperament can arouse men's desire to protect. When this girl appeared, the slave trader showed a proud look when he saw the reaction below. No matter how much money he loses today, he will make it back from this girl. Everyone, I won't introduce this to you in detail, because I don't know much about it. We met her occasionally when we were out. It's rare for such a little girl to survive alone for so long in the apocalypse. It's fate that you can meet her here. Without further ado, the starting price is 300,000 yuan, and the bid will be increased by 50,000 yuan each time. Let's start. As soon as the words fell, many people began to bid, and the price began to rise all the way. Tang Jing stood there. His expression was a little excited at first, but then he gradually calmed down, because the girl on the stage looked too much like Luo Qiuwan, the white fox who was once the leader of the intelligence organization in Zhuguang City. At the beginning, Tang Jing even thought that this was Luo Qiuwan, but after a closer look, he was sure that it was not. Luo Qiuwan did not have that bright red teardrop mole at the corner of her eye. He knew it very well. But the girl on the stage had it. And the teardrop mole was natural with her face. Obviously born. So this girl was not Luo Qiuwan. After Luo Qiuwan left, Tang Jing also carefully studied the kind of hallucination drug. The drug can slowly corrode the human body. Luo Qiuwan was controlled by the drug for so long that her body was no longer able to function. Moreover, the dormitory gave her poison at that time. The only two options left for her were death and becoming a zombie. There was no third way to go. After so much time had passed, it was impossible for Luo Qiuwan to still be alive. So it was even more impossible for her to be the girl in front of him. But Tang Jing also decided to buy the girl. It was rare for two people in the world to look so similar. And he couldn't miss it. When everyone started to bid, he didn't move at all. Until the price soared to 1.2 million and there were fewer and fewer competitors. Tang Jing spoke. 2 million. The price immediately drove away a group of people. and many people around looked surprised. The slave trader was even more excited. It seemed that he had met a rich man today, and he immediately shouted loudly, "This gentleman bid 2 million, which is really arrogant. Is there anyone who bids higher? This woman is of the highest quality. I guarantee it with my head. In order to sell her for a higher price. We have never touched her before." A middle-aged white fat man seemed to like the woman on the stage as well. He glanced at Tang Zheng and then said, 2,200,000. Tang Zheng immediately replied, 3 million. The fat man showed a hint of anger, but still said, 350. 5 million. Tang Zheng didn't even wait for him to finish his words, and directly raised the price to 5 million. The fat man wanted to open his mouth, but it was a little hard to open. He didn't know whether to offer a higher price. This Hanwei man seemed determined to get the woman on the stage. At this time, a foreign old man not far away also joined in, and offered a price of 6 million. Tang Zheng did not hesitate, and directly offered a price of 10 million. This price directly defeated everyone. The fat man and the old man glared at Tang Zheng, but they had nothing to say. Their wallets were not as thick as his, and they lost. The slave trader was already ecstatic. After confirming that no one else was bidding, he brought the girl on the stage to Tang Zheng. "Congratulations, sir. This is definitely the best stuff I have ever seen since I started working in this industry. You really have a good eye." Tang Zheng ignored the slave trader's compliments, asked his men to pay, and then prepared to leave with his men. Just when he was about to leave, his palm suddenly felt cold. Tang Zheng was stunned for a moment, and when he looked back, the girl actually put her little hand into his palm. The slightly cool and smooth touch made him feel familiar. That feeling made him miss it a little. So he didn't let go. "Why?" Tang Zheng looked back at her. The girl didn't have any fear in her eyes at this moment, but she said directly, "I see that many of the sisters who were sold were taken away like this. Don't you like it?" Tang Zheng shook his head slightly. He instinctively felt that the girl was not such a person, but he couldn't tell why. But he did not let go, and let the girl hold his hand and get on the car with him. Seeing that Tang Zheng did not let go, the girl seemed very happy. Her originally slightly frowned brows also relaxed, and her big eyes narrowed, as if she was enjoying it. Tang Zheng took a look and said nothing, but he was secretly alert in his heart. Her smug and happy little look was very similar to Luo Qiuwan. Could someone be plotting against him in secret? Although this possibility was not great, because almost no one knew about his affair with Luo Qiuwan at the beginning. Tang Zheng was a person under the spotlight after all, and there were many people who wanted him dead. If someone carefully investigated, they might find some clues. After carefully observing the girl next to him, he judged from experience that she was not a mutant. Tang Zheng even turned on the radar, but he did not find any red spots. Nor was she a zombie or a modified person. "What's your name?" Tang Zheng asked. "Ah, I don't remember. I lost my memory," the girl answered as a matter of course. Tang Zheng really didn't expect this answer, but looking at the clear eyes, he couldn't tell whether the other party was lying. "Then I give you a name." "Okay. To be honest, you look a lot like a friend of mine from the past. I thought I'd never see her again. How about calling her Zhuer?" Tang Zheng originally planned to call her Luo Luo or Wan Wan, but when he thought of the dead Luo Qiuwan, he changed his mind and simply called her Zhuer. After losing Luo Qiuwan, but finding someone who looked exactly like her, this feeling of regaining what was lost made Tang Zheng temporarily choose such a name. "Zhuer. This name is good." "I agree," Zhuer replied with a smile, holding Tang Zheng's hand, and following Tang Zheng step by step with brisk steps. Chapter 295. Tang Zheng took Zhuer back to his villa, and he asked Zhuer to cook. In fact, he looked at Zhuer's age, which was about 18 or 19 years old, and she didn't look like she could cook. But since he had bought it, he still let her try. Tang Zheng was even ready to continue eating the big pot, but he didn't expect Zhuer to give him a surprise. Tang Zheng Villa prepared a lot of ingredients, and Zhuer cooked for more than an hour and made a full table. A huge flying crab was steamed by her, and the heat was just right. Several other small dishes with good color, aroma, and taste were also fried in good shape. At least Tang Zheng tasted better than his own little cook Su Jingqiu. This made Tang Zheng couldn't help but say, "I really doubt that you open a restaurant before the end of the world." Zhuer was also sitting opposite Tang Zheng at this moment. She didn't feel like a slave when she heard Tang Zheng say that. She said, "I don't know what happened. I can do these things in the kitchen. Maybe you really opened a restaurant before. Tang Jing ate a few crabs, and his mouth was full of fragrance. Do your best. And don't think of yourself as a slave. That's what those foreigners do. I don't use that trick here. I will give you a good salary. Stay with me for a while. When you don't want to work anymore, you can choose to leave. Jewel shook her head slightly. I don't have such an idea. I don't know where I'm going. I don't know why I feel very comfortable around you. Tang Jing smiled and didn't say anything. When Jewel was talking, he was also observing her expression. But Jewel's every move was natural, without the slightest trace of affectation and disguise. So he couldn't see anything at all. Maybe this is fate. Tang Jing could only tell himself this, and began to concentrate on eating. After dinner, he arranged a room for Jewel on the second floor of the villa. Anyway, there were many rooms in this villa. Ji Yuntian and the others were on the first floor and the basement. No one was on the second and third floors. After dinner, it was dark. Tang Jing rested indoors for a while, and the time came to 10 o'clock in the evening. At this time, he received news from Zhuguang City. The Combat Command Center informed him that the plane carrying Tang Tang would arrive above his area in 10 minutes. The plane did not fly directly over Dikui Island, but circled around Sanjiang and arrived from the sea. Tang Jing got up, left the bedroom, and walked out of the villa. After coming outside, he walked to the beach in the backyard of the villa. A strong sea breeze blew over, and there was a salty smell in the air. Turning on the radar, Tang Jing could clearly see that there were many red spots under the water at the seaside. This is the seaside. There won't be too big marine life. But even ordinary marine life has a size that can't be compared with the past. For example, the light spots swimming in groups were some marine fish, each of which was at least half a meter long and much more ferocious. A sea turtle, larger than a tabletop, crawled up not far from Tang Jing, seemingly hatching eggs here. Upon seeing Tang Jing, the sea turtle raised its head fiercely and hissed twice, warning Tang Jing not to get close. This was why seaside villas were hard to sell, and his location was in the corner of the island, making the situation even more serious. Tang Jing was planning to land the soldiers here, so this problem must be solved. Fortunately, Tang Tang came, so there was nothing to worry about. After a while, a white light spot representing the Zhuguang army unit quickly entered Tang Jing radar range. It was a large A-124 transport plane. In the blink of an eye, it flew over a distance of several kilometers and began to turn about 2 kilometers away from Tang Jing. Because the distance was too close, it might arouse the air defense alert of some foreign forces on the island. At that location, the plane flew low for a while, and then airdropped. Tang Jing's position could be seen with the naked eye. A huge black shadow fell in the sky. Water splashed in the distance. Tang Tang came. Then, Tang Jing saw Tang Tang waving her huge tentacles and swimming over from a distance. With the arrival of Tang Tang, the creatures in the ocean seemed to sense something and quickly fled from the sea area. The school of fish seemed to have encountered a natural enemy and quickly scattered like birds and beasts. Even the big sea turtles hatching eggs on the shore took short steps and rushed to the ocean quickly, not even caring about their eggs. Even so, it still ran slowly. A huge tentacle fluttered in the ocean, rolled up the big turtle, and threw it directly into the huge and ferocious mouthparts. As Tong Tong's hill-like head emerged from the sea, it ran straight towards Tang Jing. The 8 huge tentacles fluttered up and down like a deep-sea python, and there was a bloody storm wherever it passed. The huge body came over like a mountain, and it was obvious that it wanted to act coquettishly with Tang Jing. Stop! Tang Jing hurriedly gave the order, and Tang Tang braked suddenly, bringing up a piece of sand, which was all over Tang Jing. Tang Jing raised his hand. Tang Tang lowered her head, and presented her head, which was bigger than a house, to Tang Jing. Touching Tong Tong's big head, Tang Jing said, Tang Tang, this sea area will be your defense zone from now on. If anyone dares to come, don't be polite, and kill them directly. If other marine animals approach, you can eat them freely. But don't show up when you have nothing to do, especially during the day. Understand? Tong Tong's huge head nodded. It was highly evolved and could already understand many of Tang Jing's commands. Tang Jing touched its tentacles, which were as thick as gasoline barrels, and then let it return to the ocean. Tang Tang also rushed into the ocean happily. It was originally a marine creature. After the end of the world, it had been living in the cramped fresh water, which made it suffocated. Now the dragon returns to the sea, and the tiger goes to the mountains. This is its world. Tang Zheng could even imagine that with the endless food source in the ocean, Tong Tong's size would definitely grow to an incredible level. Dikui Island. In a residential area of the Rainforest Kingdom, a foreigner with a big belly looked down with a gloomy face. Black Mamba's legs had been operated on. But the situation was not optimistic. Although he would not die, he might have to sit in a wheelchair for the rest of his life. He had heard from his subordinates about what happened. He couldn't believe that a newcomer from Hanwha dared to break Black Mamba's legs in the trade market. He also didn't believe that the Hanwha man didn't know the depth of the situation. Many gangs in Dikui Island were supported by the embassy behind the scenes. This was almost an open secret. And he is the ambassador of the Rainforest Kingdom on Dikui Island. Cha-Chai. Hitting the Black Mamba is a slap in Cha-Chai's face. The Rainforest Kingdom is not a big country. But Cha-Chai is also very prestigious on Dikui Island because he follows the footsteps of several powerful ambassadors and is considered a member of the strong team. And as an ambassador of a country, he is also a member of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. The members of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau represent the highest authority of Dikui Island. Although this authority does not manage things very well, and there are many disagreements among these members, no one can challenge the authority of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. Almost everything on Dikui Island is under the control of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. And this Hanwha man caused such a thing as soon as he arrived. If he can't get back at the place and it gets out, he will become a joke in the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. Have you found out the details of that Hanwha man? Yes. There are more than 30 arms dealers coming from the two rivers, including a dozen thugs. And the rest are boatmen or something. Where does he live? In the northeast corner of the island. It was a villa of an ambassador before. And he bought it. Elena from Bayulan took him there. And it cost more than 10 million. Cha guessed for a moment. I know the villa you are talking about. Before the end of the world. It was the best location on the entire island. It was quiet and had a great view. But after the end of the world, it was the worst place. Sea monsters crawled to the shore all day long. Several people were eaten by sea monsters there. He was a fool to buy that place. At this time, a subordinate said, not only that, he also went to the market to buy slaves today. Today, there was a top-notch woman in the market, which attracted people from the Bohemia Empire and the Football Empire to fight for her. But none of them could compete with Xiao Fan. He directly offered 10 million and took the woman away. It is said that people from the Bohemia Empire and the Football Empire hated her. Hearing this, Cha-Chai was stunned for a moment. These arms dealers are really fucking rich. The more so, the more we can't let this person go. Today, we must not only take action against him, but also take all his money. Oh, and the woman you mentioned? Since she is so top-notch, we must bring her back. There are several old perverts in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Sir, what should we do now? Go directly to attack his villa? Cha-Chai thought for a while and shook his head slightly. Not very good. If he dares to do such a thing, he must be on guard. You also said that the group of arms dealers is not easy to deal with. A frontal attack may cost a lot, but we can go over by sea. As he spoke, Cha-Chai gave orders. First, organize 30 people and hang around in front of his villa to attract their attention. But remember, don't attack recklessly. The people here are just pretending. Organize another 20 people. Take the stolen weapons. Prepare 4 speedboats. And set off from the dock at 12 o'clock in the evening. Remember to move along the shore and don't enter the deep water area. Take advantage of the night to directly reach the beach behind Xiao Fan's villa. Then rush into his villa and suddenly attack from behind. When the gunfire starts from behind, the people in front will cooperate. If you have rocket launchers or grenades, just call them and kill them all. Oh, by the way, leave that woman here. Hearing Cha-Chai's order, the people of the Rainforest Empire became excited. The dark and windy night is a good time to kill people. This kind of thing is what they like most. The gangs of the Rainforest Empire organized 50 capable gunmen, each of whom has been struggling in the end times for a long time and has rich combat experience. 20 of them are good at sea operations and are responsible for the main attack mission this time. The 50 people were divided into 2 groups. At 11 o'clock in the evening, they set out from the sea and land respectively. Chapter 296. Sakul is a sharpshooter. Before the end of the world, he was the best hunter in the Rainforest Empire. His shooting accuracy can hit the head of a poisonous snake swimming in the forest within 100 meters. After the end of the world, he became a mutant. And after training, he has become a top-level mutant. His skills are even better. With these skills, he is also the top-ranked gunman in the gangs of the Rainforest Empire. This time, to assassinate the Hanwei man. There was no need to send out an elite of his level. But when a group of people act, there must always be someone to follow and hold the line. Moreover, Black Mamba was Sakura's good friend. Seeing his good friend's legs broken, he also wanted to avenge his good friend. So Sakura got on the last motorboat and followed to the Hanwei people villa. The sea was rough at night. Since the end of the world, the weather has also deteriorated. The first 3 motorboats moved forward in the waves and soon ran away. Sakura sat on the last motorboat, not as anxious as those younger brothers who had never seen the world. As an experienced hunter, he needs to observe everything carefully to prevent any variables from happening. This variable is not a very low probability event, especially in the current ocean. Going out to sea itself represents danger. Fortunately, this is not a deep-sea area, and they are just moving along the seashore. So the danger is relatively small. Seeing that the front is approaching the villa of the Hanwei people, Sakura signaled the boat to slow down. He picked up the walkie-talkie and asked whether the people cooperating on land were in place. This time they split into 2 groups. The people on land were responsible for the feint attack, while the real killing move came from them. Soon the call was connected, and his companions were already in place, and were currently outside the villa. Mr. Sakura, please rest assured that we have attracted the other party's attention. Now those arms dealers are staring at us, and will definitely not pay attention to the situation on the beach. Sakura nodded, hummed, and hung up the phone. To be honest, he didn't trust these people very much. As a lone hunter, he only trusted himself. After hanging up the phone, he put on a special vest. This vest was given to him by a scientific expedition team that he had saved in the rainforest. There was a doctor named Zhu in that team who gave him this piece of clothing to thank him for saving his life. It is said that this piece of clothing can block all radar perception and interfere with the surveillance line of sight. It is a perfect item for sneak attacks and secret infiltration. In addition to this piece of clothing, he also bought a pair of glasses at a high price. A pair of thermal imaging glasses. This pair of glasses is also a foreign technology product. It can see everything with signs of life in the room through thermal imaging. Humans, animals, and even zombies, even through the wall, can show their shadows on this pair of glasses. And the glasses can ignore the darkness, which is really a good thing. After they were equipped, they were close to the beach. Well, why are there 2 motorboats on the beach? Sakura was on the motorboat and saw 2 motorboats parked on the shore. They looked familiar, as if they belonged to his accomplices. Have these guys landed yet? Why so fast? Don't they know we're not there yet? Besides Sakura, a companion was muttering, obviously dissatisfied with his companion's private actions. The motorboat slowly approached, but Sakura felt worse and worse. After becoming a mutant, his intuition as a hunter became stronger and stronger. Tonight, the dark sea gave him a sense of extreme danger, and under the observation of thermal imaging glasses, he even saw some faint red light on the motorboat. That's blood. And it was just left. Sakura realized something was wrong. He didn't care what his companion said, but jumped off the motorboat immediately. The waves hit him, making him unstable. But he also knew how to swim. So he immediately swam towards the beach as hard as he could. His companions pouted. Sakura, this maverick, always acted strangely to them. But they were no longer surprised. There were 20 people in the sea operation this time, and 19 of them were a team. Sakura was a separate team, so there was no need to care about what he did. And they also need to find a 3rd motorboat. This time, they dispatched 20 people and 4 motorboats. In addition to the 2 motorboats on the beach, there should be another one in the sea. Just as Sakura swam to the shore, and they were still wandering on the water, looking for companions, suddenly a huge wave rose up from the sea. A black thing flew up directly from the sea. Whoosh! Plop! With the splashing water, they vaguely saw that the flying thing was a motorboat. This is the 3rd motorboat. But why did the motorboat spray out on the seabed? Where are the people on it? These people were panicked. When they thought of the legends of various sea monsters nearby, they felt cold in their hearts. It can't be so unlucky that they really encountered a sea monster after going out to sea. But the current situation is too weird. They dare not stay and drive the motorboat to the shore. Just as the motorboat was about to land, the boat body suddenly shook, as if it was sucked by something. And then a huge pulling force came, and the motorboat was directly pulled into the deep sea. The people on the motorboat panicked and shouted. Some of them wanted to shoot at the speedboat. But the huge force increased again and pulled the motorboat to the bottom of the sea. Gulp! All the people fell into the water and choked. They couldn't shoot anymore. They kicked and dug to struggle. In the deep sea, several huge water pythons suddenly entangled them. No, not water pythons. The huge suction cups directly covered their bodies, instantly robbing them of their breath. Then, a dark mouth attacked from the deep sea, and both the people and the motorboat disappeared at the bottom of the sea. The dark ocean swallowed everything. Bang! Plop! Another motorboat was vomited out from the bottom of the water, and then fell to the shore, together with the other 3 motorboats, floating quite steadily. At the bottom of the sea, the huge sea monster shook its head, thinking that the food of this last ship was still a little less than that of the previous ones. But this was nothing to it, just filling its teeth. The sea monster sank, and the sea calmed down again. Sakul was on the shore, watching all this in shock. He had been hunting for so many years, and had seen all kinds of prey, but he had never seen such a thing in his life. With just a glimpse, he knew that the things in the deep sea were no longer something the human guns could deal with. He lurked behind the reef, holding his breath, almost blending into nature. The sea monster didn't find him, so he was safe. But he still didn't dare to get up, crawling on his stomach, slowly crawling towards the villa. Although all his teammates died, he had not forgotten his mission, which was to sneak into the villa and assassinate the Han man. Forget it. Those stupid teammates were not reliable. It seemed that he had to do it himself. As for those who cooperated with him before, he completely ignored them, and even threw the walkie-talkie into the sea. This time he was enough alone. He peeked into the villa with thermal imaging glasses, and saw the distribution of people in the villa. Almost all people were concentrated on the land side, especially on the first floor, where many people were on guard at the windows. And it seemed that they were going to deal with their accomplices. There was another person standing on the 3rd floor, and the thermal imaging glasses clearly outlined the other person's figure, according to the information he had. Compared with the figure of this person, it seemed that was his target of action today. The Han man, the arms dealer Xiao Fan. He didn't want to conflict with those ordinary arms dealers, which would only alert the enemy. As long as he killed the leader, he could complete the mission and avenge Black Mamba. So he couldn't go to the 1st floor. He had to bypass these people. His eyes swept across the 2nd floor, and he also saw a person in a room on the 2nd floor. A woman with a very good figure. Even if you can't see her face, this figure is considered to be top-notch. A vase that was purchased and then kept in captivity. Boss Chachai still wants to get this woman, but that is not within my job scope. Even if I am, there is no way to take someone away in this situation. Killing Xiao Fan is what I have to do. Woman, if you are lucky, you don't meet me on the 2nd floor. Otherwise you will hinder my actions, and I can only get rid of you. Sakura continued to crawl for a while, and came to the outer wall of the villa. Then he ignored the monitor, slowly stood up, and then jumped lightly. Whoosh! He grabbed the window frame on the 2nd floor and stuck to it. With a gentle push, the window opened, and he flashed into the 2nd floor. His feet landed on the ground, as light as a civet cat. He tiptoed forward a few steps, and when he was about to reach the stairs on the 3rd floor, when he passed the woman's bedroom door, the door suddenly opened. A girl in a nightgown, with a beautiful face, appeared in front of him. Sakura looked at the girl and couldn't help sighing. What a pity. Such a beautiful girl. But he is a hunter. He only has prey in his eyes. He is a killer. He only has the target in his eyes. No matter how beautiful this woman is, she will scream at this moment. Commanding is in the way, and she must not be kept. Sakura gently raised his hand and covered the girl's open mouth, blocking her scream. With the other hand, he pulled out a jungle hunting knife. This hunting knife has killed people, snakes, tigers, and zombies. It is definitely a butcher knife. Now, there is another soul under this knife. Killing a beautiful woman is not a pleasant thing. But Sakura still swung the knife. Yeah! He felt a little stinging on the back of his hand. The girl may have been nervous and struggled to grab the back of his hand. The delicate nails actually scratched a small wound on the back of his hand. It doesn't matter. It's just a small wound. Sakura didn't take it seriously at all. Chapter 297. Tang Zheng stood on the third floor and felt that something was wrong today. Because just when he waited for a while and made sure that no one was coming from the ocean, he glanced casually and seemed to see a person staggering into the sea and then disappeared. That moment was very short, causing Tang Zheng to think he had seen it wrong. He immediately turned on the radar and scanned it, and found that under that sea area, only Tang Dang was swimming back and forth happily, and there were no other life forms. He looked inside the building again. The soldiers on the first floor were already in place, and Zhuer on the second floor had gone to bed to rest. Tang Zheng waved his hand and signaled his men to start. The soldiers of the Zhuguang army had been waiting impatiently for a long time. Seeing Tang Zheng order, they launched a wave of grenade attacks. The strength of the special forces is indeed not to be underestimated. The grenades were thrown far and accurately, directly over a distance of 70 to 80 meters, and accurately fell into the crowd outside the yard. A series of explosions sounded outside the yard, and those who had been lingering at the door and provoking were immediately blown to tears. The soldiers showed no mercy and threw the second wave of grenades. The outside was quiet. Of the 30 people, 28 were killed directly. Only 2 people who were on guard were safe because they were far away. Seeing this situation, they didn't care about anything and fled in a panic. The soldiers went out and dragged the dead people directly into the sea. In the current ocean, anyone who smells blood will soon be dead. An assassination operation that seemed to be strictly carried out by the enemy ended without any waves. It was so simple. For Tang Zheng and the Zhuguang army, who had experienced many battles and seen countless big scenes, these were nothing. Tang Zheng even went back to sleep quickly. He didn't care if anyone would come in the second half of the night. In the embassy of the Rainforest Kingdom, Cha-Chai and others were looking at an electronic screen. There were many light spots under screen, and each light spot represented a person in their action. Those light spots were locators installed on them, including Sakura. Everyone had a locator. Seeing 20 people riding a motorboat to the back of the Hanwei people villa, they thought that the matter was about to be accomplished. But they did not expect that these people would start to enter the deep sea in groups of 5 or 5. The motorboats were destroyed one by one, and the locators disappeared, and finally gradually disappeared in the deep sea. It might be because of power outage, or being blocked by something, or sinking to the bottom of the sea and never appearing again. Cha-Chai was furious, but he still held a glimmer of hope, because he saw that Sakura's locator had entered the Hanwei people villa. He believed in Sakura's strength. As the number 1 killer of the Rainforest Kingdom, Sakura was the trump card of this operation. If he entered a house, it would be almost impossible for anyone to be alive in the house. But something strange happened. Sakura went in quickly, and soon came out slowly, and he walked all the way into the deep sea, like his teammates in front. He disappeared after entering the ocean and never appeared again. Until the end, the Hanwei people threw grenades and bombed, and only 2 of the 3 people in front ran back. Cha-Chai finally couldn't help but get angry. Who can tell me what the hell is going on? Why were you killed so easily? Why did Sakura give up the action after entering the house and choose to jump into the sea to commit suicide? What's in which house? Is it a cult's den? Is there a curse? But no one could give him an answer. Almost all the people who participated in the action died. Only 2 people who kept the news survived by chance. The only thing they knew was that the enemy grenades were very powerful. But then, Cha-Chai no longer had the ability to act. The best men were all dead, including Sakura, and he had no stronger power, unless he used the army. The embassies on Dikui Island all had troops, but the troops could not be mobilized at will. If you want to mobilize the army, you must obtain the consent of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. Otherwise, if the army can be mobilized at will, I am afraid that not many people will survive on this island. Cha-Chai was furious for a while, and finally sat down in a somewhat decadent manner. I was careless. I didn't expect these arms dealers to be so strong. It seems that I have no choice but to ask for help. Cha-Chai's request for help refers to asking for help from his boss. This boss is the Magnolia Empire. Whether before or after the end of the world, the Rainforest Kingdom is a loyal brother of Magnolia, because Hanwei is also a big country, and has a bad relationship with the Rainforest Kingdom. If they want to survive by Hanwei's side, they must rely on the support of Magnolia. Fortunately, Hanwei is not a nation keen on aggression. And with the support of Magnolia, the Rainforest Kingdom can survive. Chachai is no exception now. He can only wait until tomorrow to ask Bai Yulan for help. If he is alone, there is little hope for him to get help. He also plans to find a few allies, such as the Bohemia Empire and the Football Empire. Their people also had conflicts with the Hanwha people in the market and are more likely to support him. The next morning, Chachai came to the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau and asked Bai Yulan for help. However, Bai Yulan checked a man named Xiao Fan and rejected Chachai's request for help, because Xiao Fan landed at the dock of Magnolia and paid the full amount of customs duties. And Elena said that Xiao Fan was a generous person and did a good job in the arms business. She suggested maintaining a good relationship with Xiao Fan, which would be more beneficial to the interests of the Magnolia Empire. So Chachai's request was not supported until he found people from the Bohemia Empire and the Football Empire. There was a slight turnaround, and the people from Magnolia agreed to bring the matter to the meeting of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau for discussion. But the meeting was not held immediately. According to convention, the meeting would be held 10 days later. Chachai had no choice but to suppress his anger and wait silently. He even needed to bribe some members of parliament to support him at the meeting. But within these 10 days, he had no way to cause trouble to the Hanwha people. The other party's retreat was somewhat beyond Tang Zheng expectations. But it was good this way. He also needed some time to wait for the arrival of the Zhuguang army. Now the large army had left the Jing River and was advancing on the land of Lianghe province. In about 11 or 12 days, they will be there. Since the other party is not coming, Tang Zheng will be quiet. He will not go to the market now, and will wait patiently for the arrival of the troops. Fortunately, Zhuer is here now, and Tang Zheng days are not boring. Although this girl has lost her memory, she is very clever and pesters Tang Zheng to play with her every day. However, she also knows the depth and measure. Whenever Tang Zheng has something to do, she will find an excuse for herself and go back to her room immediately. And she would not ask random questions, such as the night when the soldiers threw grenades and there was an explosion outside the yard. She never asked about it, which made Tang Zheng quite satisfied. Every day, eating different meals made by Zhuer, life was warm and comfortable. In the blink of an eye, a week passed. Dahu Province. This is Jialing Empire, Tianmingfei territory. It is now mid-March, and it is time to plant crops in Dahu. After the end of the world, there is not so much manpower, and large areas of land have begun to become barren. However, Tianmingfei still attaches great importance to agriculture. After all, the most important thing in the end times is food. People only have two desires. One is to be full, and the other is other things. So eating is always the first priority. But now there are fewer people and more land. So we need to be selective in farming. The first thing is that the land should be good. The second is that there should be sufficient water. And the third is that there are no zombies around. Such places need to be selected. And Tianmingfei sent some expedition teams to find suitable farming sites. One of his expedition teams came to a wilderness. They began to check the soil and water sources. And there was also a team of guards to protect them and deal with zombies that might appear at any time. A person in charge of agriculture squatted down and wanted to pick up the soil on the ground for inspection. The main inspection was whether the acidic substances in the soil were still exceeding the standard, and whether it was suitable for farming. The moment he picked up the soil, he felt the soil in his hand trembling. Huh? The man raised his head slightly and looked at the distance with some doubts. He saw smoke and dust rising to the sky and rolling in from a distance. It seems that there are a large number of convoys moving forward. How big a convoy? How fast a speed can create such a momentum? The members of the expedition team stopped their actions, looking a little nervous. The leader felt that it was not good, because the direction of the convoy seemed to be from the northwest. Could it be? Is the Zhuguang army going to attack us? Tianmingfei announced that the Zhuguang army was unwelcome, and he asked Tang Zheng to disband the Zhuguang army. And Tang Zheng also announced on TV that he had entered a state of war with the Jialing Empire. The two families were actually enemies. So the expedition leader was very nervous. He first released the drone and took pictures of the convoy's arrival. When the pictures came back, he was immediately scared out of his wits. Large numbers of troops were running all the way in this direction. The signs on the convoys, with people running towards the light, represented the light-chasing army. He immediately realized that something was wrong and immediately picked up the wireless phone and called his superior. Not good. Something bad has happened. The Zhuguang army has entered the Dahu province and is suspected of attacking the Jialing Empire. Please be prepared and report to His Majesty immediately. Please mobilize the troops immediately and enter combat readiness. Repeat. Red alert. The Zhuguang army is coming. Before he finished speaking, the Zhuguang army over there had already discovered them and fired at them. Amid the rumbling artillery fire, the expedition team was completely wiped out. But because of the captain's timely report, the news that the Zhuguang army had entered the Dahu had already spread. Chapter 298. The news of the Zhuguang army's southward march immediately caused a great uproar in the south of Hanwei. The most nervous of all was of course Tianmingfei's side. When the country was first established, they used Tang Zheng as an excuse to attack Li Wuyo, and even arrogantly asked Tang Zheng to disband the Zhuguang army. But those were just slogans. When the country was initially established, there were too many things to deal with. They had no ability or courage to attack the Zhuguang army. Maybe someone would take action first, and they might follow. But no one had really thought about being the first to do so. But no one expected that Tang Zheng would be so tough. He not only did not choose to swallow his anger, but also declared that he had entered a state of war with them. They thought it was just a pretense. But they did not expect that the Zhuguang army would actually come soon. Although Dahu province was not the capital of Tianmingfei, the land here was fertile and very suitable for farming. He would never abandon it. So when the Zhuguang army went south, Tianmingfei immediately chose the highest level of alert. He also immediately issued an order, requiring the Jialing Empire's first and second armies to immediately enter a state of combat readiness and march into Dahu to begin defending Dahu's several important survival bases, which could not be taken away by Tang Zheng, because the report of that expedition team was very hasty. He had no idea how many people the Zhuguang army had, the specific direction of action, and the specific location, so he could only do this. However, when the troops arrived at Dahu, ready to fight the Zhuguang army to the death, they found that they had completely lost the trace of the Zhuguang army. The whereabouts of the Zhuguang army were uncertain. Sometimes they walked in the wilderness, sometimes on the road, and sometimes on the mountain road. Sometimes they marched during the day, sometimes at night, and they hardly stopped. They ran all the way, making it impossible for the pursuers to keep up with them. They could only judge that the Zhuguang army was heading southeast based on some clues of the troops' advance. So the survival bases along the way became nervous, and some bases even began to transfer people overnight to prevent the Zhuguang army from attacking. It's not that Tianmingfei didn't find the traces of the Zhuguang army. After all, he still had a plane. He sent out a plane for reconnaissance and reported the location of the Zhuguang army once. But the next moment, the plane was shot down. Later, he sent out drones, but the drones often encountered huge mutant golden eagles in the air before approaching the Zhuguang army, and were destroyed by the golden eagles. Tianmingfei knew that the golden eagles were raised by the Zhuguang army. It seems that the Zhuguang army has a big move this time, and even the golden eagles have been brought all the way from Zhuguang City in the northern territory. Tianmingfei was worried about the specific target of the Zhuguang army. Often, when the troops were deployed in a place, they found that the Zhuguang army had already passed through, and the troops had to rush to the next place without stopping, running around. The Zhuguang army had no intention of stopping and kept moving at a very high speed. Gradually, Tianmingfei discovered that the Zhuguang army was about to leave Dahu province and seemed to be about to enter Bulk province. Isn't it coming for me? Are you heading for Chen Hanchang and his men? When this thought came to him, Tianmingfei felt relieved. It's better to go to Chen Hanchang than to come to his side. His strength is not bad, but he is not confident to fight against the Zhuguang army. Especially, he is still carrying out some plans and developing some special forces. Before such forces are successful, he really doesn't want to start a war. Tianmingfei was relieved, but Chen Hanchang became nervous. During this period, a considerable part of Chen Hanchang's main force was not in Bulk province, but in Highway City. He had already taken over the shipyard of Highway City, and the ship construction had been going on for a long time. The time for his first batch of ships to be launched was not far away. He did not want to make any mistakes at this time, so he sent a large number of troops into the Highway City shipyard and was on high alert. There was also Dongwei province between Highway City and Bulk province. It was obviously too late to let the troops of Highway City return now. Therefore, Chen Hanchang was more nervous than Tianmingfei, especially when the Zhuguang army crossed the Dahu province area and headed toward Sanzhuang province. He began to arrange defenses in a hurry. His capital was not in Sanjuang province, but in Xinjiang province. But the importance of Sanjuang province was self-evident. This was the middle of his territory. If it was lost, his territory would be divided into two parts, north and south. So there must be no problems here. He not only actively arranged defenses and investigated the direction of the Zhuguang army, but also conducted research on Zhuguang city. Song Yinghao and Zhao Buxiong, two of his subordinates, knew more about Tang Zheng. According to their investigation, Tang Zheng would usually go out in person and command the front line when the Zhuguang army was deployed in large numbers. But this time, Tang Zheng seemed to be stationary in Zhuguang city. This aroused the suspicion of several people. So they began to check the news of Zhuguang city to see what Tang Zheng was doing. After watching it many times and paying attention to the investigation, they found some clues. Tang Zheng many appearances. But there are no close-up photos of him from the front. There are only some long-distance shots and some slightly blurry photos. Obviously, this is not the normal level of Zhuguang TV station. If Zhuguang TV station is only at this level, then their director can be dismissed. They took out Tang Zheng's previous photos for comparison and finally found a huge problem. The Tang Zheng in Zhuguang city does not seem to be Tang Zheng. By comparing various details of the photos, they can almost confirm this point. This amazing discovery made them all panic. Could it be that Tang Zheng had sneaked in advance? Could it be that Tang Zheng had already started his conspiracy in their base? They all knew that Tang Zheng had sneaked into Liao Yiqing military base before, and with the help of the inside and outside, he took down the military base in one fell swoop. And Liao Yiqing also died tragically in the underground palace. They didn't want such a thing to happen to them again. Who knew which base Tang Zheng was in now? Maybe he is right beside them. So, a big search began. All the bases under their command began to look for Tang Zheng. The Han people coming from the northwest should not be particularly difficult to find. There are several key base cities that need to be investigated, especially Sanjiang City. Tang Zheng left there in the first place, and now there is a high possibility that he will return to his homeland. So the Sanjiang base city is the most severely investigated, and they have more detailed search targets, one of which is a person named Xiao Fan, because Tang Zheng had used this alias in the military base. This name must be checked. After checking, the problem was really found. This person named Xiao Fan is an arms dealer. He passed through the Grand Canal and entered the Bulk province about half a month ago. But it is not known where he disembarked and stopped. Tang Zheng really came. Sanjiang City is even more suspicious. The investigation in Sanjiang City in the Bulk province suddenly reached a new level. This investigation even affected Dikui Island, which was separated by a river. The people of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau on Dikui Island had, of course, heard of Tang Zheng's name. They also knew that Tang Zheng was a very scary person and a very powerful warmonger. Wherever he went, a brutal war might break out. But they didn't think much about it. What did the fight between the Han people have to do with him? They were foreigners. And they were foreigners from more than 50 countries. As long as the Han people were not crazy, they would not dare to offend so many countries at the same time, let alone come to Dikui Island to cause trouble. So they are now watching the fire from the other side of the river, feeling quite comfortable. They still have to do what they should do. And when the meeting is about to start, they still have to hold a meeting. March 20th is the day when the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau holds a meeting. This is their regular meeting once a month. Once a month. At an accurate and regular time. Usually, such meetings are about the division of spoils and the trivial matters of fighting each other. However, there is an additional topic in today's meeting. That is, the ambassador of the Rainforest Kingdom, Cha Chai, tried to use the army to deal with a Han person. This matter seemed ridiculous to the law enforcement counselors. Using the army to deal with private individuals sounded absurd. They did not intend to pass this matter at the meeting. Unless Cha Chai was willing to pay a lot of price, they would consider it. They have always done this. All things must be based on interests. On the morning of the meeting, Cha Chai came to the meeting room early and waited for the arrival of the counselors. After each counselor arrived, as long as he could talk to them and felt that he had a good relationship with them, he would give some gifts to win some favor first. For those who are more confident, he will even send a lot of expensive gifts, hoping to get their support at the meeting later. The time is 9 o'clock in the morning, and the meeting begins. The person who presided over the meeting was by Yulon Ambassador Jones. who is also the director of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau. An old man who looks like a capitalist. This is also Cha-Chai's thigh, his backer on Dikui Island. After Jones arrived, he first said some nonsense opening remarks, such as "Good morning. Have you eaten? A certain store's pancakes taste good," and other non-nutritious things. After everyone talked a little nonsense in a friendly manner, Jones got down to business. "Cha-Chai, you said you were going to use the army to deal with a Hanwha person, right?" "Yes, Mr. Director. That was an arrogant Hanwha arms dealer. He was too difficult to deal with. He killed more than 50 of us. I can't handle it myself." "Oh, an arms dealer? What's his name?" At this time, the ambassador of the Bauhinia Empire suddenly looked a little solemn and looked at Cha-Chai. "His name is... Oh, by the way, his name is Xiao Fan. That's the name." After Cha-Chai said the name, the meeting hall suddenly became quiet. Cha-Chai has been studying how to win over the counselors these days, and has not paid much attention to the news from the outside world. So he doesn't know what happened yet. Jones, who was still by Yulon, said solemnly, "Well, who knows where the Zhuguang army's troops are?" A secretary-like person checked and then said, "According to the latest news, they should have entered the vicinity of Sanjiang City, north of Haojiang." Jones suddenly shouted like a cat with its fur standing on end. "Fuck. Tang Zheng is not heading for Dian at all. His target is us. Dikui Island. Damn it. He is on the island now. Hurry up and notify everyone to block all the river bridges. And never let the Zhuguang army rush across the river bridges. Where are the troops? Assemble. All assemble. No need to hold a meeting to discuss. Assemble immediately. Go to Tang Zheng. That is, the villa of the arms dealer named Xiao Fan. And capture it for me. And never let Tang Zheng escape. Otherwise, we are all in fucking danger." Chapter 299. Jones decided to attack without authorization, even without a vote from the Law Enforcement Bureau Council. But no one blamed Jones for acting on his own now, because they thought the same. Tang Zheng mobilized a large force to Dikui Island, and there was no doubt that he was going to seize the island. If he moved a little slower, the Zhuguang army would come to kill him. The most important thing now was to block the Zhuguang army's large force on the other side of the river bridge, and then concentrate their forces to go to the villa to kill Tang Zheng. Once Tang Zheng died or was captured, the Zhuguang army would collapse. All the counselors started to act in a hurry. There are 4 river bridges from Sanjiang to Dikui Island. These river bridges are usually open to traffic. After all, Dikui Island also needs trade. But at this moment, the counselors started to make calls in a panic, ordering the river bridges to be blocked, and no one was allowed to pass. Of course, this blockade is useless for the troops, and they still need to send troops to block them. The embassy near the river bridge hurriedly ordered the troops to go to the river bridge immediately and start building fortifications. The current intelligence is that the Zhuguang army has entered the Sanjiang territory, but it should be some distance away from the river bridge, and it is estimated that it will not arrive until the evening. They still have more than half a day to work on this matter, and it should still be in time. After all, Tang Zheng did not bring many people, and the army should be able to take it easily. So in the matter of attacking the villa, they did not plan to invest too much manpower. As long as the embassies near the villa send out troops, with 400 to 500 people, they should be able to win. So, the 5 embassies near the villa sent out their troops. Each embassy sent out 100 people, and sent out 2 armored vehicles, as well as some vehicles. 500 people and 10 armored vehicles are basically foolproof. If too many people attack the villa, they will not be able to perform. The Law Enforcement Bureau is taking action, and Tang Zheng is not idle either. Ever since he saw Chen Hanchang and his men searching for Xiao Fan on TV, Tang Zheng knew that he was about to be exposed. This incident was an accident. The Zhuguang army was marching in the wild, and was caught and reported. No one had expected this. However, Tang Zheng was not in a hurry. The main force was only more than 600 kilometers away from here. It would take at most 8 hours to reach the other side of Haojiang River. Tang Zheng's mission at the moment was to hold on here for 8 hours. He could let Tang Tang take his men and go deep into the sea so that no one could find them. But in that case, the main force would have no place to land, which would cause this matter to fail. Therefore, Tang Zheng must hold on here and fight against the enemy until the main force arrives. During this period, the troops in Zhuguang City have not been idle either, and have been fighting the zombies in Lumbus City. A large part of the zombies in Lumba City have been hollowed out by the little corpse girl. It is a good time to annihilate them. As long as Lumba City is taken, it will be no problem to collect about 20 million funds. And now there have been certain results. Tang Zheng currently has as much as 80 million funds. If there was no place to maneuver on the island, he could have taken down the island with just a sudden surge of troops. But now time was short, so he should focus on defense. He had been monitoring the movements of the Joint Law Enforcement Bureau through radar. And when he felt that the other party was moving, he would start to send troops. The movements of several surrounding companies were also under his control. A total of 500 troops came. So Tang Zheng only needed to buy 200 soldiers. After thinking for a while, Tang Zheng bought 150 mobilized soldiers, and then bought 10 snipers, 5 rocket launchers, 10 heavy machine gun teams, and 20 marines. After that, he bought 20 more medical soldiers to be ready to treat the wounded at any time. Before the enemy arrived, Tang Zheng had the soldiers dispersed and guarded the important corners of the villa, waiting for the enemy to arrive. When the enemy was advancing towards the villa, Tang Zheng thought about it, and came to Zhu's room on the second floor. He wanted to comfort Zhu, tell her not to be afraid, or hide in advance. But when he arrived, he saw Zhu suddenly covered herself with a quilt, revealing her little head, and pretended to snore. Tang Zheng smiled, said nothing more, and closed the door. Her room was on the seaside of the villa, so as long as she didn't come out on her own initiative, there shouldn't be any problem. About 10 minutes later, the enemy arrived, led by the Rainforest Kingdom, with the army of 4 other countries. They drove 10 armored vehicles and drove to the door of Tang Zheng Villa in a mess. Dispersing, Cha-Chai personally led the team out for revenge this time. After getting off the car, Cha-Chai was quite arrogant. Arriving at the door of the villa, Cha-Chai took out a loudspeaker. He posed, and the people from Dikui Island TV came over to film immediately. A young blonde woman stood in front of the camera and started the live broadcast of TV news. Letson, Giant, welcome to watch Dikui Island TV news. I am Ankira. Today, after an investigation by our Dikui Island Joint Law Enforcement Bureau, we have confirmed a piece of news. That is, Tang Zheng, the leader of the Zhuguang army, has secretly sneaked into Dikui Island half a month ago and carried out conspiracy activities here. The Zhuguang army's advance, which has been making a lot of noise in recent days, has basically confirmed that its target is Dikui Island. At present, all the highway bridges and docks on the island have been closed and entry and exit are prohibited. The Law Enforcement Bureau has decided to resolutely intercept the Zhuguang bandit army outside the island and absolutely not allow them to land on the island. And with our full investigation, the location of the bandit leader Tang Zheng has been locked. The camera turned and the villa by the sea appeared here. It is this villa. This is Tang Zheng residence on Dikui Island. According to reliable information, Tang Zheng is now in the villa. It is located in the corner of Dikui Island, with the vast sea behind him. Tang Zheng has no way to go up to the sky, and no way to enter the earth at this moment. He will definitely be captured. At present, our brave warriors are ready to launch an attack at any time. Mr. Cha-Chai, the ambassador of the Rainforest Kingdom, has led the way and has come to the front line to persuade Tang Zheng to surrender. Now let's watch the live report. The camera turned again and focused on Cha-Chai, who was in high spirits. Cha-Chai held a loudspeaker, coughed twice to clear his throat, and shouted to the villa. Tang Zheng, I am Cha-Chai. I know you have seen us coming, and you have seen the current situation. We have surrounded you. In this situation, it is useless to resist stubbornly. I advise you to put down your weapons obediently. Walk out of the villa and surrender. The villa was quiet for a while, and just when Cha-Chai was getting impatient, Tang Zheng replied, What if I don't surrender? Cha-Chai grinned, Actually, I really hope you don't surrender. After all, I want to kill you. It's just that the Law Enforcement Bureau Council asked me to persuade you to surrender. So I have to do this. If you really don't surrender, that's just what I want. How arrogant were you when you came here? How did you kill the people of my rainforest empire? I remember everything one by one. If you don't surrender, I will blow you up and then pull you out with my own hands, so that you will regret being a human being. Inside the villa, Tang Zheng checked the time. It was 11:30 a.m. The troops would arrive at about 7 p.m. So there were still more than 7 hours. If the Enforcement Bureau attacked like crazy, Such a small place like the villa would not be able to resist. So he had to delay as much as possible. Facing Cha-Chai's threat, Tang Zheng thought for a while and said, "This matter is of great importance. Give me some time. We don't have a unified opinion here." Cha-Chai suddenly became impatient. "How long do you want to think about it?" 5 hours. Cha-Chai was furious. "Dream on. 1 hour at most. I will give you 1 hour to deal with your undisciplined subordinates. If you still don't make a decision in 1 hour, I will not be polite." The Law Enforcement Bureau did ask Cha-Chai to try to catch them alive. Cha-Chai had no choice but to try his best to catch them alive. At present, Tang Zheng did not say anything definite, which meant there was hope of catching them alive. He could only wait. The troops he brought continued to disperse, seizing exits around the villa, trying to prevent anyone from Tang Zheng's side from escaping from here. In the sea breeze, more than 500 people waited silently. At this moment, Cha-Chai had not thought that Tang Zheng was stalling for time. After all, the main force of the Zhuguang army was still some distance away, and he would never see their main force no matter how much he delayed. The live broadcast continued, and Cha-Chai and his group waited silently and closely monitored the situation in the villa. The villa was not quiet. On the 3rd floor, there seemed to be several people arguing loudly. The specific content of the argument could not be heard clearly, but it was clear that it was nothing more than a question of whether to surrender immediately. Cha-Chai could understand this behavior. At the critical moment of life and death, the Zhuguang army and the others could no longer keep their tempers. Tang Zheng, the leader, could no longer suppress his men. Facing death, few people would listen to him. Fight among yourselves. Fight among yourselves. The longer the fight lasts, the better. It would be best if you fight among yourselves, so that I can easily deal with you all. Time passed by minute, and soon an hour passed. Cha-Chai saw that the quarrel in the room was getting more and more intense, and he even waited for 20 more minutes. It was almost 1 p.m., and seeing that Tang Zheng and his team had not finished yet, Cha-Chai finally couldn't hold back any longer. Picking up the loudspeaker again, Cha-Chai shouted angrily, "Tang Zheng, are you done yet? Don't try to play some tricks here. If you don't make a decision, we will take action." Tang Zheng shouted anxiously, "Right away." Then it was delayed for another half an hour. Just when Cha-Chai was about to lose his patience, Tang Zheng finally took the initiative to speak. "We can surrender, but can you guarantee our safety? If not, we would rather die in battle than fall into your hands." When he heard that Tang Zheng was willing to surrender, Cha-Chai was overjoyed. "Of course we can guarantee your safety. We don't have the habit of abusing prisoners of war." "No, I can't believe you. You are just a small role in the Law Enforcement Bureau. Your words don't count. I want Jones to come and make a promise to me." Cha-Chai really wanted to throw the grenade in, but at this moment Tang Zheng had agreed to surrender, and the people in the Law Enforcement Bureau were watching the show through the live broadcast, so he really didn't dare to make a decision on his own. A call was made to Jones. Fortunately, Jones agreed to come and asked them to wait. Chapter 300. Tang Zheng felt a little relieved when he heard Jones agreed to come. It would take more than an hour to come here and negotiate. If he thought of an excuse, it would not be impossible to delay for more than 2 hours. But it would not work if it took longer. The other party would be alert and launch an attack. How to fight this first wave of battles is very knowledgeable. It is not good to fight too slowly or too quickly. Let the other party gain a little advantage, but not really win. The terrain here is too small to mobilize troops on a large scale. What should he do if the other party uses armored forces? Tang Zheng silently calculated and came up with an idea. Jones was also more cautious, perhaps to prevent Tang Zheng from firing a black gun. He deliberately delayed for a while and found a tank as a bulletproof vehicle for negotiations. After the tank arrived, he slowly got on the car, asked someone to investigate, and then set out to Tang Zheng Villa. When we arrived at Tang Zheng Place, it was already past 3 in the afternoon. During this process, countless TV viewers fell asleep in front of the TV, but they didn't dare to leave, for fear of missing the most exciting scene. Tang Zheng was trapped on Dikui Island. This was big news. No one wanted to miss it. While the live broadcast was going on here, there were also some other reporters who were at Jianqiao, where they were urgently deploying fortifications, with layers of sandbags piled high, armored vehicles, tanks, and helicopters. A large number of soldiers set up heavy machine guns, and there were a large number of reserve troops behind them, all very nervous. But the tense scene was not as important as what was happening here. And a large number of people were still paying attention to this place. Finally, Jones arrived reluctantly. After arriving, Jones did not get out of the car, but used a loudspeaker in the car, and started a conversation with Tang Zheng under the heavy protection of the soldiers. Tang Zheng chatted with Jones until 4 o'clock, and then made a rude request. Jones alone cannot represent the entire Law Enforcement Bureau. He has to wait for the arrival of all the Law Enforcement Bureau members, and make a promise in front of the TV audience before he surrenders. Jones and Cha Chai, who have been fed up, finally can't stand it anymore. Tang Zheng has been dawdling here for 5 hours, repeatedly making rude requests. If he waits for the arrival of the entire Law Enforcement Bureau, I'm afraid the Zhuguang army will have to cross the river bridge. Jones angrily threw the loudspeaker in his hand and pointed directly in the direction of Tang Zheng. Asshole! If you don't cherish the chance I gave you, don't blame me. I won't accept your surrender now. Get started now. Kill these guys, dead or alive. Cha Chai, who had been waiting impatiently, immediately ordered his troops to take action. At this time, the reporter also took the initiative to retreat and prepare to take a panoramic photo of the battle at the villa. Cha Chai did make more thorough preparations this time. He did not attack through the wall, but first chose to let the soldiers with rocket launchers blow up the gate and wall of the villa. The rocket launcher fired from a distance, and the gate of the villa was blown open with a rumbling explosion. Several large gaps were blown in the courtyard wall, and then the armored vehicles opened the way, and the soldiers behind followed. Their attack was immediately counterattacked by the Zhuguang army. The soldiers on the second floor immediately used rocket launchers to attack the enemy armored vehicles. After 4 consecutive attacks, 4 armored vehicles were destroyed by rocket launchers. The multinational forces were not vegetarians either. The people who rushed and began to fire on a large scale to suppress the firepower of the Zhuguang army's windows. The machine gun roared wildly, and countless bullet holes suddenly appeared on the walls of the villa, and the glass was shattered in the battle. Bullets hit the room, shattering the ceiling and the chandelier falling down. An exquisite and luxurious villa was instantly riddled with holes. Just when they thought that the Zhuguang army was suppressed and couldn't raise its head, the Zhuguang army counterattacked again. Grenades were thrown out of the window one by one. The attackers immediately lay down, which could effectively avoid the splash of grenade fragments. But they didn't expect that the grenade was not a high-explosive grenade, but a smoke bomb. Bang, bang, bang. A cloud of smoke filled the air and instantly enveloped the yard. The smoke was so thick that you couldn't see your hand in front of you. Not only did it cover the attacking crowd, but even the villa was covered in thick smoke, making it impossible for the attacking troops to see the specific location of the Zhuguang army. Just when the multinational forces were somewhat panicked and at a loss, the Zhuguang army's counterattack came again. The soldiers began to equip themselves with a new equipment: individual battlefield radar. This battlefield radar is equipped with thermal imaging technology and can operate in the dark, smoke, fog and other environments. With thermal sensing, they can find the enemy position, but they did not massacre, but deliberately missed a few shots and then sniped one. In this seemingly chaotic battle, the multinational forces were losing personnel silently and without showing any signs of strength. The two sides seemed to be fighting blindly, back and forth, and the fight was lively. After fighting for more than half an hour, the multinational forces found that they had lost nearly 200 people in the battle. As for how many people were killed or injured on the side of the light-chasing army, no one knew. At this time, Jones and his team also realized that something was wrong. First, the number of light-chasing army fighters in the villa did not seem to match the number known before. This means that Tang Zheng had already made arrangements on the island, and now his reinforcements should have arrived. Another thing, Jones found that the time he thought was very ample was only more than 2 hours. When the correspondent reported again that the large force of the Zhuguang army was suspected to be approaching within 200 kilometers of Dikui Island, he realized that he could not delay any longer. But with these people, it seems that they cannot take this villa now. Each embassy must provide me with 1,000 people, and must be equipped with a tank and an armored vehicle. I don't believe that such a small villa can withstand the attack of 50 tanks and 5,000 people. Jones also became ruthless and began to order the large force to attack. The island was in chaos, and the embassies began to dispatch troops. About 40 minutes later, it was already 5:30, and the troops finally gathered in front of the villa. Hit hard. Jones himself retreated to a distance, and the multinational troops began to line up and attack the villa. One tank after another, like a steel behemoth, began to rush in along the gap in the courtyard wall, almost completely knocking down all the courtyard walls. At this time, the Zhuang army also demonstrated their fierce firepower. Although there were no heavy weapons, they had a large number of rocket launchers, flamethrowers and snipers. They even laid mines in the yard without knowing when. And they resisted the attack of the tank troops. Many tanks had their tracks broken by anti-tank mines, and some were hit by multiple rocket launchers in succession and were knocked down. The soldiers who followed were educated by the elusive snipers. One shot killed a child, and every sniper shot killed a soldier. Of course, such a tenacious fight was not enough to turn the tide of the war. The multinational forces used their powerful firepower to forcefully destroy the villa. On the eve of the villa's collapse, the Zhuang army retreated. They left the villa they had been guarding for a long time and began to retreat toward the beach. The multinational forces also completed a breakthrough here. With the sacrifice of more than 600 people, they finally almost flattened the eyesore villa. The tanks began to bypass the ruined villa and move toward the beach along the green belt of the yard. Although there are some reefs on the beach that can be used for defense, the Zhuang army has no way to retreat. Behind them is the vast sea. The Zhuang army has no chance of survival. The reporters behind also trotted along with the troops, and the photographer followed with a camera, making sure to record the scene of Tang Jing being captured or killed. Tang Jing stood on the edge of the beach, looking at the villa that was gradually overturned. With no ripples in his heart, he was placing a building, a medium-sized shipyard. This building was unlocked when he came out of Zhuguang City, and it was sold for 1 million gold. He had already built the building, and now he could just put it out. This was a beach, with a large stretch of sand, which was a good place to put a shipyard. It was already dark, and he chose a beach behind a reef to put the shipyard. With a loud bang, a huge shipyard appeared on the beach behind the villa. If it were normal, Tang Jing would definitely go to the shipyard to inspect it and see the specific situation. But he didn't have time today, and he had another thing to do. That is to buy warships. He has even bought them. But because there is no shipyard, the progress is stuck at the end. Now that the shipyard has appeared, the progress is immediately full. In the ocean about 1,000 meters away, a huge warship appeared. Battleship, full load displacement 55,700 tons. Length 270 meters. Width 33 meters. Crew 2,200 people. Equipped with 3 triple 406mm main guns, capable of firing armor-piercing shells and anti-personnel grenades. Equipped with 2,127mm caliber dual-purpose secondary guns, capable of firing grenades, armor-piercing shells, flares, and anti-personnel shells. Equipped with 1540mm anti-aircraft machine guns and 2020mm machine guns. Equipped with 30 torpedoes. Equipped with an all-weather radar system, and can carry 3 helicopters. Priced at 1.2 million gold, requires a medium-sized shipyard. This war beast that crisscrossed the ocean in the last century appeared. Although this thing has been basically eliminated in modern naval battles, if it is allowed to approach, it will be difficult for an aircraft carrier to withstand it. Especially now that everyone has no navy, let alone high-tech ships. This battleship is the overlord of the ocean. At this time, there was another ship docked at the shore. Air cushion landing craft, maximum load 150 tons. Can carry 2 main battle tanks and 150 soldiers. Priced at 20,000 gold. This does not require a medium-sized shipyard. Tang Jing had built it before, and it was docked here waiting. The soldiers in the villa also withdrew at this time, and Tang Jing immediately asked them to board the ship. Everyone boarded the ship quickly, and Tang Jing even saw that Zhu, the girl, also followed up quickly. After Tang Jing boarded the ship, the air cushion landing craft started and began to rush towards the ocean. At this time, the pursuers from the villa were also approaching. A large number of tanks, armored vehicles, and infantry rushed up in a black mass. When they saw the hovercraft, they wanted to chase and kill it and open fire. At this time, Tang Jing also talked to the captain of the battleship. Captain Wan Feng of the battleship. Report to the general. Please give instructions. Nothing to give instructions. Do you see the group of pursuers on the shore? Open fire and completely eliminate them here. Understood. Guaranteed to complete the mission. Wan Feng issued a battle order. The three mounted main guns on the bow of the battleship began to rotate the turrets. Each of the 406mm caliber gunboats was equivalent to the giant cannons of Zhuguang City. And there were 9 guns on this ship. The black muzzles were like the eyes of the god of death, pointing directly at the multinational forces on the shore.